Chapter 1. The Fusion Begins T-Mac, AI KD. In the year 2023, Wu Ge lay in bed, idly scrolling through short videos when suddenly, an 18-year-old clip surfaced. The game has concluded, and let us extend our congratulations to the Golden State Warriors for their victory over the Houston Rockets, 101-92. They have reached the finals for the fourth consecutive year. As the match drew to a close, Harden removed his jersey, trudging alone into the players' tunnel. Despite the passage of time, a twinge of regret still lingered within him each time he recalled that moment. In the 2018 Western Conference Finals, the Rockets, led by Harden and Paul, held a 32-series lead, and hope was palpable. Then, in the final moments of Game 5, Paul made a decisive drive, only to collapse on the floor. Post-game medical reports revealed a right hamstring injury for Paul, effectively ending his season. It was as if the heavens had collapsed upon the Rockets. Ultimately, as expected, the Warriors seized upon the fact that only Harden remained on the court, systematically exhausting him. And when the final whistle blew, the five-star Warriors triumphed over the solo Harden. Paul could only sit on the bench, leaving behind the iconic tough guy clap. Growing increasingly frustrated, Wu Ge could no longer contain himself. Bang! He slammed his fist onto the table beside him, causing a nearby cup to topple and spill water onto an electrical outlet. At that moment, a mouse scurried by, inadvertently triggering a short circuit, and Wu Ge felt himself begin to float. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he transcended. The wheels of fate began to turn as Wu Ge gradually opened his eyes. His vision transitioned from a blur to clarity, revealing an unfamiliar environment. A group of towering athletes raced across the court, while throngs of fervent fans clad in white and blue shouted in unison, "Wait, isn't that LeBron, Kobe, and Yao Ming? Hold on, Kobe." Wu Ge gazed incredulously at Kobe seated in the front row, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, the voice of the announcer echoed in his ears. With Rose's three-point attempt missing its mark, dear viewers, it appears that the University of Memphis is beyond salvation. Let us congratulate the University of Kansas in advance for winning the NCAA championship. Following the announcer's words, Wu Ge's gaze shifted to the massive screen above. University of Memphis versus University of Kansas, with a score resting at 63-70, 38 seconds remaining. NCAA first round, 35 seconds left. Hey Wu Smith, you two go warm up, sub in for Rose, Roberts, and Dorsey. The head coach Calipari surveyed the dwindling time and the exhausted Rose, who had already played nearly the entire second half, and struggled to issue his command. Warm up? Wu Ge glanced down, only to find himself clad in a Memphis University number 3 jersey, perplexed by the situation. I merely scrolled through a video, and somehow I've crossed over. The esteemed coach Calipari, noticing Wu Ge's apparent indifference, regarded him with perplexity, pondering whether the defeated had indeed lost their right to breathe and write. To speak that Wu, rise and warm up quickly, the coach will be furious if you linger. The substitute, Smith, nudged Wu Ge, who was sitting in a daze. Upon being prompted, Wu Ge stood and lifted his gaze towards the court, suddenly recognizing a familiar figure. Isn't that the understated yet flamboyant superstar guard, Rose from Wind City? At that moment, a wave of memories surged through him. When Wu Ge reopened his eyes, it dawned upon him. I have traversed into a parallel universe set in 2008. I find myself on Blue Star, which bears a striking resemblance to Earth from my previous life, and the owner of this body is also named Wu Ge. He perished from overexertion during practice, and thus I have unwittingly inherited his fate. As for the original owner's talent, it was rather mediocre, that he was merely adequate in defense, and the team needed a practice partner. So he was recruited as the water boy of the team. Wait, is there no system to think that as a bona fide transmigrator, I lack a golden finger? How is that any different from being a mere fish out of water? Ding! Suddenly, a voice resonated in Wu Ge's mind. The supreme basketball god system has been activated and has forcibly completed the integration with the host. Forcefully? A flicker of astonishment crossed Wu Ge's eyes. How domineering! I absolutely adore it. As the system's voice faded, a cute girl donned in a white silk short skirt appeared in his mind. The host can randomly draw 3 NBA star cards from the system for fusion. This opportunity is singular. Best of luck. Wu Ge mused, if I hit the jackpot and draw a player like Kwame Brown, wouldn't that just be the end of the game? As if aware of his thoughts, the voice replied, Indeed, host. Kwame Brown is utterly impossible, never in this lifetime. Gazing at the lottery options before him, Wu Ge pondered, who will I draw? A plethora of stars was laid out. Young Jordan, Peak Jordan, Elderly Jordan, Yao Ming, Kobe number 8, Kobe number 24, Cavaliers LeBron, Heat LeBron, Lakers LeBron, Nuggets Anthony Knicks Anthony, Magic McGrady, Rockets McGrady, Warriors Curry, Thunder Harden, Rockets Harden, Nets Harden, Thunder Durant, Warriors Durant, Elderly Durant, 75th Anniversary Allen. Iverson, Mad Dog Beverly, Space V, Nate Robinson, Bennett, and even this year's rookie Wembanyama, encompassing virtually all future stars. Warning, warning. The host has 5 seconds left to draw. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wugo promptly tapped lightly. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the star cards. Magic McGrady, 75th Anniversary Allen Iverson, and Warriors Durant. Congratulations, host. The selection is complete. We shall now commence the fusion. The star cards are quite substantial, so please bear with it. What is this? Wugo felt a sudden tightening in his expression, followed by a piercing pain that surged through him. In his mind, a progress bar began to flicker. 110, 35, 50, 75. Host, please endure a little longer. The forced fusion is underway. After enduring a full minute of the system's enormity, a melodious voice finally resonated in Wu Guest's mind. Ding dong. The fusion of the magical McGrady, 75, Allen Iverson, and Warriors Durant templates has been successfully completed for the host. Accompanied by the system's prompt, and a tribute panel that only Wugo could perceive suddenly illuminated. Player, Wugo. Position, SGG. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 102 kilograms. Wingspan, 218 centimeters. Jumping, 99. Speed, 99. Acceleration, 99. Strength, 95. Stamina, 99. Mid-range, 99. 3-point, 96. Dunk, 99. Defense, 95. Passing, 95. Ball control, 99. Steal, 96. Block, 90. Such happiness comes so unexpectedly. Wugo drooled, his mouth agape, yearning to kiss the system. System, I truly adore you. Host, it is advisable to be mindful of your appearance. Open your eyes and take a look. The system aptly reminded. What? Wugo hurriedly opened his eyes and was startled to find his lips merely 0.01 centimeters from those of the nearby blacksmith. Oh my, Wu, what are you doing? You scare me to death. I have no interest in men. Blacksmith's eyes flashed with shock as he instinctively recoiled a step. Haha, this is hilarious. The white-socked, lowly system conjured a glass of juice from the air and took a sip. Host, do your best. With this system, you will become one of the NBA's 75 stars, enter the Hall of Fame, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Marrying a wealthy beauty will be a mere formality. What a grand illusion. Wugo couldn't help but mentally applaud one. On the court, Kansas was on the attack. Kansas center Sasha Cohen caught the basketball from his teammate and was about to dunk. Chris Douglas Roberts leaped high, attempting to block the shot, but ended up hitting Cohen's shooting arm. Whistle. The referee's call echoed. Number 6, CD. Roberts foul on the shot. Kansas University will take 2 free throws. With this foul, the score stood at 63-70, with the University of Memphis trailing by 7 points, and the time dwindled to 35 seconds. It had all but confirmed that the University of Memphis had bid farewell to the NCAA championship. Will a miracle occur? Chapter 2. The fate is undetermined. We are all dark horses. Kansas fans, witnessing the lopsided score, began to sway their bodies and wave their hands in celebration of victory. In contrast, the fans of the University of Memphis, upon realizing their team's fate, had reddened eyes, their faces adorned with expressions of disappointment, sorrow, and grief. Sasha Cohen approached the free throw line, poised to execute his shot. Wugo, along with center Blacksmith and other bench players, entered the game to replace starters such as Rose, Roberts, and Joey Dorsey. The Kansas team also withdrew their key players, sending in substitutes to allow each player the chance to bask in the atmosphere of triumph. Bang! In a fit of anger after being substituted, Rose kicked a drink bottle on the sidelines and covered his head with a towel. The players on the bench sat in silence, acutely aware that this was their final opportunity to vie for the championship. For many, this match marks the end of their journey with the team, whether it leads to the draft or the workforce for some. This is their last chance to fulfill their dreams on this court. Meanwhile, realizing the game had lost its suspense, commentators A. Smith and Barkley began to engage in light conversation. Smith, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Is this new Memphis player number 3 from the same country as Yao Ming?" Barkley flipped through his notes. Yes, he's a bench player named Wugo, number 3, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. That's all there is to it. Smith jested. Do you think Wu can lead Memphis to a comeback? Barkley, maintaining his calm demeanor and stroking his bald head, replied, I doubt it. Only 35 seconds remain, and Memphis is still trailing by 7 points. If he manages to turn this around, I will kiss a donkey's rear end. Smith chuckled, huh? Folks, let's wait and see if our friend here will indeed kiss a donkey's backside. Despite their attempts to lighten the mood, the Memphis fans were unamused, chanting, "Refund! Refund!" The arena erupted in boos. Are you sure this player from the Dragon Kingdom shouldn't be playing table tennis instead? 35 seconds left, down by 7 points. And he thinks he could turn this around? As he lost his mind, amidst the cacophony of jeers, Kansas center Cohen approached the free throw line, taking his first shot. Clang! The free throw missed the basket. After regaining his composure, Cohen took his second shot. Swish! It was a perfect hit. 63-71. Now, it's an 8-point game. Barkley quipped. After making the free throw, Cohen jubilantly retreated on defense, celebrating the impending victory with a triumphant fist pump. Memphis launched an offense. Woo-goo, having just entered the game, remained calm and focused, disregarding the surrounding jeers. Center Black Smith threw the ball in from the baseline, and Woo-goo received it, swiftly advancing into the front court. Kansas white point guard Collins approached to defend Woo-goo, a hint of disdain in his expression as he taunted, "You're losing, little trash. Should I reserve a spot in the box for you to celebrate together?" "Oh, is that so? Well, I must thank you then." With that, Woo-goo leaped high beyond the three-point line, arms raised, and took the shot. What? He shot so quickly. Collins stood frozen in disbelief. Rebound 1. Cohen, witnessing Woo-goo's shot, felt a surge of excitement, envisioning his own additional rebound. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Swish! It nestled neatly into the net. 66-71 did the University of Memphis trail by 5 points, with only 31.9 seconds remaining. It seems there's still hope, the Memphis fans suddenly realized, their eyes fixed intently on the court. Yao Ming, who had been observing the game, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "I can't shake the feeling that this is eerily familiar." A flicker of hope reignited in Calipari's eyes. Kansas initiated their offensive play. Woo-goo signaled for his teammates to apply full-court pressure. Having played together as a cohesive unit, they were exceptionally in sync. Cohen astutely noticed that their substitute shooting guard was unguarded and passed the ball to him. The moment Carl Shell received the basketball, Woo-goo committed a fierce foul. Only a second had elapsed. There were still 30.9 seconds remaining. Nervously, Carl Shell approached the free throw line, but he steadied his breath, accepting the ball from the referee. Swish! The first free throw was successful. Swish! The second free throw also found its mark. 66-73. Memphis was on the attack. Power forward hard passed the ball to Woo-goo. Upon receiving the basketball, Woo-goo swiftly advanced to the front court. Smith set a screen to aid him. Utilizing the screen, Woo-goo maneuvered around Collins, while Cohen hurried to contest. In a dazzling display, Woo-goo executed a shot fake, deceiving Cohen, then, with an audacious flourish, launched a three-pointer. The basketball painted a graceful arc in the air. Swish! It splashed through the net once more. 69-73. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. 31. Great shot. Beautiful. The Memphis fans caught a glimmer of hope once again. Key players like Rose, Roberts, and Dorsey noticed the shift in momentum on the court. Woo-goo, Smith, and their teammates exchanged high fives and encouragement before heading to the free throw line. After receiving the ball from the referee, he steadied his breath and released the shot with confidence. The basketball soared through the air. It must go in. The Memphis fans fervently prayed in their hearts. Swish! It cleanly went through the net, 70-73. The University of Memphis trailed by a mere 3 points, with 24.3 seconds left on the clock. Wow! The Memphis fans erupted in joyous cheers, their hopes rekindled. The outcome is still uncertain. We are all dark horses. Timeout. Kansas University's head coach sensed something amiss and quickly called for a timeout. Why do I feel that we might just pull off a comeback? The Memphis fans were filled with a mix of doubt and optimism. Chapter 3. Carter's death-defying dunk. On the Kansas bench, the Kansas head coach was fervently shouting, "Stay calm. Chalmers, Rush, Arthur, Cole Aldrich, I need you to step up when the opposing team attacks. Remember to double-team that number 3. Understood?" Chalmers, Rush, Arthur, and several other players merely wiped the sweat from their brows and nodded in acknowledgement. On the Memphis bench, head coach Calipari encouraged Woo, "You are doing splendidly. Remain on the court, and let Smith stay as well. Ross, Roberts, Dorsey, you will substitute in. When the opposing team receives the ball, commit a swift foul, and when we inbound, aim to pass to Ross or Woo." Understood, coach. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the commentary booth, one commentator exclaimed, "Am I seeing this correctly? Is Woo truly this formidable? 7 points in just 11 seconds of shooting touch is on fire." A Smith, astonished by the sudden shift in momentum on the court, exclaimed, "Fat pig, are you seriously considering another reckless move?" Barkley, a former player, recognized Wu's impressive speed and accuracy, pondering why the Memphis coach had waited until now to deploy him. He analyzed, there's little time left. As long as the Kansas players maintain their composure and sink the final free throws, they should be in good stead. Let us continue to observe, remarked A. Smith. The pause has ended, and the match resumes. The University of Kansas has possession. From the sideline, Cowan passes the ball to the most dazzling player on the team tonight, Chalmers. Rose hastily pursues the fleeing Chalmers and commits a foul with 5.1 seconds elapsed. There are still 19.2 seconds remaining. Chalmers approaches the free throw line, steadies his breath amidst the raucous jeers of the Memphis fans. Swish, swish. He sinks both free throws. Memphis 70, Kansas 75. Memphis is ready to inbound the ball. Dorsey swiftly passes it to Rose. Wuga swiftly arrived beyond the three-point line. With a resounding thud, Ross, witnessing the moment, executed a long pass that was nearly intercepted by Rush. Miraculously, the basketball found its way into Wu Ge's possession. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ge displayed unwavering determination, employing a scissor step to accelerate past Rush with a single stride. Upon seeing Wu Ge penetrating the paint, Cohen was instantly exhilarated. Positioning himself just outside the restricted area, contemplating how to incite an offensive foul against the young prodigy, unwilling to allow him to maintain his audacious demeanor. "Get out of my way," Wu Ge exclaimed, noticing Cohen approaching. Without losing momentum, he confronted the towering Cohen, who stood at an impressive 2.11 meters, and launched himself into the air. In an instant, he soared above, landing squarely on Cohen's shoulders, raising his right arm to wield the ball with ferocity, and forcefully directed it towards the hoop. B00M. The resounding sound of the dunk reverberated as the basketball was emphatically thrust into the net. The rim, too, emitted a plaintive groan of anguish in that moment. Wu Ge soared over Cohen, propelled by inertia, and upon landing, let out a thunderous roar while flexing his biceps in a display of strength. The referee's whistle echoed once more. 2-1, foul on Cohen for blocking. The slow-motion replay revealed that Cohen had indeed stepped out of bounds. "Oh my goodness. Wu. Incredible." The Memphis fans initially fell into a brief silence before erupting into a fervent cheer. Players from the Memphis bench leaped to their feet, while Calipari looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, "Unbelievable." Rose, Dorsey, Roberts, and Smith rushed forward, brimming with excitement to celebrate with Wu Ge. Cohen stood in a daze, his gaze vacant, while Chalmers, Rush, and Arthur gaped in disbelief, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. The entire Kansas fan base was left stunned, frozen in place by the sheer brilliance of the moment. This play was simply sensational. At the commentary table, Barkley and A. Smith rose from their seats, pounding the table in excitement, and after a moment of breathless anticipation, finally managed to utter a phrase in awe. And then, Wu Ge approached the free throw line, receiving the ball from the referee. With a fluid motion, he executed a precise shot. Swish. The additional free throw was successful. The score stood at 73-75. With the University of Memphis trailing by a mere 2 points and only 11.2 seconds remaining. This electrifying dunk had once again narrowed the gap to 2. During the timeout, the large screen displayed a continuous loop of Wu Ge's recent dunk over Cohen. The technical booth even produced a comparative analysis chart juxtaposing Wu Ge's dunk with Carter's Olympic slam. The atmosphere on the court was instantly ignited by this play, and thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. An enthusiastic female fan even shouted, "Wu, I adore you." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Kansas prepared to inbound the ball. Cohen remained ensnared in the shadow of that devastating dunk. He executed an inbound pass that nearly sent the ball flying out of bounds. Chalmers, positioned near the right side of the free throw line, made a daring catch. Dorsey and Rose rushed in an attempt to foul, while Chalmers, in a state of panic, dribbled toward the paint. Alas, in his haste, Chalmers stumbled over his own feet, losing grip on the ball, which rolled perilously towards the free throw line. Wu Ge, quick-witted and agile, snatched the basketball that had rolled onto the floor. Rush and Arthur hurriedly attempted to secure the ball, vying for possession. The referee, Calipari, promptly signaled for a timeout, utilizing the last remaining pause of the game to retain the final possession. At this moment, the University of Memphis trailed by a mere 2 points, with 8 seconds remaining and one last chance to score. Players such as Rose, Roberts, and Dorsey clenched their fists, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. In the commentary booth, A. Smith jested, "Hey, are you really going to kiss the donkey's backside again, fat pig?" Barkley, however, was visibly anxious, holding his breath and intently watching the court. Simultaneously, a flurry of posts erupted on forums across Long Country. Have you heard? A player named Wu Gu just replicated Carter's iconic dunk in the NCAA finals. Is this for real? Don't kid me, OP. Come on, OP, share the pic. Soon, a graphic image surfaced on various platforms, igniting a frenzy among netizens. Wow, this is no joke. OP is serious. The internet collectively erupted in excitement. Chapter 4. The Killer Instinct Shill. The Kansas fans began to boo. Meanwhile, the Memphis supporters felt their hearts racing, hands clasped in prayer, imploring divine intervention. The Kansas bench was buzzing. The head coach unveiled a tactical board, strategizing defensive maneuvers. Let us go. We're still ahead by 2 points. We can win this. Rush. Arthur, keep a close eye on Rose. I have a hunch he's our primary threat. Chalmers, focus on number 3 Wu. We'd rather concede 2 than allow a 3-pointer. Guard that arc tightly. Understood, coach. Every player held their breath, intently absorbing the instructions, terrified of mishearing a single word. On the Memphis bench, Calipari continued to inspire his team with motivational words. Come on, guys, we're only 2 points away. The cameras captured a humorous moment. Team leader Rose was seen patting Wu Gu on the shoulder. This amused the commentators, who quipped, "Hey, Smith. Look at Rose giving a water cooler player a shoulder massage." The crowd also took notice of this amusing scene. "Hey, Rose. I'm good." Wu Gu quickly urged Rose to sit beside him, for he was a modest man. As the timeout concluded, play resumed. Coach Calipari, sweat glistening on his brow, sketched out movement strategies on the board, shouting, "In a moment, set a screen for Rose to run without the ball, then pass it to him. If he doesn't catch it, send it to Wu." "Yes, coach." The players nodded in agreement. Wu Gu gazed thoughtfully at the tactical board. "Come on, team. We can do this." Rose stepped up to bolster everyone's spirits. The timeout concluded. The game resumed. Memphis was awarded a sideline throw-in. The camera focused on Memphis's star player. Number 23, Rose, followed closely by the unexpectedly outstanding Wu Gu. It must be noted that Kansas's coach possesses considerable acumen, as he had strategically deployed Rush and Arthur to encumber Rose, thwarting the tactical intentions of the renowned coach, Calipari, from executing his primary play. Just as the 5-second violation was looming, Wu Gu shouted, "Give it to me." He accelerated, deftly shaking off Chalmers' defense, and positioned himself near the midcourt to receive the ball from Dorsey, advancing it from the backcourt to the front. Time ticked away, and those on the sidelines were sweating profusely, nervously biting their lips, their eyes fixated on Wu Gu in the arena. On the court, Wu Gu continuously performed T-Mac's signature step, executing a series of crossovers while scrutinizing Chalmers before him. Alarmingly, Kansas's small forward Rush sensed Wu Gu was poised to take a shot, hastily abandoning Rose to close in on Wu Gu. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now is the moment. Wu Gu's gaze was icy as he leapt into the air, with Chalmers and Rush swiftly closing in. Ascending gracefully, Wu Gu faced Chalmers, executing a flawless T-Mac-style pull-up three-pointer. Just before Chalmers and Rush could touch the ball, he released it into the air. The basketball soared slowly above the arena, enveloped in a moment of silence. All the fans covered their mouths, holding their breath, afraid to exhale, their eyes fixed intently on the trajectory of the ball. Some timid souls had tightly shut their eyes. Would it go in, or not? Players and coaches, including Rose, Dorsey, Roberts, and Calipari, clenched their fists, their attention riveted on the ball. Time seemed to stand still in that fleeting second, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, punctuated only by the heartbeat of the crowd. The basketball traced a perfect arc, soaring over the NCAA championship court. Swish. It found the net with unwavering certainty. 76-75. The net rippled with the impact. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The shot counted, a three-pointer. A last-second triumph. The game concluded with Memphis University triumphing over Kansas University. The Memphis fans were momentarily silent, only to erupt into fervent applause and cheers. The resounding shouts of the fans reverberated throughout the arena. Oh, yes. 3. Incredulous. Woo. He did it. 13 points in 35 seconds. Tonight, he is the hero of Memphis. Hey, Smith at the commentary booth shouted in exhilaration. A lethal strike. The cold-blooded assassin, Barkley exclaimed. The Kansas fans were in despair, clutching their heads, unable to comprehend the score on the court. The Kansas head coach, in frustration, kicked the bench. Chalmers, Rush, and Cohen stood frozen, silently watching Wu Gu on the court. Cole Aldrich and Arthur were moved to tears, their heads bowed in anguish. We won. We did it. We are champions. Rose, Dorsey, Roberts, Smith, and their teammates could no longer contain their exuberance, rushing towards Wu Gu on the court. Calipari, witnessing the shot, clenched his fist in excitement. After making the game-winning shot, Wu Gu jubilantly pounded his chest, sprinting towards the center of the court. Wu Gu pointed to his arm and exclaimed, "So in my veins. Cold blood courses through my veins." Chapter 5. The Belonging of MOP. As the final whistle of the match echoed, colorful streamers descended from the sky. In the final 35 seconds, Wu Gu scored an astonishing 13 points, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. The crowd erupted with chants of "Woo, woo, woo," in unison, honoring their hero. In the commentary booth, A. Smith proclaimed, "A new king has ascended. Let us celebrate the birth of a new champion and extend our warmest congratulations to the University of Memphis for winning this year's NCAA championship." He also expressed gratitude to both teams for delivering an exhilarating match. Undoubtedly, the brightest star of the evening was Wu Gu, whose miraculous feat of scoring 13 points in the last 35 seconds was nothing short of phenomenal. The big screen began showcasing the match's spectacular highlights, with breathtaking plays from Rose and Wu Gu eliciting cheers from the Memphis fans once more. Suddenly, a braying sound resonated through the venue. It appeared the organizers had brought in a donkey, its presence marked by an unmistakable odor that added an unexpected twist to the festivities. The crowd playfully urged, "Kiss it. Kiss it." A. Smith, reveling in the spectacle, quipped, "Hey, fat pig, your donkey friend has come to find you." Barkley could only shake his head in resignation, begrudgingly offering his lips once more to the donkey's rear. NBA stars like Kobe, LeBron, Anthony, Paul, and Yao Ming were seen laughing heartily at the scene. In the audience, Kobe turned to Yao with curiosity. "Yao, your compatriot is quite impressive. Do you know more about him?" Yao shook his head, replying, "Kobe, to be honest, I'm not familiar with him either. Today is the first time I've seen him, but his performance has truly astonished me." With that, Kobe turned his gaze back to Wu Gu, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Memphis fans in the stands were eagerly dialing their friends who had left early. "Hey bro, come back. Come back to celebrate. Celebrate Kansas winning? You traitor. We are the champions. What did you say? Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? Hurry back. Soon." A portion of the fans who had exited returned with expressions of disbelief, ready to welcome the heroes of the University of Memphis back into the arena. Wu Gu was tightly embraced by his rushing teammates, who continuously tossed him into the air. The players from Memphis erupted in jubilant cheers, proclaiming, "We have triumphed. We are the champions." With tears of joy welling in his eyes, Rose reflected on the despair of their previous struggles, now replaced with elation as he beheld Wu Gu soaring above, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Wu. You have made my youth devoid of regrets." Yet, amidst the celebration, sorrow lingered. The Kansas bench was shrouded in a somber atmosphere as the players concealed their eyes with towels, tears cascading down their cheeks, filled with frustration as they watched their Memphis counterparts revel in victory. "Hey, you all did wonderfully. It was just that unexpected number 3 that caught us off guard." Observing the scene, the Kansas coach stepped forward to console his distraught players, gently patting their shoulders. Once they steadied their emotions, the Kansas players approached their Memphis rivals one by one, exchanging embraces before departing forlornly towards the locker room. Meanwhile, Memphis head coach Calipari, after honoring his counterpart, excitedly rushed onto the court, enveloping his players in a heartfelt embrace. And when he reached Wu Gu, he exclaimed, "Wu, you are my lucky star. I regret keeping you on the bench for so long." Wu Ji's lips curved slightly as he waved his hand, saying, "Who said I'm not the coach's secret weapon?" "Yes, indeed." Kali Polly awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Colorful ribbons continued to cascade from the sky as the celebratory music began to play. Let us congratulate the University of Memphis for their championship victory. Now, we shall present the championship trophy as well as the M0 trophy. As the host's words echoed, the NCAA organizers slowly brought forth the championship trophy and the M0 trophy. The NCAA official stepped onto the stage, grasped the microphone, and proclaimed, "The team that has won the 2008 NCAA championship is the University of Memphis." "Wow, that's incredible." The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. The official continued, "The recipient of the 2008 NCAA Most Valuable Player Award is Rose. Let us congratulate him." Applause resonated throughout the arena as fans cheered for Rose. Tears welled in Rose's eyes, his gaze glistening with emotion as he approached the podium. Taking the microphone, Rose turned directly to Wu Gu and, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "I want to share this M0 trophy with my brother Wu." I thought my youth would end with regrets. It was him. In those final 35 seconds, he scored 13 points, turning the tide. Without Wu, I would never have had the chance to stand on this ultimate award stage. Seizing the moment, the host smiled and said, "Let us congratulate them." Well, Wu, well done. Derek was fantastic too. In this match, both Wu Gu and Derek are M0s. You are all remarkable. Keep it up. The audience acknowledged Wu Ji's prowess, erupting in waves of cheers, celebrating the unexpected hero of the match and the team's journey filled with extraordinary triumphs. The ceremony commenced, presenting trophies and championship caps to the victorious players. Wu Gu and Ross jointly raised the trophy representing the M0 players. At last, everyone began to pose for photographs. Cheese. Came the photographer's enthusiastic call. Wu Gu playfully flashed a OK gesture on Rose's forehead. A family portrait of the players triumphantly holding up the trophy in celebration of their championship victory was printed. The staff brought out the ladder to cut down the net from the hoop. The fans in attendance began to chant in excitement. With a smile, Rose accepted the ladder from the staff and climbed up to the rim. Snap! He cut down the net as a memento of their victory. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, the Memphis players made their way down the tunnel, high-fiving their fervent supporters. NCAA Championship, Memphis University. Most Valuable Player, Rose. Chapter 6, 35 seconds, 13 points. The legendary T-Mac? The most powerful dunk in NCAA history. Carter's death-defying dunk reimagined. The final shot that sealed the victory over Kansas. Memphis University's secret weapon. 35 seconds, 13 points. Was it McGrady or Wu Gu? It was Wu Ji's moment. In the final 35 seconds, he led the team to victory. As NCAA's March Madness came to a close, major NBA media outlets such as Sports Illustrated, Fox, ESPN, and FW Sports unanimously reported on Memphis University's championship win. Social media platforms like Longwa Forum, various discussion boards, and Weibo buzzed with highlights of Wu Ji's performance. With some naysayers begrudgingly commenting, "Not bad at all, quite seamless. Hey buddy, where did you learn this? Teach me." However, once a video featuring the full highlights of the NCAA game was released, the critics fell silent in unison. Suddenly, Weibo and various forums erupted. All of Wu Ji's background was thoroughly investigated. Before turning 18, he had been relatively obscure, but due to his impressive academic performance, he was granted admission to Memphis University. Joining the basketball team as a former water cooler attendant, rising to prominence with a stunning comeback in the final 35 seconds of the NCAA championship, netizens exclaimed in astonishment. This could be a novel. Meanwhile, at that moment, Wu Gu was peacefully asleep in bed. After yesterday's game, he returned home to play a round of Dota. As an exemplary Position 1 player, he engaged in an intense match against a formidable opponent, with both sides showcasing remarkable skills. Ultimately, as his team's base exploded, Wu Gu secured his ranking as a vanguard. With the heartfelt concern of his teammates, he closed his computer. "Where's the rainbow? Tell me." Suddenly, a phone call rang out. "Incredible! You little rascal. You're on fire now. Several girls are asking for your contact information." As Wu Gu listened to the voice on the other end of the line, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was his good friend Zheng Qinyu, often referred to as Zheng Xiao due to his affluent background. The two shared a bond over their mutual interests collecting bird eggs, surfing the internet, and sneakily admiring young women, though Zheng Xiao's wealth set him apart as a typical second-generation rich kid. "Zheng Xiao, I have something to attend to. I'll get in touch later," Wu Gu said, still in a daze, before hastily ending the call. Beep, beep, beep. This fellow dared to hang up on me. Zheng Qinyu, hearing the disconnect, quickly donned his clothes and made his way to the backyard, stepping onto the expansive 300-square-meter lawn. With a thunderous roar, the helicopter stationed in his backyard took off, heading straight for Wu Ji's dormitory. Everything from last night felt so surreal. After hanging up, Wu Gu remained enveloped in a dreamlike haze. He swiftly grabbed his phone and was struck by the prominent date displayed, 2008. At that moment, Wu Gu confirmed one undeniable truth: he had truly traversed through time. "I must not neglect my appearance." Wu Gu rushed to the mirror, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he beheld his reflection, a strikingly handsome visage, surpassing even the likes of Panin, effortlessly outshining Yen Zhu and besting Guanxi with a mere glance. He then created a Weibo and NS account under the username Sweet Tooth Wu, uploading a picture of his breathtaking three-point game winner from the previous day. In Madison Square Garden, the general manager's office, Walsh was engrossed in the footage of the thrilling conclusion of the NCAA finals from the night before. upon witnessing Wu Ji's slam dunk over Cohen. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness, the sky is this guy's limit." As he watched Wu Ji's acrobatic layup, his excitement became uncontrollable. Walsh grabbed his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Mr. Duo. We have a candidate for this year's draft, and I assure you, you will be pleased with my recommendation." After hanging up, Walsh could hardly contain his exhilaration, pondering the disheartening prospect of his team missing the playoffs again. In his heart, he resolved, this player must be secured for the Knicks. Meanwhile, Knicks owner Dolan, with a serious demeanor, opened the video sent by Walsh. After watching, he hesitated not and confirmed his decision with a resolute gaze. At that moment, in the Staples Center general manager's office, Kobe approached the current GM, Mitch Kupchak, teasingly inquiring, "Hey, guess what I discovered?" Kupchak, intrigued, replied, "Kobe, have you unearthed another prodigious talent?" With a smile that hinted at his amusement, Kobe handed over the footage from that day. "Hey, Mitch, someone else looking for you." As Kupchak was about to watch, someone arrived outside, prompting him to place the videotape on the table. Once the tasks were completed and feeling utterly bored, he inserted the tape into the DVD player. That night, Kupchak found it impossible to sleep. At that moment, all the events were centered around Wu Gu, who was within the Memphis University basketball arena. Wu Gu was astonished to discover that he had become remarkably proficient, effortlessly executing three-pointers, slam dunks, and swift crossovers. At that moment, Rose was also invited back to his alma mater for an event and could not resist the allure of the basketball court, a place that had accompanied him throughout his growth. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of a basketball echoing in the gymnasium piqued his curiosity. Is someone playing? With a sense of intrigue, Rose stepped inside and found Wu Gu practicing on the court. He immediately approached and greeted, "Hello there, Wu," upon hearing someone call his name. Wu Gu looked up and was surprised to see Ross. "Ross, what brings you here?" "I came to participate in an event at school. Do you have some time now? Shall we have a match?" "Absolutely, Ross." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the two, a student in the corner discreetly raised his phone, capturing the scene on the basketball court and posting it on the school's forum. Chapter 7, Wu Gu vs. Ross. The campus forum of the University of Memphis was initially tranquil, with everyone quietly engaging in various discussions. Suddenly, a photograph appeared accompanied by a caption, "Memphis University Basketball Arena, a pinnacle clash, Wu Gu vs. Ross." Instantly, the forum erupted with excitement, flooded with likes and comments. "Hey, buddy, you're quite inconsiderate. Why share such monumental news only now?" One. Some even initiated a betting pool, with the majority favoring Ross, believing Wu Gu was merely a fleeting phenomenon. The odds were stacked heavily against Wu Gu, with Ross at 95 and Wu Gu at a mere 5. One commenter remarked, "One is a long-standing hero of the school, while the other is a rising star from Memphis. Thus, I am inclined to favor Ross." This statement garnered an instantaneous 999 likes. Supporters of Wu Gu are currently leaving messages below, expressing their unwavering belief in his victory. Meanwhile, at the basketball court of the University of Memphis, Wu Gu and Ross are warming up at the sidelines. Suddenly, the gymnasium is flooded with hundreds of students who, witnessing the two still engaged in their warm-up, exclaim in astonishment, "What a relief! We made it just in time." The crowd below erupts with enthusiastic shouts, "Go, Ross! Go, Wu!" A significant portion of the audience are fans of Ross, given his considerable popularity, though there are also some who have developed a fondness for Wu Gu after watching the finals. At this moment, Wu Gu and Ross also noticed the crowd that had suddenly appeared at the side. Ross teasingly remarked, "Wu, you have become quite famous now, haven't you? You have so many fans." Wu Gu smiled and said, "Hey, Ross, please refrain from teasing me. They have all come to see you." With that, the two commenced their formal duel. Wu Gu initiated the attack. He grasped the basketball in his hand, positioning himself beyond the three-point line. With a single-handed grip on the ball, he executed a feint to the right, causing Ross to fixate intently on the direction of Wu Gu's feet. "Ross, don't be anxious. It's merely my feet that ache a bit," Wu Gu remarked with a smile. "Wu, I was just glancing down at my shoelaces, haha." Swiftly, while Ross was still speaking, Wu Gu launched into action, darting past Ross's right side. Confronted by an unguarded hoop, he performed Ross's signature layup maneuver, gracefully descending afterward. Swish! The basketball found its mark, securing a perfect shot. Ross turned around, only to see the prominent number 3 jersey and the fluid motion of the layup, jesting, "Wu, when did you master my techniques?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't that Ross's signature layup?" A glimmer of cunning amusement sparkled in Wu Ji's eyes. Indeed. With the extraordinary talents of three basketball prodigies now merged within him, executing an array of techniques felt utterly effortless. The score on the court stood at 1-0. With both sides exchanging offensive possessions, Rose initiated the attack. He dribbled between his legs, feigning a leftward drive, then swiftly switched the ball to his right hand, maintaining his signature move with unyielding speed as he changed direction. Wu Ge was quite familiar with this maneuver. Possessing the speed of player A, along with commendable height, weight, and arm length, he effectively confined Rose. Seeing that his attempt to break through was thwarted, Rose dribbled back to the three-point line and accelerated once more. Wu Ge closely pursued him, and as Rose approached, he executed a powerful pull-up in midair, sending the ball soaring beneath Wu Ji's outstretched arms toward the hoop. Clang! Clang! The basketball bounced twice off the rim before awkwardly tumbling in. The score on the court was now tied at 1-1. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the sidelines. Take him down. Rose. Well done. Wu Ge shook his head, expressing helplessness. Ross. I have exerted myself to the utmost in defense. Yet, you still managed to score. Ross replied with a shake of his head. Wu, your defense is truly commendable. My success just now is purely a stroke of luck. Haha. Wu Ge reflected on how Rose truly embodies humility and modesty as a player. Smiling as he accepted the basketball passed to him by Rose, Wu Ge initiated an offensive maneuver. Ross, once again, anxiously fixated on Wu Ge. With one hand gripping the ball, Wu Ge executed a feint, leading Ross to believe he would drive forward, prompting him to take a step back. In that moment, Wu Ge soared into the air. Swish! The three-pointer was released. Amidst the bewildered expressions of those on the sidelines, the shot sailed through the net. The score on the court now stood at 3-1. Ross retaliated. Following that, Ross performed a graceful prayer motion, launching a shot over Wu Ge that found its mark. Wu Ge launches an assault. As Wu Ge confronted Rose, one accelerated into the paint while the other leaped, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. Creak! The rim emitted a terrifying groan. The spectators below were instantly awestruck, exclaiming, "This Wu, he seems to possess extraordinary talent." At this moment, Wu Ji's fans are filled with elation, collectively exclaiming, "Wu Ge, you are the best." The match continues, with both teams exchanging blows and making notable progress. The score quickly reaches 8-9. Rose advances. He gazes at Wu Ge, determined to make the shot count, as he currently trails by a single point. With a feint, Rose accelerates, darting past Wu Ge. Has he succeeded? He thinks to himself that if he makes this shot and then secures the next, victory will be his. A smile breaks on his face as he leaps toward the basket, releasing the ball with a delicate flick. Rose watches as the basketball soars toward the hoop, but notices something out of the corner of his eye. What are the spectators exclaiming? It seems they have witnessed something astonishing. Their eyes wide with surprise. In that moment, Rose turns to see what lies behind him. To his astonishment, Wu Ge is charging in, propelling himself off the ground with powerful determination, rising high into the air. With a resounding thud, the seemingly certain basket is swatted away, sent flying out of bounds. Rose is momentarily frozen in disbelief. The crowd falls into an eerie silence, with only the sound of the basketball bouncing on the floor echoing in the stillness. Wu Ge launches an attack. As Wu Ge skillfully dribbled the ball, he faced off against Rose. With a sudden burst of speed, he executed a double hesitation move, evading Rose with finesse. Ascending into the air, he grasped the ball with one hand, confronting the unguarded hoop. After the match, Rose approached Wu Ge, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, exclaiming, "Wu, you are the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered." Wu Ge extended his hand, offering his blessings. "Ross, you are destined to be the champion, blooming like a rose, showcasing your unique colors." The video of the match was subsequently uploaded by a spectator to Instagram, reigniting fervor across the internet and sparking renewed discussions about Wu Ge. "Wherever there is a rainbow, tell me." The phone rang and Wu Ge answered. "Junction Yu." Brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My dear brother, you are in the spotlight again. Quickly, check NS." Wu Ge hung up the phone and browsed the internet, discovering that someone had uploaded a video of his one-on-one match against Ross. Let the storm come even fiercer, Wu Ge murmured to himself. He boldly released a bombshell, posting an image of his registration for the draft on both NS and Weibo, proclaiming, "NBA, here I come." Instantly, this announcement sent shockwaves both domestically and internationally, stirring up a tidal wave of excitement. In a single night, Wu Ge amassed tens of thousands of followers, the majority of whom were detractors. These critics flooded the comments section on social media, urging him, "Don't embarrass yourself out there. Come back. Woo go." Who is he? The player who challenged Rose at the water cooler? One good game, and he thinks he can enter the NBA draft? My grandmother could join the NBA. However, a faction of rational fans also chimed in, offering words of encouragement. Woo go. Keep pushing. We believe in you. Woo go. You are the best. Yet, their supportive messages were quickly overshadowed by the overwhelming tide of public commentary. Chapter 8. The Draft Lottery, May 21st, 8 p.m. Chicago. With a resounding cheer from the audience, representatives from various teams and lottery officials entered the venue. Meanwhile, Rose, Woo, Beasley, and other rookies were watching the live draft lottery from the comfort of their homes. At the lottery event, a host of team executives sat below, intently gazing at the stage. Securing a favorable draft position is of paramount importance, as it could allow them to select their coveted players. What does the first overall pick signify for a team? If one were to consider the legendary players who have held the top spot in past drafts, such as Tim Duncan, LeBron James, and Shaquille O'Neal, the significance becomes abundantly clear. Pat Riley of the Miami Heat stated, "If I draw the first pick tonight, I will not hesitate to select the star point guard, Rose, from the University of Memphis." Among the teams in the lottery, the Heat had a 25% chance of securing the top pick, followed by the Supersonics 19-9, Timberwolves 13-8, and others. Hence, Riley harbored a measure of confidence. Though probability does not equate to certainty, the final outcome would ultimately hinge on the actual lottery results. As the audience held their breath, the host's voice resonated. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to tonight's NBA Draft Lottery." The event commenced with the host announcing, "We now invite the representatives of the first 14 teams to come forward and draw their fates." The representatives, including Durant, Wade, and the general manager of the Bulls, approached the stage to select their destiny. Once all teams had drawn their positions, Adam Silver ascended the stage to unveil the draft order for the top 14 selections. Each team's representative fixated on the card that would signify their draft position as Silver methodically revealed each pick, starting from the back. The 14th pick was announced, revealing the teams: Warriors, Trail Blazers, Kings, Pacers, Nets, Bobcats, Bucks, Clippers, Knicks, and Grizzlies. Oh, the executives who drew favorable positions raised their arms in triumph, while those from teams that drew less fortunate spots could only shake their heads in dismay. Remaining on the court were the Bulls, Heat, Timberwolves, and Supersonics. Adam Silver continued, "Now, let us unveil the top 4 teams in this draft lottery." Wade, Durant, and representatives from the other 2 teams felt their hearts racing, breaths quickening, and palms involuntarily tightening. The supporters of the 4 teams below held their breath, their eyes fixated on the proceedings. The 4th-place team was the Seattle Supersonics. As the card was revealed, Durant awkwardly waved his hand. The team claiming the 3rd pick was the Minnesota Timberwolves, prompting applause from the crowd. The Miami Heat secured the 2nd pick, and Wade shook his head in embarrassment, as the odds seemed unfavorable for them to clinch the top pick. Cheers erupted from the executives of the Chicago Bulls. Silver then unveiled the final card, exclaiming, "Let us congratulate the Chicago Bulls for securing the first overall pick in this draft lottery." With the conclusion of the results, Rose, who had been watching the draft unfold on television, breathed a sigh of relief. His ideal destination was indeed Chicago, a dream realized. The Chicago Bulls, with a mere 1-7 chance, miraculously emerged with the coveted first pick, a true marvel. At this moment, Wugu also sent a text message to Rose to express his congratulations. "Congratulations, Rose. Undoubtedly, you are the first pick of this draft." Rose joyfully replied, "Woo, I know your talent matches mine. You will surely be selected as well. When that time comes, let us face off on the NBA stage." Haha. The two shared a knowing smile upon receiving each other's messages. Outside the arena, a multitude of fans gathered in front of the United Center's large screen, already igniting fireworks in celebration. In stark contrast, New York Knicks fans were vandalizing the screen, fortunately. Staff members intervened in time. Following this, Silver began to announce the allocation of the remaining draft positions. The first round, picks 15 to 30, would sequentially go to the Atlanta Hawks, traded to the Suns, the Philadelphia 76ers, the Toronto Raptors, the Washington Wizards, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Denver Nuggets, the Dallas Mavericks, the Orlando Magic, the Utah Jazz, the Suns, and the Houston Rockets. The second-round draft order was as follows: Miami Heat, Seattle Supersonics, Memphis Grizzlies, Timberwolves, Clippers, Knicks, Bucks, Bobcats, Bulls, and Nets. Subsequently, Stern took to the stage to announce the date of the draft. The 2008 NBA Draft will take place on June 27th at 8 a.m. Dragon Country time at Madison Square Garden in New York. Thus, this draft lottery concluded successfully. While watching the draft lottery, Woo received a phone call. "Hey, Woo, our company is interested in signing you. Can we find a time to discuss this?" Chapter 9. Invited to participate in the joint workout May 22nd. Inside a coffee shop in Memphis. Unable to endure the incessant barrage of calls from Paul, Woo arrived at the designated CAF, wielding his trusty bicycle. "Woo, I have seen your slam dunk. It was absolutely magnificent." The man opposite Woo gesticulated excitedly with his hands. "Oh, are you referring to which play? The one where you dunked over Khan? It was stunning. I've even turned it into a wallpaper to hang above my bed. Haha. I hope that dunk has left Khan with any lingering shadows." After Woo finished speaking, he instinctively took a step back by 2 centimeters to maintain a certain degree of safety. At that moment, a robust man wearing a cap and dark sunglasses entered the CAF. Upon seeing the newcomer, Paul stood up and exclaimed, "Hey, James, you've arrived." Woo felt a slight surprise. The young emperor, James? He couldn't help but turn his head to look. There stood a figure as robust as a bull, exuding an aura of undeniable dominance. As James entered, he immediately spotted Rich Paul and strode over with determination. "Hey, so this is where you've been. I've been searching for you for quite some time," he exclaimed. Then, turning his gaze curiously towards the individual with his back to him, he inquired, "Rich, aren't you going to introduce us?" As Rich Paul rose to speak, he was poised to make the introduction. Woo smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, LeBron. I am Woo. I've been following your games for quite some time." LeBron, grinning widely, reciprocated the gesture. "Hello, Woo. It's a pleasure to meet you." The three then took their seats. LeBron jested, "Woo, today I happen to have a promotional event in Memphis. This guy insisted that I come and meet you, claiming there was a genius player. Haha, I didn't expect it to be you. I saw your game live at the NCAA finals that day. It was truly impressive." Woo waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "It is merely good fortune, nothing more." Shortly thereafter, the group engaged in a discussion. Woo had initially intended to sign a contract, but after conversing with his close friend Jung Xiao the previous evening, the latter had promptly assembled a professional team and proclaimed his commitment to fully dedicating himself to his basketball career, aspiring to achieve greatness and defy familial expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Woo agreed to embark on this entrepreneurial venture alongside Zhang Qinyu. In no time, Rich Paul expressed his desire to sign Woo, stating, "Woo, we wish to bring you on board." Woo, with a look of regret, replied, "I appreciate your offer, Rich. I truly intended to accept your invitation, as I hold your capabilities in high regard, but I have already committed to my friend's proposal last night." "What? That is truly unfortunate." Rich Paul's countenance fell as he continued, "Should the opportunity arise, I implore you to reconsider." "Of course. Absolutely." With that, Woo excused himself from the CAF. LeBron, observing Woo depart, turned to the despondent Rich and cheerfully remarked, "Keep your chin up, old friend. This year's rose is quite remarkable as well. I believe you should consider extending an invitation to him." "Oh, indeed." Rich Paul perked up at the suggestion. It was evident that the aspiring prominent agent was no ordinary individual. That very evening, with the establishment of Zhang Qinyu's management company, Woo became an investor, simultaneously embodying the roles of both player and owner. The company was aptly named K&G, with the intent of promoting this new venture. Woo announced the successful establishment of his management company, My Company, K&G, alongside his good friends on NS. He accompanied this announcement with a striking photo of Khan. Immediately, those who followed Woo's accounts on NS and Weibo were inundated with reactions. Numerous netizens left comments, questioning, "Who is this player? He hasn't even entered the NBA yet, and is already starting his own company?" That evening, Woo experienced an instantaneous surge of 100,000 followers, reaching a remarkable total of 100,000. However, it is worth noting that many of these individuals flocked to the comments section to criticize Woo. On May 23rd, as the 2008 NBA draft approached, a joint workout was held at the United Center in Chicago, where team managers, executives, scouts, agents, and journalists gathered at the venue. Woo was also invited to the scene, accompanied by his good friend Zhang Qinyu, to undergo various trials. The first evaluation involved a series of physical tests. When the report on JaVale McGee was announced, it astonished everyone present. Player, JaVale McGee. Position, center, power forward, height, barefoot 210, 82 centimeters wingspan, 228, 6 centimeters standing reach, 290. 83 centimeters weight, 109. 32 kilograms body fat, 5, 334 yard sprint, 22. 86 m3, 25 seconds vertical jump, static 68. 58 centimeters vertical jump, running 82. 55 centimeters running reach, 373. 38 centimeters max bench press, 7 repetitions, what can one say? Truly deserving of the name Elijah. It can be said that everything below the neck is of the highest caliber. At that moment, another wave of gasps echoed throughout the arena. All eyes were drawn to the large screen displaying the data from the open tryouts. Player, Wooga position, SGG height, 198 centimeters weight, 102 kilograms wingspan, 218 centimeters standing reach. 2. 70 m running reach. 3. 98 m 100 meter sprint. 10. 3 seconds. The level of a professional sprinter. Max bench press. 145 kilograms. Who is this? This is simply extraordinary. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The testing data of Wooga was displayed prominently on the large screen, igniting a fervor among the crowd, as numerous scouts and general managers hurriedly jotted down the information. Once the on-site staff confirmed the equipment's functionality, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Hey, brother, you truly are extraordinary. The subsequent series of shooting drills left everyone utterly astonished. Swish, swish, swish. With the sound of basketballs netting, he achieved an astonishing 49 out of 50 shots. Having missed only one, the staff could scarcely remember how many times they had been awestruck. Meanwhile, Alexander, who had mocked Wooga during the draft lottery, was also present and upon witnessing Wooga's stats, sneered, such remarkable talent wasted on someone who cannot play. Beside him, Bellas joined in the ridicule, stating, "Not everyone can be here. Not everyone can enter the NBA. You should hurry home and wallow in your failure." Hearing this, Zheng Qinyu's expression darkened, and he glared at the two, retorting with a sarcastic smile, "I wonder whose vinegar jar has been overturned. How sour." The two, upon hearing this, turned crimson, their teeth grinding audibly. Wooga smiled indifferently, casually stating, "Qinyu, there is no need to stoop to the level of two buffoons." Just then, the organizers announced, "We shall now commence the draw for the 5 versus 5 group trial match." Chapter 10. The initial display of unity and trials. As the draw for the group match concluded, the organizers revealed the results. Detailing the matchup lineups: Red Team, point guard, Bellas, shooting guard, Alexander, small forward, OJ Mayo, power forward, Beasley, center, Lopez. Blue Team, point guard, Russell Westbrook, shooting guard, Wooga, small forward, Jeff Green, power forward, Randolph, center, McGee. By what seemed to be a twist of fate, Wooga found himself pitted against Bellas and Alexander. Upon seeing the draw results, Bellas and Alexander erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You're finished. Have you ever heard of Beasley? He is a nationally recognized genius forward and our big brother. You won't score a single point tonight." Beasley approached, greeting his teammates before casting a sidelong glance at Wooga, taunting, "You still have time to back out. Otherwise, I'll make you cry on the court." Hearing the ruckus, Westbrook strode over, clapping Wooga on the shoulder and boldly asserting, "If you have the skills, prove it on the court. Woo, I'll have your back." Wooga cast a glance at Westbrook and smiled. "Russell, thank you. Just a few attention seekers." "Who are you calling attention seekers?" Upon hearing Wooga's remarks, Alexander, Beasley, and others wore expressions of discontent. A spectacle was about to unfold. Let us move quickly. The commotion soon attracted a throng of rookies, scouts, journalists, and team executives. Beep. The game whistle blew. McGee and Lopez approached the center circle, preparing for the jump ball. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. McGee tapped the basketball, which landed in Westbrook's hands. The blue team launched the first attack. Westbrook dribbled past half court, executing a splendid up and down move to evade Beasley, effortlessly making his way to the basket. B00M. With a thunderous dunk, he electrified the crowd. Team executives swiftly took notes, remarking on his astounding leaping ability and speed. The red team initiated their offense. Beasley dribbled past half court and passed the ball to Alexander. Confronted by Wooga's staunch defense, Alexander declared, "Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of an NBA player." With that, he prepared to execute a back-to-the-basket maneuver at the free throw line, readying for a jump shot. However, after several attempts, the ball remained in place, leaving Alexander's face flushed and his mind bewildered. "Why can't I gain any ground?" In a fleeting moment when Wu Gu seized Alexander's moment of confusion, he extended his hand. With a resounding thud, the basketball was deftly knocked from Alexander's grasp, fortuitously landing in Westbrook's possession. Swiftly, Westbrook propelled himself towards the front court, executing a spectacular fast break dunk. Beasley, observing with furrowed brows, raised his hand in frustration from the backcourt, exclaiming, "Alexander, what on earth are you doing?" After retrieving the ball, Beasley dribbled to the front court, signaling for Alexander to set a screen. As the screen was established, Wu Gu found himself switched onto Beasley. Beasley, employing the same tactic, pressed against Wu Gu for an extended period, yet an awkward predicament ensued. Despite his attempts, he could not budge Wu Gu, with the shot clock dwindling to 24 seconds. A hurried pass was made, but Mayo failed to receive it, causing the ball to sail out of bounds. Mayo could only shake his head in disbelief. Now it was the blue team's turn to attack, as Westbrook dribbled past half court. As Wu Gu extended his hand for the ball at the free throw line, Westbrook glanced at him and passed it over. At that moment, facing Alexander's defense, he calmly remarked, "You better not fly out of bounds." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wu Gu began to back down against Alexander, his movements mirroring those of Alexander moments before. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Can he hold his ground? Scouts and executives diligently noted in their notebooks, though exceptionally gifted, his mindset falters, prone to impulsivity. Suddenly, a wave of surprise swept through the arena as Alexander, who had been near the free throw line, found himself being pushed back by Wu Gu. In a swift motion, Wu Gu spun and surged towards the basket, executing a gravity-defying dunk over Beasley. B00M. The rim reverberated with a piercing cry. What a play! Everyone on and off the court was momentarily stunned. Westbrook approached Wu Gu, applauding him. Great play. I love such ferocious scoring. Zheng Qinyu and the spectators below also began to cheer for Wu Gu. The red team was on the offensive. Alexander attempted to fight back, demanding the ball from his teammates to face Wu Gu one-on-one. However, with a quick change of direction, he found himself unable to break through Wu Ji's defense and passed the ball to his teammate, Beasley. Beasley, spotting an opening under the basket, quickly passed the ball to Beasley. In an instant, Wu Gu dashed back to the basket, leaping high to swat Beasley's dunk attempt from behind. With a resounding thud, Beasley was sent tumbling to the floor, and the basketball soared out of bounds. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Wu Gu. Wu Gu raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, indicating that he had not laid a finger on Beasley. Feeling humiliated, Beasley stood up, intent on confronting Wu Gu, only to be swiftly restrained by his teammates. The analysts present were left astounded by the unfolding events. At that moment, Wu Gu seemed transformed, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Beasley, affected by the shift in momentum, missed 2 consecutive shots. The blue team launched an offensive. As the match progressed, the court became a stage solely for Wu Ji's dazzling performance. Wu Gu dominated the court single-handedly, executing blocks and thunderous dunks, utterly shattering the spirits of the red team's Alexander, Bellis, and Beasley. Mayo and Lopez had already resigned themselves to the outcome, fully aware of the animosities between these three. As the clock ticked down to the final 10 seconds, Wu Gu executed a remarkable single-handed maneuver during military training, leaving Beasley utterly bewildered. With a sudden burst of speed, he performed a deft crossover, followed by a swift pullback that left Beasley disoriented. He then surged towards the basket with determination. With a resounding shout, he lifted the ball with one hand and forcefully slammed it towards the hoop. Beasley pursued from behind, while Alexander and Bells rushed in, aiming to block Wu Ji's shot. Undeterred by the trio's efforts, Wu Gu unleashed a thunderous B00M as the basketball was slammed through the hoop with one arm. The impact sent Beasley, Alexander, and Bells tumbling to the ground. What an incredible display of athleticism. Initially, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt moments later into an enthusiastic cheer. Click, click. The reporters on site quickly snapped photos, already envisioning the headlines. Shock. Beasley, Bells, and Alexander kneel before Wu Gu. Is this a distortion of humanity, or? At this moment, Wu Gu approached the three with a smile, shaking his finger. You might as well wait until your next life. With that, he turned and walked away. Thus, only the unfortunate Zheng Qinyu remained to face the throng of reporters who bombarded him with questions. Following the joint trial, Zheng Qinyu dedicated himself to promoting Wu Gu, editing the joint trial video online, removing the dynamic testing segments, and uploading the 5v5 training footage. The internet erupted. Who is this Wu Gu who managed to outshine Beasley? What A dunk over 3 defenders? Is this even human? Look at those physical test results. The latest ESN draft rankings discreetly elevated Wu from a non-draft status to the first pick of the second round. Chapter 11. The Yellow-Green Clash. Kobe weeps at North Shore Garden on June 5th. The NBA Finals officially commenced. The first battle took place at the North Shore Garden Arena. As the DJ introduced the players, the highly symbolic third Yellow-Green Clash of the NBA Finals began. In the opening quarter, Kobe quickly found his rhythm, sinking jump shots consecutively, embodying the home team's spirit. Under Kobe's leadership, the Los Angeles Lakers exhibited formidable momentum, entering halftime with a lead. As the second half commenced, Pierce suddenly sustained an injury during a drive. The slow-motion replay revealed a slight discoloration on his white shorts, indicating a possible strain. He was escorted off the court in a wheelchair by staff. Just when Lakers fans believed victory was assured, a few minutes later, Pierce astonishingly emerged from the player tunnel, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. Battling through pain, Pierce scored 15 points in the quarter and hit 2 crucial three-pointers, helping the Celtics stabilize the game. His return ignited the fans present, and ultimately, the Celtics staged a remarkable comeback, defeating the Lakers 98-88. Boston Celtics 1. Los Angeles Lakers 0. In the second game, held again at North Shore Garden, the Lakers appeared to struggle to find their offensive rhythm, committing numerous basic errors on the court. The commentators exclaimed in disbelief. The Lakers seemed completely unprepared, far from a finals team. In contrast, the Celtics capitalized on the Lakers' mistakes, consistently scoring, and by the end of the third quarter, had established a substantial lead. At that time, the three-point shot had not yet become mainstream. And in an era dominated by a slower pace and two-point attempts, turning the tide on the grand stage of the finals seemed nearly impossible. Despite Kobe's determined performance in the final quarter, where he single-handedly scored 16 points, it was insufficient to prevent the team's defeat. The team succumbed to the Celtics once more, with a score of 102-108. Following the loss in Game 2, Kobe delivered an impassioned speech in the locker room. If you fear failure, you are likely to fail. We are not done yet. Rally together, brothers. The Boston Celtics held a 2-0 lead over the Los Angeles Lakers. Game 3 commenced at the Staples Center. Perhaps ignited by Kobe's words, the Lakers' morale surged. Upon returning to Staples, bench player Sasha Vujasic emerged as a surprising hero, contributing significantly with 20 points, compensating for Pau Gasol's struggles against Kevin Garnett's defense. Gasol's performance mirrored the series' challenges, as he found himself stifled by the big ticket. As Kobe sank the final shot, he amassed a remarkable 36 points, leading the Lakers to a hard-fought victory. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers for the hero of the city. The Lakers triumphed with an 87-81 win, bringing the series to 2-1 in favor of the Boston Celtics. In Game 4, the contest continued at the Staples Center. The Lakers exhibited remarkable determination, leading the Celtics by 24 points in the first half under the leadership of Kobe and Lamar Odom. Fans began to contemplate strategies for the impending Game 5. However, the tides shifted dramatically in the second half, as Garnett's fierce defense fueled the Celtics' resilience. The entire Celtics squad found renewed vigor, with Paul Pierce scoring effortlessly to aid in their comeback. Ultimately, the Celtics executed a stunning reversal, defeating the Lakers 97-91. Kobe, biting his jersey, returned to the locker room in solitude under the gaze of the spectators. The Boston Celtics now led the series 3-1. In Game 5, the battle resumed at the Staples Center. The format at the time was 2-3-2. Despite trailing 1-3, Kobe's resolute gaze conveyed to the Celtics the true essence of their home court. The match was fiercely contested, culminating in a tense final moment. With the weight of elimination or continuation pressing upon him, Kobe launched a pivotal shot. Swish! The ball traced a perfect arc through the air and found its mark. The atmosphere among the fans reached a fever pitch. The match concluded with Kobe Bryant scoring 25 points, almost single-handedly sustaining the Lakers. The Lakers triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 103-98, bringing the series to 3-2 in favor of the Boston Celtics. After the game, Coach Doc Rivers solemnly declared at the press conference, "Kobe is the greatest player I have ever seen. In the next game, I will devise a defensive strategy specifically to contain him and limit his impact on the court." The sixth game took place at the North Shore Garden, where throngs of fans flooded the arena. The coveted championship trophy was once again brought onto the court, eliciting a deep longing from the audience. As the DJ introduced the players, the Celtics entered the arena with an air of determination, setting a serious tone for the match. With a whistle, the game commenced. The Celtics immediately displayed intensity on both offense and defense. Fueled by their desire for the championship, Kevin Garnett began to demand the ball frequently in the low post, while Pau Gasol found himself overwhelmed. Ray Allen, in that moment, was unstoppable from beyond the arc. Rajon Rondo dazzled with his elusive passing and staunch defense against the aging veteran, although Kobe managed to execute difficult shots against the green-clad Warriors. Basketball ultimately remains a team sport. As the final buzzer sounded, the Celtics easily defeated the Lakers with a score of 131-92, concluding the series at 4-2 in favor of Boston. Fireworks erupted as cheers filled the arena, and Garnett, Allen, and Pierce embraced tightly. Coach Rivers also laid hands on the championship trophy, underscoring the resilience of the Big Three. Subsequently, David Stern announced, "The most valuable player of the finals is Paul Pierce." Amidst Kobe's frustrated gaze, Pierce lifted the trophy, symbolizing their championship triumph. Gasol approached Kobe, gently patting his head, offering consolation. "Kobe, we will seize that elusive championship next season." This year's finals concluded with Kobe shedding tears at the North Shore Garden. As the finals came to a close, the NBA teams swiftly turned their focus to the upcoming draft. Wooga was subsequently invited by teams such as the Lakers and the Knicks to participate in private workouts. However, no team disclosed the results of the trials, maintaining a high level of confidentiality. Chapter 12. The Rising Tides Before the Draft, June 25th. A month has passed since the conclusion of the joint workouts. A comprehensive array of statistics for each player has been meticulously recorded, and scouts have begun returning to report the outcomes of the trials to their general managers. Concurrently, each team has completed their evaluations of their preferred players. Meanwhile, the latest edition of the ESPN draft rankings has been updated. To everyone's surprise, Wooga has unexpectedly been elevated from the second round to the 13th pick of the first round following the conclusion of the joint training session. This signifies an unmistakable implication. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the NBA is poised to welcome another player from the Dragon Kingdom onto its illustrious stage, following in the footsteps of the illustrious E. Jinlian. At this moment, preparations are underway in the live broadcast room of the sports channel for the upcoming draft event. A group of individuals congregates, engaged in lively conversation. "Have you seen the latest ESPN draft rankings?" One inquires. "No, what's the matter?" Another responds. "Remarkably, a player from our Dragon Kingdom has made it onto the list and may enter the NBA this year." "Really?" A voice interjects, accompanied by the sound of a middle-aged man with a tuft of white hair clearing his throat as he enters, causing the room to fall silent. Yu Jia, sipping his coffee, approaches. "Teacher Su, this year is extraordinary. We have a player from the Dragon Kingdom participating in the NBA draft, and he is listed in the lottery zone." "What? Is that true?" Su Jiqing, with a look of perplexity, hastens to the computer, logging onto the NBA's official website. 13th pick in the first round. Who is this player? How come I've never heard of him before? Haha, you're unaware of this? A more senior voice chimes in. Zhang Lao. The group greets the newcomer with enthusiasm. Zhang Weiping approaches Su Jiqing with a smile. "I only discovered this through a friend. By the way, didn't you show me that video of the dunk by that player, Cohen?" "That's him." Su Jiqing is momentarily taken aback. "What? It's him." At that moment, the director enters, surveying the group. "Everyone is here? That is splendid. I just received news from above that another player from the Dragon Kingdom is entering the draft, and we've established a collaboration with the NBA. We will arrange for Teacher Su to conduct a live broadcast there, and our station will provide comprehensive coverage of this year's draft tomorrow." "Oh wow." The crowd erupts in exclamations. This will be the first instance of a simultaneous live broadcast. Soon, various media outlets begin to generate excitement. Shocking. Another player from the Dragon Kingdom is set to enter the NBA. The NBA will embrace the Dragon Kingdom spirit. Stay tuned for our exclusive live broadcast tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the United States, the night has fallen, with towering skyscrapers illuminating the cityscape in a dazzling display. Wooga sat before his computer desk, the rhythmic clatter of the keyboard resonating in the air. "Position 1, he eloquently articulated. "If you truly cannot manage the vision, just protect the big brother and devour the keyboard." With a resounding crash, as his base was successfully obliterated, Wooga gracefully logged off once more, securing his rank in the vanguard. Closing the computer, he approached the window, exhaling deeply as he gazed at the towering edifices before him, pondering which team would ultimately select him. With that thought, he shed his clothing and reclined on the bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the K&G Group's office building, The ambience was ablaze with lights as the entire economic team made their final efforts regarding Wu Ji's draft position. At the desk, Jack, the diligent worker, exclaimed with enthusiasm while gripping the phone, "Yes, sir. Trust me, if you choose him, he will undoubtedly succeed in revitalizing the team. Okay, please send me Wu's physical test data." Upon hanging up, Jack leapt with joy. Just moments ago, he received a call indicating that the Knicks were considering selecting his boss, Wu Ge, with their 6th pick. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang again. "Hello, is this Wu's agency? I have reviewed his performance at the joint trials, and after comprehensive consideration, we wish to select him with the 4th pick. Please send us Wu's health report," the general manager of the Supersonics stated. "Thank you, sir. He will absolutely not disappoint you." As the call ended, Jack felt as if he were about to soar. Initially, after a series of operations, Wu Ji's draft position remained at the 13th spot in the first round. Now, it seemed that fortune had arrived unexpectedly. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone rang again. The general manager of the Clippers called, requesting Wu Ji's physical test data. In New York, within the Knicks office, the team owner, coach, executives, and assistant general manager congregated to watch the videotapes. "Boss, are you truly considering selecting this young man from the Dragon Country? This means we would have to part with Gallinari," the assistant general manager inquired. "Indeed. I have watched the footage of this player. I see the shadow of Jordan in him. I refuse to let this opportunity slip away." But there is no but. This is also the desire of our new coach, D'Antoni, for the upcoming season. With that, Dolan sipped his coffee and glanced at the new coach beside him. D'Antoni, captivated by Wu Ji's performance on the screen, murmured, "I believe he is the player my system requires." At that moment, the office door swung open, and General Manager Walsh entered, exclaiming, "Not good, boss. I have just received word that the Supersonics wish to select Wu Ge with their 4th pick." In Dolan's eyes glimmered a hint of coldness. "Supersonic? Let me negotiate with the Timberwolves. Offer them the 6th pick in the first round along with the 2010 first-round pick in exchange for the 3rd overall pick. I've heard that their desired prospect, Love, may not be as highly regarded as they believe." "Yes, boss." Soon, Walsh dialed the Timberwolves general manager, and an agreement was swiftly reached. After hanging up, the Timberwolves GM scoffed. "Those Knicks are absolute fools. They're out of their minds. Given the current situation, their 2010 draft pick is also likely to be in the lottery. Yet they wish to use a 6th pick and a lottery pick to select a player whose future is uncertain, who has played only 1 game for 3 minutes. In Los Angeles, within the confines of the Staples Center's office, General Manager Kupchak sat with his phone in hand, a look of regret crossing his face. "I apologize, Kobe. If we could maneuver to acquire Wu Ge in the mid-first round, now I've received word that his stock is at least in the top 10. All right, you've put in a lot of effort during this time." With that, Kobe walked out, sensing an instinctive belief that this young talent from the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly astonish in the future. In Miami, at the American Airlines Arena, Riley gazed at Wu Ji's statistics, feeling quite tempted. However, considering that his team already had a shooting guard in Wade, he recognized the need for a forward. For the sake of the championship, Riley ultimately, with tears in his eyes, marked a check beside Beasley's name. In Chicago, within an upscale restaurant, Rose had dinner with Bulls general manager Foreman. The Chicagoans showed no hesitation in choosing Rose. Chapter 13, The Stunning Draft Day, Part 1, June 27th. The NBA draft officially commenced. "Hey, Wu, are you ready? We need to head out." Junction Yu arrived early at the hotel where Wu Ge was staying. Right away, Wu Ge, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, glanced at his reflection in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction at his handsome visage. Creak. The door swung open. "Wow, our superstar has emerged." Zhang Qinyu's eyes lit up at Wu Ji's dapper appearance. "Haha, you, my friend." With a smile, Wu Ge greeted Zhang Qinyu. Subsequently, the two boarded the bus en route to the hotel where the rookies would stay on the eve of the draft conference. On the bus, Zhang Qinyu exclaimed, "Wu Ge, I have some splendid news to share." Wu Ge, appearing puzzled, responded, "Oh, what is it? You might be selected within the top 10 picks. Some teams are interested in your physical assessment report." Wu Ge was momentarily taken aback. "Really? While I am confident in my abilities, I have only played 1 NCAA game, which renders my reference value quite limited. Choosing me would entail a degree of risk. To select me within the top 10 requires considerable resolve. Even a talent as formidable as Kobe was picked 13th. It is indeed true." Zhang Qinyu joyfully recounted how the Knicks, the Supersonics, and the Clippers had called the previous night. Upon hearing the news, Wu-Gu swiftly retrieved his phone, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he had been ranked 7th in the NBA official draft list by the Los Angeles Clippers. Concurrently, the celestial realm of the Dragon Kingdom was also monitoring this roster. At this moment, it was still evening in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the live broadcast room, preparations were underway for lighting effects and testing various equipment. Come and check out the latest draft list. Suddenly, a startled exclamation from an intern echoed through the room. What is the fuss about? Yu Jia approached the intern's computer and looked up, only to let out another gasp. What is going on, Yu Jia? Zhang Weiping, who was conducting sound tests, turned his curious gaze towards them. Wu-Gu. He has surged from the 13th to the 7th position in the first round. He is just one rank below ED. What did you say? This is indeed joyous news. We are set to produce another high-ranking player, Zhang Weiping exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. I must inform the station director immediately. We need to enhance our comprehensive coverage of Wu-Gu. Yu Jia hurriedly exited the office, heading towards the director's quarters. Before long, the news of Wu-Gu potentially being selected 7th by the Clippers spread like wildfire across the internet. The Dragon Kingdom's netizens were left in sheer disbelief. Our Wu-D is poised to follow in ED's footsteps as another sovereign in the NBA. No one is allowed to speak ill of my brother. I wish to bear his children. Who are you? Your profile reveals a lewd individual. You pervert. I suspect this is merely an NBA publicity stunt aimed at garnering attention. At this moment, the discussion surrounding Wu-Gu on the Dragon Kingdom Sports Forum was at an all-time high, with his topic soaring to the top 3 positions. In the United States, near Madison Square Garden, the hotel buzzed with anticipation. Wu-Gu has already checked into the hotel with Zhang Xinyu, meticulously preparing for the upcoming NBA draft. Congratulations to you, Wu-Gu. The NBA officials have recognized your potential and have arranged for you to be in the draft screen room. Thank you, Zheng Xiao. Your assistance has been invaluable. Haha. I merely wish to see our agency flourish, Zhang Xinyu joked. Really? Wu-Gu gazed at his good friend's matching panda-themed glasses, feeling a subtle warmth in his heart. Thus, time swiftly passed until evening arrived. Wu-Gu, along with a group of NBA rookies, boarded the bus heading to the draft venue. On the bus, Wu-Gu exchanged pleasantries with his close friends, Rose and Westbrook. At that moment, they learned that Wu-Gu was projected to be selected 7th overall, prompting them to congratulate him. Wu, you'd better treat us to a meal if you get picked. Absolutely. Count on it. Thus, Wu-Gu found himself indebted for 2 meals already. Future superstars, we have arrived at Madison Square Garden. Please disembark. The cheerful voice of the bus driver echoed, signaling the rookies' arrival at the NBA draft. As the bus doors swung open with a click, a throng of reporters surrounded them, armed with cameras, eager to capture the nascent stars of the NBA. Rose. Rose. As Rose stepped off the bus, a chorus of fans erupted in cheers, with signs of support held aloft by his Chicago supporters. Thank you, everyone. Rose humbly clasped his hands together in gratitude, acknowledging the adoration of his fans. Westbrook. Upon his exit, Westbrook also received a warm welcome from a faction of Supersonics fans. Next came Beasley. It seemed the Heat had already promised him a draft pick, as several Heat fans had gathered to show their support. Beasley struck a few flamboyant poses before casting a challenging glance at Wu-Gu, as if to say, you see how many fans I have, right? Finally, it was Wu-Gu's turn to step off the bus. The atmosphere momentarily felt subdued. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Wu-Gu, over here. Wu-Gu turned around and saw a middle-aged man approaching, accompanied by a journalist. Su Jiqing, upon recognizing Wu-Gu, exclaimed with delight, Wu-Gu, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Jiqing, a commentator from Tianzhou Television. It is a pleasure to meet you. At this moment, Wu-Gu enthusiastically greeted Su Jiqing. Wu-Gu, I am here representing Tianzhou Station. Please extend a greeting to the audience of Longhua who support you. Su Jiqing presented the microphone before Wu-Gu. Hello, to the audience of Longhua. Thank you for your unwavering support. Wu-Gu waved at the camera. Following this, Su Jiqing congratulated Wu-Gu on securing a position that was to his satisfaction. As the interview concluded, Beasley, observing the absence of a personal interview for himself, felt a surge of irritation. What is this nonsense? He truly thinks of himself as a major star. I shall take my leave now. The superstar of the Heat. Wu-Gu glanced at the gritting teeth of Beasley and smiled as he passed by, entering the venue and leaving Beasley alone, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 14. The dazzling selection at the draft conference, Part 2, Madison Square Garden, New York. 1 hour until the official draft begins. At this moment, the venue is bustling with a sea of people. A multitude of reporters, fans, and managers have arrived and taken their designated seats. Dragon Nation Television. Dragon Nation Television. I am currently at Madison Square Garden, where the live event of this year's draft conference is taking place. In just 1 hour, we will bring you the live broadcast of the 2008 NBA draft. Su Jiqing exclaimed with excitement. This draft also features one of our players, Wu Ge. According to the latest draft rankings provided by ESPN, he is currently projected to be selected 7th overall in the first round by the Los Angeles Clippers. Let us eagerly anticipate. As Su Jiqing concluded his live link, the camera switched back to the studio of Tianqiao TV. Director Zhang. It has been a long time since we have felt such excitement as we do today. If Wu Ge is selected, it will pave the way for more of our players to grace the highest levels of international basketball. Yu Jia expressed with a hint of enthusiasm. Indeed, this would be a significant milestone for us. It indicates a notable improvement in our basketball skills. With more players venturing abroad and stepping onto the international stage, Zhang Hela began to articulate his analysis with fervor. At that moment, the comments flowing across the television screen read, "Stop talking. We want to see Wu Ge. Hurry and show us Wu Ge. I came here just for Wu Ge." Noticing the audience's comments, the director gestured to the broadcast room. Yu Jia, observing this, interrupted Zhang Helu. Director Zhang. We just received a video of Wu Ge's interview before entering the venue from Teacher Su. Shall we play it now? Oh. Yes. Zhang Hela nodded, momentarily forgetting what he was saying. Soon, the television began to play the footage of Wu Ge entering the venue. Wow, that is my husband. So handsome. Hey, don't be a fangirl. There are girls watching basketball too. Goodness, Wu Ge is almost more handsome than me. I'm feeling intimidated by his stunning looks. As Wu Ge's video aired, the viewership skyrocketed, reaching its peak, and the director couldn't contain his joy. Now, let us welcome the players as they enter. We'll hand over the live signal to Teacher Su. Yu Jia announced. At this moment, Madison Square Garden. A group of NBA players hopeful of being selected within the top 14 positions began to walk into the green room. The first to step out was the Windy City Rose, Derrick Rose, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, exuding charm and humility. Following him were the rebellious Beasley, the turtle-like Westbrook, the love god Love, and the young prodigy Mayo. Among the promising players poised to enter the green room are Danilo Gallinari, Eric Gordon, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, DJ Augustine, Brooke Lopez, and Jerry Bayless. At last, Wu Ge stepped gracefully into the green room. Clad in a meticulously tailored black suit that exuded an aura of confidence and composure, possessing an indescribable charm that instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Wow, this player is incredibly handsome. Female fans in the audience had already begun to sparkle with excitement. Humph, just wait and see how you embarrass yourself. On the court, Beasley, Alexander, and Bayless glared fiercely in the direction where Wu Ge had taken his seat. Su Jiqing addressed the camera. Our Wu Ge is simply too dashing. His attire today is exceptionally striking, and let us hope he secures a favorable draft position. A multitude of fans from Longhua, upon seeing Wu Ge on the screen, flooded the comments with messages. So handsome. Our Wu Emperor. Is there really such a handsome basketball player? I'm mesmerized. Don't hold me back. I must go to the venue to cheer for Wu Ge. The Wu Ge fan club from H City is here to support him. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio of Tianqiao, backstage technicians burst in, exclaiming, Director, we reached the highest ratings. The fans are utterly exhilarated. Inside the venue, amidst the tense anticipation of numerous NBA players, a thunderous cheer erupted. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New York, to Madison Square Garden, for this year's NBA draft. As the host concluded his introduction, NBA Commissioner David Stern, wearing a broad smile, stepped into the spotlight. I am delighted to be here once again. Fortunate to witness the emergence of a new generation of talent joining our NBA stage. The crowd began to erupt in a cacophony of boos. David Stern waved his hand, signaling for silence, accustomed to such scenes. The staff then presented the envelope for the Chicago Bulls. Stern opened the envelope, revealing a smile. Fans both in the arena and in front of screens around the world held their breath, their expressions tense as they focused on the elder on stage. Clearing his throat, Stern announced, at the 2008 NBA draft, the first overall pick of the Chicago Bulls is Derrick Rose from the University of Memphis. Cheers erupted from the fans in Chicago and those gathered at the United Center, as the big screen showcased a montage of Rose's dazzling dribbling and scoring highlights. Dressed in a black tuxedo, Ross rose slowly, took the Bulls cap, placed it upon his head, and, wearing a smile, approached the stage to shake hands with Stern, creating a moment captured in a photograph. Subsequently, the envelope from the Miami Heat was presented. Stern glanced at it, his expression calm and unperturbed. The Miami Heat had chosen Michael Beasley. As the announcement resonated through the venue, a highlight reel of the prodigious forward's scoring prowess began to play. Beasley donned the Heat cap, stood, and cast a glance in Wu Ji's direction, as if to say, "This is my prowess." He then joined Stern for a commemorative photograph. Observant fans noted a hint of rivalry between Beasley and Wu Gu, capturing the moment on camera. Meanwhile, fans outside the Dragon Country television station expressed their disbelief. Why hasn't T. Wu Di been selected yet? With my Wu Di's talent, how is it possible he remains unchosen? I've never heard of this player before. Surely he is just a pawn for the NBA? You shall not speak ill of my brother. Humph. You don't know, do you? The NBA draft values skill over looks. As Beasley descended from the stage, discussions across Dragon Country forums and online platforms erupted, with everyone hoping for their national players to secure a spot among the top 3 picks. The titles of first, second, and third picks held an undeniable allure. Amidst this anticipation, the envelope from the Timberwolves was delivered to David Stern. Chapter 15, The Stunning Moment of the Draft, End. David Stern slowly opened the envelope. Upon discerning the contents, he paused momentarily, confirming the information once more, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Did the president witness something remarkable? At that moment, a throng of reporters captured Stern's subtle expression, adjusting their cameras to focus intently on him. Well, what could David Stern have seen? In the Dragon Country live broadcast, Yu Jia began to elucidate the unfolding events, and the audience fixated on the screen, their anticipation palpable. Clearing his throat, Stern began to speak. At the 2008 NBA Draft, first round, third pick, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Wu Gu from Dragon Country. The audience before the television in Dragon Country erupted into ecstatic shouts. A girlfriend inquired why I was kneeling to watch. It was because I was witnessing G0D. Oh no. Meanwhile, Timberwolves fans at the event erupted in boos. Who is Wu Gu? I've never heard of him. Have you heard of him? Isn't he the player who scored 13 points in the final 35 seconds of the NCAA this year, leading his team to a comeback victory? A multitude of fans and journalists began to engage in animated discussions as the announcement of Wu Ji's selection echoed on the grand screen at the Minnesota home arena. An eerie silence enveloped the venue, with countless fans burying their heads in despair, exclaiming, "Oh, no." At that moment, within the draft hall, Su Jiqing, overwhelmed with excitement, raised his arms triumphantly, addressing the microphone. "Esteemed viewers of Longhua, we are at a thrilling juncture. Our very own Wu Gu has been chosen by the Timberwolves as the 3rd overall pick." As his words resonated, the grand screen commenced showcasing the exhilarating highlights of Wu Ji's NCAA career. Wu Gu sat in place, momentarily stunned. What is happening? Wasn't it supposed to be the Knicks or the Clippers for the supersonic pick? What is going on with the Timberwolves? Nonetheless, being selected as the 3rd overall pick was still exhilarating. Zhang Qinyu excitedly exclaimed to Wu Gu, "Wu, congratulations. Thank you." At this moment, Wu Gu stood up with a smile, brimming with the exuberance of spring, as he took the Minnesota Timberwolves cap with joy and descended the stage of the NBA. David Stern greeted Wu Gu with a warm embrace. Click. The attending journalists captured the moment in photographs. Subsequently, Wu Gu descended from the stage and returned to his seat. On the sidelines, Beasley, Bellas, and Alexander cast him glares filled with resentment. Beasley muttered under his breath, "This damned monkey. How dare he be chosen as the 3rd pick? Just one spot below me." Bellas and Alexander's faces twisted in anger, as if they could devour him. Is the Timberwolves blind? Choosing such trash instead of us? Just as Wu Gu settled back into his seat, his phone rang, and with curiosity, he answered. "Hey, Wu. Welcome to the New York Knicks." The excited voice of Knicks manager Walsh resonated from the other end. "What? The Knicks? Not the Timberwolves?" Wu Gu was taken aback. "Here's the situation. We have swapped this year's 6th pick and a first-round pick for 2010 with the Timberwolves." Realization dawned upon Wu Gu as he understood the matter. "Thank you, sir. I won't let you down. We are thrilled to have selected you. Owner Dolan and new coach D'Antoni are very pleased. Go for it, Wu." As Wu Gu hung up the phone, the voice of the commentator echoed in the studio. "Ladies and gentlemen, We interrupt this broadcast with a trade announcement. The Knicks have exchanged this year's 6th pick and a first-round pick for 2010 to acquire this year's 3rd pick. Wow. As the words reverberated in the venue, the Knicks fans were left in a state of bewilderment, standing there in shock. The fans watching the main screen let out cries of disappointment. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves fans rejoiced, suddenly feeling a glimmer of hope for the future. Subsequently, Stern received the envelope from the Supersonics at the 2008 NBA Draft with the 4th overall pick. The Seattle Supersonics select Russell Westbrook. Westbrook, ecstatic, took the Supersonics cap and walked onto the stage to shake hands with Stern in the Seattle office. Although the general manager and a host of scouts expressed regret at not selecting Woo-Go, they felt immensely satisfied to have secured their long-desired and more reliable choice in Westbrook. The envelope for the 5th pick of the Grizzlies was then delivered. Stern glanced at the envelope. At the 2008 NBA Draft, with the 5th overall pick, the Memphis Grizzlies select O.J. Mayo. Mayo stood up with a smile, walked to Stern to shake hands, and after stepping off the stage, cast a glance at Woo-Go. He felt a twinge of discomfort towards this newcomer who had suddenly emerged ahead of him, a 5-star high school prospect. The 6th envelope from the Knicks has arrived. During the 2008 NBA Draft, with the 6th overall pick in the first round, the New York Knicks selected Kevin Love. Upon hearing his name, Love joyfully rose to the stage to shake hands with Stern in a gesture of gratitude. The ESPN website promptly updated. The trade is officially finalized. Woo-Go and Love have exchanged teams. The general manager and owner of the Timberwolves are currently reveling in their Minnesota office. Those Knicks are fools. We've struck gold this time. Not only did we select Love, but we also secured a first-round pick for 2010. Indeed. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the Knicks, a struggling team, are likely to land a lottery pick in the upcoming season. Back at the event, David Stern continued to announce the names of the remaining selected players. The Clippers took Eric Gordon with the 7th pick. The Bucks chose Joe Alexander 8th. The Charlotte Bobcats selected Gallinari 9th. The Brooklyn Nets picked Lopez 10th. And the Indiana Pacers rounded out the top 11 with Jerry Bayless. A multitude of players received their respective team hats, taking the stage for a photo op with Stern. It is noteworthy that DeAndre Jordan was selected by the Los Angeles Clippers in the 2nd round at the 35th pick, making him one of the biggest steals of this draft. Thus, the draft concluded successfully. Finally, all the selected rookies gathered for a group photo, with Woo-Go graciously allowing Rose to occupy the central position due to his modesty. In the center, the singer Woo stands with a basketball, flanked by Rose and Westbrook on either side. Cheese. As the cameraman calls out, a clear group photo is captured. From this moment forward, a host of rookies officially embark on their journey into the NBA. Chapter 16. The rookie press conference with the group photo concluded. The rookies prepare to head to the makeshift press conference area, ready to face the media. They've arrived. The reporters at the entrance notice the influx of rookies and call out excitedly. As the shout echoes, Rose, Beasley, Woo, Westbrook, and other lottery picks enter, guided by the event staff to their designated interview zones. A glance around the venue reveals that most reporters are concentrated around the top pick, Rose, and the 3rd overall selection from Longwa, Woo. The presence of journalists in front of the other rookies is not sparse, but certainly minimal. What? Am I really less popular than these rookies from Longwa? Beasley glares, his smile fading as frustration simmers beneath the surface. In the interview zone for the 3rd pick, as Woo takes his seat, the press conference begins. A frontline reporter from F0X Sports raises the microphone. Hello, Woo. First of all, congratulations on being selected as the 3rd overall pick by the Timberwolves, although they immediately traded you to the Knicks. How do you feel about that? Oh, to be honest, I've been a Knicks fan since childhood, so playing for the Knicks feels absolutely fantastic. I am well acquainted with everything about the team. As for the Timberwolves, well, it's just too cold there, and I'm not a fan of that. With Woo's words resonating through the room, reporters diligently jot down his responses. A journalist from FW Sports then takes the microphone. Hello, Woo. I heard that Knicks general manager Walsh traded this year's 6th pick along with a future first-rounder from 2010 to acquire you. What are your thoughts on this? Woo-Go cast a glance at the reporter, smiling as he said, this is part of the NBA. I can only express my gratitude to the Knicks for choosing me, and I will strive to prove that their choice was indeed the right one. Thank you. My questions are concluded. The FW Sports journalist then took a seat. Suji Ching, a journalist from Longwa, stood up and grasped the microphone, inquiring, Hello, Woo-Go. I am a reporter from Longwa. I have heard that you previously had no opportunities to participate in games, and then suddenly made a remarkable breakthrough. Could you share what has motivated you to persevere until today and ultimately be selected as the third overall pick? With a subtle smile gracing the corners of his lips, Wugo politely expressed, "During my moments of profound adversity, it was my friends and the steadfast support of those around me that provided the motivation to persevere. I am deeply grateful for their encouragement, and I particularly wish to thank my dear friend, Zheng Qinyu. Thank you." After concluding his question, Su Jiqing noticed the slight redness at the corners of Wu Ji's eyes. Understanding in his heart how challenging it is to play in the NBA, far more complex than it appears. Zheng Qinyu, as Wu Ji's close companion, accompanied him to the draft and, upon hearing this, felt a subtle moisture in his own eyes as he softly murmured, "Good brother." Subsequently, a reporter from Yahoo Sports seized the microphone and inquired, "Hello, Wu. I have heard that you have a certain rivalry with the second overall pick, Malik Beasley. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Wugo smiled, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he spoke in a calm tone. "Beasley? To be honest, I find him rather soft. I do not believe I have any grievances with him. His name should not appear on a list compared to mine." The reporters present were momentarily taken aback, quickly jotting down his audacious proclamation, wherein he claimed to disregard the second overall pick. Subsequently, the journalists posed several more questions, to which Wugo responded with politeness and a touch of individuality. Zheng Qinyu, listening from the sidelines, felt a mix of trepidation and admiration, internally exclaiming, "As expected of my Wugo, being selected as the third overall pick is indeed remarkable. Giving you the first overall pick must feel like ascending to the heavens." In the end, the gathered reporters departed with a sense of fulfillment, their notebooks brimming with notes. As the NBA draft press conference concluded successfully, once most had left, Su Jiqing approached Wugo, extending his hand in congratulations. "Wugo, congratulations on being selected as the third overall pick. I hope you become the brightest star in the NBA in the future." "Thank you." Wugo smiled in response and extended his hand to shake hands with Su Jiqing in greeting. Within the Dragon Country, in the Heavenly Dynasty studio, a backstage data analyst approached the director, exclaiming, "Director, today's data has skyrocketed. We've set a viewership record." "Haha. Today's live broadcast truly did not disappoint me," the director remarked joyfully. "Oh, yay." Upon hearing this delightful news, everyone in the studio erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, various domestic forums were abuzz. The trending topic of Wugo consistently remains prominently displayed on the homepage of Weibo. Simultaneously, reports from various sources abound. Wugo has been elected as the third pick. The next Ming of the NBA, reflecting on the memories of my time with Wugo back in school. The path to Wu Ji's fame. Why was Wugo elected as the third pick? In every corner of the streets, those who follow sports and basketball have heard the news of the NBA's latest sensation from the Dragon Country, the third overall pick, capturing everyone's attention and sparking widespread excitement. Wu Ji's social media accounts have been uncovered by the resourceful netizens. Overnight, his follower count surged by tens of thousands, instantly garnering immense popularity. The notifications kept ringing incessantly as his fanbase expanded. Upon checking, Wugo was momentarily taken aback to discover that his social media and NS had exploded with activity. A delightful surprise indeed. Wugo promptly rose and made his way to a nearby mobile phone store to acquire the latest model, the Kidney 3. Upon activating his new device, he gazed at the million followers on his profile and sighed inwardly. Indeed, one must remain humble in the pursuit of life. Click. The sound of the shutter echoed, capturing a dashing selfie. Wugo hastily opened his Weibo and wrote, "I am Wugo. Thank you all for your attention." Instantly, the comments soared to over 999. With the emergence of a striking photograph, he unexpectedly captivated countless young women who were previously indifferent to basketball. The comments below resounded uniformly, "Brother, I love you. Brother, I support you. Brother, keep going. Brother, have you eaten?" Wugo casually clicked on the profiles of various young women, admiring, this girl is quite charming." Chapter 17, The Jersey Launch Conference, New York. Manhattan, the epicenter of American fashion, the birthplace of basketball. The largest city in the United States. The sacred venue, Madison Square Garden. With the conclusion of the draft, Zheng Qinyu took the initiative to arrange every aspect of Wu Ji's life with great care. He found a penthouse apartment less than 10 kilometers from Madison Square Garden, featuring 3 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms, encompassing over 500 square meters. The natural lighting and ambience were splendid, with the southern view offering a breathtaking panorama of downtown Manhattan. while the eastern view showcased the Empire State Building. The apartment boasted an exclusive private club spanning over 2,000 square meters, along with a dedicated access road for residents, a parking lot, and a swimming pool, making it truly exceptional. Parked downstairs was a brand-new Porsche Panamera. Wugo walked into the apartment with satisfaction, casting a glance at Zheng Qinyu and pondering, could it be that this fellow has spent his not-yet-earned rookie salary on renting a place and purchasing a car? Zheng Qinyu, sensing the malicious glint in Wu Ji's eyes, quickly interjected, Wu, what are you doing? I have no interest in men. What interest could I possibly have in you? Wu Gu couldn't help but scoff internally. I merely wanted to inquire if you've squandered my salary already. At that moment, Zheng Qinyu understood and began to explain. This is my friend's apartment. I mentioned that the renowned rookie would be residing here, and she graciously rented it to me at a rather reasonable price. So that was the case. Wu Gu comprehended, and together they tidied up the apartment before he smoothly settled in. Tomorrow is the jersey launch event. You should prepare. As the team manager, the owner, and the new coach, DeAnthony, will all be present. New York is the premier basketball hub in the nation, and as a notable rookie, you will certainly be in attendance. Zheng Qinyu concluded, donning an expression that conveyed his newfound role as a manager. Wu Gu forcefully kicked the door shut and approached his newly acquired computer. Unable to resist, he launched a game of Dota. Full of anticipation, he logged in. And as the defensive towers fell one by one, the second position player Wu Gu could no longer contain himself and transformed into an irate commentator. What on earth are you doing? First position. You spent the entire match farming in the jungle. Boom. The base was once again destroyed, without a hint of surprise. Previously, it was due to computer lag. Now, he was uncertain of the cause. Ultimately, Wu Gu drifted off to a peaceful slumber. On June 30th, at Madison Square Garden, home of the New York Knicks, Wu Gu drove his Porsche Panamera at breakneck speed, executing a stylish drift as he parked in the underground garage of Madison Square Garden. At this moment, a colossal poster of Wu Gu adorned the front of the arena, exuding an undeniable charm and charisma. Zheng Qinyu had arrived at the venue early, and upon Wu Ji's arrival, the two were escorted by the staff to the office of General Manager Walsh. Hey, Wu, welcome to the basketball sanctuary, exclaimed Walsh, rising with excitement and enveloping Wu Gu in a warm embrace. Hello, Mr. General Manager. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wu Gu quickly extricated himself from Walsh's embrace, thinking to himself that such a bear hug from a man of his stature was rather awkward. The three then settled onto the sofa, and after some discussion, the contract was successfully finalized as a 3-1 agreement, totaling 4 years at $14 million, with the final year being a team option. The NBA has specific regulations regarding rookie contracts to safeguard the interests of the teams and prevent any actions detrimental to their welfare. Thus, first-round draft picks typically sign 3-1 agreements. Even though Zheng Qinyu's agency strived to secure the best possible terms for Wu Gu, they could only maximize the financial benefits within the allowable limits. Fortunately, Knicks owner Dolan proved to be quite affluent, living up to his reputation as the proprietor of the premier basketball arena. At Walsh's direction, the contract was free of restrictive clauses, radiating an air of financial generosity throughout the negotiations. Ultimately, after confirming that everything was in order, Wu Gu boldly affixed his signature to the contract. Walsh's secretary captured the moment as Wu Gu signed, with both Walsh and Zheng Qinyu beaming beside him. With a click of the camera, the signing was officially complete. Wu Gu has successfully joined the New York Knicks, becoming a member of the esteemed team. The signing has concluded. Under the guidance of General Manager Walsh, Wu Gu made his way to the on-site press conference. The atmosphere was electrifying, with the cheers of fans and the fluttering of confetti accompanying his progress. At that moment, Wu Gu raised his hands in a gesture of triumph, exclaiming, Wu Zong, they are truly welcoming you. Zheng Qinyu, noticing the enthusiastic supporters lining the path, jested. You have no idea. I just overheard some fans outside threatening to rush in and confront me, claiming they regretted supporting someone who can't play. He chuckled. At least everyone here is your fan. Indeed. Wu Gu walked forward with a continuous smile, when unexpectedly, a familiar figure approached him. It was Spike Lee, the mascot of the New York Knicks. He strode directly towards Wu Gu, halting just as he drew near, and with a beaming smile exclaimed, Welcome, Wu, our great lottery pick. I am also your fan. I have been closely following your performances in the NCAA and during the tryouts. Truly remarkable. Wu Gu experienced a minor mishap, quickly responding with a smile, Thank you. Subsequently, both parties exchanged a handshake. Wu Gu then proceeded to the team's locker room, where he chose the number 3 jersey. Later, at the press conference, D'Antoni, Wu Gu, Wuris, and Dolan all gathered. At that moment, a reporter inquired, Wu, do you have the confidence to lead this team to greatness? Wu Gu smiled and replied, of course. I will lead the Knicks step by step to claim that coveted championship trophy. Another journalist inquired, what is your opinion on the new coach, D'Antoni? Wu Gu adjusted the microphone and responded, he is an exceptional coach, capable of maximizing the potential of the players, especially for a defender like me, as you know. I am delighted to play under his guidance. Upon hearing this, D'Antoni cast Wu Gu a knowing glance, suggesting that the young man had a promising future. Then, a female reporter seized the microphone and inquired, what are your thoughts on owner Dolan and general manager Walsh? Wu Gu cast a glance at the female reporter and expressed his gratitude, stating, I believe our owner and general manager are remarkable figures in the NBA, and I am thankful for their trust in me and their choice. Subsequently, D'Antoni remarked, Wu Gu is an exceptional player, perfectly suited to our offensive system. Dolan added, I see immense potential in Wu. I will dedicate myself to building a team around him. Walsh emphasized, Wu Gu is a pivotal element in our team's development, and I am thrilled to secure his presence. In the end, Wu Gu donned the number 3 jersey and posed for photographs with the general manager, coach, and owner, concluding the press conference on a high note. Meanwhile, Beasley, Alexander, and Bells, who were watching Wu Gu's debut ceremony on television, felt envious of his favorable treatment and the tailored strategies designed for him, lamenting, how infuriating. Wu the Thief. Chapter 18. An appointment with Yu Ming with the photo shoot for the rookie's official portrait completed. Walsh, the general manager of the New York Knicks, invited, hey, Wu, shall I show you around our arena? The audience was taken aback, realizing that Walsh was genuinely taking the time to personally guide a newly inducted rookie through the venue. Very well. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Walsh, Wu Gu replied. The onlookers fixed their gazes on the duo, their expressions seemingly questioning. Could they be involved in some clandestine deal? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, General Manager Walsh led Wu Gu outside. As they strolled through the corridors of Madison Square Garden, Walsh pointed out, look, Wu, here are the legends of the New York Knicks and NBA history. He gestured towards a wall adorned with photographs. As Wu Gu lifted his gaze, he beheld the names. Patrick Ewing, number 33, Walt Frazier, number 15, Willis Reed, number 19, Dick Barnett, number 12, Earl Monroe, number 15, Bill Bradley, number 24, and the esteemed coach, Dave DeBusschere, number 613. Wu Gu gazed at the array of photographs of illustrious Knicks legends, pondering that one day, his own image would grace this wall. Walsh, observing Wu Gu's contemplation, smiled and remarked, Wu, I am certain that your photograph will indeed adorn this corridor one day. You are truly exceptional. Upon hearing Wu Gu's words, he momentarily paused, pondering, I have faith in myself. Why do you place such unwavering trust in me? It appears this individual is akin to the astute manager of Emperor E. Regrettably, Emperor E often encounters injuries just as he begins to excel. Noticing Wu Gu's brief hesitation, Walsh proceeded ahead, exclaiming, Wu, allow me to show you our championship trophy. Oh, certainly, Wu Gu replied, promptly following Walsh. Soon, they arrived at the display case housing the NBA championship trophies, showcasing the illustrious awards won by the Knicks in 1970 and 1973 under the leadership of Willis Reed. As Wu Gu gazed into the distance, an uncontrollable yearning for the championship welled up within him, irresistibly drawn to the trophy before him and the FMV statuette beside it, an accolade coveted by all basketball athletes. Walsh regarded Wu Gu with a smile, harboring substantial expectations for him. This city had languished in silence for far too long. As the manager of the team, his dedication to the franchise was no less than that of anyone else, and he yearned for the team to once again grace the stage of the finals. Ultimately, under the guidance of General Manager Walsh, Wu Gu toured the opulent players' locker room and the arena. In the evening, the group dined together at Manhattan's largest commercial hotel, concluding the day's itinerary. Upon returning to the apartment, Wu Gu reclined upon the expansive 2.5-meter bed, gazing out at the nightscape through the window, feeling as though everything was but a vivid dream, contemplating the principle that good fortune should be shared. Wu Gu opened his social media platform and posted his jersey photos on NS and Weibo, captioned, contract signed, number 3, Knicks. In an instant, his followers flocked to his post with the speed of a rocket, leaving comments such as, brother, so handsome, brother, do you have a girlfriend? Brother, that number 3 jersey suits you perfectly. At that moment, a friend named Xiaohe rushed over. Bro, Basketball isn't just for show. Ladies upstairs, don't be deceived by this guy. He might just be a fraud. Bro, I bet 5 mil on spicy strips that you're the biggest bust in NBA history. Wu Gu chuckled and shook his head, pondering how he could possibly care about such trivial matters. With that, he hastily created a secondary account and engaged in a battle of wits with the multitude of online trolls. Just then, a notification chimed. It was a follow request from the Eastern prodigy, Yao Ming. Without hesitation, Wu Gu accepted the request and bestowed his first interaction upon Yao Ming. Before long, a message popped up. Hello, Wu Gu. Greetings, Yao Gu. I heard you've been elected as the third-place winner. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. But how can I compare to you, Yao Gu, the first champion of Longhua, a true pioneer? Haha. You rascal, you must come to Houston sometime. I'll treat you to a meal. Absolutely. Thank you in advance. By the way, I nearly forgot the main matter. Oh, what is it? I showed your NCAA highlights to our team's coach, Jonas, and he was exceedingly impressed. He wishes to invite you for a trial with the Gu family team. A trial? Indeed. However, Yao Gu, whether I can join the team isn't solely for one individual to decide. Perhaps we should first gauge the sentiments of those above us. Yao Ming realized this was indeed the case and refrained from further comments, instead stating, if possible, I hope you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. This time, it's the Olympics right in our backyard. Let us strive together. Certainly, Yao Gu. Playing alongside you has always been my dream. With that, their conversation concluded. Seizing the remaining time, Wu Gu checked his social network, discovering that the likes of old James, Paul George, Warriors players, D'Antoni, and Spike Lee had all followed him. He reciprocated each of their follows. Suddenly, one particular notification caught his attention. Scarlett Johansson. Wasn't she the actress who once made KD drink bathwater? At that moment, Scarlett Johansson's message illuminated the screen. Hey, Wu, are you free? The weather is lovely today. Would you like to go out for a stroll? The aloof Wu Gu, of course, chose to ignore it. Be a Sigma male. Let the league be initiated by me. Tossing his phone aside, Wu Gu collapsed onto his bed and drifted into slumber. Training was out of the question. He rejected the notion of overexertion, embracing a systematic approach. He was here to enjoy life. Moreover, with his innate talent, merely being a laid-back individual sufficed. At that moment, a lowly system, donned in a short black skirt, emerged and couldn't he help but comment, Host, you truly are the laziest owner I have ever encountered. Beside Madison Square Garden, a graceful young woman is seated upon a park bench. Adorned in a white lace gown, her golden hair cascades over her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall. Her skin is as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and her eyes resemble tranquil waters. Her alluring red lips bestow an additional touch of charm and innocence upon her overall demeanor. Scarlett Johansson cast a glance at her sent message, seen, but no reply. A flicker of irritation coursed through her as she realized he was the first man to disregard her. Very well. You have successfully captured my attention. This moment arrives just a day before the commencement of the Las Vegas Summer League. Accompanied by Zheng Qinyu, Wu Gu boarded the flight to Las Vegas. Preparing for the Summer League. Chapter 19. The Summer League begins. Second pick versus third pick. July 12th, Las Vegas. The inaugural match of the NBA Summer League officially commenced in Las Vegas. The opening game featured the New York Knicks against the Miami Heat. The NBA, taking into account the significance of this matchup and the rivalry between Wu Gu and Beasley, specially arranged this contest. The first battle was charged with intensity, the second overall pick Beasley versus the third overall pick Wu Gu. Prior to the game, the venue, which could accommodate 15,000 spectators, was completely filled to capacity. The NBA even unprecedentedly organized a nationwide live broadcast for this Summer League opener. The commentators for the live broadcast were the renowned New York personality A. Smith and his old adversary, Charles Barkley. Additionally, Tian Chao Television launched its exclusive live broadcast of this Summer League match. Dear viewers, welcome to the Summer League of the National Basketball Association. This match will be exclusively covered by our esteemed commentators Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia. Among the audience were Hollywood's famed director Spike Lee, the illustrious actress Scarlett Johansson, and members of Girls' Generation, including Lim Yuna and Tion. NBA stars such as LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, Stephon Marbury, and Dwayne Wade were also present. Adding to the star-studded atmosphere, fans arrived early at the arena, eager to soak in the long-awaited ambience of the court. During the warm-up phase, the second overall pick, Michael Beasley, had already arrived at the venue and began an array of warm-up exercises, starting with a shot, followed by a dunk, then a layup, and culminating in a powerful dunk from just inside the free throw line. "Wow," Barkley exclaimed from the commentary booth. "No wonder he dominated Durant since childhood. What raw talent. And where's Wugo? Could it be that he is afraid and dares not show up?" Barkley lamented, still brooding over Wu Ji's defeat in their previous NCAA championship wager with Smith. At that moment, Smith suggested, "How about we wager again today?" Barkley, recalling the differences between the NCAA and the NBA, felt confident and answered, "Let us do it. This time, we bet on whether Wugo can score 20 points in his debut match. The loser must run naked around the arena." Smith chuckled. "Sounds good." Barkley, convinced that Wugo might just be a fleeting talent, gritted his teeth and agreed. The atmosphere in the arena was ignited, as the prospect of a naked run for the loser heightened the audience's anticipation to an exhilarating peak. As the sound of breaks echoed, Wugo drove his Panamera into the underground parking lot of the arena. Dressed stylishly in a hip-hop jacket and jeans, he made his entrance into the venue. Arriving early for the first game, Wugo took to the court for warm-ups, but he felt a slight disconnect in his hands from excessive ball handling practice lately. After changing into his training attire, he walked into the arena, where a group of Knicks fans visiting Las Vegas wore puzzled expressions. "Is this really our lottery pick? He seems to possess little beyond good looks." A cluster of affluent women and celebrities sitting courtside brightened up. "So handsome." Meanwhile, a group of male fans, feeling envious, grumbled, "What good is good looks? Can he actually play?" As if to validate their skepticism, Wugo stepped onto the court, picked up a Spalding basketball, and launched a shot from beyond the arc. Swish. A complete airball. Another shot followed. Swish. Yet another airball. He then dribbled to the free throw line for a layup. Thud. 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 The ball rolled around the rim before bouncing out. In the commentary booth, Smith pondered anxiously, "Could it be that we picked a dud this year?" Wugo, observing the rolling ball, was deep in thought. The Knicks fans on the sidelines were becoming increasingly uneasy, their brows furrowed tighter, eagerly waiting for something more promising. Among the NBA stars seated courtside, Dwayne Wade turned to LeBron James and remarked, "LeBron, your judgment appears to be off this time. This Wugo doesn't seem as remarkable as you claimed." LeBron replied, "This guy can indeed be puzzling. Let's keep watching." Kobe nodded in agreement, stating, "I enjoy watching this young man's game. He should not be at this level." Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, and Stephon Marbury were left bewildered, thinking, "This guy doesn't look like someone who can play at all." Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Smith's expression darkened, resembling charcoal, while Charles Barkley could hardly contain his laughter. The commentator from Tianchao TV, Zhang Heli, remarked, "It seems Wugo hasn't found his rhythm today. Let us hope he can regain it during the game." Online commentators chimed in, "Isn't this just practice? And he is already off his game." As discussions buzzed among spectators, the official match was about to commence. Players returned to the locker room to prepare for their official entrance. The DJ began announcing the players. "Everyone, please rise. Let us warmly welcome the players onto the court." Firstly, the starting lineup for the Miami Heat is as follows. Starting point guard number 74, Kyle Alexander. Starting shooting guard number 54, Charles Cook. Starting small forward number 70, Nick Mayo. Starting center number 55, Duncan Robinson. And starting power forward, the NBA's second overall pick, number 8 Michael Beasley from Syracuse University. As Beasley made his entrance, the introductions of the Heat concluded, and he stood there, brimming with confidence, casting a challenging glance in the direction of Wugo. The DJ's voice resonated once more. "Next, we present the starting lineup for the New York Knicks. Starting point guard number 0, Kadam Allen. Starting small forward number 13, Alonzo Trier. Starting power forward number 26, Amir Hinton. Starting center number 43, VJ King. And the NBA third overall pick from the Dragon Kingdom, number 3, Wugo." As the DJ's announcement faded, Wugo jogged onto the court, exchanging high fives and applause with his teammates. The Knicks fans, having witnessed Wu Ji's earlier performance, erupted into a chorus of boos that reverberated throughout the arena, refusing to subside. Chapter 20. A 360 aerial spin. Once both teams had officially entered the arena, they began to familiarize themselves with the court. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game commenced. The NBA subtitle team displayed the matchups. The Knicks starting lineup comprises Allen, Wugo, Trier, Hinton, and King. The Heat starting lineup consists of Alexander, Cook, Mayo, Beasley, and Robinson. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of Knicks fans, the two starting centers, King and Robinson, faced off at center court for the jump ball. As the referee tossed the basketball high into the air, Robinson skillfully tapped it towards his Heat teammates. The Heat seized the first offensive opportunity. Alexander received the ball and began dribbling across half court. At that moment, Beasley approached him, signaling for the ball. Recognizing Beasley as the leader of this hastily assembled team, Alexander promptly passed it to him. Beasley swiftly advanced with the ball, and upon reaching the three-point line, he faced Hinton's defense and executed a decisive drive, shaking off the defender and penetrating to the basket. With King contesting the shot, Beasley launched a delicate layup. Swish! The basketball arced through the air, kissing the backboard before falling through the net for 2 points. After scoring, Beasley gestured toward Wugu, signaling, "Watch this. This is my stage." In the commentary booth, Barkley praised the play, exclaiming, "Beasley's move perfectly showcases the talent of a second overall pick." The Knicks initiated their offensive play. Boo! Suddenly, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. What is this fellow doing? Is the shooting guard calling for the ball from the backcourt? Wugu received the basketball from the center, Gene, and skillfully dribbled it to the front court, confronting the defensive prowess of the opposing shooting guard, Cook. Wugu chuckled and said, "Guess what? I'm about to break through your defenses." The young man's bravado irked Cook, a seasoned veteran of the Development League, who had faced numerous battles over several seasons. As the words echoed, Wugu swiftly began dribbling, executing a leftward floating shot motion before rapidly switching to a rightward drive. With a deft change of direction, he penetrated the paint before Cook could react, soaring high to perform a layup against Robinson's defense. Swish! The ball kissed the backboard and fell gracefully through the net. Such speed! The Knicks fans erupted in astonishment. What just happened? The arena's replay began to showcase the stunning shot. Iverson observed with keen interest, "Isn't that my signature move?" The Heat's offense commenced. Beasley, eyes ablaze with fury at Wugu's audacity to score on his own basket, donned a fierce expression. He dashed back, utilizing a screen from the power forward as he sprinted towards the rim. A quick pass. Beasley pointed towards the hoop with one hand before leaping high into the air. Alexander, noticing Beasley's ascent, released the ball. Beasley caught the pass and prepared to slam it down. Barkley, witnessing the spectacle, remarked, "What a magnificent alley-oop. Look at that vertical." Just then, a commanding voice resonated through the arena, "Get down." Wugu leapt high into the air, one hand raised, as he confronted Beasley, who was poised to dunk the basketball. With a powerful slap, he struck down. Bang! Beasley fell heavily to the ground, signaling a foul with both hands, while the basketball flew out of bounds. What a play! The crowd erupted into cheers, ignited by the spectacle. The baseline referee, Foster, blew his whistle, declaring a foul on Knicks number 3, resulting in 2 free throws. Wugu could only helplessly shrug, for he had not made contact with Beasley's body, merely swatting at the ball. Yet, the referee's decision was final. A chorus of boos resonated throughout the arena, echoing the fans' discontent with the call. Knicks interim coach Atkinson also rose to protest the referee's erratic decisions. After receiving the free throw opportunity, Beasley glanced at Wugu, a sly smile creeping into the corner of his eye, as if to say, "You think you can block me?" Beasley approached the free throw line, and despite the crowd's jeers, he felt a slight impact. He made 1 out of 2 attempts. The game resumed, with the Knicks on the offensive. Allen dribbled past half court, and as Wugu faced Cook's defense, he executed a feint to receive the ball at the three-point line, deftly deceiving Cook. Swiftly, he moved towards the basket, and Allen, understanding the cue, lofted the ball high into the air. The basketball soared above the arena, climbing higher, already surpassing the rim. At this moment, Beasley noticed Wugu's actions and hurried to guard the basket, thinking to himself, "Watch me reclaim the pride I just lost." The height of the shot left the spectators convinced it was destined to be a blunder. Wugu noticed Beasley in front of him, seemingly unfazed by the rising basketball. He leaped high in the 3-second zone, catching the ball with one hand. With a graceful arc, he unleashed a powerful one-handed slam, forcefully driving the basketball through the hoop, directly confronting Beasley's attempt to block him. Bam! Beasley, unable to withstand Wugu's sheer force, crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The basketball was emphatically thrust into the net. Creak! As Wugu hung triumphantly from the rim, the hoop emitted a pained groan. Ah! Such elegance! Such ferocity! The spectators erupted in applause for this spectacular play. "Hey," Smith remarked, "it seems, Fat Pig, you're in for a rough day." Beasley, his face now a shade of blue, began to pray internally, "Come on, Beasley, give me some help." Stop him. Meanwhile, Zhang Heli from the Tianqiao television praised Wu Gu's play was utterly brutal, sending Beasley flying. On the internet, a chorus of onlookers commented, "I take back what I just said. I am willing to call Wu Gu the greatest dunker." At this moment, Beasley, seething with rage, swiftly rose, ready to confront Wu Gu. Wu Gu, undeterred, raised his fist, as large as a sandbag. The atmosphere instantly crackled with tension, and it was only after both teams intervened to separate the two that the match could resume. The Miami Heat launched an offensive. Beasley dribbled the ball from the backcourt to the frontcourt, executing a screenplay, which resulted in Wu Gu being switched to defend against him. "Monkey, you cannot contain me." Beasley glared at Wu Gu and began to dribble rapidly between his legs, then made a swift change of direction, attempting to break through. Wu Gu seized the moment and extended his golden right hand. Bang! The unmistakable sound of the basketball being struck resonated, and the ball soared from Beasley's grasp. How could this happen so swiftly? Beasley was still in a daze from the interception. "Quick, defend." The Heat's coach was already beside himself on the bench. "Oh, defense." Just as Beasley snapped back to reality and turned to pursue, he found Wu Gu already dribbling up the court, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving the Heat's small forward Mayo, who was in hot pursuit, only able to see the taillights of Wu Ji's brilliance. Upon reaching the vicinity of the free throw line, Wu Gu faced an unguarded hoop, leaped with force, executed a flawless 360-degree spin in midair, and with one arm, emphatically slammed the ball into the basket. Boom! The rim echoed with a thunderous sound. In that instant, Newton's principles seemed to falter, as Wu Ji's breathtaking dunk was nothing short of perfection. Ah! The arena erupted in fervor, with countless fans and even NBA stars rising to their feet, ecstatic and animated. "Wow, that was incredible." LeBron, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't he help but praise. "Indeed, this fellow would undoubtedly captivate the audience in a dunk contest." Kobe chimed in beside him. "Oh." Smith was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wu, you are phenomenal. From this moment on, I am a devoted fan." The ever-enthusiastic Barkley also voiced his admiration, stating, "Wu gives me the impression that he is on an entirely different level from the players on the court." Chapter 21. You simply cannot guard me. The crowd was utterly ignited by Wu Gu's 360-degree, one-handed slam dunk. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, Wu Gu descended from the hoop and, facing the bewildered Beasley, made an international gesture. "You simply cannot guard me. This guy is asking for trouble." Beasley, unaccustomed to such humiliation, could no longer contain himself and charged forward. Wu Gu deftly sidestepped, intentionally or not extending his foot into the path of Beasley. Thud! Beasley tumbled to the ground, resembling a puppy in a most unbecoming position. Hilariously, Smith from the sidelines mocked, "Our second overall pick seems to be vying for the janitorial position at our arena." The surrounding fans erupted in laughter. Players from both the Heat and the Knicks rushed to separate the two, as the NBA maintained stringent penalties for brawling. A mere summer league game is hardly worth such consequences. Whistle. The head referee, Tony, promptly blew his whistle. Wu Gu and Beasley each receive a technical foul. 50 lashes apiece. The Heat gained possession. At this moment, Wu Gu stood at the sidelines, hands outstretched, shaking his head in a gesture of utter bewilderment. The crowd erupted in discontented boos directed at the referee, clearly believing that the previous play was a commendable block. Just then, General Manager Walsh and head coach D'Antoni arrived at the arena to observe Wu Ji's performance firsthand. Beasley, rising to his feet, bore a gaze that seemed capable of piercing through steel, while the Heat's summer league coach admonished him from the sidelines. "Hey, Beasley, look at me. Do not act impulsively. Respond with your basketball skills." Meanwhile, in the stands, Wade concealed his face, overwhelmed by the thought, what on earth has the management chosen this time? The game resumed with the Heat on the offensive. Alexander dribbled past half-court, and Beasley was already calling for the ball in the paint. Upon noticing this, Alexander delivered a pass to him. Faced with Knicks power forward Hinton, Beasley leapt into the air for a two-point shot. Clang! The basketball rebounded off the rim, and Beasley quickly jumped again, ready to secure the incoming rebound. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in gasps. As Beasley soared, he mused to himself, "Surely, this crowd is now awed by my exceptional leap." Just as he was about to intercept the descending ball, a yellow hand appeared above him, snatching the ball with ease and landing securely on the court. Offensive play. Quick! Wu Gu was seen advancing rapidly with the ball. Knicks' small forward Trier had already positioned himself beneath the basket, and Wu Gu executed a cross-court pass, delivering the perfect assist. Boom! Trier dunked effortlessly into the unguarded hoop. What a play. Trier sprinted over to high-five Wu Ge, exclaiming, "Wu, your passing is simply phenomenal." Meanwhile, Beasley was on the verge of madness. Feeling like a mere jester in the midst of it all, the Heat continued their offense. Beasley brought the ball to the backcourt, dribbling past half-court with a flourish, executing a dazzling behind-the-back move against the rather obscure player Hinton. He then broke through to the basket, confronting Knicks center Jin's defense. Boom. A thunderous dunk. Upon landing, Beasley let out a triumphant roar, as if to release the frustrations he had just endured. At that moment, commentator Barkley flashed a knowing smile and remarked, "It seems our second overall pick has finally found his rhythm. It's about to become Beasley's time, and we may not get another chance to score." "Hey." Smith chuckled, "Let us wait and see." The Knicks initiated their offense. Point guard Allen dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to small forward Trier. After dribbling for a while and realizing the shot clock was running low, Trier hastily launched a shot. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Beasley positioned himself perfectly under the basket, ready to claim the rebound. At that moment, Wu Ge discerned the trajectory of the basketball, leaping powerfully within the 3-second zone. He soared high, soaring over the bewildered Beasley, and with a single hand, he seized the ball and forcefully slammed it into the hoop. The rim emitted a lamenting groan. Beasley stood frozen, utterly perplexed, exclaiming inwardly, "What on earth just happened?" Following his emphatic dunk, Wu Ge bellowed with ferocity, his fist clenched tightly. He then approached the sidelines and performed a celebratory gesture reminiscent of Westbrook's Baby Rock. The atmosphere in the arena ignited to a fever pitch. Oh my goodness! Wu Ge had once again dunked over Beasley. This time, it was a one-handed putback, leaving spectators in awe of the limits of Wu Ge's prowess. Beasley appeared utterly stunned. "Oh." Smith exaggeratedly mimicked Wu Ge's celebration, while Barkley disregarded him, muttering, "Goodness gracious, take it easy, Wu. You've already scored 8 points. It was a disaster." Another one gone wild. Smith cast a sympathetic glance at Barkley, noting that only 5 minutes had elapsed in the game, implying that it would be a breeze for Wu Ge to reach 20 points. The Heat initiated their offense, seemingly influenced by Wu Ge's recent putback. Beasley dribbled to half-court and launched a three-pointer. Clang. The basketball veered off course, and Wu Ge leaped once more to secure the rebound. The Knicks advanced on offense. Point guard Allen dribbled past half-court, while Wu Ge made a backdoor cut, positioning himself beneath the basket. Allen recognized that passing the ball to Wu Ge would yield an assist. Who wouldn't want their stats to shine? With that, Allen lofted the basketball high into the air, aiming for the hoop. Alas, Beasley, noticing the ball's ascent, sensed impending trouble. Wu Ge soared high into the air, grasping the approaching basketball with both hands. In mid-flight, he executed a delicate pull-up, forcefully slamming the ball into the Miami Heat's hoop. Bang! A resounding sound echoed as the 2 points were securely added to the scoreboard. At this moment, in front of the Tiancha studio, Zhang Heli beamed at Wu Ge's remarkable shot, grinning from ear to ear. That shot was truly justified. Wu Ge executed it brilliantly. That's how you play him. Play him. Yu Jia chimed in, expressing, "Watching Wu Ge play is simply a feast for the eyes. Each dunk fills me with exhilaration. If I weren't still in the studio, I would have leaped up in excitement." The audience before their televisions flooded the comments section, acknowledging. I must concede, today Wu Ge is beyond reproach. The NBA is on the verge of witnessing the emergence of Emperor Wu, due to Wu Ge's spectacular performance. The usual critics found themselves momentarily silenced. Back at the game venue, the official timeout had arrived. Both Wu Ge and Beasley have been substituted off the court. Subsequently, a flurry of substitutes took to the floor, fervently showcasing their myriad skills. Before long, only 5 minutes remained in the second quarter, and with Wu Ge's departure, the Miami Heat capitalized, consistently sinking baskets and narrowing the score. Knicks 47, Heat 45. Beasley sat on the bench, his gaze vacant as he watched the unfolding game, pondering the implications of the tightening score from which he was absent. Meanwhile, in the NBA official broadcast studio, OMG, our viewership ratings have astonishingly reached a record high for the Summer League. NBA Commissioner Stern was keenly attentive to this match, and upon witnessing the surge in viewership, an idea sparked within him. Soon, Stern's call reached the general managers of both the Knicks and the Heat. Let Wu Ge and Beasley face off directly. This directive swiftly made its way to the coaches. Out of respect for the players, both coaches delicately inquired about their respective players' opinions. Ultimately, both sides expressed no objections. David Stern, what a character. Wu Ge glanced at the towering Beasley, who stood at 2.08 meters, and couldn't help but jest. If it weren't for his sufficient strength to hold his ground, he might end up as a mere footnote. Beasley, on the other hand, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. As a power forward, facing off against a shooting guard seemed like a walk in the park. He felt invigorated. Beep. Heat's number 55. Robinson committed a foul, prompting substitutions. Wu-Gu and Beasley make their reappearance. The score stands at Knicks 50, Heat 48. The Knicks have possession. There are 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Chapter 22. Iverson's signature crossover. The score on the court. Knicks 50, Heat 48. Wu-Gu and Beasley return to the court. Quickly, Wu-Gu is back on the field. As he re-enters, the young fans of Wu-Ji's fan club are illuminated with excitement. Scarlett Johansson, the Black Widow, along with Lim Yuna and Tion from Girls' Generation, hurriedly wipe away the drool of drowsiness, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they fixate on the man clad in jersey number 3. What am I witnessing? Hey, Smith exclaims in astonishment. Wu-Gu and Beasley are directly matched up. It appears the coaches are well aware of the audience's desires, Barkley adds, explaining that both coaches have positioned their players at the small forward position, a true clash of titans. Wu, bring down your opponent. Step aside, Beasley. You aren't even worthy to carry Wu's shoes. The crowd erupts with deafening cheers and chants. Beasley's face shifts from green to pale. During practice, they called him Sweetie. And now they refer to him as Mrs. Cow. Such delightful characters, Wu-Gu muses, shaking his head, when dealing with these foreigners. There is no other option but to overpower them with skill. With the referee's whistle, the match officially commences, and the Knicks gain possession with a sideline throw-in. Following the coach's strategy, Wu-Gu utilizes a screen set by his teammate, the center Gene, to position himself beyond the three-point line and receive the basketball. Beasley quickly navigates around the screen, positioning himself before Wu-Gu, arms outstretched, a serious expression on his face as he boldly declares, "Rookie, I'm going to get serious. You want to score another basket in my presence." From the sidelines, Barkley, observing Beasley's demeanor, encourages him. It seems our 5-star high school player Beasley is in earnest. We may have a tough time ahead. As Barkley's words resonate, Wu-Gu begins to dribble the basketball, executing a sudden rightward shoulder fake. Then performing a one-handed floating shot. He swiftly retracts the ball to his left shoulder, executing Allen Iverson's signature crossover. Beasley, caught off guard by Wu-Gu's sudden lateral movement, is left scrambling to defend as Wu-Gu reaches the left side, halting for a shot. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. A flawless 2-point basket. Go for it. Wu-Gu's lighthearted voice is heard as he lands. Beasley, with a grim expression, watches the ball glide into the hoop. The Miami Heat initiates their offense. Beasley, receiving the basketball, dribbles into the front court, attempting to maneuver through Wu-Ji's defense with a flurry of fakes, but he struggles to break through. It appears our second overall pick is facing challenges. Smith's commentary echoes from the broadcast booth. As if to validate Smith's observation, Beasley, noticing the time slipping away, hastily takes a shot. Clang. The basketball ricochets off the rim, and Knicks center Gene seizes the rebound, promptly passing the ball to Wu-Gu. Wu-Gu swiftly dribbled the basketball into the front court, playfully inquiring, "Which way do you think I will pass you?" Having learned from the recent lesson, Beasley remained vigilant, fully focused on the ball before him. In an instant, Wu-Gu executed his signature crossover move, reminiscent of Allen Iverson. In his fervent attempt to defend, Beasley overcommit, resulting in Wu-Gu pulling the ball back and sending Beasley crashing heavily to the ground. As Wu-Gu faced Beasley, he momentarily paused with the basketball, then leaped to take his shot. The ball soared through the air. Swish. He struck again with unwavering precision. Oh my. Has our second overall pick developed a fondness for the court of the Summer League venue? I believe he could negotiate with the arena's owner to purchase a piece to take home. Hey, Smith jested. The audience erupted in laughter at that moment. Did you not notice? Wu's move is strikingly similar to A's. Kobe, well acquainted with Allen Iverson's style, exclaimed. Indeed, it truly is. T-Mac chimed in. Iverson, the ultimate master of this maneuver, nodded in agreement, fully aware of its significance. Meanwhile, the technical team at the back began to edit and showcase this move alongside Iverson's signature actions. The camera swiftly focused on Iverson in attendance, amplifying the atmosphere within the arena. Wow. The fans erupted once more in a fervent cheer. The game continued. The Heat launched their offense. Beasley struggled to advance, dribbling past half-court, and once again began his elaborate dribbling exhibition. Hey, even my grandmother across the street could do it faster than you. As Wu-Gu gazed upon Beasley before him, he could no longer bear to watch. With a swift motion, he extended his hand. Bang! The basketball was instantly intercepted by Wu-Gu, who rapidly surged towards the front court, executing a gliding slam dunk. Upon landing with a resounding thud, Wooga placed his hand to his ear, mimicking Allen Iverson's iconic gesture. The crowd erupted in fervor once more. Barkley was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "I believe if Beasley continues to struggle, he ought to return home for 2 more years of training." Smith, beaming with delight, chimed in, "Don't be disheartened. It's merely a fat pig running naked. You will soon be allowed to wear your underwear on your head." Laughter erupted from the audience, clutching their bellies in amusement. The Miami Heat commenced their offense. Beasley, now hesitant to demand the ball, allowed point guard Alexander to dribble past half-court with ease. Utilizing a screen to shake off Wooga, he leaped high beneath the basket for a delicate floater. Beasley thought to himself, "Surely this shot will be secure." Bang! Out of nowhere, Wooga dashed in, executing a thunderous block from behind, sending the basketball crashing against the backboard before it tumbled down into the hands of Knicks center Gene. "Oh my God, that block from Woo was simply sensational." The commentators, led by Smith, leapt from their seats in astonishment. "Wow." The crowd erupted into even louder cheers. Subsequently, both teams exchanged a few rounds of back-and-forth attacks, each player vying for supremacy. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. The score stood at Knicks 65, Heat 55. Chapter 23. He moved slower than an elderly woman on the sidewalk during the halftime intermission. The big screen began showcasing a series of Woo Gee's remarkable highlights. A montage of his scoring prowess. Smith began to extol, "I believe Woo has surpassed Beasley by leaps and bounds, if Beasley is a rough gem. Then Woo is the meticulously polished masterpiece." Even the hefty Barkley had to concede. Indeed, Beasley possesses extraordinary talent, yet when faced with Woo, he appears akin to an infant, with much left to learn. In front of Tianchao television, the thrilling moments of the match were continuously replayed, alongside the displayed statistics of both Wooga and Beasley. The halftime break swiftly came to a close, and the second half commenced. The score remained, Knicks 65, Heat 55. The matchup continued from the final moments of the first half, Wooga versus Beasley. "Hey, hefty pick. How many points do you think Wooga will score in the second half?" Smith asked mischievously, glancing at Barkley. "I believe the sky is his limit, contingent upon how many more he desires to score." The thought of going streaking sent a wave of panic through Barkley. Meanwhile, the fans in the arena had noticed that the commentators' discussion about Wooga had shifted from whether he could be contained by Beasley to how many points he desired to score. The game continued. The Knicks had possession. Knicks point guard Allen dribbled past half-court, and Wooga positioned himself just inside the three-point line, leaning against Beasley, signaling for the ball. Observing this, Allen delivered a high lob pass. Upon receiving the ball, Wooga smiled at Beasley and declared, "I will maneuver past you as effortlessly as crossing a tranquil morning street." Infuriated, Beasley retorted, "Then let us see you try." In an instant, Wooga executed an exquisite Allen Iverson-style crossover, leaving Beasley disoriented. He then swiftly darted to the right baseline, evading Beasley, and approached the basket. There, he faced the Miami Heat's center, Robinson, leaping high to perform a graceful reverse layup, sending the ball soaring towards the hoop. Swish. The basketball kissed the backboard before settling securely into the net. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. I could almost envision Beasley resembling a clown, utterly bewildered as he searched for the ball behind Woo. Smith exclaimed with excitement. Now, the Miami Heat launched their offensive. Alexander dribbled past half-court, and Beasley reached out to seize the basketball. With a feint to the right, he then broke to the left for a jump shot, all while facing Woo Gee's relentless defense. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Wooga leapt high to secure the rebound, swiftly initiating a fast break. As he confronted the unsteady defense of the Heat, he deftly dribbled towards the basket. With a subtle maneuver against the retreating Heat small forward, he smoothly deposited the ball into the hoop. The Heat launched their offensive. Beasley seized the ball near the free throw line, backing down against Wooga. Observing the roughness of Beasley's dribbling, Wooga could no longer restrain himself. With a deft flick of his hand, he dislodged the ball, allowing Knicks guard Allen to recover it. Wooga swiftly dashed towards the basket of the Heat. Allen, dribbling past half-court, executed a long pass. Wooga soared into the air, catching the ball with one hand and delivering a thunderous slam dunk. B00M. The basketball was forcefully thrust into the hoop. The commentator from CTV5, Yu Jia, observed this remarkable play and proclaimed in his rich voice, "This is truly Woo Gee's stage performance. Beasley is utterly off his game." As if to validate this statement, the Heat launched another offensive. Beasley, facing Wuji's defense, approached the basket and attempted a spinning floater, only to miss once more. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim yet again. Wuga secured the rebound and dribbled into the front court. Once again confronting Beasley's defense, even the elderly lady by the roadside is quicker than you. At that moment, Beasley's expression contorted in frustration, pondering for a long while yet failing to articulate a response. The commentators, unable to endure the spectacle, heard Barkley exclaim, "I truly feel Beasley is outmatched. Perhaps he should request a substitution from the coach." As Wuga seized the ball, the audience erupted into chants of MVP. 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 It was evident that Wuga had captivated the fans with his exquisite skills. General Manager Walsh's face flushed with excitement, and he began to dance with joy. The Knicks finally have their own star again. On the court, Wuga grasped the ball with one hand, facing Beasley, and executed a dazzling Allen Iverson crossover, causing Beasley to tumble heavily at the free throw line. Observing this, Wuga accelerated past Beasley and raced towards the basket, where he confronted Heat center Robinson, gracefully executing a delicate layup. Swish. The basketball danced on the rim, rolling twice before finally settling into the net. As Wuga landed, he executed Allen Iverson's iconic celebration, cupping his ear to the wind. The arena erupted with fervor. Iverson gazed upon Wuga, seeing a reflection of his younger self. Kobe shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the player they had missed out on. Wade sat beside him, covering his face, realizing that from this game, Beasley had been utterly outmatched. In the commentary booth, the excitement was palpable. "Oh my God. What have I just witnessed? Folks, what has he done? Our second overall pick has once again fallen to the floor. He truly has an affinity for it." Hey, Smith couldn't help but jest. Meanwhile, the dejected Barkley looked at Wuga, who had already amassed 20 points, with a face ashen as a ghost. In the CTV5 studio, Zhang He laughed heartily. "That's right. Wuga. Show them. Show them." With a sense of urgency, the Miami Heat's head coach called a timeout, sensing the Knicks' momentum. The Heat players on the bench exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting helplessness as they regarded the opposing number 3. This is simply not on the same level. Beasley, too, appeared to be entirely shell-shocked. As the timeout concluded, Wuga did not return to the court, while Beasley seized the opportunity to enhance his statistics against the Knicks, who were without Wuga. At that moment, Beasley appeared to be invincible, executing a baseline dunk, a floater from the paint, a turnaround jumper near the free throw line, and a remarkable three-pointer. Wade, witnessing this display, seemed to exhibit a slight relaxation of his expression. However, clang. Beasley's final three-point attempt went awry. Peep. Ultimately, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the conclusion of the match. Thanks to the lead established during Wuji's time on the court, the Knicks triumphed over the Heat with a score of 120-99. Final statistics. Wuga, 37 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks, filling the statistical sheet. Beasley, 20 points, 7 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, and 1 block, surpassing the renowned American prodigy in terms of statistics. As the cheers resounded throughout the arena, Wuga departed from the stadium. In the post-match press conference, both Wuga and the team's coach made their appearances. A reporter from Fox Sports inquired, "Hello, Wu. What are your thoughts on this match?" Wuga glanced at the reporter and smiled. "This is merely an ordinary summer league match. It does not signify anything substantial." The SN Sports reporter replied, "Hello, Wu. May I inquire about your thoughts on Beasley?" Wuga spoke calmly. "You know, he's indeed slower than an elderly lady by the roadside. I once attempted to stand still and wait for him, but he remained on the floor, unable to rise." After the interview concluded, Wuga arrogantly drove back to the hotel in his Panamera, indulging in a classic display reminiscent of a parental defense in Dota. At that moment, a plump pig was spotted running around naked near the arena. Following the conclusion of the match, a plethora of reports emerged. Wuga, the next AI? The runner-up transforms into a janitor, feverishly cleaning the arena floor. The next VA0 of Longwa. The only one who can catch up to Wuga is himself. Overnight, Wuga gained tens of thousands of followers, with Lin Yuner and Tion on NS directly following him. Chapter 24, Master of Time Management the day following yesterday's match. With Wuga utterly dominating the opposing prodigy, Beasley, in his first game, countless NBA scouts, managers, and American fans were left astounded. After many had viewed the highlights from last night, they were left in disbelief. Are you telling me this is a rookie? The highlights showcased Wuga dribbling, executing hook shots beneath the basket, and repeatedly performing aerial maneuvers above the Heat's hoop, dazzlingly outmaneuvering his country's prodigy, Beasley, with his swift and incisive dribbling. At that moment on the NS forum, OMG. I dare say that the Heat's decision not to select Wu must be the gravest error. After watching the highlights of Wu Gu and Beasley, this was the immediate reaction of countless netizens. It was just one good game. Give it a little sunshine. And it blossoms? Wu. From now on, I am your fan. I believe our Beasley just hasn't adapted yet. Once he does, he will surely outshine Wu. I adore you. Wu. On domestic forums, our Emperor Wu is now the #1 point guard in Asia. Who dares to disagree? I laughed. The #1 point guard in Asia. Who doesn't eat dumplings during the New Year? The person above is right. I support this. You shall not speak ill of my brother. Brother is eternally invincible. While discussions about Wu Gu flourished online, he awoke to find it was already noon, glancing at his phone to discover an array of trivial messages. He noticed he had gained the attention of 2 new female followers on NS, Lin Yuner and Tion, as Wu Gu clicked on the profile picture to admire it. He promptly followed back. Ding dong. At that moment, a message arrived. Hey, Wu, you were fantastic last night. Are you interested in going out for a stroll? The frame of Lin Yun's profile picture twinkled. Wu Gu picked up his phone and enlarged the profile picture of Lin Yuner, exclaiming, not bad. Not bad at all. He promptly composed a message in response. Okay, see you at the fashion show shopping mall. Very soon. Wu Gu completed his morning routine, donning a stylish casual outfit and meticulously styling his hair. Admiring his own striking appearance in the mirror, he set off in his Porsche Panamera, speeding towards the trendy shopping mall. Upon parking in the underground garage and making his way to the entrance, he noticed that the 2 ladies had arrived early, both having put considerable effort into their looks. Lin Yuner stood tall, adorned in a white suspender dress that gently accentuated her ample bosom, the hem barely concealing her knees. She wore nude stockings that highlighted her slender calves, and a belt at her waist accentuated her figure beautifully. Tion, with her alluringly curvaceous form, sported cascading golden waves that radiated brilliance. Her long legs were clad in a short, pale yellow mini skirt, further emphasizing her flawless physique. Hey, Wu, you're here. Lin Yuner exclaimed upon spotting Wu Gu, breaking the momentary silence. Apologies for making you wait, beautiful ladies. Wu Gu replied with a captivating smile that could disarm anyone. Oh, not at all. We just arrived ourselves. Lin Yuner and Tion blushed at his presence, their hearts fluttering at the sight of his handsome visage. Shall we go? Wu Gu, accompanied by Lin Yuner and Tion, entered the shopping mall, where the first floor was bustling with numerous trendy brand stores, showcasing an array of luxury and fashionable labels. As the trio strolled through the vibrant space, laughter and cheerful banter filled the air, drawing them closer together. Wu, your ball control is truly remarkable. Lin Yuner and Tion exclaimed in admiration. Is that so? In fact, my handball skills are quite impressive as well. You 2 lovely ladies should come to my gym tonight. And I shall demonstrate. Wu Gu replied with a beaming smile. Oh, how annoying. Both women blushed deeply. As they turned a corner, they arrived at a fashion boutique. Olo Ralph Lauren, where Wu Gu eagerly took on the role of stylist, assisting the 2 ladies in selecting several outfits. Lin Yuner opted for a black tailored pantsuit that accentuated her sharp demeanor, while Tion chose a long, form-fitting blue dress that showcased her graceful figure. At that moment, a sales attendant chimed in. Sir, your girlfriends are simply stunning. These outfits suit them perfectly. We are not. Lin Yuner and Tion began to respond, but their words were left unfinished. Wu Gu directly handed his bank card to the front desk attendant, commanding with confidence, wrap it up. Certainly, sir, replied the attendant, delightfully accepting the card and proceeding with the packaging. Subsequently, they arrived at a jewelry store, where Lin Yunei and Taeyun were captivated by a pair of exquisite earrings. Do you like them? Wu Gu inquired with a smile. Just as the 2 were still in hesitation, he proclaimed, wrap it up. It's a gift for the 2 lovely ladies. Wu Gu generously displayed his affluence once more. Afterward, the trio, feeling fatigued from their shopping, sought refuge in a CAF within the mall to rest. Wu Gu savored a sip of coffee, gently dispersing the steam that rose before him. He smiled as he gazed at Lin Yunei and Tion. It is indeed a privilege to spend this delightful day of leisure in the company of 2 beautiful ladies. Lin Yunei and Tion shyly replied, we are sorry to trouble you. Gradually, as the evening descended, the lights around them began to illuminate the surroundings. How about we take a look at the night scenery of Las Vegas? Wu Gu suggested. Sounds great. Lin Yunei and Tion readily agreed, and thus the trio strolled along, engaged in lively conversation, until they arrived at the artificial Grand Canal of the Venetian Hotel. Under the cloak of night, Wu Lin Yunei, and Tion stood quietly on the viewing platform, overlooking the entirety of Las Vegas. How beautiful! The enchanting smiles graced the faces of the two ladies. Yet, once again, it was an uneventful day, reminiscent of a leisurely existence. After a day of exploration, Wu returned to his hotel room and lay on the bed, pondering in boredom. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message arrived. Tion's profile picture flickered. Wu, I apologize for disturbing you so late. The waterway in the hotel is malfunctioning. Could you come and assist me? No problem, my lovely lady. As a gentleman, Wu promptly agreed. Before long, Wu arrived at Tion's door, driving at a swift 250 miles per hour, requesting assistance with the plumbing. Ding dong. Another message popped up. Wu, I'm scared. Could you come to my hotel room and keep me company for a while? Lin Yunei also sent a message. Of course, it's no trouble at all, beautiful lady. Just wait for me. Wu promptly tidied his attire and made his way to the room adjacent to that of Lin Yuna. The diligent Wu Di had taken to refining his tactics late into the night, demonstrating an admirable commitment to his craft. At that moment, a reporter stealthily trailed Wu capturing a photograph that would later read, Master of Time Management, Wu. Chapter 25. The Majestic pull up on July 14th, after a day's respite. The Knicks were set to face the challenge posed by the Grizzlies. Knicks versus Grizzlies. Just as they bid farewell to the prodigious second overall pick, Beasley, they welcomed the nation's top high school talent, O.J. Mayo. This clash promised to be a spectacle, particularly in light of Wu Ji's formidable performance during the Summer League in Las Vegas, which had become a sensation, with tickets nearly impossible to procure. Among the spectators present today were notable figures such as Spike Lee, Cheng Long, Louis Fei, Yuli Jian, and Taylor. NBA stars, including the Grizzlies' dynamic duo, Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol, alongside legends like Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Carmelo Anthony, and Chris Paul, were also in attendance. As the crowd continued to filter in, the arena reached full capacity. Wu emerged clad in a stylish hip-hop hoodie and jeans, hands tucked into his pockets as he sauntered into the venue. Following him was Mayo, dressed impeccably in a suit, accompanied by a host of players who also made their entrance. Pre-game interview. Hello, Wu. In this match, Mayo plays in the same position as you, and he has been dubbed Little McGrady. What are your thoughts on this? Inquired a reporter from FW Sports. Oh, that's truly fantastic. You know, I relish the opportunity to play alongside such gifted individuals and help them identify their shortcomings. Wu responded with an air of ease and confidence. Do you have any message for Mayo? The future is yours, he declared, leaving the reporters momentarily bewildered. When it was time for the Grizzlies interview, one reporter exaggeratedly remarked, Hey, Mayo, Wu just said for you to go home and find your mother. What do you think about that? That's quite amusing. I'll make sure he struggles to find his way home, Mayo replied, his expression darkening. As the interviews concluded, both teams made their way to the entrance tunnel in preparation for the game. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. With the electrifying introduction from the DJ, players began to sprint onto the court. First up was the starting lineup for the Memphis Grizzlies, starting point guard, 5 Kennedy Chandler starting small forward, 15 Shakur Buchanan starting power forward, 28 E.J. Onu starting center, 9 David Roddy starting shooting guard, 32 O.J. Mayo. The 5-star high school sensation and the 5th overall pick of the draft made a grand entrance as the last player to run onto the court. The live DJ resounded once more. Next up is the starting lineup for the New York Knicks. Starting point guard number 0, Kadam Allen. Starting small forward number 13, Alonzo Trier. Starting power forward number 26, Amir Hinton. Starting center VJ King. And the NBA draft pick from the land of the dragon, number 3, Wu Ge. As the DJ's voice faded, the big screen began to showcase a highlight reel of Wu Ge. Oh, oh, oh. The venue erupted with the most fervent cheers. Although it was merely a single game, at that moment, Wu Ji's popularity soared to great heights. Wu burst into the arena with arms wide open, then joyfully exchanged high-fives with his teammates in front of him. The players began to take the court for warm-ups. In the commentary booth, today's commentators are Mike and the Knicks head coach, Dan Toney, who was making a special guest appearance. With a sharp blast from the referee's whistle, the match is officially underway. Knicks center Gene and Grizzlies center Roddy positioned themselves at center court for the tip-off. Gene tapped the basketball out, granting the Knicks the first offensive possession. Wu dribbled past the halfway line. Mayo, exuding an air of arrogance, approached and closely guarded Wu. Is it you? Monkey. Do you wish to challenge me? Oh, You think you can simply stroll past me like a morning stroll across the street? Wu Gu, controlling the ball, gazed at the tenaciously close Mayo and spoke with a hint of indifference. As his words trailed off, Wu Gu surged past Mayo with remarkable speed, launching himself toward the Memphis Grizzlies center, Rhodey, executing a thunderous slam dunk. B00M. The basketball was emphatically driven into the hoop. Well, the atmosphere was instantly ignited by this electrifying moment. The big screen began to replay Wu Ji's spectacular score. Commentator Mike, astonished, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming. Upon reviewing the slow-motion replay, Wu Ji's move was utterly explosive, completely disregarding Mayo's defense. The Memphis Grizzlies initiated their offense. Point guard Chandler dribbled past the half-court line, once again passing the ball to Mayo. Faced with Wu Ji's relentless defense, Mayo attempted to evade him with speed, but after a moment of hesitation, he found himself trapped as the shot clock dwindled. In a state of urgency, he released the ball. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Knicks center Gene seized the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Wu Gu. Wu Gu swiftly advanced, seizing the moment while the Grizzlies struggled to establish their footing, and propelled the ball towards the backboard with great fervor. What was Wu doing at that moment? The commentator, Mike, expressed his bewilderment. That shot is exceedingly off the mark. Meanwhile, Mayo, observing the wildly inaccurate throw, burst into laughter, exclaiming, next time, aim more precisely. Don't just throw it around. Wu Gu cast a disdainful glance at Mayo before swiftly charging towards the paint. With a powerful leap, he caught the basketball rebounding off the backboard and, with tremendous force, slammed it through the hoop, soaring over the Grizzlies' small forward, Buchanan. The rim emitted a painful groan at that moment. Wow. Louis Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement at this remarkable basket. I must apologize for my earlier remarks. The commentator, Mike N., could no longer contain his enthusiasm and shouted, I can only say, Wu, truly magnificent. Control your excitement. Danone quickly grabbed a tissue to shield himself from the exuberant outburst of Mike N., watching Wu Gu on the court, feeling that mentoring him might be the most delightful experience of the upcoming season. The game continued. The Memphis Grizzlies launched an offense. Chandler dribbled past half-court and executed a flashy pass to the interior player, Onu, who faced Knicks forward Hinton and made a jump shot, scoring the first points for the Memphis Grizzlies. Why aren't you attacking? Wu Gu looked at Mayo in front of him with an air of relaxed confidence. Humph. Mayo pouted, seemingly aggrieved. Allen dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Wu Gu. It was clear to everyone. Wu Gu was the leader of this team. It's undeniable core. Watch closely. Wu Gu dribbled the ball with both hands between his legs, the basketball seemingly endowed with wings, darting adeptly beneath him. Suddenly, he feigned a rightward breakthrough, executed a retreat, and leaped high for a textbook jumper. Whap! Mayo, caught off guard, struck Wu Ji's wrist. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish. The three-pointer was good. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. Number 55 of the Grizzlies, Mayo, was called for a foul. Adu. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Wu Gu approached the free throw line, received the basketball from the referee, steadied his breath, and released the shot. Swish. The additional free throw was successfully made. Wu Gu unleashed his full potential, shutting out Mayo while scoring an impressive 7 points at the outset, single-handedly accumulating all the points for his team. In Chapter 26, T-Mac Moment, during the remaining time of the first quarter, Wu Gu showcased his prowess with a series of drives and shots, frequently delivering exquisite passes to his teammates. Meanwhile, Mayo found himself firmly seated on the bench, compelled by the coach to take a moment to regain composure. As the first quarter concluded, Wu Gu presented a remarkable stat line of 15 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, aiding the Knicks in swiftly establishing a double-digit lead. In the second quarter, the Memphis Grizzlies seized the opportunity while Wu Gu was on the bench, gradually regaining their rhythm and adjusting their offensive approach to launch relentless attacks on the Knicks basket, narrowing the score gap. During this period, Mayo flourished, amassing an impressive 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist, consistently bombarding the Knicks hoop. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Knicks coach, wearing a stern expression, was compelled to reinsert Wu Gu into the game. With the current score reading, Knicks 54, Grizzlies 55. As the Grizzlies initiated their offense, point guard Chandler dribbled past half-court, buoyed by Mayo's recent brilliance. Faced with Wu Ji's defense, he felt an overwhelming confidence, believing he could easily dominate his opponent. Upon reaching the three-point line, Chandler executed a series of intricate crossovers and drove to the basket, attempting a challenging layup. Alas, the basketball rolled precariously on the rim before bouncing out. With a sharp exclamation, Wu-Go leapt to secure the rebound and swiftly advanced the ball up court. The attention of the Grizzlies players was solely on him. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent the ball to the fast-breaking small forward, Trier, who executed a thunderous dunk. Well done, Wu. Trier celebrated with a high five as they hustled back on defense. Meanwhile, Mayo's expression darkened, his fist clenched in frustration. Realizing that ever since Wu-Go had entered the game, his own performance had faltered. As the Grizzlies continued their offense, point guard Chandler, after dribbling past half-court, saw Mayo signaling for the ball but chose not to pass. Instead, he executed a pick-and-roll with center Roddy, driving to the basket and attempting a floating shot over Knicks center Gene. Swish. 2 points scored. With a simmering anger, Mayo approached Chandler and coldly instructed, "Make sure to pass me the ball next time." Chandler, suppressing his own frustration, glared at Mayo and muttered, "All right." At this moment, Wu-Go floated past Mayo, his voice light, yet teasing. "Your teammates aren't passing to you. Are you up to the task? You little mutt." Just as Mayo was about to retort, Wu-Go had already dashed to the backcourt to receive the ball. The Knicks were on the offensive. Wu-Go skillfully dribbled past half-court. As Knicks center Gene approached to set a screen, utilizing the pick, Wu-Go executed a swift breakthrough, effortlessly evading Mayo's defense. While the Grizzlies center sought to provide assistance on the defense, Wu-Go swiftly seized the moment, delivering a precision ground pass to the fast-breaking center, Gene, who executed a powerful dunk. The commentator, McKinn, remarked, "Wu's passing prowess is on par with his offensive skills. The Grizzlies are in for a headache." D'Antoni, seated in the commentary booth, was struck by inspiration as a spark ignited in his mind. The Memphis Grizzlies launched their offense. Mayo received a pass from point guard Chandler, standing beyond the three-point line. Facing Wu's defense, he scoffed, "Watch this. I'm going to slam it down on you, you trash." As his words echoed, Mayo leaned against Wu-Go and rapidly broke through to the basket. With the hoop within arm's reach, he leapt off the ground, ball raised high, ready to smash it down. "Oh my God, what am I witnessing? Is this prodigious high school talent finally about to shine?" Commentator Mike exclaimed with palpable excitement. The audience was entirely captivated, their focus locked on Mayo's impending shot. Just then, a light, yet confident voice from Wu-Go broke the tension, followed by a leap from behind Mayo. "Get down." Wu-Go confronted Mayo's powerful one-handed dunk, decisively swatting the ball cleanly away with one hand. Bang! Mayo crashed heavily to the floor. Well, the arena erupted into an even more fervent cheer at that moment. Mike shook his head in disbelief and remarked, clearly, Mayo underestimated Wu's shot-blocking ability. D'Antoni added, "Wu's vertical leap and body coordination have reached perfection." Liu Yifei in the stands began to sway with excitement, the sparkle in her eyes uncontainable. A host of celebrities and NBA stars applauded Wu's spectacular block, while Knicks mascot Spike Lee danced animatedly along the sidelines. Back on the court, the game resumed. The Knicks were on the offensive with just 35 seconds remaining. Wu skillfully dribbled the ball to the three-point line, executing a flawless pull-up jumper. The basketball arced beautifully through the air. Swish. The ball found its mark. The Memphis Grizzlies countered. Point guard Chandler advanced the ball, but Knicks guard Allen was called for a foul during an attempted steal. Allen stepped to the line and converted both free throws. The Knicks continued their offensive push. Wu seized the baseline ball and swiftly advanced into the front court, utilizing the screen set by Knicks center, Gene. He faced off against the Grizzlies center and executed a decisive three-point shot. Swish. The basketball cleanly swished through the net. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded as Grizzlies center, number 9, Roddy was called for a foul. Cheers erupted from the crowd. A cacophony of excitement filled the arena. The slow-motion replay showcased Wu's remarkable leap, demonstrating an extraordinary height and release speed. In the commentary booth, D'Antoni praised, stating that Wu's performance had reached a phenomenal level. Wu arrived at the free throw line, received the basketball, took a deep breath, and launched the ball into the air. Swish. The additional free throw was successful. The Memphis Grizzlies initiated their offense. Under Wu's rallying call, the Knicks players applied full-court pressure. Mayo successfully received the basketball and advanced it towards the front court. Wu, with a smile, remarked, "Who taught you to dribble? Even a 3-year-old in the park can do better." Hearing this, Mayo's lips curled into a cold smirk. "If you have the ability, try to take the ball from me. You're the one who begged me." As Wu observed the basketball in Mayo's possession, he seized the opportunity when Mayo paused, extending his golden right hand. With a resounding thud, the ball was knocked away. In the midst of Mayo's incredulous expression, the basketball rolled toward the midline. Wugu swiftly dashed forward to retrieve the lost ball and sprinted toward the Grizzlies' hoop. "You're infuriating." Mayo's already dark complexion flushed with rage, his shoulders trembling incessantly. Just then, Wugu advanced to a step beyond the three-point line, as Grizzlies small forward Buchanan and Mayo, both with fierce expressions, charged toward him with alarming speed. Wugu leaped gracefully beyond the three-point line, executing a flawless jump shot. Bang! Buchanan and Mayo, having committed themselves too fervently, collided and tumbled to the ground. The basketball, amidst their astonished gazes, traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! It once again found its secure resting place in the hoop. The arena erupted with exuberant cheers, as the crowd of fans fervently roared in unison. "Hey!" A subtle smile graced Wuji's lips as he gazed down at the two men sprawled before him, coldly proclaiming, "This is my territory." At that moment, the duo sat there in stunned silence, only regaining their senses when their teammates helped them to their feet. With the assistance of his teammates, Wugu rose and made his way to the free throw line. The audience erupted in spontaneous chants of MV. In admiration of the omnipotent Wugu, Wugu executed a striking shooting posture as he released the ball. Swish! The basketball gracefully descended into the hoop. Memphis launched their offense, with merely 5 seconds remaining. The Knicks players, invigorated by Wuji's influence, appeared as if they had been electrified, fervently obstructing Memphis's inbound pass. Memphis's center, Roddy, was utterly unaccustomed to such a scene, attempting to pass the ball to Mayo, only to be intercepted by Wugu. Wugu swiftly maneuvered forward, intercepting the ball with finesse. 5, 4, 3. As time ticked away, he rapidly dribbled towards the basket, soaring high from the free throw line. 2, 1. Amidst the astonished gazes of players, fans, and spectators alike, B00M. Wugu soared through the air like a graceful dancer, lifting the basketball high above his head before unleashing a powerful one-handed slam into the hoop. The whistle blew. The score stood at New York Knicks 70, Memphis Grizzlies 57. As the first half came to a close, oh my! Today, the deity donned the number 3 jersey on the court. The commentator, McKinn, had lost all sense of time, unable to recall how many times he had cheered. Ah, 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 ah. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch at this moment. Chapter 27, The White Horse and the Long Lance Float Like Poetry. During halftime, the big screen displayed the halftime score. New York Knicks 70, Memphis Grizzlies 57. A comparison of player statistics followed. Wugu recorded 29 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, while Mayo tallied 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist. In the commentary booth, Mike remarked, while Mayo's statistics may appear commendable, their significance diverges entirely. It is evident that whenever Wu is on the court, Mayo struggles to find scoring opportunities. Wu's defense is suffocating. D'Antoni also commented, it's not that Mayo lacks excellence. Rather, he is simply up against someone of superior caliber. As halftime concluded, the second half commenced with Memphis on the offense. Learning from the first half's lessons, Mayo refrained from ball handling. Point guard Chandler advanced the ball across half court, then executed a pick and roll with center Roddy. The ball found its way to small forward Buchanan, who, facing the basket, launched a three-point shot. Swish! The basketball sailed smoothly through the net. The Memphis players erupted in excitement, their hands raised in jubilation. The oppressive atmosphere of the first half made this basket crucial for morale. The Knicks took their turn on the offense, as Wugu dribbled past the halfway line. Approaching the three-point arc, he was suddenly confronted by both Mayo and Chandler, who had come together to double-team him. It appeared that the Memphis coach had finally recognized Wu's significance to the team and initiated a trapping strategy. How would Wu respond? The commentator, Mark, voiced his curiosity. The crowd was utterly engrossed, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Seizing the moment before Chandler could close in, Wu executed a swift bounce pass to the open Allen beside him. Swish! Allen, facing an unguarded hoop, confidently sank a three-pointer. Oh no! Wu was undoubtedly a born commander, possessing an extraordinary instinct for the game. The commentator marveled at how Wu effortlessly dismantled Memphis's strategy with a simple bounce pass, his admiration palpable. D'Antoni, seated nearby, nodded in agreement. Memphis launched their offense. Point guard Chandler dribbled across the half court, executing a pick and roll with Roddy, who received the ball and evaded Knicks center Gene's defense. Preparing for a dunk. Suddenly, a figure swooped in from the side. Bang! With a resounding thud, Wugu emphatically swatted the ball out of bounds. Did you seek my permission before attempting to dunk on my rim? Upon landing, Wu wore a frosty expression and shook his finger. Boom. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Seemingly invigorated by the block, Mayo received the inbounds pass and took a jump shot, but Wu leaped once more, delivering yet another block. Bang. Mayo crashed heavily to the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a 24-second violation. Haha. Go back, you little trash. The fans were once again ignited by Wu Ge's two magnificent blocks. The Knicks prepared for their offense. As Wu Ge stood beyond the three-point line, he faced the defense of Mayo and executed a swift step-back maneuver, transitioning seamlessly into a deft cross-under dribble to evade his opponent. Mayo was left momentarily bewildered as Wu Ge surged toward the basket. Confronting the Grizzlies' center, Roddy, he soared high and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. B00M. The rim reverberated with a thunderous sound. Roddy, overwhelmed by the force of the dunk, toppled over the baseline. Upon landing, Wu Ge raised his fist in celebration, exuding an aura of dominance reminiscent of Tracy McGrady's iconic celebratory gesture. With this spectacular play, the game devolved into garbage time, and Wu Ge was subsequently substituted. Following his exit, Mayo took to the court with an impressive display, showcasing the prodigious talent that had earned him the title of the nation's top high school player. He transformed into an all-around warrior, executing powerful dunks, deft crossovers, and sharp jump shots with ease. Commentator Mike, observing Mayo's prowess, remarked in awe, "It's not that Mayo is lacking. Rather, our lottery pick is simply exceptional." In the remaining two quarters, despite Mayo's valiant efforts leading the Grizzlies to narrow the score to a mere 5 points, Knicks small forward Trier extinguished their comeback hopes with a crucial three-pointer from the corner. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the conclusion of the match. The New York Knicks triumphed over the Memphis Grizzlies with a score of 105-100, celebrating their second consecutive victory in the Summer League. In a mere 25 minutes on the court, Wu Ge dazzled all with an impressive tally of 35 points, 8 rebounds, 3 blocks, 6 assists, and 3 steals. Meanwhile, Mayo contributed 21 points and 5 rebounds, most of which were accrued during Wu Ge's absence. Following the match, players exchanged gestures of camaraderie, embracing one another as the Grizzlies center, Roddy, approached Wu Ge with a serious demeanor, requesting his jersey. "Wu, you know what? My son is your fan. Could you please give me your jersey?" Mayo, observing from the sidelines, muttered to himself, "Hey, am I invisible here?" Roddy then pointed to a young boy resembling him on the sidelines, reiterating, "That boy over there is my son. He adores you." "Okay, your son is quite handsome," Wu Ge remarked, glancing over before making his way to the sidelines to remove his jersey and hand it to the boy, cheerfully waving, "Good luck, young one." "Thank you. Thank you," Roddy exclaimed, excitedly receiving the jersey for his son. The young female fans at the sidelines were captivated by Wu Ge's chiseled physique and 8-pack abs, erupting in cheers. Had it not been for the ample security, the atmosphere might have spiraled out of control. Subsequently, Wu Ge departed the court with a smile. As Wu Ge's performance continued to astound, the press fervently highlighted his achievements, with articles proliferating. Fox Sports proclaimed him the strongest rookie of the 2008 class, while FW Sports noted the resurgence of T-Mac moments, crediting Wu Ge as the architect. Essen suggested the emergence of this year's rookie MVP. The Longwa Forum lauded his prowess, with one user stating, "Wu Ge's slight smile has already earned the coach's trust." Another remarked, "The heir to Yao Ming, Wu Ge." Yet another hailed him as one of the strongest shooting guards currently in the NBA. The Longwa Sports report extolled his journey through adversity, crafting a legend of a third draft pick, eloquently illustrating how, as a representative of Longwa, he embodies the spirit of relentless perseverance. The piece concluded with a poetic reference, "The white horse and long spear dance like poetry, the youth clad in vibrant attire." This article ignited the imagination of the nation, pondering the possibility of witnessing Wu Ge and Yao Ming joining forces in the upcoming Olympics. In an instant, Wu Ge's popularity soared to the top of trending searches. As the phrase "the white horse and long spear dance like poetry, the youth clad in vibrant attire" resonated throughout, he had indeed achieved overnight fame. Chapter 28. The heir's elopement wears the rainbow? Tell me. A brief ring-own pierced the silence. Lying in bed, Wu Ge groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing the caller ID, answered the call. A familiar voice greeted him, "Mr. Wu. Let's go out tonight. Your performance last night was phenomenal." "Oh, Zheng. What a rare sight to see you. I thought you had vanished recently." "Ah, I have been quite busy these past few days. Currently, I find myself in Las Vegas, ready to explore the vibrant nightlife." "Brother, Allow me to take you to a bar for some merriment. I see you've been off on a vacation with some young lady. Do take care, for I worry about your fragile heart, Wuge said with a beaming smile. How dare you? You know that my heart belongs solely to you, Zheng Qinyu declared with profound affection. Come on, Zheng. Do not jest. I am not GA. Wuge quickly retorted. No more jokes then. Let us meet at Rumber, the open-air bar, at 7 this evening. A celebrity friend of mine will also be joining us. Do not blame me for not mentioning it. Her figure is simply stunning. Zheng Qinyu spoke with a grin. I understand. I know you all too well. With that, Wuge abruptly ended the call, reflecting on his best friend, Zheng Qinyu, whose father once boldly proclaimed on a public platform in Longhua, let us set a small goal first to earn 100 million. On the other end of the line, Zheng Qinyu glared at the disconnected call, gritting his teeth. Tonight, I shall summon 100 beauties to ensure you cannot rise from your bed. The nightscape of Las Vegas is indeed splendid. A kaleidoscope of colors, with dreamy, enchanting neon lights cascading through every corner of the city, where melodies arise and the night is captivatingly beautiful. Suddenly, the roar of a Paramero echoed through the streets. Wuge, with one hand gripping the steering wheel, donned a sleek black shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, the collar casually undone, revealing a hint of his chest in the dim light of night. His gaze was steely and composed, embodying the essence of a stoic male deity, exuding an aura of sophistication. With a swift drift, he executed a flawless tailspin, bringing the car to a halt in front of the Rumber open-air bar. As the door swung open, Wuge stepped out, eliciting gasps of admiration. Wow, that man is incredibly handsome. Truly. Look, a striking gentleman. Instantly, the young women lining the street scrambled to capture the moment on their phones, snapping photos in a frenzy. Wuge mused to himself that being too handsome could indeed be a burden. Wait, isn't that Wu? Suddenly, a Knicks fan recognized him. It really is. Quick, let us get an autograph. Two fans hurriedly produced a pen, eagerly requesting Wuge to sign on their backs. What? Wu is here. In an instant. A throng of female fans surrounded him, prompting Wuge to make a hasty retreat, relieved that his speed had saved him. Otherwise, his innocence would have been compromised today. See, I told you, my friend is truly a big star. Just then, the voice of Zheng Qinyu chimed in, approaching with a broad smile. Flanked by two beautiful women on either side, Wuge turned his gaze, locking onto the enchanting Luo Fei, who stood behind Zheng Qinyu. With her lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, she playfully twirled a delicate strand, her captivating phoenix eyes alluring and beguiling. Clad in a pristine white gown, she exuded an aura of freshness and charm, her fair calves inviting a longing kiss. To his surprise, it was indeed her. Wuge felt a slight astonishment in his heart and smiled. Zheng, who is this lovely lady behind you? Aren't you going to introduce her? He added teasingly. I knew it. You're the type who forgets his friends upon seeing a beauty. Zheng Qinyu, wearing an expression of knowing familiarity, cleared his throat and formally introduced. This is my friend, the domestic superstar Luo Fei. Our families have business dealings in America, and upon hearing that I invited you tonight, she decided to join us. Wuge, you certainly have a remarkable charm. With a mischievous wink directed at Wuge, Luo Fei blushed at Zheng Qinyu's words. Now that everyone has arrived, let us head inside, Zheng Qinyu exclaimed, beaming with delight. Come on. Wuge quickly matched the pace of the group, with Luo Fei trailing behind him. Walking closely by his side, the group took the elevator to the Rumber outdoor bar, where they found their reserved seats. A glance around revealed the dazzling neon lights of Las Vegas, transforming the night into a magnificent spectacle. Cheers. Cheers. Zheng Qinyu poured drinks for himself and the others, raising his glass with enthusiasm. To us, the clinking of glasses resonated as they toasted one another. As the drinks flowed, their faces began to flush, particularly Luo Fei, whose complexion turned rosy, as if she could exude dew from her skin. Wuge, let us step outside for a breather, Zheng Qinyu suggested. Sure. Wuge nodded with a smile. The two then made their way to the restroom. With a soft click, they lit a van, and soon, clouds of smoke enveloped them. At that moment, a chime echoed in Wu Ji's mind. Ding. Your friend is attempting to escape from a marriage, seeking to establish an entertainment company in New York to prove himself. The system's voice resonated, conjuring the image of a small girl in white stockings in Wu Ji's mind. Wuge inquired hastily, a forced marriage? What a melodramatic family saga. Am I caught in a tale of a wealthy heir's escape? Indeed, the system replied. Choose wisely. 1. Assist your friend out of his predicament, and you will be rewarded with an additional talent. 2. Ignore the situation, and you will receive a manual of supreme martial arts. A manual of supreme martial arts? Is it authentic? Wu Ge questioned, filled with curiosity. Produced by the system. Guaranteed quality. The system assured. All right then, I choose option 1. Without hesitation, Wu Ge spoke up. Reflecting on the present as 2008, he thought. If he were to invest in a film company, it would undoubtedly thrive globally. Contemplating this, Wu Ge turned to his good friend and proposed, Yu, how about we start a film company together? Let's become co-owners. Huh? Are you out of your mind? Yu looked at Wu Ge with curiosity. You're the one who has lost your senses. Wu Ge replied earnestly, just tell me, are we doing this or not? Enough of your hesitations. Let us do it. All right. Yu, who had intended to discuss this very matter with Wu Ge today, found their thoughts perfectly aligned. At that moment, a voice echoed in Wu Ge's mind, the sound of a whimsical young girl. Congratulations on unlocking your multifaceted talents in the film industry, and as an added bonus, you have received the mastery of Jeet Kune Do and fluency in global languages, enabling your company to carve out a niche in Hollywood. Wow, the system is truly omnipotent. Wu Ge couldn't help but exclaim internally, finally realizing that, The whimsical young girl reclined in a chair, crossing her legs. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance as 3 young women shouted in panic. Chapter 29, The Kung Fu of the Dragon Nation. In a nearby booth, a group of unruly youths surrounded the girls. Hey there, come play with us. I'm really strong. One of the young men, brazenly confident, approached. Get lost, or I'll call the police. Louis Fei glared at the group. Quite feisty, aren't you? The leader of the group, White, smirked. Before he could advance, Louis Fei delivered a swift kick, sending him reeling back in pain. Ouch! White groaned, clutching his injury as he crouched down. His companions rushed to assist him. But White merely grinned at Louis Fei, saying, You're fierce. I like that, my friends, and I will take good care of you. You're shameless. Louis Fei retorted angrily. Enough. A deep voice interrupted, causing everyone to halt and turn. 2 figures emerged before them. The leading man wore a black shirt, his collar disheveled and sleeves rolled up, exuding a cold intensity that commanded attention. Behind him stood another, with elongated eyes and a charming smile, radiating an air of confidence. Wu Ge, Zhang Xiao, Louis Fei, and the other 2 girls exclaimed in delight. Wu Ge approached Louis Fei, his eyes filled with concern as he gently inquired. Are you all right? Louis Fei bit her lip, managing a faint smile. I'm fine, Wu Ge. Zhang Yu quickly joined them, standing protectively alongside Wu Ge, shielding the 3 women. Who are you? White expressed a hint of trepidation, feeling intimidated by the presence of the 2 men, particularly Wu Ge's towering height of 2.03 meters, which made them feel significantly diminished in stature. Wu Ge gazed coldly at the individual before him, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous cracks. I'm your father. You wait for me. With that, White, realizing that Wu Ge was not someone to be trifled with, uttered a menacing threat and attempted to flee. Wu Ge suddenly appeared before several individuals, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he provocatively inquired, planning to leave? Have you consulted me? What are your intentions? Do not overstep your bounds. The leader, White, bellowed. Bang! Wu Ge delivered a direct punch, knocking White to the ground. The fallen White lay on the floor, howling in agony. Crack! Crack! Wu Ge clenched his fists and turned to face the remaining individuals, sneering, It is your turn. With that, he launched into a flurry of flying kicks and punches. Thud, thud, thud. A series of resounding impacts echoed as several young men collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Oh my God, is this Dragon Country Kung Fu? The onlookers from abroad gazed in disbelief, their mouths agape. At this moment, Zhang Yu approached, utterly astonished. Wu Ge, when did you learn such skills? This is quite impressive. Behind him, Louis Fei's eyes sparkled with admiration, her expression filled with awe. So cool. Wu Ge internally commended the exquisite system that had produced such brilliance. Observing the scene, he felt there was no need to linger any longer. Straightening his shirt, he spoke in a deep tone, Let us depart. A swarm of flies, we must return. With that, Wu Ge took the lead and walked out. Behind him, a man and 3 women stared in shock at how effortlessly he had subdued the group of young men. Upon hearing Wu Ge call them, they quickly realized the urgency of the situation and hastily gathered their phones and bags, making their way toward the exit. White watched Wu Ge leave, a cold glint in his eyes as he took out his phone and dialed. Hello, brother, hi. I've been attacked, right here at the open-air bar. The voice on the other end responded, What? Wait for me. I'm nearby. I'll be there shortly. Beep, beep, beep. White hung up, a chilling expression on his face. You're all finished. Wu Ge and his companions swiftly descended to the ground floor via the elevator. At that moment, due to a sudden jolt, Louis Fei found herself falling directly into Wu Ji's embrace. Ah, I'm so sorry. Wu Ge, Louis Fei exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How soft. Wu Ge mused inwardly while maintaining a serious facade. It's all right. It's all right, he reassured her, quickly helping her to her feet as they made their way towards the exit. Zheng Qinyu cast Wu Ge a knowing glance, as if to say, well done, my friend. Soon after, they stepped outside, ready to depart. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, there they are. Surround them. In an instant, over 10 young men appeared, encircling Wu Ge and his friends. The onlookers began to murmur, speculating, who has provoked this group once again? Wu Ge gazed at the approaching individuals with a look of resignation, remarking, it seems that the minor has summoned the major. At that moment, expressions of concern emerged on the faces of Zheng Qinyu and Louis Fei, contemplating whether to alert the authorities, as the opposing group appeared rather numerous. Just then, White staggered out, supporting his waist, and ingratiatingly approached the leader of the group. Brother Hai, it is indeed them. White pointed towards Wu Ge and his companions. Hein, observing the scene with a relaxed demeanor, remarked, so, you are the ones who assaulted my brother. Wu Ge stepped forward with an expression of calmness, positioning himself protectively behind several individuals, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. It's me. What of it? Chapter 30. I shall conquer 10. Wu Ge drew the belt from his waist and secured it around his hand, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Hein. He scoffed. Do you take pleasure in bullying those who are outnumbered? Hein retorted with a mocking laugh. Indeed, it is the many who prey upon the few. Let us all advance together. At his command, over 10 unruly youths brandished baseball bats and surged toward Wu Ge. Humph. They are woefully unaware of their own limitations. Wu Ge hummed softly, his expression unchanging, as he swiftly closed the distance, moving like a gliding dragon to confront the group. What? So fast? The few individuals were taken aback by Wu Ji's sudden action, leaving them no time to react. Wu Ji's fist met the faces of several young men with a resounding impact. Bang! Thud! Bang! A few youths were sent flying by Wu Ji's blows, crashing heavily to the ground. It's your turn now. Having dealt with the insignificant foes before him, Wu Ge turned to face Hein and White behind him, his voice cold and commanding. The two, witnessing Wu Ji's fierce prowess, instinctively took a step back. Hein glared at White, scolding him, get in there. What are you afraid of? Go. Summoning his courage, White brandished a baseball bat and swung it towards Wu Ge. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as timid individuals shut their eyes in anticipation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, following the source of the noise. One could see Wu Ge forcefully pushing off the ground with his legs, delivering a flying kick to one of the approaching ruffians. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones shattering filled the air as White was sent tumbling into a nearby garbage bin. Zheng Qinyu, Louis Fei, and the two women behind them were taken aback by Wu Ji's sudden display of strength, letting out cries of astonishment. Incredible! Help! The arena quickly became desolate, with a dozen young men sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. A bunch of riffraff. Wu Ge stood alone and defiant in the center of the arena. Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Impressive. The audience erupted into applause, their admiration palpable. Zheng Qinyu gave Wu Ge a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. Louis Fei gazed at Wu Ge, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Wu Ge, amazing. It's time to deal with the last of these scoundrels. Wu Ge cracked his knuckles, shaking his head, his gaze icy as he approached Hein with measured steps, exuding a formidable aura. Why you? Don't come any closer. At that moment, Hein felt breathless, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Paralyzed by fear, left to face his inevitable fate, Wu Ge approached with an imposing demeanor, casting a cold gaze upon Hein before stating, it would be wise not to cross my path again. Should I see you once more, I shall strike you without hesitation. I won't. You are my brother. Hein collapsed to the ground, a stream of yellow liquid escaping him. Wu Ge quickly covered his nose, delivering a swift kick that sent Hein sprawling. Be gone, he commanded. Yes. Hein scrambled away in a frantic escape. At that moment, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, drawing the attention of bystanders who turned in astonishment as the patrol cars approached at high speed. Several officers disembarked, immediately springing into action, encircling both the scene and the fleeing Hein. A middle-aged police chief stepped out of one of the vehicles. Good day, Chief. The officer saluted him, Chief Peter surveyed the scene and quickly deduced the circumstances, recognizing the trouble caused by these wayward youths. Suddenly, Peter exclaimed in delight, hastening towards Wu Ge. "You are Wu. I am a fan." Wu Ge looked on with confusion. Peter rushed back to his car, retrieving a newly acquired Knicks jersey, number 3, and presented it to Wu Ge. "Please, sign this. My family adores watching you play." On the sidelines, Zheng Qingyu, Louis Fei, and others stood in stunned silence. "He's the Knicks rookie this year." With an enthusiastic shout from a fan, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The officers, initially there to enforce the law, transformed into security personnel to maintain order. Clearly, Wu Ge's south prowess on the court captivated all, especially his graceful dunks, incisive drives, and flamboyant style of play. Wu Ge graciously signed Peter's jersey and posed for a photograph with him. Overjoyed, Peter beamed, "I must share this with my family group chat. They will be envious." After a brief inquiry into the events and collecting evidence, Wu Ge and his companions departed the scene. Meanwhile, Hien White and their cohort of miscreants were taken away by the police for inciting disturbances. With a bittersweet sentiment, Wu Ge left his illustrious signature for the 10 officers present. Unbeknownst to all, in a hidden corner, a journalist surveyed the photographs he had captured, nodding in satisfaction. "This will surely secure me the position of editor." That evening, headlines exploded. Dragon Country's Kung Fu not only excels in basketball, but also in combat, an all-around prodigy. As news spread, those who had clashed with Wu Ge during training camp, Beasley, Alexander, and Bellis, felt a tightening in their throats, contemplating, "I should quickly apologize to Wu Ge. This is simply too formidable." Upon witnessing the news, the fans of Longwood took to various platforms to express their sentiments. "Well played. Let us vanquish these foreign fellows. I must confess, Wu Ge is indeed a true man. From this moment forth, I declare myself a devoted admirer of Wu Ge." In a single night, Wu Ge remarkably garnered countless admirers. Who does not appreciate a rugged hero? Our protagonist, Wu Ge, hastily made his way to Louis Fei's residence to assist in repairing the drainage system. Chapter 31. A collision of titans on July 16th. The New York Knicks were set to face the challenge posed by the Seattle Supersonics. Prior to the game, the NBA officials generated excitement for this match, Wu Ge versus Russell Westbrook. The two athletes' average statistics from the previous 2 Summer League games were as follows: Wu Ge 31, 5 points 5, 4 rebounds, 3, 5 assists, 2, 0 steals, and 1 block, versus Westbrook's 19, 8 points, 4, 2 rebounds, 3, 4 assists, 1, 5 steals, and 0, 5 blocks. Both players exhibited strikingly similar playing styles, characterized by their captivating and explosive performances, embodying a true clash of titans. The pregame interview segment commenced. Wu Ge called out to Westbrook from afar, "Brother, I'm certain of victory today. Do not even think about taking it away." Westbrook responded with enthusiasm, "Mate, today, I'm going to bombard your hoop." The audience was already brimming with excitement, as fans donned in number 3 Knicks jerseys filled the stands, equipped with clappers, enormous support banners, and inflatable sticks, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the game. Today, Durant, Westbrook's esteemed elder brother, had come to lend his support to the younger player, while the illustrious Scarlett Johansson, known as Black Widow, also graced the event with her presence to witness Wu Ge's performance. In a rare occurrence, the Chinese Broadcasting Network aired a preseason NBA game, with the familiar commentators Zhang Lihui and Su Kun. "Zhang, what is your take on this matchup?" Su Kun inquired, glancing at Zhang Lihui. Zhang, gazing into the camera, began. "Based on the performances of the previous 2 games, I believe Wu Ge surpasses Westbrook. However, the NBA court is rife with uncertainties, so let us eagerly anticipate today's contest." Su Kun continued the conversation with a smile. "Thank you, Coach Zhang, for your insightful analysis. The game is about to commence, so let us return the signal to the arena." A chorus of fans from the Dragon Kingdom filled the comments section with encouragement. "Go, Wu Emperor. Support, Wu Emperor. Defeat them, Wu Ge." Back at the Las Vegas arena, the announcer called for the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise to cheer for our players." The DJ's music filled the air, and amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the players took to the court. First to enter were the starting players of the Seattle Supersonics: shooting guard, Jalen Williams; small forward, Osman Dieng; power forward, Kevin Harvey; center, Casey Carter; point guard, Russell Westbrook. As Westbrook, the star of the Supersonics, stormed onto the court last, he exchanged high-fives with each of his teammates. "Now, let us welcome the starting players of the Knicks." Starting point guard 0, Kadam Allen, starting small forward 13, Alonzo Trier, starting power forward 26, Amir Hinton, starting center 43, VJ King, and our superstar, the third overall pick, 3 Wugo. As the DJ's announcement faded, Wugo entered the arena, raising his arms and enthusiastically clapping with his teammates. The cheers from the crowd reached a fever pitch, reverberating throughout the arena. Subsequently, both teams began their warm-up routines. "Hey, Wu, my good brother." Westbrook approached Wugo, greeting him directly. Upon seeing the visitor, Wugo greeted him warmly. "Hello there, Westbrook." "Haha. I watched your video from last night. It was truly impressive, showcasing the martial arts of the Dragon Nation." Westbrook struck a fighting pose, ready to engage. Wugo responded with a smile. "Haha. You rascal. I could teach you when I have the time." "How splendid that would be." Westbrook displayed his perfectly aligned white teeth. As the conversation concluded, both players engaged in a series of shooting warm-ups on their respective courts. Beep. With the whistles signaling the start of the game, the players leaped for the tip-off. Knicks center Gene faced off against Supersonics center Carter. Crack. The basketball was tipped by Supersonics center Kate. The Supersonics launched their offense. Westbrook received the ball and swiftly advanced past half-court. Confronted by Knicks guard Allen's defense, he executed a quick sidestep, effortlessly navigating to the basket from Allen's right side, culminating in a thunderous slam dunk. Boom. The basketball was forcefully propelled into the hoop with one arm. Upon landing, Westbrook passionately pounded his chest and roared. "Wow." The live commentator, Albert, exclaimed. "Westbrook has made an explosive entrance with that dunk today, truly showcasing his immense talent. How will our third overall pick respond?" At this moment, all eyes in the arena were fixated on Wugo. The Knicks began their offensive play. Wugo skillfully dribbled past the half-court, encountering the swift scoring guard Williams. With a classic Allen Iverson crossover, the basketball transitioned from Wuji's left hand to a one-handed floater, accompanied by a shoulder fake. Swiftly finding its way to his right hand, he executed a splendid crossover step, leaving Williams utterly bewildered. Just then, Thunder center Carter rushed to provide support. Undeterred, Wugo maintained his momentum, striding boldly into the paint. He leaped, clutching the ball with one arm, and thunderously slammed it down over Carter. B00M. The basketball was forcefully thrust into the net. Carter lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Wow. Wugo hung on the rim with one arm, and upon landing, he exuberantly shouted, "What a play." The commentator, Albert, stood up in excitement. The audience was instantly ignited by Wuji's explosive dunk. The commentators exclaimed, "Let us take a moment to appreciate Wuji's display of sheer talent. The sky is truly his limit." Fans flooded the screen with messages of admiration. 6666666666666. A wave of 666 cascaded across the display. Chapter 32, Elite Shooting returning to the game. The Supersonics launched their offense. Westbrook received the ball, dribbling to the front court, executing a between-the-legs dribble, followed by a pullback, leaping high to face Knicks guard Allen's defense with a zombie jump shot. The ball soared through the air, swish. It fell securely into the basket. Turning back, it was the Knicks' turn to attack. Allen dribbled past half-court, his gaze fixed on Wugo. While the others had yet to fully position themselves, Wugo had already swiftly moved to the left side. Just beyond the 45 arc, Allen promptly passed the ball, sending it soaring over half-court and into Wuji's hands. Westbrook, stationed beyond the arc, noticed the ball's trajectory and rushed to provide coverage. But he was a moment too late. Upon receiving the basketball, Wugo executed a vertical leap, showcasing T-Mac's signature pull-up shot. He soared high, and amidst Westbrook's astonished gaze, he released the ball with precision. The basketball traversed the air, tracing a beautiful arc swish. It found nothing but net. "Wow. Wuji's pull-up was nothing short of a masterpiece," exclaimed the enthusiastic commentator, Alberta. "Wugo, keep it up." The fervent fans waved their rally sticks with fervor, cheering for this spectacular basket. After making the shot, Wugo signaled a three-pointer and turned to Westbrook, confidently stating, "You can't guard me." Undaunted, Westbrook replied, "I will retaliate on the next play." The Supersonics launched their offense. Westbrook dribbled into the front court, executing a quick screen to accelerate past Allen, who was momentarily stunned. Then, Westbrook made a rapid drive towards the free throw line, followed by a jump shot that sailed through the air. Swish. It hit the backboard and fell into the hoop. "I will score on your rim." After scoring, Westbrook also gestured for a two-point shot. Wugo shook his head in disbelief. It seems quite challenging for this group of water dispensers to defend against the Divine Turtle. Turning back, the Knicks launched their offense. As Wooga received the ball beyond the halfway line, he faced the defensive challenge posed by Williams. With a deft KD-style hesitation dribble and a swift move beneath his legs, he took a jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. It found the net with unwavering certainty. Ha ha ha, it seems our Westbrook is now engaged in a fierce duel with Wooga from the Dragon Nation. Both players embodying the essence of unstoppable forces on the court. Commentator Albert marveled at the spectacle. Nice. The fans below, witnessing Wu Ji's successful shot, clenched their fists in exhilaration. In the CTV5 studio, Soo Koon also lauded, Wu Ji's play was exceptional. A perfect response to Westbrook's score. Back to the action. The Supersonics continued their offensive. Westbrook, with the ball, crossed half-court, using a burst of speed to evade Allen, penetrating towards the basket. Under the interference of Knicks center Gene, he attempted a floater. Clang. The ball rolled twice upon the rim before falling away. Rebounding. Westbrook leapt again, striving to seize the rebound for a second opportunity. Just as his hands were about to touch the ball, a pair of large yellow hands appeared above him. Mine. Wooga shouted, forcefully snatching the basketball away from Westbrook's grasp, executing a spectacular steal from above. Westbrook, astonished by the sudden appearance of those hands, exclaimed, "How is this possible?" In that fleeting moment of disbelief, Wooga swiftly dribbled past half-court, charging towards the Supersonics basket. Facing an unguarded hoop, he propelled himself off the ground, executing a breathtaking 360 aerial dunk. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated as the ball was emphatically slammed through the net. Upon landing, Wooga struck a pose, flexing his muscles. Well, let us admire this play. His tenacity for rebounds, his leaping prowess, and his dribbling speed are simply astonishing. Commentator Albert exclaimed. Woo. The crowd erupted in fervor at this display. In the remaining minutes, Westbrook and Wooga continued their dazzling duel, showcasing an array of jump shots, floaters, audacious attempts, and acrobatic dunks, much to the delight of the audience. The score surged with each of their showtime moments. Even commentator Albert, stationed at the sideline, could not help but marvel. The talent and skill exhibited by these two are unparalleled, far above anyone else on the court. They are effortlessly scoring, tearing through the opposing defense. As the second quarter approached its final 35 seconds, the Supersonics pressed on. Westbrook advanced the ball past half-court, while Wooga and Allen switched defenses, with Wooga eagerly taking on Westbrook. Wooga, go for it. The audience was captivated, fixated on this ultimate showdown between the two titans. Who would emerge victorious? Albert pondered, watching the two intently. You cannot guard me. With a fierce expression, Westbrook declared. Let us see what you've got. Wooga responded with a smile. As his words echoed in the air, Westbrook shifted gears and accelerated, attempting to force his way past Wooga. Yet, Wooga maintained his position closely behind him. Frustrated, Westbrook executed a crossover, swiftly changing direction, and then performed a spin move, but Wooga remained steadfastly in front. As time dwindled, Westbrook had no choice but to take a desperate shot. I've got you now. Wu Ji's lips curled into a slight smirk as he leaped into action. With a resounding thud, the basketball was swatted out of bounds. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a 24-second shot clock violation. Wow. Wooga blocked Westbrook's shot. Incredible! Exclaimed the commentator, Albert, in astonishment. In that moment, the crowd erupted into applause for the remarkable block. The Knicks were on the offensive, with 24 seconds still remaining on the clock. As Wooga skillfully dribbled the ball into the front court, Westbrook eagerly stepped up to defend him. With a smile directed at Westbrook, Wooga swiftly maneuvered the ball, executing a KD hesitation dribble followed by a dazzling Allen Iverson crossover. He pulled back, performed another Iverson crossover, and changed direction without losing momentum. Despite Westbrook's ironclad physical prowess, he found himself momentarily disoriented, struggling to keep pace behind Wooga. With only 5 seconds remaining, Wu Ji's voice rang out. You've lost. In an exquisite display, he executed an Iverson butterfly through the flowers move, pivoting and accelerating past Westbrook to reach the basket. Confronted by Supersonic center Carter, he performed an aerial folding layup, sending the ball soaring through the air. Swish! It descended perfectly into the hoop. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, echoing throughout the Las Vegas arena. Commentator Albert exclaimed, "This is the most spectacular play I have ever witnessed. It deserves to be the highlight of the Summer League." CTV5 commentators Zhang Heli and Soo Koon enthusiastically applauded at their studio desk, declaring, Wooga, you are the strongest. A multitude of viewers from Longwa flooded the comments with praises. Wu Emperor. Majestic. Wu Emperor. Stunning. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the half, the score stood at New York Knicks 60, Seattle Supersonics 55. In the first half, Wu Gu astonishingly scored 25 points, alongside 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Westbrook was not to be outdone, contributing 20 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals. Chapter 33, a hang time of 1 seconds, exceeding Jordan's 92 seconds. During the halftime intermission, the crafty D'Antoni approached the locker room and summoned Summer League coach Atkinson. He stated, "Hey, my friend. For the remainder of the game, let's have Wu play as the point guard." "What?" Atkinson looked at D'Antoni with confusion. D'Antoni elaborated, "I believe that placing Wu in the point guard position will truly liberate his talents. I am confident he will evolve into an exceptional dual-threat guard." Atkinson was taken aback, astonished by D'Antoni's high regard for Wu Gu. "I see," he replied, nodding in understanding. He then proceeded to the team's locker room to announce, "Wu, from now on, you will play as the point guard." "Oh, coach." The players gasped in disbelief. Wu Gu gazed thoughtfully at Atkinson, responding calmly, "Understood, coach." Meanwhile, on the court, both Wu Gu and Westbrook showcased their unique scoring techniques during the first half, leaving us eager for their performances in the second half. Commentator Albert began the halftime commentary. In the stands, fans munched on popcorn, while couples displayed their affection. Among them, a self-styled millionaire with an air of awkwardness fixated on a striking beauty with fair skin and an alluring figure, boasting a 32D measurement. Sitting courtside, Scarlett Johansson felt a twinge of recognition and glanced towards the Supersonics bench, where Durant was gazing at her with deep affection. In a moment of modesty, Scarlett adjusted her deep V neckline, attempting to conceal her ample bosom. Mistaking her gesture as a greeting, Durant waved towards Black Widow, inadvertently revealing his own awkward charm. As the halftime break drew to a close, the players emerged from the tunnel, returning to the court. "Wu, love the tiger oil," Scarlett Johansson exclaimed upon seeing Wu Gu, instantly drawing the attention of nearby players, fans, and reporters. Wu Gu also heard the sound and turned to look, momentarily taken aback. "Black Widow? What brings her here?" To his dismay, Durant had also spotted his dream girl, calling out another S name, and in that instant, Wu Gu became etched in his mind, thinking, "Next time we meet, I shall teach you a lesson." "Oh, Wu, you're quite the fortunate one. You've got a real superstar here," teased a group of teammates, all eyes on Wu Gu. "Well, I must say we don't know each other. It's innocent. Do you believe me?" Wu Gu replied. "Understood. We all comprehend." His teammates exchanged knowing glances. Westbrook chimed in with a smile. "Wu, it's you again. You walk in and snag such a beautiful star." Wu Gu, feeling exasperated, chose not to elaborate further, as it would only complicate matters. Beep. The whistle for the second half of the game sounded, signaling the end of halftime. "Wow, what do I see?" Albert exclaimed. Wu has switched to playing point guard. The fans in attendance also noticed the shift on the court. As D'Antoni approached the team's bench, his eyes glimmering with a spark as he observed Wu Gu in action. The Knicks are on the offense. Wu Gu received the ball and skillfully dribbled past the halfway line, advancing into the front court. The Knicks center set a screen for Wu Gu, momentarily halting Westbrook in his tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Gu executed a decisive breakthrough. However, Westbrook, acutely aware of Wu Ji's sharpshooting prowess, swiftly maneuvered around his defender to contest the shot. The Supersonic center also rushed forward to disrupt Wu Ji's offensive play. "Who said I was going to shoot?" A cunning smile crept across Wu Ji's face as he unveiled a strategy, delivering a precise bounce pass. The Knicks center, Jin Shun, descended beneath the basket, arriving just in time to meet the ball, staring at an unguarded hoop. B00M. With a powerful two-handed dunk, he succeeded. "Wow, what an extraordinary pass." The finesse of the technique and the accuracy of the bounce pass were impeccable, both in strength and angle. Commentator Albert praised, "What a beautiful assist, Wu." After executing the dunk, Jin turned back and exchanged a high five with Wu Gu. Wu Gu responded with a smile, "Haha. As long as you position yourself well, I can deliver the ball right into your mouth." Coach Colissimo of the Supersonics gazed at Wu Ji's play, feeling utterly dizzy. My goodness. The defensive strategy one devised during halftime was not in vain. Who informed me that a 2-3-meter point guard could be defended? Back on the court, the Supersonics launched their offense. Westbrook dribbled past half court and summoned center Carter for a pick. However, Wu Gu had already discerned Westbrook's intentions, swiftly maneuvering around to closely shadow him. As Westbrook accelerated towards the basket, he attempted a challenging floater. With an inevitable outcome, Wu Gu leapt into the air, delivering a thunderous block that sent the basketball soaring out of bounds. The Supersonics prepared for a sideline inbound, with only 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Haha, Westbrook. This won't do. Wooga chuckled at Westbrook. A flicker of seriousness ignited within Westbrook as he faced Wooga, feigning nonchalance. Woo, don't get too proud. You only blocked me once. Then let us continue. Wooga closely matched Westbrook's movements. Westbrook struggled to gain control of the ball and confronted by Wooga's defense. Executed a front crossover dribble, swiftly rotating beneath his legs as he attempted to break through towards the paint. He then retreated to the free throw line, hurriedly releasing a shot. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Wooga leaped high to secure the rebounding ball, and upon landing, he initiated a powerful sprint towards the front court, dribbling rapidly. You won't score. Westbrook hastily summoned all his strength, racing after Wooga. At that moment, both players surged forward at breakneck speed, leaving the remaining players in awe. The crowd erupted in gasps of excitement. It was a thrilling chase, each vying to outpace the other. Wooga sprinted ahead with all his might, while Westbrook desperately pursued from behind. Wooga skillfully dribbled towards the free throw line, taking a bold leap into the air. Get down, exclaimed Westbrook as he soared in pursuit, attempting to block Wooga mid-flight. Before the captivated eyes of the audience, Wooga appeared to ascend without any sign of descent. In a dazzling display, he executed an aerial dodge and a folding maneuver, evading Westbrook's block. Meanwhile, a momentary stunned Westbrook watched as Wooga gracefully circumvented his defense, heading towards the hoop. With a resounding shout, Wooga defied the force of gravity, performing a folding dunk that sent the ball crashing into the net. Boom! The rim emitted a thunderous, rippling sound. After landing, Wooga executed a celebratory gesture, gracefully touching the ground with one hand. The atmosphere intensified as the live DJ began to play, creating a prolonged echo in the arena. The large screen displayed Wooga's recent soaring dunk, launched from the free throw line, showcasing an astonishing hang time of 1 second. Oh my heavens, Woo! The exuberant fans erupted, jumping from their seats and dancing wildly, with some even shedding their shirts, though they were promptly restrained by security. Watching Woo play, one might feel an illusion that Newton's law of universal gravitation has momentarily ceased to exist. It was simply surreal. Wooga soared through the air for a remarkable 1 second, surpassing the legendary Michael Jordan's 0.92 seconds. Commentator Ajibo could no longer remain seated, rising to applaud Wooga. In the CTV5 studio, Zhang Heli and Sukun were left utterly astounded. Sukun exclaimed in disbelief, "Incredible! The live data confirms that this dunk from the free throw line featured a hang time of 1 second. It surpasses basketball deity Jordan," Zhang Heli shouted. Wooga has proven that individuals of Asian descent can indeed soar. Woo, you are my brother. Oh, I wish to bear your children. At this moment, the studio was engulfed in a frenzy. Chapter 34, a near triple-double victory. Meanwhile, in the Staples Center, Kupchak and Kobe were engrossed in watching the game. As Wooga's free throw line dunk appeared on the large screen, Kupchak turned to Kobe with an apologetic expression, saying, "Kobe, perhaps we truly missed out on a remarkably talented player. On the day of the draft, there had indeed been an opportunity to secure the 3rd pick. But Kupchak felt it unwise to pay such a hefty price for a player who had only played 3 minutes in NCAA competition." Kobe, with a glint in his eye, gazed at Wooga on the screen and remarked, "Woo, I look forward to meeting you on the court in the new season." With that, Kobe exited the office to train, leaving behind a light-hearted comment, "Kupchak, if I ever retire, Woo may very well be the best successor to lead this city and this team to greatness." Hearing this, Kupchak extinguished his cigar, fixating on the image of Wooga on the screen. Back at the game, the Supersonics launched an offensive. Westbrook, fueled by his desire to avenge Wooga's recent score, swiftly dribbled towards the three-point line, fixating intently on Wooga as he pondered how to shake off his defender. "Don't be nervous, Westbrook." Wooga beamed at him. With a swift move, Westbrook executed a classic crossover and a between-the-legs dribble, penetrating towards the basket. He went up for a layup. Wooga smirked, having intentionally left an opening on the right side. At this moment, Gene stood resolutely beneath the basket, arms outstretched, awaiting Westbrook's arrival. Having just navigated a challenging breakthrough past Wooga, Westbrook felt an undeniable strain, as if his shooting prowess was waning. He attempted a delicate aerial layup. Clang, clang, clang. The basketball danced upon the rim thrice, only to ultimately bounce off. Alas, Westbrook gazed at the missed shot, his fist clenched in disappointment. The rebound. Wooga shouted on the court. The Knicks power forward, Shinton, understood immediately, leaping to seize the rebound and passing it to Wu Go. Wu Go swiftly advanced the ball into the front court. Small forward Trier maneuvered to the corner, creating an open shot. Wu Go executed a precise long pass from half court, delivering the basketball impeccably to Trier. Swish. Trier, confronting an unguarded hoop, leaped for a three-pointer, and the ball effortlessly settled into the net. Wow, what a pass from Wu. Both player and ball arrived in perfect harmony, praised commentator Albert. A rapid offensive surge. Westbrook once again faced Wu Go, navigating through a series of chaotic dribbles before executing a step-back jump shot. Swish. The basketball rolled around the rim before finally finding its way into the basket. Oh yeah. After witnessing the score, Westbrook clenched his fist, finally exhaling in relief. Quickly, on defense, the Supersonics coach, Carasimo, shouted at Westbrook, who was still celebrating the basket. Huh? Westbrook turned around, only to discover that Wu Go had already sprinted down the court, receiving a pass from a teammate just beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. Wu Go leapt into the air with remarkable agility, executing a flawless three-point jump shot reminiscent of Tracy McGrady. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a stunning arc. Swish. Before the captivated audience and the players of the Supersonics, it effortlessly swished through the net. Wu W. Wu. That was phenomenal. He scored again. This time. It took nearly 3 seconds. Astonished, commentator Albert exclaimed passionately from the booth. Wu Go, upon hearing this, was left bewildered. Internally lamenting. Can you clarify what you mean by only 3 seconds? Haha. The audience, equally amused by Albert's commentary, transformed their cheers into a chorus of laughter. Wu. I had no idea you were this fast. At that moment, Westbrook grasped the situation, stepping in for a playful jab, exclaiming, I can't have a pleasant chat with you all. Wu Go, with a resigned expression, spread his arms wide. Meanwhile, Scarlett Johansson, seated behind the bench, blushed deeply and whispered, If it were Wu, I wouldn't mind at all. The game continued. The Supersonics launched their offensive. Westbrook executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, making a swift move to the right, then pivoting to break through on the left, charging into the lane for a layup. Yet, the outcome was already predetermined. Wu Go had long discerned Westbrook's intentions, closely shadowing him. At the moment Westbrook took his shot, bam! With a powerful leap, he propelled himself off the ground. And as the basketball ascended, Wu Go executed a one-handed block. In the astonished gaze of Westbrook, Wu Go quickly dribbled the ball down the court, launching himself from the free throw line for a thunderous slam that reverberated against the rim. Boom. The hoop emitted a deep, resounding thud. My goodness. Words fail to capture the sheer astonishment I feel at this moment. Albert, wide-eyed, leapt to his feet, animatedly gesturing in excitement. MV. MV. The arena erupted once more in jubilant cheers for MV. Wu Go stood in the center of the court, continuously raising his hands aloft, urging the cheers to swell even louder. The atmosphere surged, the crowd's roars crescendoing with fervor. CTV5 commentator Sue Kuhn remarked, At this moment, we should definitely bench Westbrook. He is struggling significantly against our Wu Go. Back to the court. Following Wu Ge's remarkable basket, the New York Knicks surged with renewed vigor. In the remaining time of the third quarter, under Wu Ge's leadership, the Knicks executed an impressive shooting performance, making 15 out of 20 attempts, with a stellar three-point shooting of 8 out of 10 in that quarter alone. Meanwhile, Westbrook found himself utterly bewildered under Wu Ge's relentless defense, misfiring frequently, managing only a meager 2 out of 10 attempts in the quarter. The Supersonics, deprived of Westbrook's momentum, fell into a state of lethargy. As the tides turned, the contest lost all suspense. With a resounding beep, the referee signaled the conclusion of the third quarter. The Knicks, led by Wu Go, have established an impressive 25-point lead over the Supersonics. The fourth quarter has devolved into mere garbage time. Ultimately, the match concludes with the New York Knicks triumphing 115-105 against the Seattle Supersonics. Wu Go delivered an extraordinary performance, amassing an impressive tally of 40 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, nearing a triple-double. In stark contrast, Westbrook seemed to lose himself in Wu Ge's charm during the second half. After scoring 20 points in the first half, he managed only 5 points thereafter, concluding the game with 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. The atmosphere was electric, with fervent fans reluctant to depart, their exuberant cheers echoing throughout the arena. During the post-game handshake, Westbrook approached Wu Go. Wu, shall we exchange jerseys? Okay, Westbrook. The two promptly removed their jerseys, revealing Wu Ge's sculpted abs, prompting an uproar of admiration from the female fans. "Ah, so handsome." The audience erupted in deafening screams, while Scarlett Johansson watched, captivated. Ultimately, amidst the raucous applause of the crowd, Woo-Go waved and exited the court. Chapter 35. A moment of joy with the match concluded. Woo-Go finished his shower, tidied his belongings, and prepared to head home. Just then, his teammate Alan spotted him in the corridor and greeted him. For Woo-Go had become quite the favorite in front of the boss. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Woo-Go settled into his Porsche Panamera, ignited the engine, and executed a daring drift. Suddenly, a cacophony of sound filled the air. "Where there is a rainbow, tell me." His phone rang, and he connected to the car's Bluetooth. "Hey, Woo, where are you? Come play at Caesar's Palace." Westbrook's voice resonated from the other end. "Aren't you worried about your girlfriend finding out?" "Shoo, don't spill the beans." "I'm not keen on going right now," Woo-Go mused. Recalling that he had yet to complete the game he had just started and felt inclined to indulge in some leisure. "Don't be like that, Woo. Are there pretty girls?" "Oh, am I that kind of person? What is the table number?" "Second floor, XXX0. The sound of tires screeching in a drift filled the air. Woo-Go executed a stylish drift, bringing his car to a halt at the entrance of the nightclub. "Good evening, sir. Welcome." The doorman promptly approached the car window, bowing at a 90-degree angle to inquire. Woo-Go slightly nodded, handing over the car keys along with a $10 tip. Woo-Go adorned a pair of Celine sunglasses, donned a pristine white shirt by Under Armour, and sported distressed white jeans from Balenciaga. On his feet, he wore vintage low-top shoes in a delightful pastel pink hue crafted by Rick Owens. With his impeccable physique and stylish ensemble, Woo-Go effortlessly commanded attention, causing heads to turn in abundance. Passers-by outside the bar exclaimed in awe, "Wow, which celebrity is this? So handsome, so cool. Let's ask for his contact information." Some bold young women approached, daringly inquiring, "Hey handsome, are you here alone?" No. Woo-Go quickly shook his head and stepped into the nightclub. "Good evening, sir." The receptionist at the nightclub greeted, bowing slightly. "Do you have a reservation?" Woo-Go smiled, revealing 8 perfectly aligned white teeth, and nodded. "Yes, room 2F×X×0. The front desk attendant checked the information on the computer. "Very well, sir. Your friend is already inside." Woo-Go entered the venue. The hotel receptionist's face flushed slightly as she remarked, "This person. So tall. So handsome. If only I can spend the night with him." "Oh, don't get your hopes up. I saw 2 beautiful girls at the entrance just now, and he turned them down for his WeChat." Lisa, the attendant beside her, chimed in. Inside the nightclub, the heavy bass of Whatever You Like resonated. At a table on the second floor, an array of beers, drinks, fruits, and snacks adorned the surface. A group of NBA rookies occupied both sides: Durant, Westbrook, Thompson, Hill, Hibbert, and Green. Each of them was accompanied by a stunning foreign girl. "We have a big star joining us shortly," Westbrook announced with a grin after taking a sip of his drink. Curious, Hill inquired, "Who is it, Westbrook?" "It's a secret." "A secret?" Westbrook replied with a playful expression that suggested he was about to astonish them. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. "Hello, Westbrook." Woo-Go greeted the group with a bright smile. "Wow," Hibbert exclaimed, standing up in surprise. "It's you, Woo." At that moment, Woo-Go had played 3 summer league games, averaging over 30 points with nearly triple-double statistics, making him the most sought-after rookie of the season. He was already being hailed as a player who, like LeBron James, was destined for greatness right from the start. His odds for winning NBA Rookie of the Year had even surpassed those of Rose, placing him at the forefront. "Surprised, aren't you?" Westbrook chuckled. "I put in a lot of effort to bring our big star here." "Wow, welcome," the players exclaimed in unison, rising to greet Woo-Go. Durant took a moment to scrutinize Woo-Go, instantly captivated, realizing that his idol indeed favored this style. "Hey, Kevin," Woo-Go said, noticing Durant lost in thought, his face beaming with a smile. "Oh, Woo, welcome." Durant quickly snapped back to reality, standing to greet him and extending his fist. They exchanged a fist bump, solidifying their camaraderie. As Woo-Go settled in, the atmosphere grew lively once more. The DJ spun records on stage while a throng of girls danced energetically. This girl is quite something, Woo-Go thought, seated at the center of the booth, enjoying the performance. Westbrook raised his glass and clinked it with Woo-Ge's, saying, "Don't be shy, Woo. Enjoy yourself. I'll cover all the expenses." Oh, the sounds of cheers erupted for Durant, Hill, and Hibbert. The atmosphere in the nightclub grew increasingly exuberant, with music reverberating loudly and the exhilarating dance performances on stage igniting the crowd's fervor. Woo-Go, alongside others, indulged in drinks, engaged in lively conversation, and reveled in this rare moment of respite. After a while, Westbrook suddenly rose to his feet and exclaimed, "How about we play a game of truth or dare?" The crowd enthusiastically nodded in agreement, expressing their excitement. Westbrook produced a deck of cards, each inscribed with various tasks and questions. He drew the first card, which read, "If you could possess one superpower, what would it be?" After pondering for a moment, Westbrook replied, "I would wish for the ability to control time, so I could spend more moments with my family and friends." Applause erupted in support of Westbrook. Next was Hill's turn. He drew his card, which instructed him to dance with a girl performing on stage. "Wow, go for it, go for it," the crowd encouraged. Hill felt a twinge of shyness but ultimately rose to his feet and moved to the stage, dancing amidst the cheers of the fans. Laughter echoed through the venue as the audience applauded Hill's efforts. Now it was Wu Ji's turn. He extended a hand, retrieving a card that read, "Ask a stranger for a kiss." Wu Ge staggered slightly, feeling as if he were the target of a playful jest. "Oh, Wu, Wu, Wu." The crowd erupted once more. "I can't believe it. Today my innocence is surely at risk." Wu Ge stood and made his way toward the throng on the dance floor. The onlookers whispered among themselves, admiring his boldness. Hill jested, "I bet $100 that we will get slapped." Hibbert nodded in agreement. "Count me in." "Me too." Durant wore a mischievous grin, his gaze intently fixed on Wu Ge, secretly eager to witness the unfolding drama. And there, in the center of the dance floor, Wu Ge scanned the room for quite some time before finally spotting two girls seated near the stage. With fair skin, they were certainly not of the darker complexion. Wu Ge smiled and approached them. "Emma, look, there's a handsome guy," exclaimed Megan Fox, pointing towards Wu Ge, who was seated next to Emma Watson. Upon hearing this, Emma turned her gaze and was instantly captivated. His strikingly handsome face, deep and dark eyes, a prominent nose, and alluring lips all exuded an air of nobility and elegance. He was not merely a man. He was, without a doubt, the prince from a fairy tale. "Could you do me a favor?" Wu Ge inquired as he stood before the mesmerized Emma, who was still lost in thought. "Megan, I think he is calling you," nudged Megan Fox, her eyes glimmering with excitement as she continued to gaze at Wu Ge. "Sure," Emma replied in astonishment, nodding her head. She wondered to herself how it was possible for her to be so entranced by someone she had never seen before. With a smile, Wu Ge remarked, "Beautiful lady, I require a kiss, for I have lost a daring wager with my friend over there. Could you assist me?" Emma found herself in a quandary. Promptly, she and Megan cast puzzled glances in the direction indicated by Wu Ge, only to see Durant and Westbrook intently gazing back, with Westbrook flashing a broad smile and waving a greeting. "I'm in," Megan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she felt a rush of adrenaline. "All right then," Emma said, looking at her dear friend, and eagerly offered her lips. The two faces drew close. "Well, Wu, incredible!" Westbrook, Hibbert, and Hill all shouted in unison. Durant shook his head in disbelief. "If that is possible, I suppose I must give it a try next time." "Thank you." Wu Ge, the gentleman, bowed gracefully before returning to his seat. Next up was Durant. He drew a card revealing, "Kiss a stranger girl." W0W. The crowd erupted in cheers, discovering it was the same option as Wu Ji's. Durant, brimming with confidence, rose from his seat and strode to the center of the stage, striking a pose he believed would captivate countless young ladies, his awkward charm unmistakable. Coincidentally, he arrived at the very spot Wu Ge had just occupied, gazing deeply into Megan's eyes and declaring, "Beautiful lady, I wish." "Get lost," she interrupted. "All right." Durant's face twitched slightly as he returned to his seat. Laughter filled the room. At that moment, Durant's mind was racing. What on earth happened? Surely, it was his approach that was flawed. Chapter 36, Dancing with Wolves, July 18th. Ding-ling. The blaring alarm clock jolted him awake. After wrapping up a night at the bar with Westbrook, Durant, and others, Wu Ge decided to drive home. He fortuitously encountered Emma Watson and Megan Fox waiting outside the nightclub. With a heart full of goodwill, Wu Ge kindly lowered his car window and invited the two ladies in. Following a ride home, and at Emma Watson's enthusiastic invitation, Wu Ge joined them for dinner, leading to an in-depth and profoundly valuable academic discussion. This exchange was so engaging that it felt like a long-awaited reunion. The next day dawned with the sun high in the sky, and throughout the night, they had been entirely absorbed in their conversation. After breakfast, bang, the door swung open, and Zheng Qinyu appeared, scrutinizing Wu Ge with an intense gaze. "You, confess. Where were you yesterday? I looked for you, but you weren't home." Wu Ge met Zheng Qinyu's piercing stare, maintaining his composure as he replied, "I was conducting academic research." Is there something you need? He quickly shifted the topic. Zhang Xinyu then announced, our film company has been established. You must come visit our big boss, Mr. Wu. Wu Gu eagerly nodded, recognizing that it was time to put his recently acquired talents in film and music to good use. Wu Gu arrived at the Las Vegas arena in the latest model of the Porsche 911 owned by Zhang Xinyu. Today's match features the New York Knicks versus the Minnesota Timberwolves. As the fans began to enter the venue, many donned Wu Ji's number 3 jersey, a testament to his explosive playing style and immense popularity. Present at the event were Timberwolves owner Glenn Taylor and general manager Kevin McHale, the latter of whom was invited to provide commentary for the game. The arena's large screen showcased a highlights reel of Kevin McHale's illustrious career as a player, paying homage to this Hall of Fame member and NBA 75 legend. During the pre-game interview, a reporter from Yahoo Sports inquired, Wu, the Timberwolves selected you with the 3rd overall pick before sending you to the Knicks. What are your thoughts on that? Wu Gu responded with an air of ease, stating, as you know, I have always been a fan of the Knicks. The Timberwolves were never in my consideration. The reporter then posed the same question to Kevin Love, who replied, you know, I've been a Timberwolves fan since childhood. The Knicks will regret not choosing me. The reporter, taken aback, thought, so you both have been watching basketball since birth? As the pregame interviews concluded, the DJ's music filled the arena, the lights flickered, and the crowd rose in unison. Let us warmly welcome the players to the court. The DJ began to announce the Timberwolves starting lineup. First, the starting point guard, number 35, George Condit. Starting shooting guard, number 30, D'Anthony Burton. Starting small forward, number 15, Josh Minot. Starting center, number 0, David Mark. Starting power forward, the 6th pick in the NBA draft. From the University of California, number 42, Kevin Love. As Kevin Love entered last, the Timberwolves introduction concluded. Love's gaze was fierce, harboring a resentment towards the Knicks for trading him to this desolate place devoid of allure. The DJ's voice rang out once more. Next, the starting lineup for the New York Knicks. Starting point guard, number 0, Kadam Allen. Starting small forward, number 13, Alonzo Trier. Starting power forward, number 26, Amir Hinton. Starting center, number 43, VJ King. Starting shooting guard, the NBA's 3rd overall pick, our superstar, number 3, Wu Gu. As the DJ's announcement came to a close, under the spotlight's glow, Wu Gu jogged onto the court, cheerfully exchanging high-fives with his teammates. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, chanting Wu, Wu, Wu. As both teams commenced their warm-ups, Wu Gu and Love engaged in some simple shooting drills. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the starting players officially took the court. The commentators were Kevin McHale and NBA analyst Mike Breen. What are your thoughts, Kevin? At the time, you used the 3rd pick to select Wu Gu, only to trade him to the Knicks? Mike Breen inquired. McHale glanced at Breen and replied, as you know, I am a Hall of Fame big man, and my judgment regarding interior players is impeccable. Oh, so you are implying that Wu Gu cannot become an outstanding or even a great player? I can only say that, in the eyes of our analytics team and coaching staff scouts, Love is undoubtedly the superior talent. McHale elucidated. Hush, some Knicks fans who have come to Las Vegas to witness the game have already begun to boo. Today's matchup is undeniably charged with animosity. The center jump. The Knicks center leaps high to seize the basketball, and the Knicks initiate their offense. Chapter 37, the windmill at the free throw line. The Knicks are on the attack. As Wu Gu skillfully dribbled past the half-court line, he found himself confronted by the defensive prowess of the opposing guard, Condit. With a swift motion, Wu executed a 3-threat stance, feigned an aggressive drive, and then, with a graceful leap, released the ball in a clean jump shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark with unwavering precision, standing at 9 meters. Condit could only watch helplessly as Wu sank the shot. Wow, a three-pointer to start the game. Wu's feeling it today. The Timberwolves must devise a strategy, exclaimed commentator Mike Breen with palpable excitement. The Timberwolves launched their offensive. Guard Condit, under Wu's relentless defense, stumbled as he brought the ball past half-court, quickly passing it to his power forward, number 42, Kevin Love. Love, positioned near the free-throw line, faced off against Knicks power forward, Sinton, and effortlessly executed a jump shot. Swish. The ball smoothly swished through the basket. After scoring, Love glanced at Wu, as if to say, "Did you see that? This is my prowess." In the commentary booth, Michael's previously furrowed brow relaxed. "See, I told you Love would become an exceptional interior player." Just as Breen was about to respond, the crowd erupted in cheers, diverting their attention back to the court. Wugo rapidly dribbled past half-court, and in response to Condit's defense, executed an Allen Iverson crossover, deftly maneuvering past him to the vicinity of the paint. Confronted by Love and Timberwolves center, Mark, Wu performed a dazzling 360-degree layup in midair, threading the ball through the narrow gap between the two defenders. Swish. The basketball descended gracefully, finding nothing but net. Oh my God, Wu has scored an incredibly difficult shot. I can confidently assert that this will be the top play of the day, Mike Marin shouted, waving his arms in exhilaration. Mike Hale, witnessing Wu's remarkable basket, was compelled to commend. That was indeed a spectacular shot, but let us not forget, it's just 2 points. Upon landing, Wu turned to Love, gently shaking his finger in a gesture that signified, you cannot contain me. The Timberwolves resumed their attack. Condit brought the ball past half-court and passed it to Love, who executed a hook shot from the paint. Swish. The ball once again dropped through the hoop. Love, after scoring, provocatively eyed Wu, asserting, your basket is an easy target for me. Knicks coach Atkinson realized a tactical shift was imperative, as Sinton could do nothing but watch Love score effortlessly. Mike Hale beamed with satisfaction at the performance of his chosen big man. The Knicks initiated their offensive, as Wu Gu swiftly dribbled across half-court. He signaled for Shinton to come up for a pick and roll. Shinton, understanding the cue, moved into position. Wu Gu utilized the screen to leave Condit far behind, forcing Love to reluctantly assist in defending Wu Gu. With a resounding thud, the basketball echoed as it struck the floor. In Love's astonished gaze, Wu Gu executed a no-look pass, bouncing the ball to the descending Shinton. B00M. With an open lane before him, Shinton effortlessly dunked the ball. Pay attention to the ball. Wu Ji's lighthearted voice rang out. Shinton hurriedly approached Wu Gu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Wu. No need for pleasantries. Wu Gu smiled faintly, encouraging, focus on your defense. Just guard him, and leave the rest to me. All right. Shinton nodded in agreement. The Timberwolves launched their offense. Condit repeated his previous tactic, passing the ball to Love in the low post. Love, accustomed to backing down his opponent, suddenly realized that the defender behind him felt much sturdier than before, making it difficult to assert his strength. Unyielding, Shinton glared fiercely at Love. Go ahead, give it a try. Humph. Love, undeterred, pressed on. Be careful, warned Timberwolves guard Burton. Suddenly, a large yellow hand appeared in the trajectory of Love's dribble. Thud. With a soft sound, the basketball was swatted away by Wu Gu. After regaining possession, Wu Gu sprinted toward the front court, facing an unguarded hoop. Wow. The audience erupted, rising to their feet. Wu Gu halted at the free throw line, launching himself with a powerful leap, gliding through the air before swinging his arms. Was he about to execute a windmill dunk from the free throw line? NBA commentator Mike Marlin gasped in astonishment. Wu Gu performed a stunning windmill dunk, slamming the basketball into the hoop. B00M. The backboard emitted a creaking groan in response. W0W0W0W. The Knicks fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, dancing with joy. Oh my. Mike Marlin could no longer contain his excitement, shouting in disbelief. Droplets of saliva sprayed onto Mike Hale's face, prompting him to leap back a meter in surprise. That was a dunk contest-worthy move. Mike Marlin stammered in awe. Upon landing, Wu Gu celebrated with a playful baby-rocking motion. Love stood dumbfounded in his own backcourt, murmuring, is this really not a game of 2K? Turning back, the Timberwolves resumed their offense. Timberwolves guard Burton maneuvered his way to the basket, executing a floating shot. Swish. 2 points scored. The Knicks were back on offense. Wu Gu skillfully dribbled past the halfway line, at which point the Timberwolves made an adjustment by assigning the 3-meter-tall small forward, Minot, to guard him, hoping to curtail Wu Ji's performance with his height advantage. Do you think you can stop me? Wu Gu asked with a playful smile, gazing at Minot. The latter, visibly anxious, fixated his gaze on Wu Gu. Thud. Thud. The basketball echoed against the floor with a resounding thump. Wu Gu executed a mesmerizing step-back reminiscent of Tracy McGrady, deftly maneuvering the basketball between his legs as he swayed from side to side. Minot, with arms raised high, anxiously shadowed him. As the words left his lips, Wu Gu made a sudden feigned drive to the right, leaning back for a jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, a beautiful trajectory unfolding before it swished through the net. Minot could only watch in awe as Wu Gu soared. Oh, the crowd erupted into cheers. It is truly hard to fathom how Wu, possessing such remarkable talent, also boasts exceptional shooting prowess. Mike Marlin lauded. Meanwhile, Mike Hale felt a twinge of discomfort at the praise. As the first half progressed, both teams exchanged blows, each making their mark. For the Timberwolves, Kevin Love leveraged his footwork and height advantage in the paint, scoring at will. Sometimes it seemed to echo the sentiment that hard work pays off. Why bother with genius? Despite the pressure from Knicks big men, Sinton and Jean, they could not contain Love's performance. With 6 attempts, 5 were successful, and he made all 4 free throws. Amassing 15 points and 10 rebounds by halftime, dominating the Knicks' interior defense. Against any other Summer League team, it would have been a sure victory. Yet, unfortunately, he faced Wu Gu. In the first half, Wu Gu donned the number 23 jersey, stepping up as his teammates struggled with their shooting. He repeatedly sank contested jump shots, his hand ablaze with warmth. Under Wu Gu's leadership, the score steadily climbed, but Love's extraordinary display was overshadowed by Wu Gu's three-pointers, where 3 points trumped 2. By halftime, Wu Gu had made 8 of 10 three-point attempts, 4 of 6 two-point shots, and added 3 free throws, totaling an astonishing 35 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half, the New York Knicks led the Minnesota Timberwolves by 8 points, 55-47. Chapter 38, The Spectacular Dunk Over Love. Hey, Mike, I think you may have truly missed out on a Jordan. Commentator Mike Marlin remarked with a smile towards Mike Hale. Hale remained silent, fixated on the court, lost in thought. After a lengthy halftime break, both teams returned to the court. The Timberwolves initiated their offense. Kevin Love received the basketball in the paint, skillfully pivoting to evade Knicks center Jean. What a chance! Seizing a moment of hesitation from Jean, Love swiftly turned to the right side of the basket for a soft hook shot. Not on Wu Gu's watch. In an instant, a powerful shout rang out as Wu Gu descended like a divine warrior, leaping from the free throw line. His large yellow hand reached out and snatched Love's seemingly guaranteed shot from the air. What on earth did I just witness? The commentator Mike Marin's eyes bulged in astonishment, fixated on the court. Wow! Wu astonishingly snatched the basketball from Love midair. The crowd erupted in applause for this remarkable block, gasping in awe. Such an extraordinary interception left everyone speechless. How could he leap so high? Mike Hale stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Wu's incredible feat. Was he even human? Yet, this was merely the beginning. Upon receiving the basketball, Wu Gu spotted the Knicks' power forward, Shinton, who had already sprinted to the front court. With remarkable precision, he executed a quarterback-style long pass. The ball met Shinton mid-flight. Seizing the opportunity, Shinton unleashed a thunderous two-handed dunk. Boom! The basketball was forcefully thrust into the hoop. After landing, Shinton let out a triumphant roar. Little did anyone know the frustration he had endured from being outplayed by Love throughout the game. Knicks Summer League coach Atkinson's eyes sparkled at the sight of the pass. Indeed, the Lau possesses an exceptional vision. Now, the Timberwolves were on the offensive. Condit, dribbling awkwardly, stumbled his way toward the front court. Wu Gu, already contemplating an early departure, applied intense pressure, engaging in a physical contest. As a result, Condit nearly lost his balance, the basketball slipping from his grasp. Farewell Wu Gu's light and airy words resonated as he picked up the basketball and swiftly charged towards the front court. Confronting the Wolves' basket, he propelled himself off the ground with powerful legs, soaring into the air to execute a breathtaking 360-degree spin. With a single hand grasping the ball, he thunderously slammed it into the hoop. B00M. The rim emitted a deep, resonant rumble. Upon landing, Wu Gu showcased his muscular physique with exuberance. The crowd erupted once more in a cacophony of cheers, reaching another thrilling crescendo. The coordination of his body, his flexibility, and his hang time. Mike Marlin was left utterly speechless, at a loss for words to encapsulate his emotions at this moment. From this day forth, I shall be an ardent admirer of Wu. Now, the Wolves launched their offense. After receiving the ball, Love maneuvered deftly within the paint, skillfully using his footwork to elude defenders. Approaching the 3-second area, he executed a stunning one-handed dunk. Boom! Sinton was once again sent flying out of bounds. Upon landing, Love let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, seemingly venting the frustration that had been bottled up during this match. Wu Gu hurriedly stepped forward to assist Shinduin. I'm truly sorry, Wu. I was utterly unprepared for him. Shinduin said apologetically to Wu Gu. Do not lose heart. I shall help you retaliate. Wu Gu smiled and patted Shinduin's shoulder. Nikes, attack. Wu Gu dribbled the ball to the half-court, casting a glance at Love beneath the basket, and an idea surged forth within him. The Timberwolves' small forward, Burton, was fixated on Wu Gu, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, a testament to the immense effort he expended in defending against Wu Gu. I'm coming in, Wu Gu proclaimed, once again revealing a warm and amicable smile. To Burton, that smile appeared malevolent for this evening. He had lost count of how many shots had been made beneath its guise. As the words hung in the air, Wugo executed a swift dragging step to the right, followed by a crossover to the left, and then a deft behind-the-back pullback. In an instant, Burton was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Wugo saw Burton stumble, but didn't halt. Instead, fixing a ferocious glare upon Love, who was defending under the basket. Love sensed something and turned his gaze. Their eyes met like lightning splitting the air. Wugo propelled himself towards the basket with remarkable speed, maintaining his momentum as he approached the 3-second area. With a sudden leap, he elevated into the air, swiftly transferring the ball to his right arm, gripping it with one hand. The intensity of his approach suggested an imminent thunderous dunk over Love. Oh my goodness! Is he really attempting to dunk over Love? It seems improbable. Love stands at an imposing height of 2.08 meters. Has he lost his mind? The players on both sides were left in sheer astonishment, mouths agape as if they could fit 2 eggs inside, their bodies covered in goosebumps. Their gaze fixated solely on that striking blue. I can't believe this is happening. Love, with his arms outstretched in an attempt to block the shot, suddenly turned pale, feeling an overwhelming difficulty in breathing. As Wugo faced Love, he deftly seized the ball with his right hand, his arm swirling in a magnificent arc of 180 degrees. With a force akin to thunder, he propelled the basketball over Love, slamming it into the hoop with a resounding B00M. The rim emitted a creaking roar. And with a thud, Love was sent sprawling out of bounds, legs flailing in the air, letting out a triumphant howl. Wugo basked in the moment as his teammates rushed forward to embrace him. The large screen captured the reaction of Timberwolves owner Taylor, who covered his eyes in disbelief. Unable to witness the scene, was Wu standing up for Sinton? Indeed, Wu was a true leader. Mike Marlin observed the court with a broad smile. My L0V. Mike Hale momentarily lost his vision amidst the excitement. W0W0W0W. The Knicks fans erupted, rising to their feet and cheering exuberantly. It was cathartic, so liberating. Tears welled in the eyes of the fans, for the Knicks had not seen such a spirited player in ages. As the third quarter progressed, the Timberwolves wilted under the impact of Wu Ji's dunk. Love, disheartened, could not recover. Without Love, the Timberwolves resembled Huskies, repeatedly misfiring in the second half. Meanwhile, the Knicks surged in morale, with Wugo delivering lightning-fast passes that ignited the entire team. He even sank a significant three-pointer before the final whistle, sealing the game decisively. As the third quarter concluded, the New York Knicks led the game by a commanding 20 points, 90-70. The fourth quarter devolved into mere garbage time, filled with substitutes racking up statistics. With the final buzzer sounding, the New York Knicks triumphed over the Minnesota Timberwolves, 120-100. Wugo delivered an impressive performance with 55 points, 9 rebounds, and 11 assists, nearly achieving a triple-double, which is bound to unsettle perfectionists. Kevin Love, on the other hand, recorded a substantial double-double with 25 points and 15 rebounds, yet sat on the bench with a vacant stare, lost in contemplation. Chapter 39. Love yourself. After an embrace with fellow players, Wugo departed the arena amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Hey, Love, you did splendidly. Mike Hale consoled his beloved Prot G. Not everyone possesses the eccentricity of that fellow. You too shall become an exceptional interior player in the future, just as I have. Thank you, Coach. Kevin Love replied, lifting his head with renewed determination. He fixed his gaze on the direction Wugo had taken, vowing, Wu, I will defeat you one day. Mike Hale observed his promising pupil's resurgence of spirit, relieved that his first-round draft pick had regained his confidence. Otherwise, it would have been a disheartening setback. It is undeniable that the God of Love possesses considerable talent to become a top interior player in the league. In the New York Knicks locker room, a cheerful ringtone interrupted the atmosphere. Hey, Wu, congratulations on your remarkable near triple-double. Knicks general manager Walsh, impressed by Wu Ji's performance, called in the middle of the night. Thank you. Wugo responded with a smile and a nod. Keep up the excellent work, and lucrative contracts shall certainly await you. Walsh painted a bright future for Wugo. After a brief exchange, he ended the call. Wugo gazed at the adorable general manager, shaking his head. Not long after the match, the Knicks triumphed over the Timberwolves, and various reports regarding this rivalry swiftly emerged across multiple websites. Fox Sports declared, Wugo scores over 50, achieving a near triple-double, single-handedly dismantling the Timberwolves. FW Sports announced, the most powerful dunk sends Love flying out of the game, courtesy of Wugo. ESPN proclaimed, The sky is the limit for Wu. The New York Daily News highlighted the rising MV. In an instant, Wu Ge captured the attention of the entire NBA. If there were doubts about his prowess in the Summer League, today's performance compelled everyone to take notice of this rookie player. As the Kyoto Olympics approached, the G-Team men's basketball, led by Yunus, faced a series of unfortunate warm-up matches, suffering defeats with numerous turnovers against the Kangaroo team. The dismal performance of the players left local fans, who had high hopes for the team, utterly astonished. At this moment, discussions about basketball online reached a fever pitch. What? Our G-Team's strongest guard isn't even on the roster. Shocking. He can't even guard the water cooler. A post ignited a fierce wave of discussion. It was filled with highlights of Wu Ge's spectacular performances in the Summer League, showcasing his sharp drives, powerful dunks, precise passes, as well as accurate three-pointers and mid-range shots. For fans witnessing Lu Wei struggle to cross half-court, it was akin to a visual feast. We want Wu Ge. Please add Wu Ge to the men's basketball team. What? The strongest player has no chance to join the team? Instantly, the online discourse in Long Gu about why Wu Ge couldn't make the G-Team intensified. In this grand context, the men's basketball team was about to face another warm-up match, challenging the Angara men's basketball team, the weakest opponent in their Olympic group. That evening, after the game, Wu Ge expressed his willingness to sing a song for his good friend to help expand their market. Zheng Qinyu, somewhat skeptical, sought out a professional music production team in Las Vegas to gauge Wu Ge's talents. The morning sun had already risen. Wu Zong, are you ready? Zheng Qinyu opened the door to Wu Ge's hotel room and stepped inside. How do you have a room key? Wu Ge, startled, hurriedly covered his Ultraman underwear. Zheng Qinyu, seeing Wu Ge still asleep, urged, you didn't even lock the door. Hurry up. I have a professional song producer waiting for you. Right away, right away. Upon hearing the news, Wu Ge promptly approached the wardrobe and donned a sleek black suit. With his tall and well-proportioned figure complemented by this attire, he resembled a quintessential successful individual. The two then proceeded to the underground parking garage, where they entered a Porsche 911 and drove off in a cloud of dust. Navigating through the streets of Las Vegas, the thoroughfares were bustling with vehicles and throngs of people, truly embodying the moniker of a city of dreams. As they approached yet another traffic light and came to a halt, a towering edifice loomed before them. The renowned music producer, Luca, had long been awaiting their arrival at the best recording studios in Las Vegas. Well, this place is quite substantial, Wu Ge remarked with a smile as he surveyed the impressive structure before him. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you, Zheng Qinyu added as he exited the vehicle. The two then made their way forward. Goodness, your words are quite convincing. Could it be that they are indeed the same person? As Wu Ge continued his tour, he arrived at the recording studio. Zheng Qinyu looked at him with a light chuckle and said, you promised to amaze me today. I have assembled such a large production team for you. Don't let me down. Rest assured, Zheng Xiao, Wu Ge replied with a smile. However, Zheng Qinyu still wore an expression of skepticism. Having known Wu Ge for so long, he had never heard him sing. You'd better pay close attention, Wu Ge said. Noticing the doubt on Zheng Qinyu's face as he walked into the recording studio, observing the sound engineer and production team before him. Hello. Luca greeted Wu Ge as he entered. Wu Ge replied with a beaming smile, then approached the microphone. Please adjust it. I'm going to record a song. After Luca had set up the microphone, he said, you can sing now. What? Are you serious? Zheng Qinyu exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief as he hurriedly covered his ears. This won't be life-threatening, will it? Just then, a voice echoed in Wu Ge's mind. Belonging to a system clad in a cute, youthful outfit. Host, your exceptional singing talent has been activated. Please select a song. Wu Ge glanced at his options and ultimately settled on a highly popular song, Love Yourself by Justin Bieber. Wu Ge found a chair and seated himself, gently picking up the guitar from the ground and tenderly strumming the strings with deep emotion. Wu Ge gently closed his eyes, swiftly immersing himself in the moment. His voice resonating like celestial music, imbued with profound emotion. Love yourself for all the times that you rained on my parade, and all the clubs you entered using my name. You think you broke my heart? Oh girl, for goodness sake, you think I'm crying on my own? Well, ain't. The melody floated through the recording studio as Wu Ge passionately infused his emotions into each note. Every word conveyed the depths of his inner feelings. Luca listened intently, capturing every nuance and detail, striving to present the most exquisite result. Each note entranced the listeners, leaving them spellbound. As the song concluded, the audience remained enraptured, unable to extricate themselves from the lingering echoes of the performance. After a moment, Luca, regaining his composure, exclaimed eagerly, I have a premonition that this song is destined to be a hit. Zheng Qinyu, equally astonished, gazed at Wu Ge and remarked, "When did you learn to sing?" "Just by chance, just by chance. I picked it up accidentally." Wu Ge replied with a playful smile. "Come off it," Zheng Qinyu retorted, his expression filled with disbelief. Subsequently, Wu Ge filmed a music video for his song, and thanks to the exceptional performance talent bestowed by the system, he achieved it in one take. The remaining tasks were entrusted to a professional album production team. "Zheng Xiao, I shall take my leave now. Enjoy yourself." As Wu Ge found nothing of consequence, he decided to rise and depart. How vexing it was to leave Zheng Qinyu alone to toil away. Just as he reached the entrance on the ground floor, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air. Wu Ge turned his gaze in response to the sound, and there before him stood a crimson Maserati, its window rolled down. The Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson, smiled and spoke, "Superstar, shall I give you a ride home?" "Certainly," Wu Ge replied, his eyes drawn not only to Scarlett's alluring deep V neckline but also to the even more captivating presence of Elizabeth Olsen, who stood beside her, radiating an aura of elegance. With a roar of the engine, Scarlett Johansson pressed the accelerator as Wu Ge settled into the car. In pursuit of better acclimatization to the pace of the NBA, Wu Ge visited the Black Widow's residence, dedicating the night to refining his ball-handling skills to counter aggressive defenses. Chapter 40, Summer League Finals, Part 1, July 20th. The Summer League Finals commenced in earnest. After 8 consecutive days of competition, the two teams that emerged as the best contenders had finally been determined, under the leadership of Wu Ge. The New York Knicks boast an impressive record of 4 wins and no losses, while Derrick Rose's Chicago Bulls mirror this success with the same record. Prior to the commencement of today's match, the NBA officially announced Wu Ge as the most valuable player of this season's Summer League. Additionally, the first-team roster for the Summer League has been unveiled, featuring both Rose and Wu Ge among the distinguished selections. Wu Ge has averaged an impressive 37, 5 points, 7, 5 rebounds, 11, 2 assists, 2, 0 steals, and 1, 8 blocks per game during the Summer League. In contrast, Derrick Rose ranks second, with an average of 28, 2 points, 3, 8 rebounds, 10, 8 assists, 1, 1 steals, and 0, 3 blocks. It is a clash between the first overall pick and the third pick, showcasing a duel of the most formidable offensive talents. Prior to the game, various media outlets have begun to build anticipation for this matchup. And today the NBA has initiated a nationwide broadcast. One participant is the astonishingly rising star from the Dragon Kingdom, Wu Ge, while the other is the homegrown prodigy, Derrick Rose. Who will ultimately prevail? Fans are now entering the arena. Among the sports celebrities present today are Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Tracy McGrady, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen, and David Beckham. The Hollywood luminaries include New York's mascot Spike Lee, Leonardo DiCaprio, Will Smith, Jason Statham, Vin Diesel, Blake Lively, Alexandra Daddario, and Ana de Armas. Tonight, the Las Vegas arena is truly shimmering with stardom. The players are beginning to take the court. Wu Ge arrived at the arena adorned in an AMR sweatshirt and denim jeans, exuding an air of relaxation as he donned his headphones. Meanwhile, Ross made his entrance in a Gucci denim jacket coupled with jeans, his face radiating joy. Following them was a throng of onlookers entering the venue. In a pre-match interview, SN reporter Lena inquired, "Wu, the NBA has officially announced your selection as the MVP of the Summer League. What are your thoughts on this?" Wu Ge smiled and remarked, "I find this absolutely splendid. It marks a remarkable beginning for me." Lena continued with her inquiry, "Tonight, your opponent is Ross, who holds the second position on the MV chart. What are your thoughts on that?" Wu smiled and replied, "I believe Rose is a formidable opponent. As you know, we are from the same university, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to face him on the grand stage of the finals." "Thank you." Subsequently, Lena returned to the Bulls' locker room to interview Rose. "Hey Rose, what are your thoughts on tonight's game?" Rose, beaming, responded, "Wu and I were teammates on the college basketball team, and I am thrilled at the prospect of competing against him in the finals." Lena inquired further, "We know you were very close to winning the Summer League MVP, but we took it home. What are your thoughts on that?" Rose replied, "I am genuinely happy to see Wu perform so well. I sincerely rejoice for him." Both star players refrained from exchanging harsh words, creating a cordial atmosphere that left the media quite disappointed. However, this did not deter the NBA from generating excitement for the matchup. The TNT commentators, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and the boisterous Charles Barkley, gathered together. O'Neal, grinning mischievously at Barkley, remarked, "I heard someone went streaking near the Las Vegas arena last time." "That is not true," Barkley adamantly denied. "I have a photo of you on my phone," O'Neal exclaimed as he prepared to pull out his device. "No, no, no." Barkley quickly seized O'Neal's hand. O'Neal, still smiling, turned to Barkley and asked, "What are your thoughts on this game? Who do you think will win?" Barkley confidently asserted, "Although Wu is indeed impressive, I firmly believe our talented American guard, Rose, will surely win the game. Then I'll guess who will triumph," O'Neal declared, exuding confidence. "Shaquille, let us make it interesting. How about the loser performs a striptease in the arena tonight?" Barkley responded with a nonchalant bravado. O'Neal, taken aback by Barkley's audacity but realizing there was no turning back, nodded in agreement. "All right, you fat pig." The crowd erupted in cheers upon hearing their wager. As the official start time of the game approached, the arena filled with fans. The venue was completely packed, with supporters waving banners in support of their respective star players. With the lights beginning to flash and music resonating throughout the arena, the players of both teams prepared to enter the court. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise and warmly welcome tonight's stars to the stage." The live DJ commenced the introduction of the players onto the court. First, the starting lineup for the Chicago Bulls includes starting shooting guard number 9, Ayo Dosunmu, starting small forward number 44, Tyler Cook, starting power forward number 0, Henry Reddish, starting center number 25, Julian Phillips, and the starting point guard, the NBA's first overall draft pick from the University of Memphis, number 1, Derrick Rose. As Rose made his entrance last, the Bulls' introduction concluded. With a relaxed demeanor, Rose sprinted out from the player tunnel and onto the court, greeted by enthusiastic applause and cheers. The DJ's voice resonated once more. Next, the starting lineup for the New York Knicks. Starting point guard number 0, Kadam Allen. Starting small forward number 13, Alonzo Trier. Starting power forward number 26, Amir Hinton. Starting center number 43, VJ King. And the starting shooting guard, the NBA's third overall draft pick, our MVP, number 3, Wugo. As the DJ's announcement faded, under the spotlight's glow, Wugo beamed as he dashed onto the court, exchanging high-fives with his teammates. "Oh, Wu, Wu, Wu." At that moment, the crowd's cheers reached a crescendo, echoing throughout the Las Vegas arena. With both teams having completed their introductions, the players began their warm-up. During this phase, NBA Commissioner David Stern was also present, witnessing the event in person and personally presenting the Summer League MVP trophy. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wugo received the Summer League MVP trophy and exchanged a handshake with Stern. "MVP, MVP, MVP." The arena resounded with the fervent cheers of the fans. Wugo triumphantly raised the Summer League MVP trophy. Rose stood by, applauding. One cannot help but remark on Rose's commendable character. It is uncertain what tribulations he has endured to be deserving of such a title as the Rose of the Windy City. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, marking the official commencement of the match. Chapter 41. A clash between both sides. The Knicks center, Gene, and the Bulls center, Phillips, leaped for the ball at center court. With a resounding smack, the basketball was ferociously swatted away by Gene. Allen swiftly seized the ball and advanced past half-court as the Bulls players hurriedly fell back on defense. At this moment, Wugo swiftly maneuvered to evade the defense of the Bulls' small forward, Cook, and positioned himself beneath the basket. He raised a finger upwards, signaling for an alley-oop, and Allen, understanding the cue, tossed the ball into the air. Wugo swiftly leaped into the air, executing a magnificent somersault that sent the ball crashing through the hoop. A thunderous roar erupted from the rim. Wow, this was truly an exhilarating dunk, setting a splendid tone for tonight's match. From the commentary booth, O'Neal exclaimed, "Woo, this fellow seems to have elevated his game even further." Rose observed Wuji's remarkable shot with a contemplative expression. The Bulls launched their offensive. Rose dribbled past half-court, confronting Allen's defense. With a decisive step back and a momentary pause, he accelerated with an audacious move, shaking off Allen's guard and penetrating into the paint. There, faced with Knicks center Jin's defense, he soared high, executing a complex abdominal fold midair, sending the ball towards the basket. Swish! The basketball kissed the backboard before rolling smoothly into the net. Once again, Rose showcased his exceptional aerial coordination. Absolutely brilliant. "I adore you, Rose." Barkley beamed, his face alight with praise, declaring that he could not afford to lose this game. The Knicks were now on the offensive. As Wugo received the ball beyond the three-point line, the Chicago Bulls small forward, Cook, swiftly closed in. His gaze fixed intently upon Wugo. Wu skillfully grasped the ball with his right hand, positioning it behind his body while executing a series of 3 threatening gestures. He then swiftly launched himself to the right, leaving Cook merely to gaze in admiration at the ball. Wu approached the free throw line, leaping effortlessly into the air. Releasing the ball with precision, the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swish. It settled securely into the net. Alas, it seems he truly cannot be contained. Cook wore a look of despair. Observing this, Rose stepped forward to pat Cook on the back, offering words of comfort. "You have performed admirably. Focus on wearing him down." "Very well." Cook felt a bit better after Rose's encouragement. Employing a big man to defend Wu only results in a lack of speed. While using a guard fails to account for height, one must choose between 2 poisons, O'Neal remarked, watching Wu on the court with a sense of resignation. "Indeed. There appears to be no better solution. This fellow is truly an anomaly," Barkley added. "The Bulls are on the attack, facing Allen's flimsy defense." Rose exploited the opening at will, executing a behind-the-back dribble that left Allen disoriented. He then dashed towards the basket with the speed of a whirlwind. Soaring into the air, he executed a powerful 2-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. B00M. The rim echoed with a resounding thud. "Impressive, Rose." The crowd erupted in cheers for Rose. "What a magnificent dunk. That's the way to play," Barkley shouted with enthusiasm, as if victory were within reach. The Knicks are now on the offense. Wu skillfully maneuvered the ball past the halfway line, executing a crossover to accelerate and deftly sidestep the defender, Cook, leaving him a half-step behind. With remarkable speed, he surged past Cook's side. Approaching within the free throw line, he faced the formidable defense of the Bulls' center, Phillips. Without hesitation, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air as if he were a grand bow, his right arm grasping the ball and emphatically slamming it through the hoop. Boom. The rim trembled. The entire sequence from the breakthrough to the thunderous dunk was executed with precision and immense power. Wow. The arena erupted, ignited by this spectacular dunk. The crowd ablaze with excitement. "Oh my God," O'Neal exclaimed, questioning whether Wu and Rose had truly become rivals. "It was utterly exhilarating. I find myself increasingly eager for their forthcoming showdown," Buckley marveled. The game continued. The Bulls initiated their offense. Rose dribbled swiftly into the front court, executing a swift change of direction to evade Allen's defense, charging into the paint. Confronted by Knicks power forward, Shinton, he launched a delicate floater. The basketball ascended gracefully towards the hoop. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. "Get down," Wu shouted, swiftly maneuvering behind Rose, leaping high to deliver a resounding block. "What?" Rose's pupils dilated, feeling as though shadows loomed over him. The audience gasped in awe at the sight of this rejection. Seizing the ball, Wu, without a moment's hesitation, sprinted towards the front court, pursued fervently by the Bulls' power forward, Riddell. With a sharp exclamation, Wu leaped from near the free throw line. Raising the ball with one hand, and emphatically slammed it into the hoop, soaring over Riddell. Boom. The rim emitted a pained roar. Bang. Riddell was sent flying out of bounds, crashing to the ground. Upon landing, Wu made a throat-slashing gesture. Wow. The crowd was set ablaze by this dunk. Rising in fervor, waving their arms in delight, a host of NBA stars applauded, praising the magnificent block and even more stunning dunk. Guoda exclaimed in astonishment. "This guy is tougher than I am." Knicks mascot Spike Lee leapt to his feet at the sidelines, swaying with enthusiasm. Blake Lively, Ana de Armas, and numerous starlets gazed at Wu on the court, their eyes sparkling with admiration, contemplating the allure of spending a night with him. "I hope Wu's block has cast a shadow over Rose." O'Neal expressed concern from the commentary booth. As if to alleviate O'Neal's worries, the Bulls resumed their offense. Having learned from his previous lesson, Rose accelerated past Allen's defense, reaching the basket and executing a secure two-handed dunk to score. Upon landing, Rose cast a glance at Wu, a subtle retort. "This fellow truly spares no opportunity." Wu chuckled as he observed Rose after the goal. The Knicks are on the offensive. As Wu dribbled past half-court, he executed a quick step back, causing Cook to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Observing the vast expanse of open space before him, Wu did not hesitate for an instant. He leaped and released a shot. The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air. Swish. A three-pointer found its mark, the ball settling confidently into the basket. Beep. Bulls head coach Thibodeau promptly called a timeout. Thibodeau, visibly exasperated by Wu's presence on the court, felt as though he had placed an adult in a kindergarten game during the summer league. Thibodeau emphasized defensive strategies against Wu, instructing his team to double-team him. Upon returning from the timeout, the Bulls intensified their defense. Each time Wugo received the ball, small forward Cook and guard Dosuma converged to double-team him. However, Wugo consistently eluded the trap with his exquisite passing. As a result of the Bulls' double-team tactics, Knicks players Allen, Jean, Sinton, and Trier feasted on the opportunities. With the first quarter concluding with Wugo having made 5 of 9 attempts, 2 of 2 from the free throw line, tallying 12 points, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, surpassing Rose's 10 points and 4 assists. At the end of the first quarter, the New York Knicks led the Chicago Bulls 34-28. A 6-point advantage. Chapter 42. The under-the-leg dunk from the free throw line during the intermission, O'Neal remarked. I truly believe deploying a double-team strategy against Wu is not a prudent choice. I concur. Barkley agreed. Wu's passing ability is simply extraordinary. Continuing this double team will only allow others to find their rhythm. The Bulls will find themselves in a precarious situation. On the Bulls bench, Thibodeau erupted in fury. Berating Cook and Dosunmu, are you two incapable? If so, get off the court. No more double teaming in the second quarter. Cook, I need you to stick to him closely. On the Knicks bench, teammates praised Wu, exclaiming, Wu, that pass was phenomenal. Thank you. Wugo responded, casting a thoughtful glance at Rose. Coach, allow me to defend Rose in the second quarter. Atkinson, eyeing his team's star player, inquired, are you certain? Yes. Let me take on the challenge. As the intermission concluded and the second quarter commenced, the Bulls initiated their offense. As Rose dribbled past half-court, he was startled to see Wugo now in front of him. With a grin, he remarked, Wu, I'm not that easy to defend. Let us see about that. Wugo replied with a smile. With that, Rose executed a probing step, followed by a sudden change of direction, attempting to break through Wugo from the left side. However, Wugo remained resolutely close to Rose. This guy has become even stronger defensively, Rose thought in astonishment, and as the 24-second shot clock dwindled, he hastily executed a step-back shot. Clang. The basketball struck the rim and bounced off, ricocheting off the neck of the hoop. Knicks center Jean leapt high to secure the defensive rebound and passed it to Wugo. As Wugo swiftly advanced the ball into the front court, Cook hurriedly followed closely behind. You cannot guard me. Wu Ji's lips curled into a slight smile as he executed a smooth between-the-legs dribble and took a jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. Perfect. Absolutely perfect, exclaimed O'Neal from the commentary booth, captivated by the shot, which reminded him of someone. As O'Neal's words echoed, the camera panned to the sidelines, revealing McGrady, who waved at the camera, his gaze fixed on Wugo, seeing reflections of his own youth in the player. Turning back to the action, the Bulls initiated their offense. Having learned from past experiences, Rose promptly called for a pick-and-roll. Phillips executed a flawless screen, blocking Wugo effectively. Rose capitalized on the opening, accelerating into the paint like a dragon emerging from the sea, leaping high, folding at the waist, and delivering a spectacular two-handed dunk. B00M. The basketball thundered into the hoop with a remarkable display of athleticism. Buckley, witnessing the feat, leapt from his seat in excitement. What a shot. That dunk is simply phenomenal. The Knicks took their turn on offense, and Rose actively sought to defend Wugo. The crowd held its breath as the matchup between number 3 and number 1 commenced, anticipating this pinnacle of competition. Rose, it's not wise for you to guard me, Wugo cautioned, noticing that Rose stood over 10 centimeters shorter than him. Let's see what you got. Rose replied with a confident smile. Well, here I come. With that declaration, Wugo executed a quick step, timing his move to break right, then instantly performed a crossover, shifting the ball to his left hand, followed by a between-the-legs dribble, bringing the ball back to his right hand. TMD, Rose found himself increasingly bewildered by the rapid succession of moves, gritting his teeth in determination. Wugo observed the moment of hesitation in Rose, then swiftly accelerated, effortlessly gliding past him and swiftly entering the 3-second zone. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Rose hurriedly pursued to defend against him. Caught off guard, Rose noticed a slight smirk at the corner of Wu Ji's mouth as he executed a sudden stop at a 45-degree angle to the right of the free throw line. Then rose up for a jump shot. Swish. The ball went in, accompanied by the sound of the whistle. 2-1. The live screen replay revealed that Rose, unable to halt his momentum, inadvertently struck Wu Ji's wrist. Bang. Wugo was abruptly tackled to the ground by Rose, yet before losing his balance, he skillfully sent the ball soaring through the hoop. What an impressive shot, exclaimed the commentator O'Neal from the sidelines. Are you all right? Rose hurriedly helped Wugo to his feet. Just a minor issue, Wugo replied with a smile. Swish. Wooga received the referee's pass and took a deep breath at the free throw line, confidently sinking the shot. Wow, what an impressive performance by Wooga. The fans in attendance erupted in applause and cheers as they witnessed Wooga score a 2-1. The Bulls launched their offense, perhaps influenced by that previous play. Rose dribbled past half court and executed a swift change of direction, arriving at the basket to confront Wuji's defense. With an exquisite folding layup, the basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud. Bang! It rolled directly down. Rebound. Rose quickly leaped again, showcasing his astonishing explosiveness. However, someone was faster, higher, and more powerful than Rose. Wooga soared high, beating Rose to the punch, executing a stunning moon grab to snatch the rebound with one hand right above Rose's head. With a spirited shout, Wooga ignited his teammates to sprint towards the front court. Approaching the midcourt, he delivered a long pass, assisting small forward Terrell in completing a spectacular dunk. A seamless setup. Assist 1. This exquisite pass caught the attention of the veteran LeBron on the sidelines, who mused, "If only I could have Wooga feeding me, I could frequently capitalize on fast breaks like that." The game continued. The Bulls initiated their offense. At this moment, Rose found himself in a precarious situation as Wooga's long arms, speed, and strength matched his own, leaving him struggling, unable to penetrate or shoot effectively. With the shot clock winding down to 24 seconds, Rose launched a long pass to shooting guard Dynamo. To no one's surprise, clang, Dynamo attempted a three-pointer, only to be rejected vehemently by the rim. By sheer coincidence, the rebound flew directly towards Wooga, gratefully accepting the fortuitous opportunity. Wooga leapt to secure the rebound and swiftly transitioned towards the front court. Seeing this, Rose hastily pursued from behind, shouting, "You want to score that?" "Oh, is that so?" Upon reaching the front court, Wooga took a step inside the three-point line and leapt into the air at the free throw line, soaring high. What? Rose was a moment too late, incredulously watching the airborne number 3 jersey. "Oh, MVP. God." Shaquille O'Neal leaped from the commentary booth, exclaiming, "Woo, what are you about to do?" The entire audience rose to their feet. Wooga glided through the air, performing an under-the-leg switch dunk. And with the crowd's gasps resonating throughout the arena, he emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. Thunderous applause. The rim emitted a painful screech. Upon landing, Wooga threw his head back in triumph, mimicking a phone gesture with his hand. The arena fell into a hushed silence. The spectators were left in a state of shock, mouths agape in sheer astonishment. Then, the crowd erupted into cheers. "Oh, no, what did I just witness?" Wooga executed an under-the-leg dunk from the free throw line during the game. "I never imagined a player could perform such a challenging dunk. What incredible athleticism. Oh, MVP. Dad." O'Neal was left speechless at the commentary table. Astonished. Woo's athletic prowess, particularly in dunking, undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Barkley could no longer remain seated, rising in amazement. On the court, the Knicks bench erupted in celebration, waving towels in honor of Wuji's magnificent dunk. "Woo, is this the extent of your prowess?" Rose stood in a daze, gazing at Wuji's silhouette. The remaining time in the second quarter seemed to vanish with Wuji's electrifying dunk. The New York Knicks, propelled by Wuji's deft playmaking, scored relentlessly, assisting teammates while also finding the net himself. Meanwhile, Rose found himself ensnared in Wuji's gentle embrace, experiencing a rise and fall in performance, as his teammates were similarly affected, their shooting touch turning frigid, transforming them into icy marksmen. As the first half concluded, the New York Knicks led the Chicago Bulls by a substantial margin of 17 points, with a score of 65-48. Wooga has already amassed an impressive tally of 30 points, 13 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 steals, and 3 blocks in the first half, single-handedly penetrating the Bulls' defense. Meanwhile, Rose contributed 18 points, 7 assists, 3 rebounds, and 1 steal, particularly struggling during the second quarter. As the halftime break unfolds, Knicks fans have commenced their jubilant celebrations, with the team holding a commanding 17-point lead. It seems that the outcome of this match is virtually predetermined for the Chicagoans to secure victory. They must rely heavily on Rose's performance. In the commentary booth, O'Neal is analyzing the game, casting a glance at Barkley, who wears a mischievous grin. Barkley, however, appears rather disheveled, his complexion resembling that of a lifeless pig, as he begrudgingly remarks, "The game is not yet decided. A 17-point deficit is not insurmountable." Their banter continues until the halftime intermission swiftly concludes, and both teams emerge from the player tunnel to re-enter the court. With a fierce determination, Wu-Ge casts a glance toward Rose, who meets his gaze with an intensity that suggests a fierce resolve. The game resumes. The Bulls initiate their offense. In a bid to substantiate Wu-Ge's predictions, Rose receives the basketball and showcases a markedly different demeanor from the first half. With a series of swift directional changes, he creates an opening and, retreating against Wu-Ge's defense, launches a three-pointer. Swish. The shot finds its mark confidently. The Knicks prepare for their offensive response. As Wu-Ge faced the relentless and tenacious defense of Rose, he ultimately leaped high and took a shot. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Bulls center Phillips seized the rebound, and Rose had already dashed to the front court, executing a long pass that allowed Rose to effortlessly dunk the ball, adding another 2 points. "Wow, Rose, I adore you," Barkley exclaimed excitedly as he observed Rose's consecutive scoring that closed the gap on the scoreboard. In the ensuing moments, Wu-Ge lost his shooting touch, as if a lock had been placed upon the rim. The entire team struggled, frequently missing shots, relying solely on Wu-Ge's erratic scoring to earn points, while the Bulls, under Rose's leadership, relentlessly narrowed the deficit. Beep. With 8 minutes remaining, Knicks coach Atkinson quickly called a timeout, devising some defensive strategies. "Wu, take a moment to rest. I plan to exploit a time differential against the opposition," Atkinson suggested. "All right." Wu-Ge, acknowledging his poor performance this quarter, had no objections. The game resumed. During Wu-Ge's absence, the Bulls flourished under Rose's guidance. With the team scoring from multiple sources, Rose personally excelled during this stretch, making 6 of 9 shots and converting both free throws to efficiently amass 14 points, leading the team to take the lead. With just 15 seconds left in the third quarter, following a dead ball, Wu-Ge re-entered the fray. New York Knicks 80. Chicago Bulls 83. The Knicks were on the offensive. Wow. Rose was simply unstoppable during this period, scoring 14 points in the quarter. Barkley was jubilantly animated. Meanwhile, O'Neal wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering, "Surely, we won't lose this, right?" Back onto the court, Wu-Ge dribbled the ball past the halfway line, while Ross closely shadowed him. At this moment, Ross was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead like rain, his speed considerably diminished. "It seems you have reached your limit," Wu-Ge remarked with a smile, gazing at Ross before him. "You can give it a try," Ross replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Wu-Ge as he spoke. As his words hung in the air, as Wu-Ge maneuvered the basketball beneath Rose's legs, he executed a left-handed floater with poise. Observing Rose's lowered stance, he seamlessly transitioned into a jump shot, retreating a step back. Alarmed, Rose hastily advanced. Yet, Wu-Ge had already soared high into the air, releasing the ball with precision. The basketball soared gracefully towards the hoop, swishing through the net with certainty. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the conclusion of the third quarter, as Wu-Ge successfully sank a buzzer-beating three-pointer. After scoring a goal, Wu-Ge executed a classic Jordan shrug celebration. The stadium erupted with waves of jubilant cheers. It seemed that Wu had regained his form, posing a considerable threat to the Chicago Bulls. Shaquille O'Neal exhaled in relief as Wu sank a three-pointer. The outcome remains uncertain. Charles Barkley, however, remained obstinately defiant. As the fourth quarter commenced, the score stood at 83 for the New York Knicks and 83 for the Chicago Bulls. Both teams had returned to an equal footing. The Knicks initiated their offense. Wu-Ge skillfully dribbled past half-court. Due to playing the entire third quarter, Rose was now defended by Cook. Facing this old friend, Wu-Ge flashed a broad smile, revealing 8 perfectly aligned white teeth. "Guess which side I will pass you." "The right side?" Cook murmured. "Correct, but alas, no reward for you." As the words fell, Wu-Ge executed a swift drop step, accelerating past Cook's right side straight into the paint. Confronted by the Bulls' interior defenders, Phillips and Redick, Wu-Ge penetrated the lane, leaping high amidst their tight defense. With a graceful 360-degree spin, he deftly released the ball towards the hoop. Swish. The ball went in, and the whistle blew. 2-1. OMVG0D. Wu once again delivered a spectacular shot for us. O'Neal excitedly pounded the table. Wow. The arena erupted with fervent cheers. As Wu-Ge approached the free throw line to receive the referee's toss, he took a deep breath. With the resounding cheer of the crowd, he skillfully sent the ball soaring through the hoop. "Coach, I want to play." Rose, seated on the Bulls bench, panted heavily, rising resolutely despite his team's deficit. "However, you need to rest now." Thibodeau expressed his concern as he observed the exhausted Rose. After all, in this summer league game, if Rose were to be overexerted, it could jeopardize his own position, oblivious to the fact that he had just allowed Rose to play the entirety of the third quarter. I'm fine. Really? Rose declared, shedding his outerwear and preparing to re-enter the game at the scorer's table. Well, Rose returned to the court after merely a minute's respite. Evidently spurred on by Wu's formidable influence, O'Neal remarked as he watched Rose ready himself on the sidelines. The game resumed. The Bulls initiated their offense. Power forward Riddell received a pass from the perimeter, executed a feint under the basket, effortlessly evading Shinton's defense, and charged into the Knicks' paint, poised to dunk. As Riddell beheld the hoop within arm's reach, he closed his eyes, already envisioning his celebratory gesture. "Be careful," yelled a teammate. "What?" Riddell opened his eyes in confusion. Suddenly, a shadow loomed beside him, a large yellow hand emerging in the air. With a swift motion, Wugo intercepted Riddell's shot with a single-handed block. Riddell, caught off guard, fell to the ground due to his momentum. Clumsy giant. Wugo dashed forward with electrifying speed, racing toward the Knicks' front court. Wow. It was once again Wu's showtime. O'Neal leaped to his feet in excitement. Stars like LeBron, Wade, and McGrady promptly took out their phones to record the moment. Hollywood icons such as Leonardo and Vin Diesel followed suit. The crowd rose to their feet. Wugo swiftly maneuvered through the court, single-handedly facing the full onslaught of the Bulls' defense. He charged into the paint, leaping into the air. With a breathtaking 360-degree spin, he executed a one-armed windmill dunk. Boom. The rim quivered violently. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Upon landing, Wugo raised his arms triumphantly, beckoning the audience to cheer. While UFO has returned, the arena erupted in screams. The classic dunk from the 2000 dunk contest was revived, leaving O'Neal, McGrady, Kobe, and other legends momentarily speechless. Stunned into silence before exclaiming in disbelief, "A real-life 360-degree windmill?" Thibodeau sprang to his feet on the sidelines, urgently calling for a timeout. The New York Knicks lead the Chicago Bulls 88-83. Chapter 44. The logo three-pointer concludes the suspense. The timeout has ended. The game resumes. The Bulls are on the offensive. Rose returns to the court, dribbling past half-court, still attempting to shake off Wugo with his speed. Yet, as his stamina wanes, it ultimately proves futile. A sharp crack resounds. At the opportune moment, Wugo seized the opportunity and deftly intercepted the basketball from Rose's grasp. He advanced into the front court and executed a powerful slam dunk, adding another 2 points to the score. Alas, it seems Rose's stamina has reached its limit. He is unable to penetrate Wu's defense, leaving Chicago in a precarious situation. Shaquille O'Neal, seated at the commentary booth, remarked with a serious tone, "I need you to score." Meanwhile, Barkley, filled with urgency, clenched his fists tightly. With the aid of a screen, Rose managed to shake off Wu's defense and, with great difficulty, completed a layup for 2 points. The Knicks are now on the offensive. Wugo skillfully dribbled past the half-court, executing a swift crossover beneath his legs, followed by a decisive drive to the right, which he countered with a pull-back maneuver, leading to a soaring 2-point jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. It found its mark with unwavering precision. The Bulls initiated their offense. Rose penetrated the lane, but his floater veered off course. Knicks center Gene seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to the rapidly advancing Wugo. Wugo effortlessly made a layup beneath the basket. The Bulls continued their offensive. Rose passed the ball to the team's small forward, Cook, who was so intimidated by Wugo that he lost his composure and failed to secure the ball. He was promptly intercepted by the Knicks' small forward, Trier. The Knicks launched their attack. As Wugo advanced past half-court, Rose stood resolutely at the three-point line. His gaze fixated on the widening score gap. This shot could not be missed. Suddenly, as Wugo crossed the mid-court logo, he leaped into the air, releasing a shot. What? Rose wore a perplexed expression. Wu, has he lost his mind? Even O'Neal appeared somewhat bewildered. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swish. A three-pointer from the logo. It found its mark with unwavering precision. Initially, there was a hushed silence in the arena, followed by an eruption of thunderous cheers and applause. With the arena DJ elongated Wu's name in celebration. The New York Knicks led 95-85 against the Chicago Bulls, with Wu's three-pointer. The Knicks' lead had surged to 10 points. Call a timeout. Thibodeau frantically gestured, pacing along the sidelines and shouting, spittle flying from his mouth. The referee, startled, blew his whistle with fervor. Rose, drive to the basket. Thibodeau, engrossed in crafting strategies, hardly noticed his exhausted players. Wu, let me give you a massage. This must be tough on you. Knicks Summer League head coach Atkinson playfully transformed into a massage therapist. The camera panned over, and laughter erupted throughout the venue. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Bulls on offense. Rose ignited his determination, skillfully navigating through Wu Gu's staunch defense to make a challenging layup. Turning back, the Knicks launched their attack. "Hey Rose, you cannot stop me." With a beaming smile, Wu Gu gazed at Rose before him. A deft retreat by Trae Young initiated the play as he dribbled behind his back beyond the three-point line. He then shifted the ball to his right hand, executed a brief floating motion, and explosively launched the ball forward. With a swift lateral step, he took a three-point shot and released it. Alas, Rose was fixated on Wu Gu, attempting to mount a rapid defense, yet he could only watch in dismay. The basketball soared majestically through the air. Swish. Another three-pointer successfully found its mark. Wu had truly ignited his shooting prowess. "I believe this game is nearing its conclusion," Shaquille O'Neal remarked. Indeed. Thibodeau had no reason to keep Rose on the court any longer. It was evident he was too fatigued to keep pace with Wu's rhythm. Barkley lamented with a sorrowful expression. Even a stalwart like him cannot contend in such a manner, scoring while simultaneously defending against an opponent towering over him by more than 10 centimeters. O'Neal lamented the early onset of Rose's struggles. In the ensuing moments, both teams exchanged defensive blows. Wu Gu continued to shoot consecutively from beyond the arc, leading the Knicks to a commanding advantage of over 20 points. While Rose struggled in agony. With 5 minutes remaining in the game, the whistle blew. Substitutions were made as the bench players entered the fray, while the starters departed the court. MV, MV, MV. As Wu Gu exited, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Time passed. The final buzzer sounded. Colorful streamers cascaded from the sky, and the audience rose in jubilant celebration. On the Knicks bench, players stood together in a heartfelt embrace. The New York Knicks triumphed over the Chicago Bulls with a score of 120-100. "Let us extend our congratulations to the New York Knicks for securing the championship of the Summer League," Shaquille O'Neal remarked. Wu Gu delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 55 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists, achieving a remarkable triple-double that led his team to victory, leaving spectators in awe. Conversely, Rose recorded an impressive near triple-double with 42 points, 8 rebounds, and 10 assists, yet faced the disappointment of defeat, embodying the spirit of honor even in loss. In this Summer League clash, both players truly shone brightly. The post-game embrace was a touching display of mutual respect. Wu Gu and Ross embraced tightly. "Wu, congratulations." "Thank you. You were magnificent too, Ross." Subsequently, they exchanged jerseys, and Ross's somewhat despondent figure gradually faded into the player tunnel. In the commentary booth, O'Neal expressed admiration for the two young players. "This is the most thrilling Summer League finals I have ever witnessed. Wu and Ross delivered an extraordinary performance, gifting us a remarkable championship." Barkley chimed in. "It is truly gratifying to see a plethora of new stars emerging in this league." O'Neal cast a mischievous glance at Barkley and chuckled. "Fat pig, it's your turn to perform a striptease." Instantly, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic chants. "Dance, dance, dance." Embarrassed yet irritated, Barkley glared at O'Neal, as if to say, "Look what you've done." Unable to resist the audience's fervor, the rotund Barkley took to the stage to present an unconventional light show. As the performance concluded, the venue's lights began to flicker. "Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the championship awards ceremony for the Summer League Finals." With the announcer's voice resonating, the NBA's Summer League Championship Trophy and the Finals MVP trophy were wheeled out by the event staff. Chapter 45, The Awards Ceremony. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. All players and coaches of the New York Knicks donned championship t-shirts emblazoned with champions as they took their place at the center of the stage. The Summer League Championship Trophy stood quietly on the podium before them. "Let us welcome NBA Commissioner David Stern to present the awards," announced the host. Amidst the enthusiastic applause from players, coaches, and fans, David Stern made his way onto the stage. With a benevolent expression, Stern exuded a warmth that contrasted with the shrewdness of Silver. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for attending today's match. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the Knicks and the Bulls for providing us with an exhilarating game." A wave of cheers and applause filled the arena. "Now, let us congratulate the Knicks for successfully claiming the Summer League Championship." Bang, bang, as the celebratory fireworks cascaded down from above the arena. An exuberant cheer reverberated throughout the venue once more. David Stern lifted the Summer League Championship trophy and presented it to the head coach of the New York Knicks Summer League team, Achin Sun. Wu Gu then accepted the trophy, raising it high in the center, while others flanked him on either side, their hands resting upon the gleaming trophy. Click! The sound of the shutter echoed. Wu Gu, grinning broadly, stood proudly at the center, surrounded by smiling faces. David Stern, beaming with joy, surveyed the scene and continued, "Next, we shall unveil the most valuable player of this summer league finals." Before Stern's words could fully settle, the crowd erupted in cheers. "W! Woo! Woo!" Stern chuckled lightly. "It seems we have a mole among us. Someone has discreetly leaked the MVP." Laughter rippled through the players in response. Clearing his throat, David Stern announced, "The MVP of this summer league finals is Woo Go. He had astonishingly amassed 55 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists, a magnificent triple-double that showcased his dominance on both ends of the court, truly deserving of the accolade." The cameras swiftly focused on Woo Good, who was embracing his teammates at the center of the court. Stern handed the MVP trophy to Woo Go, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Woo. I hope you continue your remarkable performance in the NBA regular season." "Thank you, Mr. Chairman," Woo Go replied earnestly, accepting the trophy that symbolized his achievement as the most valuable player of the Summer League Finals. The host promptly extended the microphone towards Woo Go, inquiring, "Do you have anything to say regarding this honor?" Woo smiled as he expressed his gratitude, stating, "I would like to thank my teammates and my coach. This is the result of our collective efforts. I also extend my thanks to my friends and the fans who supported us on site. Thank you all." As his words resonated, the crowd erupted with fervent cheers and applause when Woo raised the MVP trophy high above his head. Unlike the NBA, the championship rings for the Summer League Finals had already been prepared. Stern announced, "Here are the rings for the championship team." As he finished speaking, a group of attendants approached, each carrying a box containing the rings. The boxes were opened, revealing the dazzling championship rings on the podium at the center of the stage. W0W0WW0W. The players and fans began to cheer loudly. Each player eagerly selected their ring and adorned their fingers. Thus, the 2008 NBA Summer League came to a splendid conclusion. In the stands, LeBron turned to Kobe and remarked, "The Olympics are just a few days away. We should start preparing." Kobe, filled with excitement, replied, "Indeed. I am looking forward to facing off against that young fellow." Anthony chuckled, saying, "Leave that little guy to me. I'll make sure he gets a taste of what true NBA basketball is all about." "Haha, just don't frighten Woo." LeBron patted Anthony on the shoulder. As the award ceremony concluded, numerous NBA players and Hollywood stars exited the arena. After the game, upon returning to the U.S. national team training, Kobe, LeBron, and Anthony were surprised to discover that Woo was not on the roster for the Olympic team. Jason Statham directly followed Woo on social media. Numerous female celebrities, including Blake Lively and Ana de Armas, also began to follow the dashing and charismatic Woo, hoping for a delightful encounter. In the locker room, the players jubilantly shouted, "Champions! We have won. We are the strongest. Woo, you are the best." They roared with excitement, taking hold of the championship trophy and caressing it. Suddenly, a bottle of champagne popped open, showering everyone in a cascade of bubbly, leaving them soaked, resembling drenched chickens. Overcome with joy, they embraced one another. For this group of players, many of whom were still striving for a formal NBA contract, this championship represented the pinnacle of honor they could achieve at that moment. Residentially RCT. Dream Chaser. Dragon Nation. What did you say? Woo Go has won the championship? 55 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists? I don't care. Tonight, Woo Go is Jordan. Although it is merely a summer league, the news of Dragon Nation players and NBA-related events has captured the attention of many, especially with the ongoing discussions surrounding Woo Go. Numerous netizens, upon learning of this news, hastily circumvented restrictions to access foreign platforms such as Twitter to gather information. Meanwhile, domestic websites remained silent, with no updates whatsoever, as discussions about the Olympic roster had previously led to Woo Go being effectively silenced by state media for various reasons. In such an environment, the Dragon Nation men's basketball team is set to face its weakest opponent in the Olympic group, Angela. America. Woo, congratulations on your MVP award. Junction you called. Luck, fortune. Woo Go humbly replied. By the way, your album Love Yourself is ready, and we plan to release it on the Billboard in America, capitalizing on your championship momentum. I'm fine with that, Jung. Just do as you see fit. All right, get out and have some fun, kidney warrior. I understand. Call ended. Woo Go gazed awkwardly at Blake Lively, who was in the kitchen, clad in a breezy shirt, skillfully slicing fruits. What a night it was. Out of nowhere, a new song titled Love Yourself appeared on the Billboard music channel. A young American man named Mike, a white-collar worker accustomed to night shifts, was idly waiting for his bus. "Oh, what's this? A new song?" Curiosity piqued. Mike clicked on the track. As the intro began. For all the times that you rained on my parade, he was utterly captivated, reminiscing about the foolish things he had done for his ex-girlfriend. In an instant, tears welled in his eyes. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across the nation. In a heartbeat, Love Yourself soared to the pinnacle of the Billboard New Songs chart. Chapter 46. After the Summer League Championship, the following morning. The news of Woo Gu leading his team to victory over American star guard Derrick Rose with a remarkable triple-double has swept across the United States. Within the NBA community, this revelation has compelled numerous teams to acknowledge the prowess of this young talent from the Dragon Country for the very first time. The sudden rise of Woo Gu, who led his team to victory with a remarkable time of 35 seconds and 13 minutes, has become a source of inspiration, captivating many young individuals striving for their dreams. Reports about Woo Gu's performance in the Summer League have flooded major American websites. Astonishingly, Woo Gu achieved an impressive 55-point triple-double, surpassing Rose's 42 points to clinch the championship. This epic display showcased Woo Gu's extraordinary talent, featuring a breathtaking dunk from the free-throw line that seemed to defy gravity. Another superstar has emerged in the NBA. As the Timberwolves management reconsiders its strategies, in a moment of fervent discussion online, countless netizens are animatedly debating Woo Gu's Summer League performance. As the game concluded, the Longwood men's basketball team faced a narrow defeat against the Angela team, with a score of 71-72. Let us continue to support this team and maintain our faith. However, before the host could finish speaking, a fan dashed into the frame, shouting into the microphone, "Refund! Refund!" The atmosphere turned awkward as the players, visibly disheartened, retreated to the locker room. Zhang Qingpeng suffered an unfortunate injury during a drive, inadvertently stepping on an Angela player's foot, leading to a preliminary diagnosis of a fractured left foot, thus casting doubt on his participation in the upcoming Kyoto Olympics. On various platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and others, a wave of discontent surged among netizens. In the midst of this, news broke that Woo Gu scored over 50 points, propelling his team to secure the Summer League MVP title, which quickly swept across the internet. Discussions erupted. "We need Woo Gu. Please let him join the Longwood men's basketball team. If he can be selected as the NBA's third pick, why isn't our nation's finest player on the G Team roster?" The online fervor intensified as the heat of the debate continued to rise. In Kyoto, the phone rang at the Longwood Sports Bureau. "No matter what it takes, we must secure Woo Gu's participation in this men's basketball team." Yao Ming had always been curious about Woo Gu's prowess. He knew that Woo Gu was at least a tier above the current domestic guards, especially after his explosive performance in the Summer League. Ding ding ding, Yao Ming's phone rang. Upon answering, he was informed, "Yao Ming, Zhang Qingping is injured. We need Woo Gu to join." With the call ended, Yao Ming's spirits lifted. Woo Gu's inclusion would undoubtedly enhance the team's capabilities. With the Olympics taking place in their own backyard, he was determined not to suffer defeat. Woo Gu is reclining on his bed, indulging in relaxation. Simultaneously, Love Yourself is sweeping across various charts of the Billboard in the United States. Woo Gu has suddenly risen to fame. With the release of the music video, countless American netizens were astounded. Upon discovering the identity of the singer and composer, Woo Gu, they were left in disbelief. "Are you telling me this is Woo Gu? Who is he? You don't know? He is the third pick in this year's NBA draft. Goodness. Don't scare me. This is the first time I've heard of a basketball player who can also sing." Countless female netizens were left starry-eyed. "Wow. My husband is so handsome." "What? My husband can also play basketball and is a draft pick." "Woo God. Amazing." Many NBA stars, upon learning of this, were equally astonished and quickly checked their phones. Once they confirmed it was indeed Woo Gu, they eagerly proclaimed, "Woo, this is astonishing. Let us get together for a song sometime." "Woo." Even LeBron expressed, "Woo, I'm thinking of shooting a movie soon. Would you sing the theme song? Where there is a rainbow, let me know." At this moment, Woo Gu's phone rang, displaying a call from Yao Ming. He answered, "Hello? Woo Gu here. It's me. Brother Yao. You're quite the sensation lately, playing exceptionally well. Haha, it's just Summer League. How could I compare to you? Dominating the NBA's interior and turning the big shark into a little fish. Haha, that's just because he is getting older. By the way, I have something to discuss with you." "Oh," Woo Gu responded, puzzled. "It's about the men's basketball team I mentioned before. They've given their approval." Woo Gu felt slightly bewildered. The difficulty of making it onto the team was no small feat. Yao Ming continued, "During our last warm-up match against Good, our teammate Zhang Qingping got injured and can't play, so they've decided to let you join. What do you think? if Brother Yao extends the invitation. I have no objections. Wu Ge replied decisively, it's only because you are the most respected hero of men's basketball. Great. Once you're back home, let us celebrate together. Welcome, my brother, Yao Ming exclaimed. Subsequently, due to a series of arrangements and the fact that Long Country was the host, they were granted a special exception for injuries. The name of Wu Ge has appeared on the roster of the Longhua men's basketball team, successfully securing a spot on the last train to the Longhua Olympic Games. Upon the release of this news, Longhua netizens went into a frenzy. It's certain. Our Wu Di is setting forth, leaving no stone unturned. Wu Shun, please accept my admiration. There is hope that Wu Di and the great you will lead the Longhua men's basketball team to victory and strive to create history. No longer will we have to witness Lu Wei awkwardly maneuvering across the court. How delightful. In an instant, the entire internet buzzed with discussion. Even more astonishing was the response from the official NBA website in the United States. Wu Ge's jersey number 3 was swiftly snatched up by enthusiastic fans from the Dragon Kingdom. Manager, this is bad. Secretary Lucy barged into the office of Knicks general manager Donnie Walsh. 800 words omitted. What? You say Wu Ge's jerseys are sold out and demand exceeds supply. Donnie Walsh exclaimed in astonishment. He then waved his hand decisively, have the technical department commence pre-sales. Yes, came the immediate response to his command. The pre-sale of Wu Ge's jersey orders has been pushed to September. This incident has once again showcased the fervent passion and formidable purchasing power of the Dragon Kingdom towards the sport of basketball. Meanwhile, Glenn Taylor, the owner of the Timberwolves, hides in a corner, silently lamenting the precious opportunity he let slip by when a 3rd overall pick was once in his grasp. Now, he can only utter 3 words to that coveted pick. Chapter 47. The shock of the Billboard executive in the United States. A reporter's article has ignited a tidal wave in the Dragon Kingdom, as NBA rookie Wu Ge's song Love Yourself skyrockets to the top of the American Billboard charts. This headline has instantly captivated countless readers, generating immense traffic. Is this mere hype? The realms of basketball and music should not be so carelessly intertwined in reports. Come on, fellow countrymen, do not deceive one another. There is no need for such absurd fabrications. Has media reporting truly sunk to such a low? In no time, discussions erupted domestically. Driven by overwhelming curiosity, numerous individuals bypassed restrictions to listen to this track. As the music's prelude began to play, the lyrics resonated. For all the times that you rained on my parade, you should go and love yourself. After the song concluded, the reaction was explosive. The more they listened, the more astonished they became, leaving them in a state of disbelief, questioning their very existence. My goodness, this voice, this melody, how exquisite. It was music to my ears. Those who bypassed restrictions to listen to the single returned home exclaiming, I can't believe it, everyone. This is real. Wu Ge can truly sing. It's a sensation. An absolute phenomenon. Brothers, it's truly remarkable. This ISN team near height. What on earth is this sensation? What have I missed? This year's NBA rookie, Wu Ge, has released a song in the U.S. and has outperformed numerous American artists, clinching the top spot on the Billboard New Songs chart. What? I must listen to this. An ever-increasing number of people, filled with intrigue and curiosity, sought out this song, and upon hearing it, they were left utterly astounded. Wu Ge has once again surged to the top of various domestic forums. The frenzied clicks propelled Wu Ge's single Love Yourself into the top 10 of the Billboard charts in the United States. Inside the Billboard headquarters, the technical department was taken aback. To break into the top 10 in a single day? There must be an insider. Halt all transactions. Milan, the music director of Billboard, rushed into the office of the CEO after receiving alarming reports. Boss, this is a serious situation, Milan exclaimed, rushing into the office in a state of urgency. Upon hearing Milan's report, the CEO was astounded. What? An amateur singer sweeping across all major Billboard charts. Temporarily take down this song and investigate whether there has been any foul play. The CEO promptly issued instructions, simultaneously as the song was temporarily removed. Countless fans from the Dragon Kingdom voiced their confusion. Where is our Emperor Wu's new song? Why is it gone? Such a beautiful song. What does it mean to take it down? Damn Americans, I can't bear not listening to it for even a moment. The naysayers quickly emerged. Haha. I told you. They must have hired bots, and now they've been silenced. Data falsification is inexcusable. Who is Wu Ge? Does he work as hard as my brother? My brother practices singing and dancing tirelessly, even with a high fever of 41 degrees. In the United States, as Wu Ge's song was taken down, Furious fans in New York erupted, flooding the CEO of Billboard's Twitter with messages. You have 10 minutes to reinstate Wu's song. Or don't blame me for what happens next. Many echoed. 1. My friends are starving for this music. On what grounds do you remove such a wonderful song? If you do not restore Wu's song, I will never listen to Billboard again. An increasing number of American netizens began to comment. The renowned musician Taylor Swift also took to Twitter, stating, I've listened to Wu's Love Yourself, and I adore its beautiful melody and innovative concept. I would love to collaborate with Wu in the future. At this moment, more musicians joined in to express their support for Wu Go, asserting that great works should not be defined by the industry. Countless netizens rallied with likes and support. Fans of Wu Go from the Dragon Kingdom also flocked to the Billboard CEO's Twitter to voice their sentiments. The CEO, realizing the grave error on his part, summoned the director Milan to his office, his face a mask of fury. Look at the mess you've created. Ensure Wu's songs are uploaded immediately. Milan nodded submissively, promising to act without delay. Furthermore, upon the completion of this task, you may return home. What? Milan stammered. What do you mean? You are fired. Do you comprehend the immense negative impact and losses this incident has inflicted upon our company? Ultimately, the Billboard in the United States reinstated Wu's single and music video, issuing a statement that condemned the oversight of the music director who had caused a commendable piece of work to be taken down and announced his dismissal. With Love Yourself back on the charts, its popularity soared beyond previous levels, instantly catapulting it into the top 5 on the Billboard. Meanwhile, back in the homeland, the official announcement from Billboard ignited an explosion of activity on forums. Come forth, haters. Witness the prowess of our Wu. Where is your idol on any respectable chart? My Wu works tirelessly, 24 hours a day, while your idol pales in comparison. Dare anyone speak ill of my Wu again, and I shall confront them. The detractors, meanwhile, cowered in the shadows, trembling with fear. At the center of the storm was Wu, who, after a grueling day and night, awoke with panda eyes to gaze at the Black Widow sprawled on the sofa. He could not help but reflect. Indeed, while delving into academic pursuits, one must also balance work with rest. A true gentleman will remain steadfast. Kyoto welcomes you. Just then, his phone rang. It was Yao Ming calling. Wu, I have booked your flight. Welcome back. Without a hint of nostalgia, Wu sprang into action, dialing Zheng Chenyu's number. Zheng, I'm returning. On July 24th, at New York's Kennedy International Airport, a plane bound for Kyoto International Airport in the Dragon Country took off slowly into the sky. Wu Go gazed out at the diminishing nightscape of New York. The Kyoto Olympics. I have arrived. A sensation. Dragon Nation's Wu Go returns to the fold. The 3-year period has concluded, and the deity of Wu has come back. With a photograph of Wu Go boarding the flight circulating online, the news of his return to the homeland spread like wildfire. Are there any brothers joining me to welcome him? Yes. 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 Countless voices responded. Wu Ji's fans, music enthusiasts, female admirers. Instantly, a grand assembly of Wu Ji supporters organized a magnificent procession to the airport. Chapter 48. Returning to the Motherland. Wu Go. July 25th, 8 p.m. Kyoto International Airport. A resounding roar echoed as a colossal aircraft from New York gracefully descended onto the runway. Creak. As the cabin door swung open. Wu Go, adorned in a KATL cap, a VL0NE inner layer, a Protect denim jacket, and 99 Ursins trousers, completed his ensemble with a pair of bathing AP sneakers and a grand gold chain from C0 LMDA, alongside a substantial gold ring. He descended from the aircraft, embodying the essence of hip-hop fashion. In contrast, Zheng Chenyu sported a Fear of God 1977 top and shorts, paired with pristine white AR Force 1 sneakers, closely trailing behind him. As they exited the arrival area, an exuberant shout pierced the air. They're here. They've arrived. Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd. Wow. Wu Go. Wu Go. It's him. It's really him. The fervent fans exclaimed, their excitement palpable. The reception hall had transformed into a sea of humanity, overflowing with female supporters holding bouquets, male fans brandishing jerseys, and banners held high, creating an impenetrable wall of adoration. The atmosphere was electric, akin to a cacophony of drums and fluttering red flags, with throngs of people surging forward. Had it not been for the barriers separating them, Wu Go would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed by the zealous fans. Yao Ming, taken aback by the overwhelming crowd, could hardly fathom the sheer number of Wu Go's admirers. Is this all Wu Go's fans? This is astonishing, he exclaimed, turning to Lu Wei beside him. Could you please hold up that sign properly? I'll be right over. With that, Yao Ming hurried back to the vehicle, leaving Lu Wei in a state of bewilderment amidst the fervor. At that moment, Wu Ge, having just arrived at the exit, took a startled step back. "What is happening, Zhang? Didn't we agree to keep our whereabouts discreet?" he asked, gazing in disbelief at the enthusiastic throng. Zhang Qinyu, equally bewildered, replied, "I didn't say anything either." The crowd was overwhelming, and Wu Ge paused at the entrance, scanning the area for his welcoming sign, but it was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, now donning a mask of distress, had been engulfed by the passionate fans in a small corner. Outside, the personnel on duty were overwhelmed, urgently calling for reinforcements. An army of security and staff rushed to the scene to restore order, with police joining in to help manage the situation. The entire Daxing airport was besieged by countless fans rushing towards the scene, causing a complete traffic standstill. The congestion extended for 6 miles, with vehicles rendered immobile, effectively striking. As news of Wu Ji's arrival at Kyoto International Airport spread, it triggered a traffic paralysis that dominated various online forums, catapulting to the top of trending topics. At this moment, Diao sat in the car, having come across this news, silently mourning for his younger brother Lu Wei for 3 seconds in his heart. He expressed his gratitude for everyone's presence. Thank you. Thank you." Wu Ge, with hands clasped in earnest gratitude, warmly greeted the enthusiastic fans before him. "Ah, Wu Ge, you are the best. I love you, Wu Ge." The air was filled with fervent cheers. Wu Ge then waved his hand to signal for quiet, and spoke again. "I sincerely appreciate everyone coming to welcome me. However, this may disrupt the normal order of the airport, so I kindly ask everyone to return home for now." A few impudent fans began to shout in defiance. In response to the fans' enthusiasm, Wu Ge graciously signed autographs for those in the front row. "MV, MV, MV." Suddenly, a chant erupted, resonating through the air. "Thank you. Thank you. Please, everyone, return home." Wu Ge warmly greeted his fans one last time. At that moment, the weathered Lu Wei approached Wu Ge. Wu Ge immediately recognized this young brother of Yao Ming. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Wu Ge finally made his way out of the airport with great difficulty. Only after his departure did the order at the scene begin to restore, and the traffic on the roads gradually returned to normal. Wu Ge and Zhang Qinyu followed Lu Wei into a spacious SUV. "Welcome back," boomed the resonant voice of Yao Ming as he extended his hand. "Thank you, brother Yao." Wu Ge replied politely, shaking his hand in return. "Let us go. I'll take you back to the hotel first," Yao Ming said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wei drove Wu Ge to the Kyoto International Trade Hotel, where they successfully checked in. "Our head coach, Jonas, wishes to meet you tomorrow. For today, make sure to rest well and adjust to the time difference." Yao Ming instructed Wu Ge before departing after ensuring everything was in order. With Wu Ji's return to the country, countless reports emerged. The final player on the Dragon national basketball team's roster, Wu Ge, has successfully rejoined the team. Is Wu Ge truly the individual destined to salvage the backline of the Long women's basketball team? Upon Wu Ji's return to the country, the first order of business was to bring the airport to a standstill. Concurrently, the online discourse was rife with discussions. The Summer League is, after all, not the official NBA games. Everyone is merely participating for enjoyment. It appears that Wu Ge is merely a FAOD. Do you comprehend the situation? Go and attempt to create a Summer League highlight reel. What did you say? If Wu Ge manages to score over 30 points on the international stage, I shall broadcast myself consuming an unsavory dish. Indeed. Count me in as well. I will wash my hair while standing on my head. What? There are still those who dare to question the prowess of Wu Di? I, Wu Di, am invincible across the realm. Is that understood? Furthermore, a voting poll has even been initiated online. Can Wu Ge score over 30 points and lead the struggling Longhua men's basketball team to victory? Yes, 50. 5. No, 49. 5. Amidst this fervent debate, a significant announcement was made on the Longhua Sports official website. On July 26th, during a warm-up match, the Longhua men's basketball team will face off against the Anglala men's basketball team. Broadcast platform, CTV5. Time, 1935. Guest commentators, Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia. Notably, Wu Ji's name has been placed directly behind Yao Ming on the roster, a clear indication of intent. Longhua Sports has once again invited Anglala for another warm-up match, solely to assess Wu Ji's capabilities. Consequently, discussions regarding Wu Ji's potential to lead the team to victory have intensified, particularly within the confines of the Guimao Hotel. Wu Ge was reclining on his bed, languidly browsing through domestic forums. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Hello, Teacher Wu. I truly adore your rendition of Love Yourself. Would you be so kind as to teach me? Wu Gu opened his social media account and noticed the name Yangmi. As a young man devoted to selflessly contributing to music, he was always prepared to ignite his passion and illuminate the path for others. Chapter 49, The Match Against Ngu, Warm-Up Game, July 26th. The final night before settling into the Olympic Village. The Dragon Nation men's basketball team versus the Angolan men's basketball team, a direct competitor in the Olympic group stage. During their last encounter, the Dragon Nation lost by a single point, 71-72. In a battle for dignity. Following that match, the internet was abuzz with criticism, with netizens declaring that they had lost all face. In this upcoming game, they faced the same opponent, under the watchful eyes of the entire nation. While one might argue that football reigns as the world's foremost sport in the Dragon Nation, basketball is the most beloved of the major sports. Wuksong Arena. In the locker room before the game, it was the first encounter for Wu Gu with the national team head coach, Jonas. Hey, Wu. Welcome. With your addition, I firmly believe this team will ascend to new heights, Jonas exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement as he regarded the remarkably athletic young man before him. Thank you, coach. Wu Gu replied humbly. In this match, Lu Wei is experiencing some tightness in his back, so our coaching staff has decided that you will start as the point guard. Absolutely. I have no objections. With a beaming smile, Wu Gu took on the heavy responsibility. At this moment, the fans who came to support the Dragon Country men's basketball team were gradually arriving at the venue. Before long, the arena was filled to the brim, bustling with excitement. The Angela men's basketball team bus had just stopped in front of the stadium, and the players were heading to the locker room to don their uniforms in preparation for the game. In the CTV5 studio, good evening, dear viewers of Tianqiao Television. Tonight, our opponents are the familiar Angela men's basketball team. Let us eagerly anticipate the splendid performance of the men's basketball teams this evening. The studio displayed the starting lineups for both teams. Dragon Country men's basketball team, Ji Wu Gu, SG Sun Yu, SF Zhu Fangyu, FE Jianlian, C Yao Ming. Angela men's basketball team, G Torres, SG Costa, SF Gomez, F Mingus, C Samu. Countless fans were thrilled to see Wu Gu finally returning to the team and starting tonight. While Lu Wei was absent due to back tension, Yu Jian noted, it seems an interesting scene is unfolding ahead. Let us switch the signal to the front. At the entrance of Wuksong Arena, a female reporter was interviewing fans as they entered. Hello. What are your thoughts on tonight's game? What else? We're going to win decisively. Who are you most looking forward to seeing tonight? The entering fans enthusiastically chanted, Wu Gu, Wu Gu, Wu Gu. The signal returned to the studio. It appears that most of the fans here are eager to see our new face in men's basketball. Yu Jia remarked with a smile. Indeed. We hope Wu Gu can continue his impressive performance from the NBA Summer League. Zhang Weiping also showed a look of anticipation as the two continued their analysis. Yu Jia noticed the time and interjected, the game is about to begin, so let us return to the front. Inside Wuksong Basketball Arena, music played, boom. The audience erupted with fervent cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the men's basketball team. The excited host announced. Amidst the roaring cheers, Wu Gu, Yao Ming, and the team entered through the player tunnel. Now, allow us to introduce tonight's Dragon Country men's basketball roster. Starting point guard, NBA third overall pick, no. 6 Wu Gu, national team number. Wow. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers from the fans, Wu Gu was the first to step out, taking his place at the forefront of the team. Starting shooting guard, number 9 Sun Yu. Starting small forward, number 8 Zhu Fangyu. Starting power forward, number 11 Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian also came forward to the cheers of the entire audience. Finally, let us extend a warm welcome to our NBA Superstar Center. The moving Great Wall of Longhua, number 13, Yao Ming. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Yao Ming graciously waved and made his way to the forefront of the team. Following him were players Chen Jianghua, Lu Wei, Fang Shipeng, and a host of others entering the arena. Now, let us present the roster for tonight's Angela men's basketball team. Starting point guard Torres, starting shooting guard Costa, starting small forward Gomez, starting power forward Mingus, and starting center Samu, alongside Mingus, Simpliano, Barros, and many more players taking to the court. The players exchanged cordial handshakes, and soon they began their warm-up routines on the court. Yao Ming was the first to showcase his impeccable shooting skills from beyond the arc. Next, Wu Gu approached the three-point line, prompting the Longhua players to clear the way. What was this Longhua player up to? The Angela players gasped in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Wu Gu took a running leap from the three-point line, soaring towards the free throw line before executing an impressive under-the-leg windmill dunk. B00M. The basketball thundered through the hoop. Wu Gu ignited the atmosphere in the arena. Gomez stood in awe, his mouth agape, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is this?" The other players from Gomez's team mirrored his astonishment, their mouths wide enough to swallow a duck egg. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the game was officially set to commence. Yao Ming and Angela's center Samu approached the center circle for the jump ball. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air. With a swift motion, Yao Ming tipped the ball away, and Wu Gu seized the opportunity to claim possession. It was Lung's turn to attack. Wu Gu dribbled the ball slowly past the half-court, his eyes subtly scanning the dynamics on the court. After all, it was his inaugural collaboration with the national team teammates, and it was essential to acclimate to the situation. Defending against Wu Gu was the opposing team's starting point guard, Torres, standing at an impressive height of 1.9 meters. At this moment, the advantages of a tall point guard became evident. Wu Gu hardly needed to lift his gaze, as the space before him was unoccupied. Torres was utterly bewildered, thinking, "What is this? Has the coach lost his mind, assigning me to defend against this?" Wu Gu skillfully maneuvered the ball beyond the three-point line, prompting Yao Ming to swiftly position himself for a screen. Seizing the moment, Wu Gu accelerated and deftly slipped past Yao Ming's side, compelling Gu, the center, to switch defensive assignments onto Wu Gu. A classic case of exploiting size mismatches. Wu Gu showed no mercy towards Samu, executing a swift crossover, swiftly changing direction in front of him and darting past Samu's side, heading straight for the basket of Angola. Wu Gu soared into the air like a phoenix, delivering a thunderous slam dunk that reverberated through the net. The rim emitted a piercing cry of protest. "What a shot!" exclaimed Yao Ming, his excitement palpable. Meanwhile, the Angola cheerleaders stood frozen, sensing a stark contrast to the last game against a guard named Lu Wei. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers for Wu Gu. The shot was executed with remarkable precision, and in the CTV5 studio, Zhang Weiping animatedly commented on the play. Angola initiated their offense. Torres dribbled past half-court, eager to reclaim momentum with his speed, executing a series of dazzling crossovers in an attempt to penetrate Wu Ji's defense. However, upon realizing the ineffectiveness of his flashy maneuvers, Torres let slip some colorful exclamations. Wu Gu, unable to contain himself, extended his divine right hand. With a sharp crack, the basketball was swatted away, and Wu Gu seized the ball, charging towards Ngula's frontcourt. "You really ought to keep an eye on your own players," Wu Gu remarked coolly, casting a glance at Costa, who was approaching him with determination. "What did you say?" Costa inquired, confusion etched on his face. In a swift motion, Wu Gu flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring into the hands of Sun Yu, who was sprinting down for a fast break. With a resounding leap, Sun Yu executed an effortless dunk, securing another 2 points. Following the successful play, Sun Yu approached Wu Gu for a celebratory high five. An exceptional guard is undeniably invaluable to a team. In the studio, Yu Jia analyzed Wu Ji's performance with keen interest. Angola resumed their offense. Torres, cautious not to overextend, crossed half-court and passed the ball to Gomez. Facing Ju8's defense, Gomez showcased his expertise with a quick behind-the-back dribble, gliding past Ju8 and finishing at the rim with a layup. This marked the end of their scoring drought, and after sinking the basket, Gomez erupted in exhilaration, waving his arms in triumph. The Long Country team prepared for their next offensive play, as Wu Gu stood beyond the three-point line. He signaled with a wave to indicate his intent to take on Torres single-handedly. The surrounding players dispersed, creating a clear space for the impending showdown. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding moment. Wu Gu executed a dazzling crossover dribble between his legs, while Torres remained focused, his gaze locked onto Wu Gu. With a playful glint in his eye, Wu Gu challenged Torres silently, teasing him with the question of whether he would shoot, all while the latter looked on in astonishment. Wu Gu effortlessly disregarded Torres' defense, executing a smooth jump shot. Upon witnessing Wu Ji's release, Torres leapt desperately, lunging towards him. However, Wu Ji's height, vertical leap, and shooting angle were overwhelmingly superior, coupled with a slight lean back, leaving Torres utterly helpless. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. "Ah, splendid." The spectators erupted in applause, shouting in unison, "Incredible, Wu Gu." Yao Ming rushed over, ecstatically embracing Wu Gu. "Amazing, amazing." A group of male basketball players approached, patting Wu Gu on the shoulder in admiration. "I see Eunice." Observing the magnificent shot, clenched his fists, relieved that Wu Gu was not a disappointing draft pick. Lu Wei pondered anxiously. Will my starting position still be secure after this match? And Gola initiated the offense. Gomez faced Zhu Eight's defense once more, perhaps spurred by Wu Ji's recent triumph. He fiercely challenged the basket, but the shot was thwarted. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Rebound! Gomez shouted. Samu leapt high, aiming to seize the rebound. Bang! With a resounding crack, a colossal yellow hand soared from above, snatching the rebound right from Samu's grasp. I've got this, Yao Ming declared, claiming the rebound and swiftly passing it to the fast-breaking Wu Gu. Wu Gu swiftly dribbled past the half-court, while the power forward, and Gola, named Ming Jiaz, approached to intercept. As Wu Gu lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the fast-breaking number 11, Space E, who executed a perfectly timed bounce pass. The ball arrived as Wu Gu did, and upon receiving it, Alien found himself facing an unguarded hoop. With a resounding thud, he delivered a graceful one-handed dunk, adding 2 points to the Dragon Nation's score. Coach Angela, observing the situation, promptly called for a timeout to strategize, instructing Gomez to guard Wu Gu. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation team appeared at ease, their astonishment evident as they realized that basketball could indeed be played with such finesse. Without the need to exert force on every possession, the match resumed, and Angela's team launched an offensive. Gomez and Samu executed a pick-and-roll, utilizing their speed to penetrate Yu Ming's defense as they charged toward the basket. With a powerful push off the ground, Gomez leapt, extending his arm to prepare for a thunderous dunk. In his mind, Gomez reveled in the thought of surpassing Yao Ming, envisioning the tales he would share afterward. Just then, he glanced at the bench and noticed his teammates staring at him with wide eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. Could it be? Gomez pondered. Was a mere dunk worthy of such astonishment? Just as he contemplated this, a booming voice echoed, and a large hand emerged above Gomez's basketball. Wu Gu emerged from the side with remarkable swiftness, executing an audacious aerial interception that seized Gomez's basketball into his grasp. With a resounding thud, Gomez collapsed heavily to the ground. In a swift counterattack, Wu Gu let out a brief exclamation and surged forward with fervent speed. The players of Ongala desperately chased after him from behind. The entire arena erupted as fans rose to their feet in unison. With a deft behind-the-back dribble, Wu Gu maneuvered past Torres, positioned beyond the three-point line, and charged towards the basket with unrelenting determination. Ongala's power forward, Mingus, stood resolute under the hoop, attempting to thwart Wu Gu's advance. With a fierce shout, Wu Gu accelerated past the free-throw line, launching himself into the air with powerful precision. He soared, one arm clutching the ball high above, and, with Mingus in front of him, slammed the basketball emphatically into the hoop. The sound of the rim reverberated as the ball was forcefully thrust through the net. With a crash, Mingus was unable to withstand the impact and was sent sprawling out of bounds. What a spectacle! The audience initially gasped in astonishment, only to erupt into frenzied cheers. The Ongala coach, overwhelmed, could only cover his nose and mouth in disbelief, wondering how on earth to defend against such a player. On the bench for Longhua, Lu Wei, Li Nan, and Shin Jianghua leaped up in exhilaration, waving their towels with exuberance. Oh, that play was simply magnificent. Wu Gu reigned supreme, unmatched, exclaimed Yu Jia in the studio, his voice brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Longhua fans watching from their screens were in sheer disbelief. What did I just witness? Wu Gu just dunked over Ongala's forward, Mingus. Wu Gu truly can fly. With Wu Gu's electrifying slam dunk, the atmosphere in the arena was utterly ignited for the remainder of the first quarter. Wu Gu single-handedly penetrated the defenses, amassing 15 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block in a single quarter, leaving Angela's team exhausted and struggling to counter. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Wu Gu left the court, allowing Angela's team to regain their footing and score consecutively against Longwa's team, gradually narrowing the point gap. The first quarter concluded with Longhua leading by 6 points, 32-26. It dawned on everyone that Angela's team remained the same. It was simply Wu Ji's prowess that overwhelmed them. Chapter 51. The half-court collapse of Angela. The second quarter commenced, and the game continued. Taking advantage of Wu Ji's absence, Angela's team showcased commendable performances. Gomez, utilizing Samuel's screen, sank a three-pointer. The game clock showed 8 minutes remaining, with Longhua leading by a mere 3 points, 38-35. Wu, it's up to you, Jonas said, looking at Wu Gu. Understood, coach. Wu Gu responded, rising from his seat at the technical area. With a dead ball situation, he re-entered the fray. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers upon Wu Ji's return. Damn it, number 6 from Longhua, How is he back already? Gomez thought grimly. The memory of that astounding block from the first quarter still vivid in his mind. Longwood initiated their offensive play. Wu Go seized the basketball and, facing Gomez's defense, executed a swift step back, evading Gomez with remarkable agility. He charged into the paint, confronting the formidable defense of Angela's power forward, and performed an aerial, gravity-defying layup. The basketball soared towards the backboard with precision. Swish. It ricocheted off the glass and swooshed through the net. Upon landing, Wu Go struck a classic Jordan pose of celebration, eliciting exuberant cheers from the audience. What a magnificent play! As he penetrated Angela's interior defense once more, it became evident that they were utterly unable to thwart his advances. As expressed by the commentator Yu Jia. Indeed, while the shot appeared improbable, the very moment it was released, it became entirely plausible, as Zhang Li commented. Angela initiated their offensive. Faced with Sun Yu's defense, Gomez struggled slightly, but managed to maneuver his way beneath the basket, attempting a bank shot. Just then, a flash of red surged into view. Soaring into the air, it aimed directly at Gomez's shot. Bang! A resounding clash echoed through the arena. Wu Go emphatically pinned the basketball against the backboard with both hands before grasping it with authority. The referee seemed to be in an extraordinary state. As Gomez stood there, watching his seemingly guaranteed basket being snatched away, he could only express his frustration with a futile outburst. Magnificent! The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and jubilant cheers. Upon receiving the ball, Wu Go initiated a swift offensive maneuver, advancing into the front court. Confronted by the formidable Costa, the scoring guard of Angela, he executed a remarkable long-range three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, swish, an immaculate entry into the net. The clash of offense and defense ignited the entire arena. I believe the Angela men's basketball team must urgently reassess their strategy. If they continue to allow Wu Go to seize the ball, failure is all that awaits them. Inside the studio, Yu Jia has already begun to devise tactics for Angela. Viewers flooded the comments with admiration. Yu Go, you're truly impressive. Yu Go, the coach of Angela must appoint you. The coach of Angela, observing Wu Go on the court, was engulfed by a sense of dread, exclaiming, "Oh my. Pass the ball to me. I want to go home." Angela launched an attack. Samu received a pass from Torres beneath the basket, only to face an inevitable and merciless block from Yao Ming. With a resounding slap, the basketball was sent soaring out of bounds. Upon landing, Yao Ming raised his arm in triumph. The pent-up fury from the previous defeat was finally unleashed. Slap. Slap. Wu Go and his teammates eagerly approached to high-five the esteemed pillar of the men's basketball team. Only 5 seconds remained. Angeli launched the baseline throw for the men's basketball team. Samu attempted to deliver the ball into Gomez's hands, and at the very moment the ball was released, smack. Wu Go seized the moment, executing a flawless steal and securing the ball with unwavering precision. He swiftly dribbled forward, crossing the halfway line with remarkable agility. With a deft flick of his wrist, the basketball soared high into the air, leaving the players of Angola in astonished disbelief. B00M. A thunderous sound reverberated as Yi Jianlian leapt majestically, executing a two-handed alley-oop, forcefully slamming the ball into the Angola hoop. Yi Jianlian, the arena erupted with a prolonged announcement. Upon landing, it let out a fierce roar. Who dares claim that the Chinese men's basketball team lacks passion? Goodness. Wu Go. Once again, it's Wu Go. Zhang Heli found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the entirety of the second quarter seemed to transform into Wu Ji's solo performance, remarked Yu Jia. The crowd erupted once more in a wave of astonishment. In the broadcasting studio, Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping were transfixed by the live feed on the large screen. There, Wu Go was seen near the midcourt, engaging in a physical confrontation with Angola's point guard, Torres. The force of the clash caused Torres to lose grip of the ball, which slipped from his hands. With the successful steal, Wu Go surged ahead with unparalleled speed. A dunk, the entire audience rose to their feet in sheer excitement. Bang! Wu Go summoned an extraordinary surge of energy, propelling himself from just inside the free throw line. He soared into the air, defying the force of gravity, launching the ball with one arm in a spectacular reverse dunk reminiscent of Vince Carter's awe-inspiring fast break maneuvers. B00M. The rim shuddered, emitting a mournful groan of agony. The crowd erupted in a fervor of admiration. Invincible. Wu Go. Incredible. Wu Go. Enthusiastic spectators rose to their feet, their adrenaline surging as if a torrent of passionate fervor were about to burst forth from their chests. Upon landing, Wu Go struck a signature pose, reminiscent of Allen Iverson's iconic gesture, listening intently to the wind, exuding an air of cool confidence. The bench players, including Lu Wei and Chen Jiang, were utterly beside themselves with excitement. The NCAA men's basketball team substitutes yearned to rise and cheer for this magnificent score, but a mere glance from their coach swiftly compelled them to settle back down. NCAA launched their offense. Gomez and Samu executed a seamless pick and roll, with Samu exploiting the gap left by Yao Ming's defensive shift to score a layup. Finally, they found the net. Upon landing, a jubilant Samu raised his arms in triumph. "Quick, defend!" the NCAA men's basketball coach shouted from the sidelines. "What?" Samu turned to look back, bewildered. Wu Ge received a pass from Yao Ming and surged forward, approaching the three-point line with remarkable speed. He launched an extraordinary long-range shot. The basketball soared through the air, swishing through the net. After scoring, Wu Ge struck a three-finger salute, reminiscent of Carmelo Anthony's celebration. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena ignited once more. The fans present could only share one sentiment: they hardly ever settled into their seats. Astonishingly, Wu Ge exuded an aura of invincibility. I find myself at a loss for words to encapsulate his prowess. My excitement erupted into vocal exclamations, leading me to utter my first expletive in the studio. Indeed, if one must describe him, the term divine seems most fitting. Tonight, Wu Ge is the basketball deity clad in the number 6 jersey. Zhang Heli also rose to his feet in fervent approval. The online comment section buzzed with unanimous accolades. 666666666. Wu God. Invincible. Wu God is truly the deity of basketball in the number 6 jersey. Beep, beep, beep. Only 3 minutes remain in the second quarter. Coach Ngo once again called for a timeout. Wu Ge has directly halted NCAA's progress. During the timeout, NCAA's coach fervently shouted at the players from the sidelines in a fit of rage. However, it ultimately proved to be in vain. As the timeout concludes, NCAA's Gomez, facing the defensive Sun Yu, struggles to score beneath the basket. Turning back, Wu Ge executed a stunning KD-style step back, effortlessly rising above NG's teammate to make a shot that found its mark. Following this moment, Ngo and his team began to falter, missing shot after shot, while the men's basketball players, under Wu Ge's guidance, were thoroughly invigorated. Wu Ge consecutively sank 3-point and 2-point shots while also delivering exquisite passes, assisting Taekwondo, Yao Ming, and others in scoring. The second quarter has concluded. The Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team leads the NCAA men's basketball team by an impressive 20 points. With a score of 69-49, Wu Ge delivered a spectacular performance in the first half, amassing 30 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals, almost single-handedly dismantling the entire Angola defense. As the halftime break commenced, the second half began, given that it was merely a warm-up match. All the main players from Longwa took a rest, allowing substitutes like Qin Jianghua, Li Nan, and Du Feng to step onto the court and regain their form. Angola also conceded the match, fielding only their reserves. Time flew by. In the final 5 seconds before the end, with Qin Jianghua sinking the last three-pointer, beep, the referee blew the final whistle. Longwa men's basketball triumphed over Angola men's basketball with a score of 102-83. This 19-point victory instilled confidence for the upcoming Olympics and served as a morale booster for fans nationwide. The spectators were completely elated, fervently chanting Wu Ge's name as if they had clinched the championship. As Wu Ge rose from the bench, a fan began to shout MVP, leading to a chorus of MVP, 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 echoing throughout the arena. Without a doubt, tonight's MVP belonged to Wu Ge, who achieved a triple-double with 30 points in just one half. Chapter 52. Aftermath of the convincing victory over Angola in the CTV5 studio. Post-match analysis. Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping could hardly conceal their excitement. With teary eyes, Yu Jia was the first to speak. As a commentator, witnessing the men's basketball team rejuvenate in just a few days and secure victory against a rival from their Olympic group is truly exhilarating. The win was crucial for the team, instilling confidence and providing fans with a much-needed boost. All the players were heroes, filling the Wuxang Arena with pride. Zhang Heli, beaming with joy, took the microphone, his expression brimming with anticipation. In this match, Wu Ge achieved a triple-double of 30-10-10 in one half, giving us ample reason to hope and believe that the combination of Wu Ge and Yao Ming, one inside and one outside, will surely contend with traditional powerhouses such as the United States, France, and Spain in the Olympics, aiming for outstanding results. Inside the Wuxang Arena locker room, after showering and changing, the standout players of the match, Wu Ge, Yao Ming, and Coach Jonas, attended the post-match press conference. They arrived as Yao Ming, Wu Ge, and Jonas appeared at the entrance of the interview room. The reporters erupted in excitement. As Wu Gu entered last, all media cameras focused on him. Up close, Wu Gu truly looked magnificent. Some female journalists gazed at Wu Ji's handsome visage, their cheeks subtly tinged with a hint of blush. The event attracted a multitude of reporters, as the match itself was a spectacle of great interest. The expansive room was filled to capacity with journalists, most of whom were there to interview Wu Gu. The prodigious NBA rookie who, in his debut representing the Dragon Nation's men's basketball team, had impressively achieved over 30 points, leading his team to a resounding victory. After a brief moment of silence, the staff on stage signaled that the interviews could commence. Wu Gu, you attained a triple-double with 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists in just one half, ultimately guiding your team to triumph. How do you feel about this? Inquired a reporter from CTV5. First and foremost, I must clarify that this victory was a collective effort with Brother Yao. Without his presence in the paint, I wouldn't have found it as easy to perform. Ultimately, the triple-double holds little significance for me. Winning is what truly matters, Wu Gu replied. Hello, Wu Gu. Regarding the upcoming Olympic Games, do you feel confident in achieving a commendable record alongside Yao Ming and the team, striving to break the historical best? Queried a reporter from a certain outlet. Absolutely. That is precisely why I am here. I am confident that with Brother Yao, my teammates, and Coach Jonas, we will set new records, Wu Gu responded with a smile. Hello, Wu Gu. Will you continue to start in the Olympic matches? Asked a reporter from another agency. You would have to ask my coach about that. Wu Gu replied with a relaxed demeanor. Coach Jonas then took the microphone, cleared his throat, and smiled, stating, We will determine the final starting lineup for the Olympics based on training performance and the assessments by the coaching staff. Yao Ming, what are your thoughts on this new teammate? Inquired a reporter. I believe Wu Gu is outstanding. His understanding of the game, passion, and efficient scoring methods are precisely what we need right now. I am thrilled to have Wu Gu on board, Yao Ming expressed joyfully. In the interview room within Gula, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. What is your perspective on this match? A reporter asked. We simply could not find a way to contain the Dragon Nation's number 6. He is simply unstoppable. Coach in Gula lamented. What is your opinion on Wu Gu? A reporter asked Gomez. Oh, I must say, I have only seen such gameplay in the NBA. Without a doubt, he is an NBA player and, moreover, an exceptional one. Gomez exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, clearly excited. By the way, Wu, please refrain from blocking me next time. When you have the chance, come to South Phi, and I will treat you to local delicacies. Gomez added, and a wave of dismay swept across the faces of the gathered journalists. A certain forum was experiencing a sudden crash. At that moment, netizens were astonished to discover that the forum had become unresponsive, failing to refresh at all. They exclaimed in disbelief, Wu Gu has single-handedly brought the forum to a standstill. The forum was not far from its public listing. Meanwhile, enthusiastic netizens began to search for the pre-match statement that if Wu Gu scored 30 points, he would live-stream himself eating SHT and washing his hair upside down. Those who had made such declarations received an overwhelming number of likes. At this moment, the entire nation held an optimistic view toward the impending Olympic Games. At this juncture, at the Gumao Grand Hotel, after concluding the interviews and returning to the hotel, our diligent Wu Gu was not idle. He was engaged in an overnight exchange of medical knowledge with Sun Han, who had come to watch the match. Chapter 53, the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. On July 27th, the Kyoto Olympics officially commenced. With the village entrance ceremony concluded, athletes and accompanying officials from over 200 countries and regions began to check in. Notably, the American men's and women's basketball teams opted for their usual arrangement, choosing to stay in a luxurious 5-star hotel outside the Olympic Village instead of within it. On the same day, the entire Chinese men's basketball team completed their check-in, eagerly awaiting the formal opening of the Olympics. Simultaneously, Yao Ming received clearance from the team doctor to lift his restrictions, allowing him to participate in team training. On August 7th, at the basketball training facility, with Wu Ji's presence, the training atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant. Whenever a teammate created an open shot, Wu Gu would deliver precise passes, invigorating the entire team. That afternoon, after the final training session, Lu Wei approached head coach Jonas to propose that Wu Gu take on the role of starting point guard, while he would lead the bench players. Consequently, the starting lineup for the Chinese men's basketball team was officially announced. Starting point guard, no. 6 Wu Gu starting shooting guard. Number 9 Sun Yu starting small forward. Number 8 Zhu Feng Yu starting power forward. Number 11 Yi Jianlian starting center. No. 13 Yao Ming the substitute players included. Number 5 Lu Wei. Number 4 Chen Zhonghua. Number 7 Wang Xipeng. Number 14 Wang Zhizhi. Number 15 Du Feng. No. 10 Li Nan. And number 12 Wang Lei. That night, in the Olympic Village, Wu Gu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his fans and supporters by strumming his guitar and performing a new Mandarin song titled Pian AI on that very night. The release of Pian AI ignited fervent discussions across the internet. A multitude of fans left messages such as, Wu Xin, play well in the match on the 10th. Wu Xin, remember to rest. Your training is arduous. What a wonderful song. I've saved it. It's truly delightful. Love you, Wu Gu. Naturally, there were also a few detractors who remarked, oh, isn't that Wu Gu? Shouldn't he be training instead of releasing songs? However, such comments were swiftly overshadowed by the overwhelming support from Lu Ji's many admirers. At present, Wu Gu embodies the hope of Chinese basketball. On August 8th, amidst the anticipation of 1.3 billion people, the long-awaited day of the Olympics finally arrived, enveloping the nation in an atmosphere of excitement. At 8 p.m. Kyoto time, the festivities commenced. Early in the morning, Wu Gu, along with a distinguished assembly of athletes from the Dragon Nation, arrived at the dedicated spectator area within the bird's nest. Eagerly awaiting the commencement of the much-anticipated Kyoto Olympics, a radiant beam of light cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the ancient sundial, a symbol of the genesis of time and all existence. The light emanating from the sundial gradually brightened the bird's nest, casting a glow upon the monumental array of 2008 drums. Accompanied by thunderous applause, friends from across the nation united in a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Amidst the fervent cheers, the Kyoto Olympics officially commenced. The opening performance featured a spectacular display of drumming and song, with 2008 musicians converging in a grand spectacle, showcasing the indomitable spirit of the Huagua people and allowing the world to witness the grandeur of their nation. Boom, bang, boom. With each resounding beat, a trail of 29 colossal fireworks formed a footprint, advancing towards the bird's nest at a steady pace of 1 step every 2 seconds, ultimately gracing the sky above the venue after 63 seconds. These 29 fiery footprints symbolize the legacy of the 29th Olympic Games. As the final footprint erupted in the sky, a dazzling constellation of sparks coalesced into a brilliant emblem of the 5 rings, infused with the unique romantic essence of the Huagua people. As the national anthem resonated, the flag ascended gracefully above the bird's nest, prompting the audience to rise in unison. Nearly 100,000 spectators sang the anthem together, their eyes brimming with pride and honor. The stirring melody reverberated throughout the venue, echoing through the streets and alleys of the nation, and reaching over 200 countries worldwide. The entire gala was divided into 2 segments. The first, titled Brilliant Civilization, featured a grand scroll unfurling from the center, showcasing a rich tapestry of Huaxia's traditional culture, including paintings, literature, opera, the Silk Road, rites and music, and Tai Chi. The second segment, Glorious Era, expressed our aspirations for the future. Thousands of performers, adorned in glowing attire, formed a soaring dove of peace, symbolizing our hopes for global harmony. As the astronauts concluded their performance, a melodious tune filled the air, heralding the Olympic theme song INU. Following the performance, the host began to announce the entrance of the athlete delegations, as representatives from various nations made their way into the arena. When it was the turn of the American delegation, the camera lingered on Kobe for 8 seconds, a testament to his profound influence. Finally, the male and female hosts announced, Huagua. The crowd erupted in the most enthusiastic applause, a thunderous ovation resounding above the bird's nest, echoing in the air, lingering long after. Yao Ming proudly held the national flag as he entered the venue. Beside him walked a young hero of the earthquake, with scars still visibly etched on his head, waving the flag and showcasing an optimistic spirit to the world. Wu Gu stood amidst the athletes' parade, waving a small national flag, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. As the athletes concluded their entrance, the lights dimmed. Li Ning, suspended by wires, gracefully stepped upon clouds and ignited the main torch. With a resounding roar, the main torch blazed to life. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and thunderous applause. Then came the hidden surprise. A massive scroll suddenly unfolded on the ground. Initially, a group of dancers adorned the canvas with representations of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies. Soon, children joined in, adding vibrant colors, and ultimately, athletes from around the globe left their footprints, collectively creating a kaleidoscopic depiction of the Earth. As Beckham graced the arena, he kicked a ball, successfully passing the torch to the next Olympic Games. Thus, the magnificent Olympic celebration drew to a splendid close. That night, China dazzled the world for 4 astonishing hours. The following day, media outlets worldwide lauded the Kyoto Olympics. Any ranking of the top 5 Olympic Games throughout history invariably placed the Kyoto Olympics at the pinnacle, with the remaining 4 nations vying fiercely for second place. In the aftermath of the Games, netizens across the nation expressed their sentiments. In this life, I have no regrets for choosing China. From this moment forth, China emerged as the protagonist on the global stage. Simultaneously, various sports events officially commenced. Chapter 54, Dragon Nation Team versus United States Team. The match begins. On August 10th, the men's basketball event officially kicked off. The inaugural match featured the highly anticipated group of death, Dragon Nation Team versus United States Team. This focal battle garnered unprecedented global attention. The Wuxong basketball arena was filled to capacity even before the game commenced. Fans adorned in national colors waved support banners, rallying behind the Dragon Nation basketball team. In the commentary booth, the dynamic duo of Sun Jinping and Zhang Weiping provided insights. The United States men's basketball team boasted a roster of NBA superstars, including the legendary Kobe Bryant, the Four Horsemen, Chris Paul, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, alongside the formidable Dwight Howard, team captain Jason Kidd, Chris Bosh, Darren Williams, Prince, Michael Redd, and Carlos Boozer, creating an exceptionally luxurious lineup. Having suffered an unfortunate defeat to Argentina in the previous Olympics, this iteration of the U.S. team was humorously dubbed the Avengers by fans. Their singular aim was to reclaim the gold medal that had slipped from their grasp. Previously, the U.S. men's basketball team had firmly held the top position in the global rankings. For this Olympic Games, basketball analysts widely regarded the Spanish team, featuring the Gasol brothers and Rudy Fernandez, as the only squad capable of competing with this dream teammate. Thus, pre-match predictions overwhelmingly favored a significant victory for the U.S. men's basketball team over the Dragon Nation team. Some media outlets have boldly declared this to be a one-sided massacre. Under such unpromising circumstances, the match is about to officially commence. During the pre-match interview phase, a reporter approached the Dragon Kingdom team. Wu Gu, you have delivered remarkable performances in the NBA Summer League and warm-up matches. Do you have confidence in maintaining this form on the Olympic stage? The camera turned towards Wu Gu. Indeed, I am confident, as long as I step onto the court. I will give it my all. Wu Gu replied with a smile, exuding self-assurance. Wu Gu, this is your first Olympic appearance. What are your expectations for this edition of the Games? Certainly, I have expectations. I aim to shatter our historical best performance and win a medal. The reporters exchanged glances of surprise. The competition this time is formidable, including teams from the United States, Spain, Argentina, Germany, Lithuania, and others. Securing a medal would imply at least a top 3 finish. The eyes of the Dragon Kingdom reporters sparkled with excitement as they regarded Wu Gu. After completing the interview with Wu Gu, the camera shifted to the veteran player, Yao Ming. Yao Ming, how is your injury recovery progressing? Will you limit your playing time tonight? The reporters inquired with concern. I feel much better now and can effortlessly perform a series of on-court movements. As long as I am on the court, I will safeguard the last line of defense for our team, even if it risks my career, Yao Ming stated with unwavering determination, earning the respect of the journalists present. Yao Ming, what are your thoughts on this Olympic Games? I share the same sentiment as Wu Gu. This is a home Olympics, and I wish to secure a medal for the Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team. Meanwhile, the U.S. team conducted their pre-match interviews. Kobe, what are your expectations for this game? A reporter asked. I am looking forward to facing Wu Gu. Honestly, I admire his performance in the Summer League. Kobe smiled as he spoke. The journalists gasped in astonishment. Kobe expressed eagerness to compete against a player from the Dragon Kingdom. The camera then turned to LeBron James. LeBron, how do you perceive the strength of the Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team? The Dragon Kingdom team has always been robust in overall strength, and with Wu Ji's addition, I believe this match may pose some challenges for us. However, the ultimate victory will undoubtedly belong to us, LeBron asserted confidently. At that moment, Dwight Howard happened to pass by, curiously asking, who is Wu Gu? Is he really strong? Tonight, I intend to dunk over him. With that, the jovial giant flexed his well-developed muscles. Sweet Melon Anthony boldly declared to the media, whoever manages to dunk over Wu Gu or Sun Yu, I shall reward them with $500,000. Following the pre-match interviews, the players from both teams emerged from the tunnel onto the court. As the camera panned across the Dragon Nation's basketball team on the giant screen, the crowd erupted into a fervent roar, the sound swelling in intensity, resonating throughout the arena. When the camera focused on the American team, the audience responded with a warm and welcoming cheer. The moment Kobe was highlighted, a wave of applause surged through the crowd. With the entrance ceremony concluded, both teams commenced their warm-ups. The American squad, featuring the joyous beast Howard and the little Emperor James among others, showcased a series of dazzling dunks, a ferocious axe dunk, a between-the-legs switch, a two-handed reverse slam, and a backboard smash. The rim reverberated with each thunderous slam. Suddenly, a foreign reporter exclaimed, "Wow, what is he about to do?" Wugu approached the three-point line, charging towards the basket. Near the paint, he executed a breathtaking 360-degree aerial spin, culminating in a one-armed windmill dunk, akin to Vince Carter's championship dunk. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the basketball was emphatically thrust into the hoop, which trembled in response. Unable to regain its composure, what a spectacular dunk! The crowd went wild, erupting into a frenzy of cheers. At this moment, the American team felt compelled to elevate their performance. Kobe soared from the free throw line for a gliding dunk, restoring some dignity for the American squad. Soon, the warm-up concluded, and both teams prepared for the official commencement of the match. The starting lineups were as follows. Dragon Nation starters: Wugu, Sun Yu, Zhifang Yu, Yi Jianlian, Yao Ming. American team starters: Kid, Kobe, Anthony, James, Howard. Chapter 55. Neck and Neck Toot. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. Yi Jianlian and Howard faced off for the jump ball. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and Howard's superior leaping ability allowed him to tip it to James. A long pass was sent to Anthony in the paint. However, Anthony was unprepared for the catch, and the basketball sailed out of bounds. Dragon Nation retained possession. Wugu received the basketball and dribbled past the half-court. The American team immediately closed in to apply pressure. "If I were in your position, I would refrain from making such a foolish decision." Wugu gazed at Kid, who was approaching to defend, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "What did you say?" Kid inquired, a look of confusion on his face. In an instant, Wugu executed a swift crossover, accelerating past Kid's right side with remarkable finesse. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Wugu arrived beyond the three-point line, poised to execute a swift jump shot. Howard promptly advanced to provide defensive support. At this moment, Yao Ming also followed Howard, sprinting out from the paint to the apex of the three-point arc. Suddenly, the basketball vanished from Wu Ji's hands. Thud! Both the player and the ball reached their destination simultaneously. Wugu executed a deceptive pass, sending the basketball soaring directly into the hands of Yao Ming. Faced with a wide-open opportunity, Yao Ming decisively launched a three-point shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing effortlessly through the net. Upon landing, Yao Ming exuberantly waved his arms in celebration. "What a beauty!" exclaimed the commentator Sun Jingping, his excitement palpable. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, fervently waving flags and cheering, their voices resounding like thunder. After the successful shot, Yao Ming exchanged a high five with Wugu, joyfully declaring, "That was a splendid pass. Let us keep it up, Wugu." Wugu responded with a grin. "Haha, Yao. Just run freely. As long as you're open, the ball will find its way to you." Meanwhile, Fa Kuwawada ground his teeth in frustration, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by an obscure player. This fellow seemed to possess a certain talent. Coach Lau Kei also recognized that his pressing strategy was ineffective against this number 6 player from Longhua, and promptly signaled for the American team to adjust their defensive tactics. The American team launched their attack. Kid swiftly dribbled the ball into the front court. Faced with the towering point guard Wugu, Kid felt somewhat powerless as Wugu stretched out his long arms, exerting immense defensive pressure. Attempting to break through Wugu with speed, Kid found himself thwarted by Wu Ji's A-level agility, which effectively blocked his path. With no other option, Kid reluctantly passed the ball to the king, LeBron James. Receiving the basketball, James, confronted by Zhu 8's defense, utilized his body to power through with a 3-step layup. Swish. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and scored 2 points. Zhu Fangyu patted his chest, feeling as though he had been rammed by a bull. Now it was Longgua's turn to attack. Having learned from the previous play, the American team abandoned their tight press and opted for a defensive stance in their own backcourt. Wugu effortlessly dribbled past half-court, confronting Kid's defense with a dazzling front crossover. The basketball danced beneath his feet. Bang! Kid, caught off balance, fell to the ground. What? Kid was outmaneuvered by Wugo. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Wugo leaped high into the air, executing a stunning jump shot. The ball traced a perfect arc. Swish. It settled smoothly into the hoop. Following his exquisite basket, Wugo struck a signature celebration reminiscent of Harden's Salt Bay gesture. Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian rushed over to embrace Wugo in celebration of this magnificent shot. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? Foreign reporters exclaimed, astonished that the notoriously tough defender Kid had been completely outplayed and humiliated. Indeed. Wugo. Shoot it. Zhang Guoli, seated at the commentary desk, wore a beaming smile. The American team initiated their offense. This player from the Dragon Nation exhibits a speed I have only seen in Iverson. Yet his physical prowess resembles that of another extraordinary talent, McGrady. Kid dribbled past half-court, his mind consumed by the image of Wugo. Be careful. Kobe shouted from the side. What? Kid snapped back to reality. Crack. Seizing the moment of Kid's distraction, Wugo lunged forward, stealing the ball and sprinting towards the American team's basket. You won't score in my territory. LeBron chased from behind. Both players raced neck and neck. Wugo approached the paint. With a powerful leap, he grasped the basketball in his right hand, preparing for a thunderous dunk. Get down. LeBron quickly leapt to block. Gotcha. In midair, Wugo executed a classic Jordan-esque switch layup, retracting his dunking hand and transferring the ball to his left hand. What? In the astonished gaze of the descending LeBron, he released a layup. Swish. The basketball cascaded smoothly into the hoop. Wow. Wu Ji's play was nothing short of spectacular. The audience was left in awe of his performance. This play reminds me of a player adorned in the iconic number 23 jersey. Zhang Guoli remarked from the commentary booth. ISNT this TMD Jordan? The American players stood dumbfounded, utterly shocked by Wu Ji's basket. The American team resumed their offense. Kobe received the ball and crossed half-court. While the team was growing increasingly concerned about Kid's current state, this is precisely what makes the American men's basketball team so formidable. Every perimeter player is effectively a ball-handling core capable of initiating attacks. Facing Sun Yu's defense, Kobe accelerated and broke through to the basket, forcing Yao Ming to assist. In one swift motion, Kobe tossed the ball skyward. Bam! Howard slammed the ball down into the hoop with both hands. The Dragon Nation team prepared for their offense. Wugo dribbled past the half-court and passed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao elevated to receive Wu Ji's pass, executing a high-post play. Howard, visibly tense, closely monitored this currently most versatile center in the NBA. At that moment, Wugo made a swift acceleration, skillfully maneuvering without the ball to elude Kid's defense. Arriving beneath the basket, Yao Ming, in a fluid motion, sent the basketball soaring into the air. With a powerful leap off the ground, Wugo soared through the air, his body resembling a bowstring released with tremendous force. With one arm, he caught the basketball and executed a magnificent slam, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. The rim of the American basketball net trembled in response. Upon landing, Wugo exuberantly shouted at the camera positioned beneath the basket, showcasing his muscular physique. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, exclaiming, "Bravo! Bravo! Bravo!" This spectacular dunk undoubtedly claimed a spot among the top 10 plays of the day, eliciting an enthusiastic response from commentator Sun Jinping, who rose in excitement at the announcer's booth. Wugo executed a breathtaking one-arm dunk that ignited the entire arena. At this moment, Coach Old K swiftly called for a timeout to devise a strategy. The American players on the sidelines were momentarily taken aback. If it weren't for the context, one might hardly recognize who the true American team was. This number 6 from the Dragon Kingdom is astonishingly fierce. Back across the ocean, the management of the Knicks erupted in joyous cheers upon witnessing Wu Ji's dunk. Incredible. This is precisely the player we have been searching for. Meanwhile, Timberwolves owner Taylor was found in tears, utterly overwhelmed. Returning to the game, everyone was left in sheer astonishment. What a spectacle. A rookie entering the league, boldly matching up against the American All-Star team. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. Kid was substituted for the ever-reliable Darren, known for his prowess in both scoring and playmaking. The American team launched their offense. Kobe, positioned beyond the three-point line, received an assist from Darren and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Now, the Dragon Kingdom's offense commenced. Kobe immediately switched to guard Wugo. However, Wugo was undeterred by Kobe's presence. He executed a swift step back, followed by a sudden halt to launch a shot. Utilizing his height advantage, he soared for a clean jump shot. Swish. 2 points secured with confidence. During the remainder of the first quarter, both teams exchanged blows, each making notable contributions. Neither side could effectively contain the other. Kobe, LeBron, and Anthony found their rhythm from beyond the arc, collectively scoring 19 points in the quarter and keeping the American team firmly in contention. Wu Ge demonstrated an exceptional performance, frequently executing remarkable solo breakthroughs. He achieved an impressive 7 out of 12 shooting in a single quarter, complemented by a flawless 2 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 18 points in resounding fashion, along with 4 assists that invigorated the entire team. Meanwhile, Jonas seized the opportunity during the break to substitute Yao Ming, allowing Wu Ge to remain on the court for the entirety of the first quarter. The first quarter concluded with Long Ge leading 30-27 against Migua. Chapter 56, A Heroic Solo Rescue. During the timeout, Long was bench. Wu Ge sat on the sidelines, taking a moment to rest. Despite his impressive physical constitution, he was now slightly perspiring. In the stands, Zhang Qinyu couldn't help but feel anxious for Wu Ge, watching him repeatedly charge into the paint while carrying explosives. "Wu, are you all right?" Yunus inquired. "I feel fantastic. Never have I felt so invigorated as I do today," Wu Ge replied with a smile. At that moment, the broadcast camera focused on Wu Ge, causing many fans and viewers at home to have misty eyes. Today's God of Wu. Who dares to call him small? A true man. God of Wu. Yunus, seeing the sweat glistening on Wu Ge's face, expressed his concern. "All right, you should take a break for a while. I'll send Yao Ming in to cover for you." Yao Ming approached, patting Wu Ge on the shoulder. "I'll hold the fort for a bit. It will be your turn shortly." On the U.S. bench, Old K sent in another set of all-star players, rotating the starting lineup with a sense of audacity. "Wu, you will rest soon. Take this opportunity to close the gap in the score, or even surpass them. Do you understand?" "Understood, coach," the players replied in unison. The chubby Darren remarked that number 6 on the other side is incredible, truly unstoppable. Wu reminded me of my old rival Kobe, who was equally incredulous. He is like a fusion of McGrady and Iverson. What astonishes me further is his precise shooting, completely disregarding the defense. As the halftime break concluded, the game resumed. The Dragon Kingdom team initiated their offense. Yao Ming came up to execute a turnaround hook shot against the opposing center, Boozer. Swish. The basketball found its way into the hoop. "Well done, Yao Ming. That shot was beautifully executed," Zhang Heli commented. The U.S. team retaliated. Paul swiftly passed to the Flash. Wade, who used his muscular physique to push aside Chun Jianghua's defense, forcefully making his layup. Swish. The basketball settled into the net. "Wade shouldn't have been allowed to enter so effortlessly," Sun Jinping remarked. The two teams exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. The score oscillated. The Dragon Kingdom team led 36-33 against the U.S. team. With 8.5 minutes left in the second quarter, Old K, noticing no improvement in the score, quickly brought in the Black Mamba, Kobe, and the Melon, Anthony, hoping to bolster their offensive firepower. The Dragon Kingdom team was on the attack. Just then, a gasp echoed through the arena. On the court, Chen Jianghua executed a rapid breakthrough into the front court, effortlessly bypassing Kobe's defense. He then made a layup, scoring 2 points with certainty. The U.S. team countered. Kobe lobbed the ball to the Melon beneath the basket. Suddenly, Yao Ming delivered a resounding block. Bang! The Melon's close-range layup was swatted away, sending it flying out of bounds. Chen Jianghua swiftly dribbled past half-court, unable to find an opportunity to stabilize the rhythm, and then passed to Shaoli Feidao, who launched a three-pointer. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. At that moment, Space E descended like a divine warrior, executing a spectacular one-handed dunk over the rebounding Sweet Melon. Boom! The basketball was forcefully thrust into the net. What a magnificent play. Truly splendid. It exuded an aura of dominance, as Sun Jinping commented. Play fast, do not set up in position. Focus on fast breaks. Old K shouted anxiously from the sidelines. The American team launched their offense. Kobe, seemingly determined to reclaim his pride after being outmaneuvered moments earlier, executed a crossover dribble, bypassing Chen Jianghua effortlessly. He then approached the basket, confronting Yi Jinlian's defense, and delivered a one-arm dunk over the rim. B00M. The basketball was smashed into the net. Upon landing, Kobe displayed an air of regal disdain. This dunk ignited the dream teammate. In the ensuing moments, Paul frequently delivered exquisite passes. Wade consistently broke through for scores, and Bosch began to shine with his three-point shooting. Boozer also commenced showcasing his habitual prowess of scoring against Yao Ming, blending drives and jump shots. while defensively leveraging his robust physique to challenge Yao Ming's lower body. The Dragon Nation men's basketball team, on the other hand, could only muster difficult points through the efforts of Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi, as the momentum fluctuated, with about 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter. The American men's basketball team led 50-44 over the Dragon Nation team, establishing a 6-point advantage. It truly echoed the saying, "I can commit countless errors, but you cannot afford even one." Beep. Jonas quickly called for a timeout. Wugu has donned his armor once again, while the American team has also replaced their substitutes, sending forth their main players onto the field. As the timeout concludes, the match resumes. The Dragon Nation's team launches an offensive. Wugu dribbled past half-court. He was met by the defense of the beleaguered Jibu Gong, who had been thoroughly overwhelmed in the first quarter. After sitting out the entire period, Kid proclaimed that he had deciphered Wu Ji's offensive strategies, boldly declaring that he would completely neutralize him in the second quarter. While the ambition was grand, the reality was quite stark. Wu Gu stood beyond the three-point line, executing a swift turnaround dribble that transitioned into a side stance. He feigned a signal for Yao Ming to come forward for a screen, then abruptly altered direction with a push dribble, slicing past Kid with determination. Confronted by the defensive Howard, Wu Gu maintained his speed, leaping into the air to evade Howard's block, and performed a deft air pull-up. The ball soared through the net, 2 points secured. A remarkable breakthrough. Wu Gu effortlessly surpassed Kid in an instant, a display of sheer skill that delighted Zhang Healy, who exclaimed in excitement. The American team launched their offense. Kid was left with no choice but to pass to Kobe, who initiated a one-on-one against Sun Yu. Howard moved in to set a screen, allowing Kobe to penetrate, drawing Yao Ming's defensive attention. A swift pass ensued. Howard rolled to the basket, poised for a layup. Just then, Sun Yu, positioned behind Howard, leapt up to block Howard's shot, sending the ball ricocheting towards Wu Gu and Kid. Kid sprang into action, attempting to secure the rebound. A commanding shout from Wu Gu echoed as he leapt up, snatching the ball one-handed, effortlessly cradling it despite Kid's presence. He then quickly dribbled towards the Dream Teammates' basket. Kobe and LeBron hastily pursued Wu Gu as he approached the free throw line. He soared high against the defensive efforts of LeBron and Kobe. Could it be that Wu Gu intended to dunk over both of them? Sun Jinping had already risen from the bench in astonishment. The entire Wuxong arena stood in anticipation, collectively holding their breath for the moment. Wu Gu executed a graceful float in midair, lifting the ball one-handed. Both LeBron and Kobe leapt, attempting to block the impending shot. Yet, they were already descending, while Wu Gu remained airborne. As he neared the rim, he extended his body, delivering a thunderous one-handed dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. The rim emitted a pained screech as Wu Gu landed, immediately performing a grandiose throat-cutting gesture, igniting the crowd. With the bowstring taut like a full moon, he gazed northwest, aiming for the Dream Teammate. The audience erupted in fervor, leaping to their feet. Sun Yu's block was impressive, but Wu Ji's dunk was even more spectacular. This moment epitomized the spirit of unity among the Dragon Kingdom's people as Sun Jinping cheered, "Wu God," dunking over the Little Emperor and the Black Mamba. I can only say this play is incredibly cool. Fans across the nation, watching from their televisions, were so exhilarated that they overturned their tables. OMG. This rookie in the NBA has astonishingly dunked over 2 of the league's premier stars. American journalists were left speechless. The entire Dream Team 8 squad truly recognized. In that instant, they were witnessing another prodigious talent akin to the legendary Duncan, arriving at the pinnacle from the onset of his career. Initially, the Dream Team 8 players dismissed Wu Ji's performance in the Summer League, regarding him merely as a slightly more formidable rookie. However, in light of certain events, their perception shifted significantly. As the game progressed, the demeanor of the Dream Team transformed. Each player appeared as if fueled by an intense desire to dominate. Kobe Bryant executed a series of flawless jump shots, while LeBron James relentlessly penetrated the interior defense of the Dragon Nation team. Dwight Howard began delivering powerful two-handed dunks, and Carmelo Anthony showcased his exceptional three-point accuracy. The entire team demonstrated a multifaceted offensive strategy, facing the onslaught from the Dream Team. Wu Gu and the Dragon Nation squad responded with a fierce determination, launching unreasonable pull-up jump shots and relentlessly attacking the American team's paint, forcing Howard into early foul trouble with 3 infractions. While scoring himself, Wu Gu adeptly drew the American defense, transforming into a playmaker and delivering precise assists to Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, who converted several effortless dunks. Ultimately, as the first half concluded, the score stood at 68 for the Dragon Nation and 68 for the American team, resulting in a tie as they entered the second half. Wugo has already scored 38 points, along with 6 rebounds, 10 assists, and 2 steals in the first half. He has valiantly stood against the American men's basketball team, shining throughout the game. Yao Ming contributed 12 points and 7 rebounds. Jianlian added 7 points and 3 rebounds, while Kobe Bryant tallied 19 points and 3 assists. LeBron James recorded 13 points, 2 assists, and 5 rebounds. Dwight Howard had 8 points and 8 rebounds, and Carmelo Anthony contributed 10 points and 5 rebounds. Halftime. Chapter 57. A single hand cannot clap. During the halftime break, Wu Ji's remarkable performance of scoring over 30 points in a single half has ignited fervent discussions across the internet. What is even more commendable is that this impressive 30 points alongside 10 rebounds was achieved against the illustrious Dream Team 8 of men's basketball. Wugo has nearly single-handedly propelled the Dragon Nation's men's basketball team forward, instantly ascending to the top of trending headlines. Inside the locker room of the Dragon Nation, Wugo was drenched in sweat, and Yao Ming looked at him with admiration. However, he too was soaked through. Having nearly exhausted himself in the second quarter, the team members felt a pang of regret, wishing they could perform better to assist their comrades. Meanwhile, Yunus encouraged them, saying, "You have all done remarkably well. I make no demands for the second half. You are all my heroes." In the United States locker room, Coach K announced, "In the second half, we will substitute Kid. LeBron will take over as the primary ball handler, while Anthony will play small forward. And we will elevate Bosch to the starting lineup to enhance our offensive spacing." Observing the downcast faces of the Dream Team 8 players, Coach K rallied them, saying, "Gentlemen, we are the formidable Dream Team 8. Are you truly willing to face defeat here? Now, lift your spirits." Upon hearing this, the players' eyes reignited with determination. "Yes, we are the strongest." Coach K reiterated, "LeBron, you will defend Wugo. Lock him down." A wave of astonishment swept through the room. But respect for the man who had scored 38 points in the first half was palpable. As halftime concluded, the second half commenced, and the Dream Team 8 unexpectedly altered their starting lineup. Zhang Weiping exclaimed in surprise. Everyone recognized this change, acknowledging Coach K's thoughtful strategy aimed at countering the formidable number 6 from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation team initiated their offensive play. Wugo advanced past half-court. Before him stood James, who was defending fiercely. This left Wugo feeling quite overwhelmed, inwardly grumbling, "Did he grow up eating beef? If only I had a Shaquille O'Neal template, I would surely give you a taste of some real competition." As Wugo confronted James's defense, he executed a mesmerizing Durant-style hesitation dribble, the basketball weaving deftly between his legs. Seizing the moment, Wugo launched a backward jump shot. James rushed forward to disrupt the shot. The basketball soared through the air. Swish. It found its mark with unwavering precision. Kobe and others merely shook their heads, astonished by this player's fervor. What a beautiful shot. Wugo had effortlessly scored against James's defense, eliciting admiration from Sun Jinping. Truly remarkable. He lives up to the title of King Slayer, with an unanswerable pull-up. Wugo, gazing at the successful shot, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Well done. The crowd erupted in cheers, waving flags in exhilaration. What a shot. Countless fans watching from their televisions joined in the celebration of this splendid jump shot. The American team initiated their offense. James dribbled past half-court, aiming to overpower Wugo, only to be thwarted by Wu Ji's long reach. At that moment, Anthony broke free into an open space. James delivered a swift pass, and Anthony, with precision, released a shot. Swish. Another three-pointer found its way through the net. Following his successful shot, Anthony displayed his iconic celebration, raising 3 fingers to the sky. "We must contain him," Zhang Jinping lamented from the sidelines. The Long Nation team prepared for their offensive advance. Wugo continues to dribble past the halfway line. "Come on, Wugo." The fans on the sidelines have begun to cheer for him, their concern palpable. Wugo is under immense pressure now, nearly single-handedly confronting a Dream Team. Wugo advanced to the front court, confronting James with a dazzling crossover dribble, effortlessly maneuvering past him. Charging towards the basket, Wugo faced the formidable Dwight Howard's defense, with the king himself looming behind. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Wugo executed a sudden stop, evading Howard's attempt to block with finesse, and delicately flicked the ball into the air with his fingertips. The basketball traced a high-arching parabola as it soared through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. The 2-1 was successful, and he would have an opportunity for an additional free throw. This was a magnificent 2-1 layup. What? Is that even possible? Wugo was on fire. The spectators in the arena and viewers at home were left in stunned silence. This was quintessentially American-style play. What a remarkable shot. This was a blatant affront to the American team, showcasing the pinnacle of Wu Ji's individual prowess. Zhang Zhongping exclaimed. It was truly challenging. Wu Gu's body twisted like a pretzel. Zhang's assessment resonated. Kobe, James, Howard, and the ensemble of the American Dream Team could only shake their heads in disbelief at this shot. Even their two best defenders were powerless to stop it. Wu Gu arrived at the free throw line, taking a moment to steady his breath. Swish. The additional free throw was successful. The American team launched their offense. Kobe received a pass from LeBron, facing Sun Yu, and executed a decisive move from the left side at a 45-degree angle, initiating a one-on-one duel. With a swift dribble beneath his legs, he accelerated towards the basket and scored with a deft layup. Kobe is truly on fire today, Zhang Li exclaimed. The Dragon Nation team began their offensive play. Wu Gu dribbles past the half-court. Then, Yu Ming steps up to set a screen. Wu Gu seized the opportunity to directly break past James, prompting Howard to provide forced assistance on defense. Wu Gu delivered a precise pass. Bang! Yao Ming received Wu Ji's pass beneath the basket and, facing the Dream Team's defense, executed a magnificent dunk. After landing, Yao Ming let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. What a splendid dunk! Zhang Zhongping exclaimed. The American team launched an offensive. Turning around, Bosch took an audacious three-point shot from beyond the arc. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark once more. Beep. Jonas promptly called for a timeout. The score stood at 82 for the Dragon Nation and 86 for the American team, with just 5 minutes remaining. Wu Gu sat on the bench, quenching his thirst with large gulps of water. Yao Ming, similarly, was drenched in sweat, his face glistening as if it had been caught in a downpour. Both Wu Gu and Yao Ming had exerted every ounce of their strength in this match, alongside their compatriots from Longhua, who were all our heroes. Zhang Zhongping voiced his thoughts, affirming, indeed, to compete with this remarkable Dream Team 8 is already a victory in itself. At that moment, Zhang Heli also chimed in. The camera panned to Wu Gu and Yao Ming, both gasping for breath and clearly having reached their physical limits. The multitude of fans and spectators present understood that these two had truly given their all. Wu Gu skillfully wrung out his jersey, dripping with sweat. The timeout concluded. The Longhua team launched an offensive. The American team employed a double-team strategy against Wu Gu, utilizing both LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. The basketball was passed out. Clang. A resounding sound of a missed shot echoed, as Sun Yu reached the limits of his stamina, trembling at the hands of arguably the world's finest shooting guard, Kobe Bryant. The Dream Team seized the opportunity to initiate a defensive counterattack. As the American team relentlessly double-teamed Wu Gu, the Longhua team fell into a brief scoring drought. The score began to widen. Although Wu Gu still managed to confront the Little Emperor, forcefully sinking a three-pointer, it proved ultimately insufficient. The third quarter concluded. Longhua team 95. American team 106. The intermission ended. The fourth quarter commenced. The American team initiated their offense. Howard sought to execute a fast break dunk, his face alight with joy. At that moment, a miraculous intervention occurred. Get down. Wu Gu executed a powerful two-handed block. The basketball was seized into his grasp. What? Wu Gu had indeed denied Howard's attempt. The crowd erupted in astonishment. With the ball in hand, Wu Gu surged towards the American team's frontcourt with fierce determination. Anthony and Kobe hurried back on defense. In a display of grace, Wu Gu spun past Kobe and approached the free throw line. Confronting Anthony, he unleashed a thunderous one-handed slam dunk, sending Anthony sprawling out of bounds. A powerful strike. The audience roared with elation. MVP, MVP, MVP. The arena resonated with jubilant cheers. After Wu Gu completed the shot, he played for a while longer with Yu Ming before taking a break. It was simply unbearable unless one were made of iron. The disparity became immediately evident once the substitutes took to the court. Two champions accompanied by a diamond and a host of bronzes faced 12 champions on the opposing side. The outcome was all too predictable. As time progressed, the American team ultimately proved their superiority, their skill overwhelming. Under the relentless barrage from the American team, the score widened significantly. Wu Gu and Yao Ming did not return to the court. The Dragon Nation team faced a defeat against the American team. With a score of 115 to 130, the referee's whistle sounded. The match concluded. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, celebrating the remarkable efforts of the players. You are all heroes. In the presence of countless fans, the Dragon Nation men's basketball team succumbed only to fatigue. Though defeated, they emerged with honor. Post-match ratings. Wu Gu faced the Dream Team. achieving an impressive record of 25 successful shots out of 38 attempts, including 8 out of 11 from beyond the arc. Amassing a staggering 61 points, 11 rebounds, 15 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals, thus securing a remarkable triple-double. His shooting prowess was nothing short of exhilarating, leaving him utterly exhausted. It is said that post-game, he fainted in the embrace of a stunning 36D reporter present at the event. For his outstanding performance, Woogo was awarded the MVP of the match. The highest scorer for the American team was Kobe, with 35 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. The game showcased the American team's multifaceted offensive strategy, with 7 players scoring in double digits, 3 of whom surpassed the 20-point mark. The second highest scorer for the Chinese team was Yao Ming, who contributed 20 points, while many others were limited to single-digit scores, highlighting a clear disparity in skill levels. Following the match, discussions erupted online. Kobe remarked, "Tonight, we all lost to Woogo, but our team triumphed. This is a victory for the collective." Old K candidly stated, "I simply couldn't find a way to contain the number 6 from the Dragon Nation. He is truly extraordinary." Fans from the Dragon Nation celebrated Wu Ji's 60 triple-double, exclaiming, "Such data on the international stage of the Olympics is truly invincible. Wu God, forever a deity. The unparalleled superstar Wu Go." Meanwhile, American fans lamented, "Wu, TMD. He is not human." The Timberwolves have truly missed out, akin to the foolishness of the Trailblazers, passing up another Jordan. In a single match, Wu Go astonished the world. Chapter 58, I Seem to See God. The following day, discussions surrounding Wu Go continued unabated. Wu Go has directly ascended to the headlines of Longhua news. An increasing number of people in Longhua have come to know Wu Go through this competition, recognizing this young individual who single-handedly stands against Dream8. Due to Wu Ji's remarkable performance in last night's daring venture into the Dream8 camp, Coach Jonas granted him a day off, and Yao Ming was also excused from training. This privilege left the other members of the Dragon Nation men's basketball team envious, as they exclaimed, "Coach, that's not fair." Jonas retorted, "If you can score 60 points against the American team, I'll give you a day off too." Upon hearing this, the players promptly decided it was best to continue their training. As the anticipation among fans nationwide grew, the day swiftly passed. On August 12th, during the Olympic group stage, the Dragon Nation team faced the challenge posed by Spain once again at the Wuxong Arena. An hour prior to the match, countless fans flooded into the venue, creating a sea of spectators. At the pre-game press conference, Spain's head coach, Rinces, candidly remarked that they would prepare an extravagant feast for Wu Go, ensuring he would be well fed. The Gasol brothers boldly declared their intent to apply pressure in the paint against Wu Go, serving him some tough competition. Howard, who had been astonished by Wu Ji's spectacular block days earlier, watched the interview and tearfully applauded. Meanwhile, Jonas maintained that the outcome was uncertain, as anyone could emerge as a dark horse. Yao Ming assertively stated that he would make it clear to the opposing team that he is no soft target. Wu Go expressed his hope that their dishes would be sufficiently robust, asserting his own excellent dental health. The media largely maintains a favorable view of the Spanish team, which boasts several NBA players and European champions, characterized by strong teamwork and strict discipline. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, the players from both teams entered the arena. The starting lineup for Longhua team included Wu Go, Sun Yu, Zhu Fengyu, Yi Jianlian, and Yao Ming. The starting lineup for the Spanish team featured Rubio, Fernandez, Navarro, Gasol, and Pau Gasol. Today's commentary team consisted of Sun Jinping, Zhang Weiping, and Yu Jia, with the two Pings commanding a strong presence, effectively overshadowing the opposition. As the warm-up concluded, the match officially commenced. Lian Mei and Xiao Jia faced off for the jump ball at center court. With a swift motion, Lian tapped the basketball into play. Wu Go seized the basketball and swiftly advanced into the front court. Facing the formidable defense of the prodigy Rubio, he executed a mesmerizing crossover dribble beneath his legs, feigning a drive. With an explosive burst of energy, he elevated his body, arms raised high, and released a jump shot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air. Swish. A three-pointer secured. 3-0. Wu Go commenced the game with a classic jump shot. Sun Jinping exclaimed, "What a magnificent shot." Countless fans in the stands waved their national flags, erupting in fervent cheers. "You cannot defend against me." After sinking the three-pointer, Wu Go strikingly mimicked the act of drawing a bell. The attack of the Spaniards is on. Rubio, brimming with confidence, dribbled past half-court, awaiting the positioning of the Gasol brothers. Little Gasol moved forward to set a screen. and Rubio expertly utilized the screen to drive forward. Wu Gu executed a deft maneuver, circumventing the defense with an agility akin to that of a relentless adhesive, closely shadowing Rubio. Rubio let out a pained groan as he endeavored to exploit his speed, struggling to break through for a layup. Get down. The prodigious talent of Wu Gu showed no leniency towards this European golden boy, stealthily lurking behind him. With a resounding clap, at the very moment Rubio released the ball, a classic two-handed block ensued, snatching the basketball away with precision. Swiftly, he advanced to the front court. Lian Mei, like a flash of lightning, had already penetrated deep into the territory of Spain. The ball and the player arrived simultaneously. Lian Mei received Wu Ji's pass. Finding herself on a post, with a thunderous dunk, she scored. 5-0. The exuberant Lian Mei celebrated her successful dunk, vigorously waving her arms and pounding her chest, expressing the pent-up frustration from the previous day. What a splendid play. The crowd's enthusiasm soared in response. Well passed. Back in the rear court, Lian quickly exchanged high-fives with the assist maestro Wu Gu, signaling for more. Today, I aim to feast. Wu Ji's block was formidable. One could only worry if the golden boy would return to his mother. Indeed, with precision in shooting, strength in defense, and exceptional passing, the team was on solid ground. Online fans seemingly envisioned victory today. Back to the court, Spain initiated their offense. Rubio passed the ball to Pau Gasol, utilizing his footwork. Gasol toyed with Lian Mei before launching a shot. Swish. 5-2. The Dragon Nation team was on the attack. Wu Gu once again confronts Rubio's defense. Yu Ming steps in to set a screen. Wu Gu ingeniously exploited the formidable physique of the Great Wall, penetrating the paint with a serpentine maneuver, executing a series of lateral cross steps. No chance of success. Little Gasol swiftly rushed to provide defensive support. Wu Gu leapt into the air, initiating a physical confrontation mid-flight before releasing a delicate layup. Swish. The basketball danced on the rim for a moment before gracefully settling into the net. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. A 2-1 opportunity with a foul called on Xiaojia. Swish. Wu Gu approached the free throw line, took a deep breath, and confidently sank the shot. The score read 8-2. Remarkable. Wu Gu opened the game with a flurry of 8 consecutive points, maintaining the momentum from the previous match. Yu Jiao exclaimed joyfully. Rubio, I told you, you truly cannot guard me. Getting past you is as effortless as crossing a street at dawn. Wu Gu remarked lightly as he breezed past Rubio on his way back. Upon hearing this, Rubio clenched his fists, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Fantastic. Well played, Wu Gu. The fervent crowd continued to cheer passionately. Spain's head coach, Rincius, felt a sharp sting in his cheeks. Spain was on the attack. Little Gasol, seemingly affected by the previous play, faced an open basket but comically missed with a shot that barely grazed the rim. Rincius shook his head in disbelief, resembling a rattling tambourine. The ball was now in the possession of the Dragon Nation team. Wu Gu dribbles the ball forward. Yao Ming steps up to set a screen, while the defender is none other than the illustrious Pau Gasol. Wu Gu commenced the military training class with fervor. Suddenly, he executed a swift scissor kick, followed by a deft change of hands. With a thud, the diminutive Gasol lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wu Gu made a powerful leap, charging into the paint. At this moment, standing in the key was our pre-match stalwart, the formidable Gasol. Wu Gu, displaying unwavering resolve, seized the basketball and, facing the towering Pau Gasol with arms raised high, propelled himself into the air. Thud. His body collided with Gasol's chest. Then, with a single hand gripping the ball, he ascended like a phoenix, executing a ferocious one-handed slam dunk. The basketball was forcefully thrust into the hoop, emitting a painful creak from the rim. The score stood at 10-2. With a thud, Gasol's legs buckled beneath him, and he nearly crumpled to the floor. Oh my God. I seem to have glimpsed divinity. Gasol lamented, clutching his chest. Splendid. What a play. Incredible. Wu Gu had just eclipsed Pau Gasol with his audacious dunk. With a force reminiscent of a legendary warrior, all eyes turned to Wu Gu. Chapter 59. The frenzied rim rattling the Spanish team launched their offense. Fernandez, utilizing Gasol's screen, surged into the paint for a close-range floater. Bang. The ball ricocheted off the rim, deflecting sharply away. It seemed as if the hoop had been locked against the Spanish national team tonight. Yu Jiao chuckled. Put some muscle into it. Have you not eaten? The Spanish head coach, Reyes, sprang to his feet in exasperation. Yao Ming and Marc Gasol positioned themselves, while Wu Gu seized the opportunity to leap high and snatch the falling rebound. Yi Jianlian, Sun Yu, and Zhu Fengyu hastily sprinted down the court, each faster than the last, for where the horse runs swiftly, there is meat to be had. Bang! Wu Ge, while dribbling. Noticed that Zhu Fengyu was in a more advantageous position and executed a precise overhead pass. The ball landed perfectly in Zhu Fengyu's hands beneath the basket. With a thunderous slam dunk, Zhu Fengyu scored. The score now stands at 12-2. Wu Ge delivered a precise pass and launched an offensive maneuver, effortlessly outmaneuvering the entire Spanish men's basketball team. What a splendid play! The atmosphere at Wuxang Arena reached a crescendo, with cheers resonating through the venue. Throughout this match, the men's basketball team felt as though they had consumed an energizing boost, akin to the exhilaration of consuming Xianmai. Suddenly, Coach Rancis, unable to contain his frustration, erupted in anger and promptly called for a timeout, directing a fervent tirade at the starters seated on the bench. Meanwhile, Coach Yunus continued to encourage his players, proclaiming, "Yes, let us maintain this momentum. Keep it up." On their home turf, the Dragon Kingdom's men's basketball team commenced the game with fervor, catching their opponents off guard, indicating that the players had thoroughly prepared for this encounter. Zhang Weiping, seated in the commentary booth, appeared entirely at ease. Indeed, the Spanish team had initially seized some promising opportunities but failed to capitalize on them. Zhang Jinping remarked with a smile, hoping that the young and seasoned players of the men's team would strive to extend their lead while the opposing team struggled with their shooting accuracy. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Spain made a substitution, with number 13, Calderon, replacing number 6, Rubio. Coach Rancis aimed to leverage the experience of the veteran to stabilize the situation. Calderon took on the role of point guard, while the talented Rubio sat on the bench, gazing at number 6, Wu Ge, in a daze. Spain initiated their offense. Calderon dribbled past half-court to orchestrate the attack, aware that he could not surpass Wu Ge, thus opting for a tactical play. Calderon directed Fernandez to reposition, and Fernandez executed an off-ball screen with Gasol. Sun Yu was momentarily hindered by Gasol, allowing Fernandez to break free for an open shot. Bang! Fernandez received Calderon's pass and launched a three-pointer from the corner. Swish! The basketball swished through the net. Hooray! Following the successful shot, Fernandez exuberantly celebrated his points. The score now stood at 12-5. Sun Yu was obstructed. Such a pity. This shot should not have afforded Fernandez such ample space. Zhang Heli lamented. Now, the Dragon Kingdom team prepared to attack. Wu Ge advanced the ball into the front court. Yao Ming established his position in the paint, reaching out for the ball. In deference to the elder brother, Wu Ge passed it inside. Facing Marc Gasol's defense, Big Yo executed a series of feints, yet little Gasol steadfastly maintained his ground. I exclaimed in frustration, why isn't he biting on the fakes? With the shot clock dwindling, Yao Ming hastily attempted a soft hook shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The rebound. Gasol leapt into action, ready to seize the board. At that moment, a thunderous shout rang out, and a massive yellow hand appeared out of nowhere. Wu Ge soared through the air, effortlessly riding upon Gasol as he single-handedly thrust the basketball into the hoop. A resounding crash echoed as the rim emitted a painful screech. Upon landing, Wu Ge pounded his chest and bellowed, "Big brother, you can't always pick on me." Paul Gasol, thoroughly dejected, wore the expression of a wrong spouse. The score stood at 14-5, a magnificent dunk. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Rallying behind Wu Ge's audacious display, the Spanish side commenced their offense. After Fernandez sank a three-pointer, he felt rejuvenated. Confronted by Sun Yu's defense, he initiated a series of crossovers, maneuvering past Sun Yu towards the paint for a forceful layup. The ball soared into the air. A resounding boom echoed as Yao Ming sprang high, executing a block that sent Calder's attempt flying. "This is my domain," Yao Ming proclaimed, looking skyward after successfully denying the shot. "Well done." Wu Ge, along with his fellow basketball teammates, enthusiastically clapped in celebration. Spain has a baseline ball. Only 10 seconds remain. Pau Gasol receives the basketball at the high post and takes a shot. Swish. The ball gracefully glides through the net. The score is now 14-7. Somewhat redeeming the humiliation of a prior dunk against him. The Spanish coach, standing at the sidelines, applauds fervently and exclaims, "Well done, Pau. That's the way to play." The Dragon Country team now takes possession for their offense. Wu Ge skillfully dribbled the ball to the front court. Yi Jianlian advanced and executed a pick-and-roll. Wu Ge deftly maneuvered past Calder's defense, confronting Gasol. "Please, don't come any closer." Paul Gasol was on the verge of despair, thinking to himself, "Not this guy again." Wu Ge executed a stunning under-the-leg crossover dribble before Paul Gasol, skillfully shifting Gasol's center of gravity. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he followed up with another crossover, dramatically altering his direction. Bang! Paul Gasol, unable to keep pace, stumbled and fell to the ground. Wooga penetrates the paint with unwavering determination. Marc Gasol rises with arms aloft to provide formidable defense. Wooga launched himself off the ground with a powerful leap, executing a double-handed slam dunk that sent the ball crashing into the hoop, despite the presence of a defender. B00M. The rim shuddered in response to the emphatic dunk. The referee's whistle pierced the air. 2-1. Wooga approached the free throw line, receiving the ball from the referee's hand. With a swift motion, he scored effortlessly. The scoreboard now read 17-7, with the Longwa men's basketball team leading by 10 points. What an impressive play. On the sidelines, Jonas transformed into Wuji's most ardent supporter, clapping enthusiastically. Viewers in front of their televisions couldn't help but tease Jonas, remarking how simple it must be to coach Wooga. All one needs to do is applaud from the sidelines. The online spectators chimed in with their agreement. At that moment, Jonas noticed a camera aimed at him and playfully adjusted his hair gel, waving flirtatiously at the lens. The head coach must be mindful of his image. Although I too believe Wooga is performing exceptionally well, you remarked with a smile. Laughter erupted from Zhang Heli and Zhang Zhengping as the atmosphere remained lighthearted. Meanwhile, the Spanish team continued their offensive. Calder-In dribbled past the half-court line. Wooga initially maintained a certain distance, allowing Calder-In to lower his guard, and then, with a sudden and swift motion, executed a ghostly steal. The basketball soared through the air, prompting Calder-In to tumble to the ground in an attempt to retrieve it. Wooga moved with remarkable speed, soaring past his opponent to seize the basketball. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. Wooga seized the basketball and swiftly approached the free throw line of Spain, executing a graceful one-handed slam dunk. His body stretched elegantly, and the move was flawless. This added another 2 points to the score for the Dragon Nation men's basketball team. With a score of 19-7, the Dragon Nation team held a substantial lead of 12 points. The audience erupted in applause, standing to celebrate Wuji's remarkable performance. Wow! Wooga executed yet another stunning steal followed by a spectacular dunk. Zhang Heli, filled with excitement, pounded the table in admiration. The comprehensive skills and explosive athleticism displayed by such a player fill me with pride. Yu Jiao praised. Chapter 60, The Space Era. In the vast expanse of the Earth, who reigns supreme? Only I, the Emperor, will. At this moment, online fans began to compose poetry and tribute. Spain initiated their offense. Calder-In, having learned from previous mistakes, cautiously dribbled past half-court. Subsequently, Pau Gasol positioned himself near the free throw line to facilitate the play. Calder-In made a direct run towards the basket, but Wooga closely followed him. Seeing no opportunity, Calder-In passed the ball to Navarro at the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Navarro once again drove towards the baseline, forcing Yao Ming to assist defensively. A bounce pass was delivered to the waiting Marc Gasol beneath the basket. Marc faced the hoop just inches away and executed a one-handed dunk. Boom. At last, this provided a lifeline to the struggling Spanish men's basketball team. The score now stood at 19-9, showcasing flawless teamwork from Spain. The players of Dragon Nation should be on high alert. Zhang Heli analyzed. The Dragon Nation team resumed their offense. Wooga dribbled past half-court. Faced with Calderon's defense, he feigned a move, seized the moment, leaped high into the air, and executed a mesmerizing pull-up shot. Calderon made a valiant effort to jump and interfere. Yet, it was just a fraction too late. The basketball arced beautifully through the air. Swish. A three-pointer, confidently made. The burgeoning momentum of the Spanish team, which had just begun to rise, was abruptly extinguished by Wuji's audacious shot. What a splendid play. This basket was simply exquisite. The perfect arc. You praised. Spain launched an offensive. Marc Gasol attempted a floater, resulting in a foul by Yao Ming. The ball rolled into the basket. 2-1. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Yunus seized the opportunity to substitute Wooga, Yao Ming, and a few other key scorers, bringing in Wang Zhizhi, Lu Wei, and others, in order to conserve the main player's stamina while the situation remained stable. With the free throw converted, the score reached 22-12. The Dragon Kingdom team sent in their substitutes, while Spain took advantage of the absence of the Dragon Kingdom starters, leaving their main players on the court. The score fluctuated as Gasol began to assert himself, scoring consecutively with mid-range shots, racking up 8 points to close the gap. The Dragon Kingdom, however, maintained their slim lead thanks to Wang Zhizhi's buzzer-beater layup. The first quarter concluded with the Dragon Kingdom team leading 29-25 against the Spanish men's basketball team. Wu Ji's impressive performance yielded 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, leading the men's basketball team to a 4-point advantage as they entered the second quarter. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. The Spanish team on the court comprised Rubio, Bernie Rodriguez, Lex Mumber, Felipe Reyes, and Carlos Gimnes. The Dragon Country team featured Wu Gu, Wang Shipeng, Sun Yu, Alian, and Wang Zhizhi. Spain initiated their offensive play. Rubio executed a pick-and-roll with Felipe, who adeptly utilized the screen to penetrate the paint and successfully dunk the ball. The score now stands at 29-27, as the audience held their breath, with the lead narrowed to just 2 points. The Dragon Country team now takes possession. Wu Gu, with the ball in hand, faced the defensive challenge posed by the substitute, Alex, despite standing at a height of 2.02 meters, which allowed him to keep pace with Wu Gu. His speed left much to be desired. Wu Gu swiftly initiated a drop step, seamlessly transitioning into a between-the-legs dribble, followed by a sharp change of direction. Under the relentless cadence of dribbling, Alex displayed signs of fatigue. Ultimately, Wu Gu executed a powerful jump shot, retreating as he released the ball. With a thud, Alex, unable to react in time, stumbled and fell onto Wu Gu. Before Wu Gu fell to the ground, he released the ball. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc. Swish. It swooped cleanly through the hoop. The referee's whistle blew. 2+1. Wu Gu approached the free throw line, took a deep breath, and released the ball with precision. Swish. The free throw was successful. The score is now 32-27. Wu Gu provided the fans with a bottle of instant heart-saving medicine. What a splendid throw. The audience was once again swept into a frenzy of cheers. What a fantastic play. Wu Gu truly displayed remarkable resilience, showing no hesitation in critical moments, exclaimed Zhang Jinping with excitement. Indeed, Wu Gu has brought something unique to our men's basketball team, making it all the more tenacious, remarked Zhang Heli with a smile. The Spanish head coach, Reinces, shook his head in disbelief. How come my team lacks such a player? Envy, jealousy, hatred. Meanwhile, Yunus clapped his hands and shouted, yes, just like that. Wu, shoot it. Don't stop. Spain launched an offensive. Philip continued to shine brilliantly. Despite Lian Mei's defense, he forcefully broke through to the basket, contorting his body in an awkward manner, yet managed to toss the ball and score a miraculous shot. The score stood at 32-29 as the Longwood team initiated their attack. Wu Gu dribbles the ball into the front court. Alian steps forward to set a screen, signaling, bro, feed me a pass. As Wu Gu skillfully utilized a deceptive maneuver to isolate himself against Philip, he suddenly launched into action, executing a seamless crossover. Philip faltered, unable to find his balance, and was swiftly bypassed. Upon reaching the basket, Carlos, the center for Spain, rushed to provide assistance. Whoosh. In that instant, the basketball vanished from Wu Ji's grasp. The slow-motion replay revealed a dazzling behind-the-back pass from Wu Gu. The ball soared high, heading towards the hoop. At that moment, Lian Mei descended like a celestial being, seizing the airborne basketball and forcefully slamming it into the basket. The rim emitted a resounding groan. Upon landing, Alien erupted with a triumphant roar. The score was now 34-29, and having successfully capitalized on the opportunity, Alien promptly approached Wu Gu for a high five, expressing gratitude for the exquisite assist. Wow. Another highlight reel moment, exclaimed Yu Jia from the commentary booth. The crowd was ignited by this dunk, erupting into cheers. With this score, the atmosphere in the arena was electrified. Who said only Spain had teamwork? Our Dragon Nation's men's basketball team shines too. The audience resounded with applause for this remarkable collaboration. In the ensuing minutes, both teams substituted in their key players. During this period, Wu Gu ensured that every teammate was involved, leaving no one behind. Alien transformed into a force of nature, frequently soaring through the air, bombarding the Spanish rim with thunderous slams. He scored 12 points in that quarter, causing the Spanish hoop to reverberate continuously. Yiming also dominated, executing powerful dunks for an additional 6 points. Goodness. The passing from Wu Gu appeared to be increasingly unfathomable. Yu Jia at the commentary booth was left speechless. The first half concluded swiftly, with the Dragon Nation's men's basketball team leading 55-43 against Spain. Wu Gu delivered an impressive 11 assists during the match, invigorating the entire team. The Spanish head coach could only stomp his feet in frustration on the sidelines. Having exhausted every possible defensive strategy, including double-teaming, man-to-man coverage, and switching defenses, yet to no avail. As Wu Ge returned to the locker room amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the halftime statistics were as follows. Wu Ge accumulated 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 13 assists, dazzling the audience in the first half and leading his team to withstand the formidable counterattack from the Spanish national basketball team. Chapter 61. The logo three-pointer stunned Spain. Halftime score. Dragon Country Team 55, Spain Team 43. The atmosphere among the fans is relatively relaxed compared to the previous game. The team now enjoys a 12-point lead, bolstered by the presence of a decisive player like Wu Ge. Incredibly, we have managed to secure a 12-point advantage against the World Championship champions as we head into the second half. Yu Jia exclaimed. Indeed. The key to our lead in the first half was our players' audacity and tenacity, Zhang Jinping remarked. The performances of Wu Ge, Yao Ming, and Yi Jianlian have been crucial to our advantage. If we can maintain this momentum, our chances of victory today are substantial, Zhang He analyzed. In this atmosphere of ease and joy, halftime concluded, and the third quarter commenced. Spain made a tactical adjustment, starting Calder North in place of the underperforming Rubio. While Fernandez was assigned to guard Wu Ge, Spain launched their offensive. After cautiously dribbling past half-court, Calder passed the ball to Fernandez. Utilizing a screen from Pau Gasol, Fernandez found himself open beyond the three-point line and took the shot. Swish. The three-pointer was successful, 55-46. With Fernandez's audacious three-pointer, the score narrowed to single digits, causing the fans' hearts to race once more. The Dragon Country team began their offensive. Wu Ge advanced to the front court, facing the defense of Fernandez. Come on, show me your strength. Fernandez, feeling emboldened, began to taunt. Wu Ge, however, was not one to indulge such provocations. He gestured to create space, then executed a rapid crossover dribble beneath his legs, suddenly accelerating. Followed by a powerful step back, an exquisite imitation of Harden's signature move. He launched a three-pointer. Swish. It found the net with perfect precision, 58-46. After sinking the shot, Wu Ge gleefully celebrated with a flourish. Oh, little Fernandez. You must strive harder. You were so close to stopping me. Magnificent. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. Spain launched their offense. Pau Gasol received the ball near the free throw line. A deceptive fake. He set up Yi Jianlian and took the jump shot. Swish. 2 points added to the score. 58-48. The Dragon Nation's team initiated their attack. Wu Ge skillfully dribbles the ball past the halfway line. Keep it up. Keep it up. Go, Wu Ge. The enthusiastic crowd cheers and rallies in support of Wu Ge. Wu Ge has instilled hope in everyone for the men's basketball team. It is Wu Ge who has ignited the fervor within us all. Wu Ge dribbled the ball to the left side at a 45-degree angle, with the defender still being Xiao Fei. What are you going to do? Fernandez felt a twinge of fear, observing Wu Ji's approaching intent. At that moment, bam! The dazed Fernandez failed to notice the imposing Yao Ming setting a screen, and was unexpectedly knocked back. Xiao Jia hurriedly stepped in to assist against Wu Ge, and Fernandez joined forces with Xiao Jia to double team. Bam! Wu Ge executed a precise bounce pass, sending the basketball deftly between the two players, landing flawlessly before the towering Yao Ming. As the ball reached him, 26 meters tall, the area beneath the basket suddenly appeared vast. With a thunderous roar, Yao Ming unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk, contributing another 2 points for Team Dragon, bringing the score to 60-48. What an impressive dunk! The crowd erupted in cheers, fervently rallying behind their beloved national team. Wu Ji's pass was exceptionally smooth, allowing Yao Ming to effortlessly receive the ball and celebrate with applause. Now, Spain initiated their attack. Fernandez received a pass from Gasol at the free throw line, swiftly cutting towards the basket for a layup. Bang! The basketball clanged off the rim. Seizing the opportunity, Navarro capitalized on Zhu Fengyu's momentary lapse, successfully executing a putback. Swish. The score now stood at 60-50. This 10-point gap seemed to pose a challenge, as the Spanish team launched a more vigorous counterattack. Hoping that the players from Team Dragon could withstand the pressure, Zhang had a concerned gaze fixed on the court. It must be noted that the Spanish team's cohesion and individual skills remain at an exceptionally high level on the world stage. Team Dragon commenced their offensive. Wu Ge advanced the ball past half-court. Faced with the defensive small fee, he continued dribbling beyond the three-point line, executing a series of mesmerizing behind-the-back crossovers. Come on, don't toy with me like this, it's quite humiliating. Small Fee looked on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Wu Ge performed a quick gesture, sending Small Fee soaring into the air as he charged into the paint. Confronted by both Gasol brothers, he leapt into action. In the narrow gap between them, he executed a stunning 360-degree spin layup. Swish. The basketball ricocheted off the rim twice before rolling into the net. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Small Gasol was called for a foul. A 2-1 opportunity. What a magnificent play. The crowd erupted in ecstasy. The Dragon Nation bench waved their towels, dancing in jubilation. Following the basket, Wu Gu exchanged high fives with the players on the court, including Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming, who laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Well played, Wu Gu. Keep it up." In that moment, Wu Ji's body spun in midair like a top. What seemed an improbable shot became perfectly logical the instant it found the net. Zhang Huqing shouted with excitement. Subsequently, Wu Gu arrived at the free throw line, received the referee's signal, took a deep breath, and executed the penalty shot successfully. The score is now 63-50. Spain's offense begins. Calder in and Marc Gasol executed a pick-and-roll. B00M. Marc Gasol completed a powerful dunk. The score is 63-52. Tenacious. Truly tenacious. The Spanish national basketball team relentlessly pursues. How will the Dragon Nation respond? Yu Jia commented. Now. The Dragon Nation's offense commences. Wu Gu advances with the ball. Fernandez positions himself near the three-point line. At this moment, he has just crossed the midcourt. A mere step away from the three-point arc, Wu Gu leapt into the air, executing a powerful jump shot for a colossal three-pointer. So swift was his movement that Fernandez barely had time to react before the basketball soared away. Was this madness? The head coach of the Spanish team, Renzi's, stood by the sidelines, utterly astonished by Wu Ji's audacious shot. Swish. It pierced through the net like an arrow. The score now stood at 66-52. Wu Gu celebrated with a grounded three-point gesture, igniting a fervent cheer among the spectators. Splendid. What a shot. In the commentary booth, Zhang Jinping, Zhang Weiping, and Yu Jia exclaimed in unison. On the sidelines, Reinces held his head in disbelief, feeling as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. How could such a shot possibly go in? Meanwhile, Yunus shifted his stance and began to applaud. Wu, do not halt. Keep shooting. I am exhausted. Pass me the ball. I wish to go home. Fernandez was left in utter despair. Below, Rubio cast a sympathetic glance at Fernandez, perhaps now understanding my anguish. Spain initiated an offensive. Navarro executed a backdoor cut, evading Zhu Fengyu's defense, and positioned himself just beyond the three-point arc. Calder and passed him the ball. Swish. A three-pointer from the corner. The score stood at 66-55. With a grin, Navarro declared, "Who cannot make a three-pointer?" Excellent play. Spain's head coach, Reinces, applauded from the sidelines. The Dragon Country team prepared for their offensive. Wu Gu advances with the ball. This time, it is even more extraordinary. Just past the vicinity of the Kyoto Olympics logo. He leaps and shoots with remarkable finesse. Is the Divine Wu on a shooting spree? Can this ball really go in? The hearts of fans watching the live broadcast nationwide are in their throats. Unbelievable. A group of Spanish players stands dumbfounded, gazing at the basketball. Oh my God. Wu, you truly shoot. Jonas on the sidelines has his mouth agape in astonishment. Wu Gu, Wu Gu. The fans at Wuxong Arena begin to cheer, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the shot. The basketball carves a beautiful arc in the air. Swish. It goes in cleanly. 69-55. Not a hint of surprise. Ah, what a shot. The Wuxong Arena erupts in ecstasy, the sound reverberating throughout the venue. In ancient times, Elbu shot a spear at the gate. And now we have Wu Gu effortlessly making a long-range three-pointer against the Spanish men's basketball team. Yu Jiao passionately exclaims. The members of the Spanish team and their head coach watch the basket with helplessness, shaking their heads in disbelief. How is this even possible? This makes no sense. Chapter 62. Advancing to the top 8. Admittedly, that three-pointer was a bit impulsive, but it was Wu Gu who took the shot. That makes it perfectly reasonable. Zhang Heili boasts. Goodness. What do you mean? Is it unreasonable for others? With such a double standard, Yu Jia looks at Zhang Weiping with a puzzled expression. Spain is on the offense. Calder North dribbles past half-court. Wu Gu advanced, entwined in a fierce struggle, once again seizing the basketball. Approaching the three-point line, he faced Calder in, who, frustrated and furious, pursued with relentless determination. Without hesitation, he executed an unreasonable jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish. Another three-pointer found its mark. The score stood at 72-55. Beep. Reinces quickly called for a timeout. Upon returning from the break, Pau Gasol took a shot from near the free-throw line. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Wu Gu swiftly seized the airborne rebound. He dribbled rapidly towards the front court. This time, Calder in and Fernandez advanced together to apply pressure in defense. Wu Gu, without uttering a word of reasoning, positioned himself at the three-point line. closely guarded by Calderon, and executed a swift three-point jump shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air swish. It effortlessly found its way into the net. With a subsequent free throw successfully converted by Wu Go, the score surged to 76-55, giving them a commanding lead of 21 points over Spain. The arena erupted as fans leapt to their feet, shouting in exuberance. It was utterly exhilarating. Wu Ge's consecutive three-pointers had propelled them ahead by 21 points. In the ensuing moments, the Spanish men's basketball team appeared bewildered, struggling to find their rhythm, repeatedly missing their shots. Meanwhile, Wu Ge continued to showcase his scoring prowess, achieving an astounding 10 for 10 from beyond the arc in a single quarter, leading the team to a remarkable 90-60 score, an astonishing 30-point lead as they entered the fourth quarter. MVP, MVP, MVP. The crowd once again showered Wu Ge with their fervent admiration. As the fourth quarter commenced, Spain's head coach, Rencius, opted to withdraw his starters in favor of substitutes, signaling their capitulation. The Dragon Nation team also brought in their reserves. However, Spanish players Philip and Rubio took this opportunity to execute several splendid plays, with Philip scoring 15 points in the quarter and Rubio displaying his prodigious talent with 6 assists. In the final moments, Wang Ji from the Dragon Nation team sank a three-pointer, this time not falling short by 2 centimeters. The referee's whistle sounded, marking the conclusion of the match. Dragon Nation triumphed over Spain with a score of 115-95, securing a resounding victory by 20 points in their opening match of the Olympic group stage. In this extraordinary performance, Wu Ge once again recorded an impressive triple-double, amassing 67 points, 10 rebounds, and 17 assists. This marked his second consecutive game in the Olympics with over 60 points and a significant triple-double. Wu Ge has astounded the nation and the world at large. Following the match, the Spanish basketball player Sanders candidly remarked, "I am merely a fan who purchased tickets close to the court, here to witness the astonishing performance of Wu Ge." Meanwhile, Jonas expressed, "This is the most magnificent display I have ever witnessed." The veteran American player, referred to as Old K, commented, "Fortunately, it seems Wu Ge's shooting wasn't quite on point that day. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable." The online discourse is abuzz. Wu Ge's consecutive triple-doubles with scores exceeding 60 points have rendered him unstoppable. Fans are fervently dreaming of a gold medal. After a day of rest, on August 14th, the Dragon Nation's basketball team faced off against Angola's team. As the first quarter commenced, Wu Ge, confronted by Gomez's defense, appeared to struggle with his shooting touch, seemingly having exhausted his rhythm in the preceding days, scoring merely 8 points while dishing out 6 assists that invigorated the entire team, leading the score to 35-25, a 10-point advantage as they entered the second quarter. As the second quarter began, Gomez, seemingly energized, faced Sun Yu's defense and sank an array of outrageous three-pointers, amassing 18 points in the quarter, leveling the score at 55-55 with the Dragon Nation's team. Wu Ge managed to attain a modest tally of 15 points, 13 assists, and 5 rebounds in the first half. As the third quarter commenced, Yao Ming suddenly unleashed his prowess, dominating beneath the basket with a series of hook shots and thunderous dunks, showcasing the caliber of the NBA's premier center. He scored 15 points in that single quarter, propelling the Dragon Nation men's basketball team to an 82-77 lead as they entered the final period. In the fourth quarter, Wu Ge emerged like a divine force, discovering his rhythm and executing a blend of drives and jump shots, accumulating 15 points and 5 assists, invigorating the entire team while delivering relentless layups and three-pointers. Ultimately, the Dragon Nation men's basketball team triumphed over the Angolan team with a score of 112-98. Wu Ge achieved an impressive tally of 38 points, accompanied by 20 assists and 7 rebounds, securing a significant double-double and once again leading his team to victory. On August 16th, the Longwa men's basketball team faced off against the Digwa men's basketball team. Prior to the match, Nowitzki candidly stated his intention to challenge Wu Ge with heightened intensity. The game commenced. In the first quarter, Wu Ge opened the scoring with a mid-range jumper, taking the lead, followed by Nowitzki's response with a three-pointer. Throughout the quarter, Wu Ge and Nowitzki engaged in a fierce exchange, each scoring 18 points, resulting in a tie at 32 points apiece for both teams. In the second quarter, Yao Ming relentlessly attacked the paint, contributing significantly with 12 points, propelling the Longwa men's basketball team to a 58-53 lead over Dugwa as they entered halftime. The third quarter witnessed a sudden surge from Lian Mei, who displayed remarkable precision from beyond the arc, scoring 9 consecutive points through three-pointers, leading the Longwood team to a 72-61 advantage heading into the final quarter. In the fourth quarter, Nowitzki erupted with a series of successful shots, amassing 15 points and narrowing the gap to 78-81 with just 1 minute remaining in the game. The Longwood team now held possession of the ball. Wugu executed a pick-and-roll with Alien, subsequently isolating against Nowitzki, with a series of deft dribbles beneath his legs. Wugu skillfully shifted Nowitzki's center of gravity, culminating in a decisive step back. Thud. Nowitzki collapsed to the ground in a split. Wugu held the ball just beyond the three-point line for a brief 2 seconds, reminiscent of Harden's iconic shot. Then, with poise, he rose for a jump shot. As the astonished gazes of the spectators filled the arena, the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. It went straight through the net. Oh, Wugu. How magnificent. The crowd fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting in cheers. What a stunning play. Wuji's shot decisively sealed the fate of the game. The score stood at 84-78, with only 45 seconds remaining, following a tense flurry of free throws. The Longwood men's basketball team ultimately triumphed over the opposing team with a score of 90-85. Wugu achieved a remarkable performance, scoring 28 points, grabbing 8 rebounds, and providing 12 assists, demonstrating consistent output. Meanwhile, Yao Ming contributed significantly with 20 points and 15 rebounds. On the evening of August 18th, the Chinese men's basketball team triumphed over the Greek team with a score of 105-80. 8 players from the team scored in double figures, decisively overpowering their opponents. In this match, Wugu played merely 20 minutes, yet managed to score 18 points, dish out 20 assists, and secure 6 rebounds. As the final whistle blew, victory was claimed. The entire arena erupted in cheers and applause. The Dragon Country men's basketball team boasts an impressive record of 4 wins and 1 loss, second only to the United States. Emerging as the second seed from a perilous group, they have advanced to the Olympic quarterfinals once more. This thrilling moment calls for us to celebrate and cheer for the players of the men's basketball team. This is indeed the strongest men's basketball team in history. Let us anticipate further historical breakthroughs under the leadership of Wugu and Yao Ming. In the commentary booth, Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia celebrated with palpable excitement. Thus, the group stage of the Olympics has concluded. The list of the 8 strong teams has been officially revealed. The Dragon Country men's basketball team will face the Croatian team, who placed third in Group A, in the quarterfinals. Chapter 63. The elimination rounds commence with the conclusion of all group matches. The list of the top 8 teams has been finalized. Group A, Lithuania, Argentina, Croatia, Australia. Group B, United States, Dragon Country, Spain, Greece. The group matches employed a cross-group format. Lithuania versus Greece, Argentina versus Spain, Dragon Country versus Croatia, and United States versus Australia. With the schedule for the elimination rounds unveiled, emotions ran high. Undoubtedly, the European powerhouse Croatia is perceived as the weakest contender among the top 8. For the second-seeded Dragon Country men's basketball team, this could be a twist of fate, leading to unexpected fortune. The United States team faces the formidable Australian team, which includes the notoriously aggressive Bogut and the promising young Mills. Although the United States is expected to emerge victorious, it will not come without a challenge. Online, fans of the Dragon Country team are already buzzing with excitement, eagerly speculating about who their semi-final opponent might be. Will the Dragon Country men's basketball team break their historical best performance and achieve a momentous victory? Discussions online about their chances of reaching the Final Four are unanimous. Experts and media alike estimate their probability of advancement at an astonishing 95. Meanwhile, Wugu, the MVP-level player averaging 42.4 points, 15 assists, and 8 rebounds per game during the group stage, remains the center of attention. Everyone knows that neutralizing Wugu is essentially the key to victory. However, throughout the group stage, coaches have employed every strategy imaginable, ultimately arriving at a single conclusion: they can only pray for Wuji's off night. The day before the match, player interviews, Team USA's Kobe issued a direct call-out. "Wu, see you in the finals. Looking forward to our rematch." Meanwhile, Old K expressed, "The team I both hope and dread to face the most is Dragon Country, for they have 2 NBA superstar players, Wu and Yao. Yet, I also wish to face them once more in the finals." Croatia's national basketball team coach, prior to this, "I certainly hope to face the Dragon Kingdom's team, but now, as you know, they have the top scorer of this group stage, Wu. One can never predict on which night he might go wild. Jonas, I eagerly anticipate the showdown with Croatia. It is bound to be a thrilling match. Yao Ming, I have faith that we will emerge victorious. Wu Gu, regardless of the opponent, my singular aim is the championship. A wave of astonishment swept through the reporters present. On August 19th, the knockout stage officially commenced. The American men's basketball team faced off against Australia. In the first quarter, Kobe, undeterred by Mills' defense, executed a series of jump shots, racking up 12 points and leading the team to a 10-point advantage. With the score at 25-15 in favor of the Americans. In the second quarter, Bogut's reckless foot placement caused Kobe to sustain an injury, fortunately diagnosed post-match with no severe damage. This incident, however, cast a shadow over the American team, who found their morale shaken as Australia steadily closed the gap. At halftime, the score stood at 50-45 in favor of the Americans. Subsequent evaluations revealed that Kobe had only suffered a minor sprain, alleviating the team's anxiety. Although it was announced he would not return for the match. In the third quarter, the American team rallied with renewed vigor, delivering a decisive lesson to Australia. LeBron erupted with explosive plays, scoring 18 points, leaving the Australians bewildered. Just before the final buzzer, he executed a thunderous dunk over Bogut, sending him crashing into the basketball hoop, prompting Bogut to be carried off on a stretcher. The final score was 85-67, marking a resounding victory for the Americans. In the fourth quarter, driven by a desire to avenge Kobe, the American team continued their relentless assault, dominating from beyond the arc and rendering the match devoid of suspense. They triumphed over Australia with a staggering score of 125-85, advancing to the semifinals. May all injuries be borne by Bogut. Following this, Lithuania faced off against Greece. Both teams hailing from Europe and possessing a deep understanding of one another. The contest remained fiercely contested from the outset until the critical moments of the fourth quarter, when Lithuania, buoyed by their star player, clinched victory with a three-pointer just before the final whistle, advancing with a score of 98-95. On August 20th, the first match featured Argentina, the 2004 Olympic champions, against Spain, the 2007 World Championship victors. Due to the butterfly effect, these two top-tier teams found themselves clashing in the knockout stage earlier than anticipated, each unwilling to concede. In the pre-match build-up, the Spanish team, represented by Marc Gasol and Pau Gasol, boldly declared, "Today, victory is ours. Not even Jesus can stop us." Meanwhile, Argentine stalwarts Luis Scola and Manu Ginóbili proclaimed, "As you know, we are the Olympic champions of 2004. We cannot falter here." The anticipation was palpable. The American basketball team arrived with an air of nonchalance to observe their next adversary. In the first quarter, the dazzling Scola showcased his mesmerizing footwork, skillfully maneuvering beneath the basket against the formidable Gasol brothers. With consecutive hook shots and layups, he propelled Argentina to a 35-28 lead over Spain, a 7-point advantage. In the second quarter, Fernandez erupted spectacularly, sinking shots from the arc and the baseline, scoring 10 points in quick succession and igniting a 15-3 run that allowed Spain to overtake the score as they entered halftime. The score at intermission stood at Spain 60, Argentina 55. The third quarter witnessed the emergence of the crafty Ginóbili, whose lethal drives and layups enabled Argentina to close the gap, ultimately leading to a tie as they entered the final period. Argentina 85, Spain 85. In the fourth quarter, Pau Gasol began to unleash a flurry of shots from the midcourt, allowing Spain to embark on a 7-0 run and establish a 7-point lead in the closing moments. However, Scola and Ginóbili, driven by the spirit of champions, relentlessly pursued the score. In a critical moment, Scola converted both of his free throws, but Fernandez's last-second attempt fell short, resulting in yet another tie as they entered overtime. Spain 102, Argentina 102. During the overtime, Ginóbili continued to score, contributing 7 pivotal points that solidified Argentina's advantage. Spain, fatigued and plagued by errors, faltered in their efforts to close the gap. Ultimately, Argentina triumphed over Spain with a final score of 115-110, advancing to the semifinals. This encounter was nothing short of a high-stakes showdown. Regrettably, it was prematurely concluded, as both teams exhibited tremendous strength, delivering an exhilarating contest, lamented the media post-match. Both teams had expended their utmost, only to have the American team reap the rewards. Lastly, the host nation, the Dragon Kingdom, faced off against Croatia, generating immense anticipation. Fans gathered outside the venue long before the match, some even preparing banners to commemorate this historic moment. Chapter 64. The arrival of European powerhouses at the Wuxong Arena, which accommodates over 20,000 spectators, was completely filled to capacity. Enthusiastic fans waved their national flags and adorned their faces with patriotic symbols as the game was set to commence. Let us go. Advance to the semifinals. Woo go. Go. Big U. Go. Woo go. Shoot fiercely. Don't stop tonight. As Woo go. De Yao. And the illustrious players of the national basketball team entered the arena amidst the resounding cheers of the enthusiastic crowd. It was undeniable that the Longhua men's basketball team was the focal point of the nation this evening. Over 20,000 fans filled the venue, and it is rumored that large screens were set up in public squares across various locales, drawing countless spectators to witness the event, creating an atmosphere of bustling excitement. The viewership for the live broadcast soared to unprecedented heights. The arena was graced by numerous luminaries from various fields, including legendary basketball figures such as Hu Weidong, Liu Yudong, and Bate Air, alongside stars from the entertainment industry like Liu Duhua, Jay Chou, Hu Ge, Chen Huilin, Chen Yixuan, and Wang Fei, resulting in a dazzling display of star power. Everyone gathered to witness this historic moment, a spectacle that commanded widespread attention. This evening's commentators were Zhang Weiping, Yu Jia, and Yang Jian. The starting lineup for the Longhua team included point guard Wu Ge, shooting guard Sun Yu, small forward Zhu Fangyu, power forward Yi Jianlian, and center Yao Ming. The Croatian team featured point guard Zoran Planinik, shooting guard Luka Ranjin Jusic, small forward Davor Kuss, power forward Mark Popovich, and center Mark Thomas. On the court, both teams commenced their orderly warm-ups. Wu Ge was effortlessly sinking long-range three-pointers from the sidelines. Swish, swish, swish. Out of 10 attempts, he missed only 2. The Croatian coach furrowed his brow in concern. What a splendid shot. Wu Ge is on fire tonight. Zhang Heli exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed, Wu Ji's performance is pivotal. He is the driving force of this team, Yu Jia remarked. I hope the Dragon Nation players can make history on their home turf and live up to everyone's expectations. Yang Jian expressed his hopes. Meanwhile, Yao Ming and his teammates engaged in shooting practice. Prior to the match, Yao's foot had undergone extensive icing, and it was only just before the game that his participation was confirmed, showcasing his determination to achieve a historic milestone. As the warm-up concluded, the referee tossed the ball into the air. Both Yi Jianlian and Croatian center Thomas leapt into action. Lian Mei exerted all her strength, leaping off the ground to direct the ball into Wu Ji's hands. The match had officially commenced. Wu Ge dribbled the ball past the halfway line and passed it to Yao Ming. Prior to the match, Jonas intended to first exploit Yao's height to establish an interior advantage, subsequently enhancing the perimeter shooting. Yao Ming faced off against Thomas. After a couple of deft dribbles, he executed a smooth hook shot. Swish. It sailed through the net. The score is now 2-0. Croatia is on the offensive. Zoran Planinik brings the ball past the halfway line. Wu Ge regarded the individual before him with a smile and proposed, "Shall we place a wager?" "What?" Zoran Planinik inquired, perplexed. In the brief moment of Zoran's distraction, Wu Ge swiftly intercepted the ball, seizing the basketball and rapidly advancing towards the Croatian basket. He leapt from the free throw line, executing a spectacular, folded slam dunk. The basketball was forcefully thrust through the hoop, resonating with a thunderous sound. The score stood at 4-0. What an impressive play. The audience erupted into fervent cheers. "Fool, what are you doing, Zoran?" the Croatian head coach exclaimed, visibly agitated. The brilliance of that dunk ignited the entire arena. Yu Jia shouted in excitement. Croatia launched their offensive. Zoran, cautiously dribbling past half-court, refrained from conversing with Wu Ge. Instead, he executed a pick-and-roll with the center, Thomas, who then made a successful layup beneath the basket. Swish. The score was now 4-2. The Longhua team commenced their attack. Wu Ge dribbled past the half-court, while Yao Ming advanced to set a screen. Wu Ge skillfully maneuvered past Zolan's defense, launching a swift three-point shot. Did he actually make that? Thomas rushed forward, but it was too late for him to react. Swish. As expected, a perfect shot. The score stood at 7-2. Wu Ge. Indeed. His shooting touch was remarkably on point tonight. Steady. Steady. Yu Jia chuckled in delight. The spectators collectively sighed in relief. If Wu Ge could score, it would invigorate the entire team's offense. Observing this, Jonas also rose in excitement. Initially, he had intended to rely on veteran Yao Ming to anchor the inside game, and support the perimeter, having witnessed many young players falter under pressure. However, it was clear that this was unnecessary. Wu Ge, with his unwavering composure in crucial moments, was proving to be a formidable asset. "Let's keep this up, Wu," Jonas shouted enthusiastically from the sidelines. Croatia initiated their offense. Zolan dribbled the ball into the front court, with Thomas setting a screen ahead. Small forward Dafa made a sharp cut, receiving the ball beyond the three-point line and taking the shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Lian Mei leapt high to secure the rebound, passing it swiftly to Wu Ge for a fast break. Wu Ge, positioned beyond the three-point line, drew the attention of two Croatian players before effortlessly tossing the ball into the air. Boom! Sun Yu soared, executing a flawless two-handed dunk. The score stood at 9-2, marking a spectacular start. "What a magnificent play. It was simply exquisite," Zhang Heli remarked with a smile. Indeed, Wu Ge's threat was immense. Merely standing at the three-point line commanded the defense of two opponents. His passing ability was exceptional as well. Yang Jian praised. "Bravo." The crowd erupted in loud cheers. Turning back, Croatia initiated their offense. Croatian shooting guard Lok Lani Uzic faced off against Sun Yu, launching a floater beneath the basket. Swish. The ball sailed through the net. The score was now 9-4. The men's basketball team must enhance their defense. They cannot allow the opposing team to score so effortlessly. Yang Jian expressed his concern. The Dragon Kingdom team advanced with their offense. Wu Ge skillfully dribbles the ball past the halfway line. Confronted by Croatian defender Zoran, he executes a captivating between-the-legs crossover to maneuver around him, drawing Zoran's defensive attention. He then swiftly pulls the ball back, accelerating towards the right side, effortlessly breaking through and stepping into the penalty area. Croatian striker Tomas rushes in to provide support in defense. Wu Ge leaped into the air, effortlessly hoisting Thomas along with him. With a single hand, he forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The rim emitted a painful screech. Thud. Thomas fell to the ground, utterly overwhelmed by the dunk. Cheers erupted. "Wu Ge. Incredible! Wu Ge, we adore you." The entire audience rose to their feet, applauding and celebrating. With this magnificent dunk, Wu Ge ignited the spirit of the Dragon Nation's basketball team. In the ensuing moments, he and Yao Ming, one inside and the other outside, consistently scored, leading the team to a 9-point advantage over Croatia as they entered the second quarter. The score at the end of the first quarter stood at Dragon Nation 34. Croatia 25. During the break, Zhang Heli exclaimed, "Let us continue like this." Perfect. Chapter 65. Yao Wu Yi, a triumphant fast break during the interval. Croatia's head coach erupted in fury. "Do you wish to go home? Have you packed your bags already? Increase the intensity. Execute your plays." Meanwhile, Jonas encouraged. "Everyone is doing exceptionally well, especially you, Yao and Wu. Take a moment to rest." As the second quarter commenced, both teams sent in their substitutes. Lu Wei and Du Shi connected repeatedly, scoring 8 points and extending the lead for the Dragon Nation. Just then, Croatia's substitute Nicevic suddenly stepped up, sinking 5 consecutive three-pointers, allowing the Croatian team to narrow the gap. With 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the score read Dragon Nation 45, Croatia 42. Beep. Jonas promptly called a timeout, bringing Wu Ge and Yao Ming back into the game. This substitution came a tad too late. An earlier change might have been more effective. Yu Jia expressed his concern. Indeed, Coach Jonas lacks a bit of flexibility regarding rotations, Zhang Jian concurred. The Dragon Nation team launched their offense. Wu Ge skillfully maneuvered the ball to the front court, only to be immediately ensnared by a double team from the Croatian players. In a moment of brilliance, he passed the ball to the completely unguarded Yi Jianlian. With unwavering precision, he seized the opportunity and executed a flawless three-point shot. Swish. A critical basket that brought the score to 48-42. What a fantastic play. The crowd erupted in elation. Our Yi Jianlian has truly risen to the occasion. Yu Jia beamed as he spoke. Croatia initiated their offense. Shooting guard Nicevic, utilizing a screen from center Thomas, attempted to drive inside. But then came a sharp crack. Snap. Wu Ge had long discerned the intentions of this young man. He swiftly maneuvered from the side, extending his golden left hand to successfully intercept the ball. Quick. Fast break. Wu Ge immediately surged towards the Croatian hoop. Upon reaching the front court, he executed a deft crossover, effortlessly bypassing the Croatian small forward, Dafa. Upon reaching the free throw line, he unleashed a breathtaking 360-degree aerial dunk. The rim reverberated with the impact of his powerful slam. The score stood at 50-42. Upon landing, Wu Gu executed a commanding step, exuding an aura of dominance. What a play! That was a stunning dunk. The large screen continuously replayed Wu Ji's brilliant steal and the subsequent fast break dunk. The entire crowd rose to their feet, cheering and applauding. Watching Wu Gu play is truly a delight, Zhang Heli praised. Indeed, he consistently finds extravagant ways to send the ball into the opponent's basket. Yang Jian remarked in awe. What on earth is this guy made of? The Croatian coach stood helplessly by, consumed by frustration. Meanwhile, Croatia initiated their offense. Niksevic and Thomas executed a pick and roll. Thomas broke free from Diao's defense and scored with a layup. The score was now 50-44. Thomas exclaimed in celebration upon landing, having endured considerable pressure. Just then, Wu Gu seized the basketball and advanced to the front court. Faced with Davos' defense, he executed a swift pull-up shot from beyond the arc. The ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. 53-44. Oh, for heaven's sake. The head coach of the Croatian men's basketball team, witnessing this shot, couldn't help but curse from the sidelines. They had just narrowed the gap to 3 points. And now it ballooned to 9 again. Beep. Croatia hastily called for a timeout, hoping to disrupt Wu Ji's fervent rhythm. What a splendid shot. Wu Gu. He unleashed a torrent of offense both inside and out, leaving the Croatian head coach bewildered. Just keep it going. Let us vanquish them. Fans from across the nation erupted in joyous cheers. Upon returning from the timeout, Croatia attempted to double-team Wu Gu, yet he displayed remarkable finesse in his passing, delivering a series of exquisite assists. Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming consistently penetrated the paint, collectively racking up 15 points, leading the Dragon Nation's men's basketball team to a 16-point advantage over Croatia as they entered halftime with a score of 72-56. During the intermission, the arena's fans could no longer contain their excitement, as sections of the stands unfurled banners proclaiming, "Congratulations to Dragon Nation's men's basketball team for achieving the best historical performance and breaking into the top 8. Some fans began to chant loudly, "Top 8, top 8. The atmosphere was jubilant. Across the nation, declarations celebrating Dragon Nation's entry into the top 8 echoed with fervor. With the fervent anticipation of fans nationwide, the second half commenced. Croatia made a tactical adjustment, substituting the well-performing Nikovic for the starting small forward Davor, signaling an intent to bolster their offensive firepower and convey that they had not yet conceded defeat. Croatia launched an attack. Zoran penetrated and passed to Nikovic, who faked a shot and delivered a genuine assist to the primary scoring guard, Rock. Rock launched a three-pointer. Swish. It found nothing but net. 72-59. Dragon Nation's offense. Wu Gu advanced the ball past half-court and passed it to Yao Ming beneath the basket. Yao Ming drew the defense and passed it to the open Zhu Fengyu on the perimeter for a three-point attempt. Clang. Thomas secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to the fast-breaking Lock. The latter executed a layup, scoring once more. 72-61. We cannot play chaotically like this. Pass the ball to Wu Gu and circulate it again. Zhang Heli exclaimed anxiously. The Longwa team launched their offense. As Wu Gu faced the double team from Croatia, he deftly passed the ball to Sun Yu, who was positioned at a 45-degree angle, ready for another three-point shot. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim once more. The Croatian power forward leaped high to secure the rebound. Croatia launched their offense. Zoran, utilizing a pick and roll, delivered the ball to the descending Popovi, who was poised for an easy layup. Just as the ball soared into the air, a thunderous roar echoed. Get down here. At that moment, the formidable Yi Jianlian surged in from behind, executing a spectacular block that sent the basketball flying out of bounds. Upon landing, he clenched his fists tightly, gazing skyward with an air of fierce determination. Today, I shall treat you to la fight, he declared. What a remarkable block, Yu Jia exclaimed. Croatia prepared for a baseline throw-in. Ni Evi initiated the pass directly to the perimeter, where Locke was waiting. The latter executed a deceptive shot fake that drew Yi's defense, passing to the waiting Topovi beneath the basket, who was ready to leap for a dunk. Just then, a colossal yellow hand appeared in midair as Yao Ming barreled in. Bang! The basketball was emphatically swatted away from Popovi's grasp, causing him to crash heavily to the floor. Following the block, Yao tightened his fist and unleashed a thunderous roar, releasing the pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed within him. Wu Gu swiftly seized the fallen basketball, outpacing Zoran to claim it. Yi Jianlian immediately launched into a fast break, Whoosh. Wu Ge propelled the ball past the halfway line, executing a breathtaking alley-oop pass that soared through the air. Yi Jianlian leapt majestically, delivering a spectacular two-handed dunk. Boom. The rim reverberated under the impact. The score stood at 74-61. Who dares to call me the Green Arrow now? He roared upon landing, igniting the fervor of the crowd. What a magnificent block! What a splendid pass! What an exquisite dunk! Coach Zhang exclaimed with palpable excitement. The trio of NBA stars, Yao Ming, Wu Ge, and Yi Jianlian, graced us with a mesmerizing Showtime performance. Hats off. Yang Jian swiftly added his accolades. Oh, what a play. The entire arena was left in awe, erupting into thunderous applause that echoed throughout the venue. Chapter 66, a historic moment, advancing to the Final Four. Meanwhile, Croatia launched an offensive. NIAB received Zoran's pass, and despite Ju's tenacious defense, he took the shot. Clang. The attempt went awry, and Big U secured the rebound. Wu Ge swiftly descended upon the court. Diao executed a long pass, delivering the ball to Wu Ge. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Wu Ge received the pass and, facing the relentless defensive lock, leaped to unleash an audacious three-pointer. Swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop. The score surged from single digits to a commanding 77-61. The pressure was unbearable. The Dragon Nation team's sudden and fervent display was simply overwhelming, causing a rapid collapse of the opposition. The head coach of Croatia promptly called a timeout, aiming to soothe the players' spirits and strategize. It was evident that the Croatian team had already begun contemplating their dinner plans, seemingly eager to retreat to the comforts of home. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Croatia attempted a sideline inbounds play, only for Wu Ge to intercept the pass. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ge raced into the paint, executing an aerial spin and a behind-the-back slam dunk. Boom. The rim emitted a painful groan from the force of the dunk. The score now stood at 79-61. Upon landing, Wu Ge raised his arms, rallying the crowd's energy. MV, MV, MV. The entire arena erupted in a chorus of cheers, the chant of MV resonating throughout the venue. It was over. The game had concluded. The Croatian head coach sat despondently on the bench, while the Dragon Nation team showcased their full prowess. Wu Ge consistently sank challenging three-pointers, while the formidable Yao Ming transformed into a giant of the Dragon Kingdom, dominating the Croatian interior. Yi Jianlian soared through the Croatian paint with grace and ease. The Dragon Kingdom team unleashed their prowess in the third quarter, establishing a remarkable surge of 15-2 in the remaining 5 minutes, with Croatia managing to score merely 2 points through Thomas's layup, insignificant as a drop in the ocean. As the third quarter concluded, the Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team led by an impressive 27 points, with a score of 90-63, rendering the outcome utterly predictable. As the fourth quarter commenced, both sides fielded their substitutes, with Croatia seemingly conceding defeat. With a series of exquisite collaborations between the seasoned veterans Liu Wei and De Ji resulting in continuous scoring, the youthful Wang Shipong and the sharpshooter Li Nin also frequently unleashed their long-range shots, further widening the gap. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. The game has concluded. In this match, Wu Ge astoundingly scored 41 points, along with 7 rebounds and 16 assists. Yao Ming contributed 21 points, 14 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks, while Yi Jianlian added 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks. The final score was solidified at 121-100, with the Long women's basketball team triumphing over Croatia by an impressive margin of 21 points, successfully advancing to the semifinals. How splendid! We have reached the Final Four. With 2 minutes left on the clock, the entire audience rose in jubilant cheer, and when the final whistle blew, the atmosphere was electrifying, akin to a roaring tsunami. Ha! We have emerged victorious. Simultaneously, fans across the nation celebrated passionately as the Long women's basketball team made history by advancing to the semifinals. In this match, the Longwood team displayed their prowess with remarkable ease, while the Croatian team showcased their fierce spirit as a prominent European contender, albeit without any significant threat. Oh, we have won. We are in the Final Four, Zhang Weiping exclaimed, excitedly waving his arms. Looking ahead to the semifinals, our opponent is Lithuania, a formidable team not to be underestimated, having clinched the bronze medal at the 2007 European Championship. I hope the young men of Long will continue to bring us miracles. Yang Jian expressed with anticipation. I firmly believe our men's basketball team will continue to forge ahead triumphantly, Yu Jiao affirmed. Subsequently, the basketball players returned to the locker room amidst the cheers of the audience. while the Croatian team departed in disappointment. Such is the harsh reality of competition, where victories and defeats are inevitable. Post-match press conference. In this match, Wugu once again delivered an astounding performance, scoring 41 points, securing 7 rebounds, and providing 16 assists, undoubtedly becoming the focal point of the game. Yao Ming contributed with 21 points, 14 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks, while Yi Jianlian added 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Almost everyone achieved a synchrony in their performance, if Yao is regarded as the baseline for this men's basketball team. Then Wugu represents the potential pinnacle of their journey. This encounter is destined to be etched in the annals of Longhua men's basketball history. In an interview with Longhua, a reporter from a certain outlet asked, "Congratulations on successfully defeating Croatia and advancing to the semifinals. What are your thoughts on this?" Yao Ming responded, "I believe we will not stop here. A more significant mission awaits us." Another reporter from a different outlet inquired, "Wugu, congratulations on yet another 40-point game and being named the MVP. What are your expectations for the upcoming opponent, Lithuania?" "Wugu, my ambition remains unchanged. Regardless of the opponent, my aim is to become the champion." CTV5 reporter, "Coach Yu, what are your thoughts on today's match?" Coach Yunus, "My team executed the pre-game strategy excellently. Wugu, Yao Ming, and Yi Jianlian all performed remarkably, and I am immensely proud of them. Croatia is a formidable opponent deserving of respect, and I am delighted that victory ultimately belongs to us." Croatia interview. A certain reporter inquires, "What is your perspective on this match?" Croatia's head coach, "What else is there to say? I watched it while reclining." On a more serious note, "We conducted extensive research and preparation prior to the game, but it is undeniable that the Dragon Nation's men's basketball team is superior to us, particularly in their handling of Wu. We put in considerable effort to counter him, yet regrettably, he still managed to sink numerous unreasonable shots and facilitate the team's play. My team also needs Wu, and I take pride in my players for reaching this point." Discussion turns to the Dragon Nation men's basketball team making history by advancing to the semifinals. Wu Ji's remarkable performance of 41 points, 7 rebounds, and 16 assists has sparked widespread conversation online. Will the Dragon Nation men's basketball team truly secure a medal? It's hard to believe. Congratulations to the team for their successful advancement. With 2 matches remaining, we will celebrate victories together and shoulder defeats collectively. What defeats? I find it implausible. We have the shining star Wu Gu at an MVP level. So long as he performs well on that day, we are assured of success. Wu Di, an unyielding performance in critical matches. I propose we schedule the games for the morning, as morning performances tend to be more robust. Fans are engaging in lively discussions online, thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere. After the match, as the Dragon Nation men's basketball team's bus departed from the arena, the crowd erupted. "Wu Gu, Wu Gu, Yao Ming, Yao Ming." Fans fervently shouted the names of these two, undoubtedly establishing Wu Gu and Yao Ming as the absolute core of the team, akin to the legendary duo of the Lakers era, dominating the court with their inside-outside synergy. As news reports spread, global reactions intensified. Tianchao Media proclaimed, "Congratulations to the young men of the basketball team for reaching the semifinals. Keep it up and create more miracles." Yahoo Sports heralded the rise of yet another NBA superstar, averaging 42 points. "Invincible," New York media reported, "our absolute core. Wu." Accompanied by Wu Ji's impressive stats of 41 points, 7 rebounds, and 16 assists. Chapter 67, The Lithuanian Challenge approaches August 21st. The men's basketball semifinals at the Kyoto Olympics are upon us. The first matchup features the American basketball team versus the Argentine basketball team. These two teams are rivals, and their meeting is particularly charged. In the previous Olympics, the American team suffered a defeat to Argentina, settling for second place. Thus, this match is regarded as a quest for revenge. As the jump ball marked the commencement of the game, the first quarter witnessed Kobe Bryant scoring an initial three-pointer for the USA basketball team. In response, Manu Ginobili retaliated with a 3 of his own. The two teams exchanged blows, with the score oscillating back and forth. As the quarter drew to a close, Anthony sank a crucial three-pointer, leading the USA team to a narrow 32-29 advantage over Argentina as they entered the second quarter. In the second quarter, the superiority of the USA roster became evident. Darren Williams, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade unleashed a torrent of scoring, amassing 28 points collectively in the quarter, propelling the USA team to a 15-point lead at halftime. The score stood at 70-55 in favor of the USA. As the third quarter commenced, The dynamic duo of Jin Billy and Luis Scola suddenly recaptured their Olympic glory from 2004, executing a series of successful layups. The two combined for 18 points, narrowing the gap to just 6 points. However, the USA team, seemingly invigorated, unleashed a barrage led by Kobe, LeBron, and Anthony, responding with a 12-2 run to re-establish a double-digit lead, concluding the third quarter at 95-84. In the fourth quarter, Bosch transformed into a scoring machine, netting 5 consecutive three-pointers and amassing 15 points in the period. Meanwhile, Argentina, worn down from their fierce contest with Spain, began to falter. With 2 minutes remaining, amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Kobe delivered a decisive 45-degree three-pointer that effectively sealed the game. Ultimately, the USA triumphed over Argentina with a score of 126-105, becoming the first team to advance to the finals, where they would face the winner of the clash between Lithuania and Spain. Despite their defeat, Argentina exited with dignity, having faced the formidable Spanish team too early in the tournament, exhausting their final reserves of energy. Later that evening, the second match commenced amidst a sea of fans, with the arena echoing with excitement. The USA team, present to scout the impending matchup, observed intently. Coach K was also on the sidelines, keen to glean insights into the tactics of both teams. Interestingly, the head coach of the Lithuanian team, Jonas, was the former coach of the USA team. In a pregame interview, media playfully remarked, "Jonas, you can't throw the game on purpose." To which Jonas replied, "You know, I am now a fan of Wu, and I will assist Wu in overcoming Lithuania." At the match venue, amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, both teams' players entered the court to warm up. Commentary guests, Su Jiqing, Yang Yi, Yang Jian. Starting lineups, Longhua, point guard Wu Gu, shooting guard Sun Yu, small forward Zhu Fanyu, power forward Yi Jianlian, center Yao Ming. Lithuania, point guard Salvadoras Jaskiewicz, shooting guard Arvydas Masajauskas, small forward Jonas Masielis, power forward Linas Kleiza, center Darius Lavrinovic. Beep. The whistle for the commencement of the game sounds. Yi Jianlian and Darius meet at the center circle for the jump ball. With a swift motion, the basketball is tapped by Yi Jianlian. It appears he has indulged in some green gum today, as he seems remarkably at ease. Upon receiving the basketball, Wu Gu swiftly propelled it towards the front court. "Hey there, kid. You won't score a single point over me today." Salvadoras' face twisted into a fierce expression as he advanced, closely guarding Wu Gu and refusing to yield an inch of space. "Oh, is that so?" Wu Gu raised his gaze to meet Salvadoras. As they approached the three-point line, Yao Ming stepped forward to set a screen. Wu Gu accelerated past Yao Ming and faced Darius, the center of the Lithuanian team, launching a jump shot. Not so fast. Darius dashed forward to block. Foolish. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Wu Ji's mouth as he executed a feint shot, delivering a precise pass to the descending Yao, who executed a powerful dunk. The rim quaked in response. 2-0. "Sometimes, I need not shoot to conquer you." Wu Ji's light-hearted words echoed. Infuriating. The Lithuanian guard and center gritted their teeth in frustration. "What a play!" Su Jiqing exclaimed excitedly. Wu Gu and Yao Ming showcased a splendid collaboration right from the start. Lithuania initiated their offense. Salvadoras brought the ball past half-court, with Darius Levinskas setting a high screen, while the remaining 3 players, all possessing three-point shooting capabilities, lurked at the perimeter, ready to strike. Salva attempted to penetrate Wu Ji's defense using the screen, but Wu Gu swiftly maneuvered around, tightly shadowing him. Realizing no opportunity was available, Salva passed the ball to the small forward Jonas, who faced Ju 8's defense and promptly took a three-point shot. Swish. The basketball nestled securely in the net. 3-2. It appears today will be a fierce contest. This Lithuanian men's basketball team excels in height, awareness, physicality, skill, and teamwork, making them formidable in Europe. Commentator Yang Yi remarked. Lithuania has participated in the Olympics 5 times, securing 3 bronze medals, and they topped Group A, demonstrating their strength. Such a game is to be played. Lithuania's head coach Antanas Sarika applauded this remarkable three-pointer from the sidelines. The match continues. The Dragon Kingdom team advances on offense. Wu Gu advanced past the halfway line with the ball. Facing Salvador Alas, he executed a swift step-back move, effortlessly evading his defender. Such speed. The audience, including Kobe, gasped in astonishment. Wu Gu swiftly penetrated the paint, and upon entering the restricted area, confronted by the formidable Lithuanian power forward Lindis and center Darius, He executed a powerful leap off the ground, performing an aerial tango as he spun 360 degrees before releasing a jump shot amidst the narrow passage between the two defenders. What? The basketball soared through the air, eliciting astonished gazes from both players. Swish! It gracefully settled into the hoop. The score now stood at 4-3. Following his remarkable basket, Wu Gu celebrated with a shoulder shimmy. Splendid! Wu Gu! Incredible! The entire audience rose in exuberant applause. What a beautiful play by Wu Gu. And an even more exquisite finish, praised Yang Jian. Is this even possible? Mused head coach Jonas, feeling a sudden tension in his pants. The Lithuanian team launched their offense. Salvadoras dribbled past half court, unleashing an emotional shot while challenging Wu Ji's defense. Wu Gu, however, was never one to show leniency towards such players. Crack! The basketball was emphatically swatted against the backboard by Wu Gu, allowing Sun Yu to retrieve the rebound and swiftly dribble it up the court. The Lithuanian men's basketball team quickly regrouped in defense, and seeing no opportunity, passed the ball back to Wu Gu. Wu Gu, positioned beyond the three-point line, faced Salvador Dallas. Effortlessly executed a triple threat stance, and then leapt into the air, launching an audacious three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! It settled perfectly into the net. The score stood at 7-3. What a shot! Wu Gu! The spectators fervently waved their small national flags, erupting in cheers. Beep! 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 The Lithuanian coach quickly called for a timeout. Incredible! Emperor Wu! He halted Lithuania's momentum right at the start. Emperor Wu! He is truly formidable tonight. It seems that in the previous matches, he refrained from scoring 60 points in anticipation of this explosive performance. One wonders if Lithuania can withstand it. Instantly, discussions ignited online. Although optimism prevailed, upon resuming play, everyone suddenly noticed that Lithuania was applying a double team on Wu Gu. The ball was passed out, but Sun Yu, Zhifang Yu, and Yi Jianlian collectively struggled with their shooting. Only Yao Ming managed to score consistently with mid-range shots. Taking advantage of this, the Lithuanian team, led by Arvydas, Jonas, and Lindis, made consecutive three-pointers, amassing 12 points together and ending the first quarter with an 8-point lead over the Dragon Nation team. Entering the second quarter with a score of 28-36. A heavy silence enveloped the arena. Everyone's thoughts echoed. Could it be that the Dragon Nation team would falter here today? From the court, it was evident that Lithuania had come well prepared, possessing an intimate understanding of their former coach, Jonas, and his strategies. The other members of the Dragon team needed to capitalize on the double team against Wu Gu to score. Yang Yi anxiously called out. Now, we can only hope someone can sink a three-pointer to support Wu Gu and Yao Ming. Su Jiqing analyzed. Chapter 68. The veteran does not die. During the intermission, well done. Keep playing like this. The Lithuanian head coach excitedly observed the score on the court. Meanwhile, sweat glistened on Jonas's face as he began strategizing. With the starters resting, the Dragon Nation team substituted in a lineup featuring Yao Ming, Li Nan, Lu Wei, Wang Shipeng, and Du Feng. Wu Gu sat on the sidelines, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Those Lithuanians were truly fierce. De Ji, Li Nan, and Lu Wei encouraged one another, their eyes filled with determination. Wu Gu and Yao Ming had led them to this point, and they must do something in return. Just as the head coach of Lithuania relaxed, little did he know that a storm of veterans was about to sweep through. The game continued. Lithuania launched an attack. Crestas attempted a shot under the basket. Bang! Not a chance. De Ji leaped up with all his might to block it. Lu Wei seized the basketball and swiftly advanced, passing it to the fast-breaking Li Nan. Whoosh! Li Nan took a three-pointer and scored with precision. 31-36. What a remarkable play! Suji chanted loudly. Lithuania's offense resumed. Crestas dribbled past half-court and passed to Kryza, who attempted a three-pointer. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. I got it. A loud shout rang out as De Ji snatched the ball between two Lithuanian big men. He then passed it to the fast-moving Wang Shipeng. Wang Shipeng took a three-pointer. Whoosh! He scored again. 34-36. What a beautiful shot! Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly. We've caught up in the score. Yang Yi shouted joyfully. Great play. Let us keep this up. The entire audience erupted in cheers and applause. Those two three-pointers reignited the atmosphere in the arena. Lithuania's offense began anew. Crestas dribbled past half-court, executed a high pick and roll, and passed to Crestas for a layup. Whoosh! 2 points scored, quenching their thirst. 34-38. The Dragon Nation team launched an attack. Liu Wei and Deji executed a play identical to Lithuania's pick and roll. Deji received the ball outside the three-point line, steadying himself with the hopes of 1.3 billion people from the Dragon Nation riding on him. The basketball carved a beautiful arc through the air. Whoosh. A perfect shot. 37-38. The Dragon Nation team had narrowed the gap from 8 points to just 1 within 3 minutes. After scoring, Deji pounded his chest, declaring, "Who says I can't do it? This is my peak." Splendid. The entire crowd rose to their feet in applause. The Dragon Nation bench waved their towels, standing to cheer. The most enthusiastic applause was reserved for the most respected veterans. Beep. The head coach of Lithuania quickly called for a timeout, grumbling internally. Wugo hasn't even stepped on the court, and you've allowed so many three-pointers to be scored. Will we continue playing after this? After the timeout, the game resumed. The Dragon Nation team substituted in Wugo, while Yao Ming, Deji, Wang Shipong, and Li Nan remained on the court. Lithuania promptly sent in their starters. Back to the game. Lithuania was on the offense. Point guard Salvador passed the ball to power forward Lindis, who maneuvered past Deji to attempt a layup. Suddenly, a towering hand emerged from the air. With a resounding smack, the basketball was swatted away, and Yao Ming descended from the heavens. Upon landing, Yao Ming roared, "Today, even if it costs me my life, no one shall score on my territory." Wu Gu and Deji enthusiastically approached each other, exchanging high fives in celebration. What an incredible block. The venue erupted with thunderous applause. Yao Ming executed a classic rejection, forwarding a certain layup from the Lithuanian player. Yang Yi stood up in exhilaration. The Lithuanian team prepared for a sideline throw-in. Wu Gu immediately discerned the intentions of the Lithuanian forward, intercepting the pass intended for the shooting guard, Arvydas, and seizing it with remarkable skill. What a stunning play. Wu Gu swiftly advanced to the front court. Li Nan seemed to have been rejuvenated, outpacing even Wu Gu. The arrival of the player coincided perfectly with the ball. With a swift gesture, Wu Gu sent the ball soaring through the crowd of Lithuanian players, landing deftly in Li Nan's hands. The young sharpshooter executed a formidable layup, overpowering the Lithuanian defender to secure 2 points. The referee's whistle pierced the air, 2-1. The score stood at 39-38. Li Nan approached the free throw line, receiving the ball from the referee, and took his shot. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. "Quick, the rebound," urged the anxious Lithuanian coach from the sidelines. At that moment, a UFO glided across the sky. Wu Gu soared high from near the free throw line, overpowering the Lithuanian interior defense with a single-arm follow-up dunk. The resounding impact echoed as the basketball was emphatically thrust into the hoop, making the score 41-38. The rim emitted a painful creak under the force of the slam. Beneath the basket, Lithuanian center Darius was sent flying out of bounds, crashing heavily onto the floor. Incredible! Wu Gu. What a spectacular play. Initially, a hush fell over the crowd, which was soon shattered by an ear-splitting roar of applause. The cheers reverberated throughout the arena. Everyone was astounded by Wu Gu's dunk, and the big screen repeatedly showcased the moment. "Wu, you are simply phenomenal." In the stands, Kobe felt a jolt of excitement at Wu Ji's follow-up dunk. LeBron praised, "I admire that shot. It's impressively fierce." Old K pondered, "Is this guy really a rookie?" Meanwhile, Kid wore a pained expression, recalling the night he was dominated by Wu Gu. This dunk ignited the entire venue, radiating energy and flair. Yang Jian enthusiastically cheered. The Lithuanians launched their offense. Sarah Valadoras passed the ball to center Darius. After executing a complex play, the ball ended up in the hands of Jonas at a 45-degree angle. A three-point shot. Swish. The ball found its mark. 41-41. The teams were once again tied. Defense. Defense. Jonas commanded from the sidelines, urging his teammates to bolster their defensive efforts. The Longwa team initiated their offense. Wu Gu advanced past the halfway line, executing a screen with Deji. The Lithuanian men's basketball team continued to double-team, yet Deji swiftly punished their actions. He took a steady shot from beyond the arc. Swish. Another arrow pierced the heart of the defense. The score stood at 44-41. "Oh, what a play," Sujiching praised. Finally, someone stepped up when Wu Gu was being double-teamed. Meanwhile, the Lithuanian head coach wore a solemn expression, pondering, "What can we do now?" In the stands, the ever-enthusiastic Lao K chuckled and remarked, "This match seems to be losing its suspense." The Lithuanian team launched another attack, but Jonas's three-point attempt went awry. Clang. Will leaps high among the crowd, seizing the rebound and advancing to the front court. The Lithuanian team once again encircles him with a double team. Wu Gu passed to Li Nan on the flank, who launched a three-pointer. Swish. It found its mark once more. 47-41. The Lithuanian team's double-team strategy had utterly failed. Beep. The Lithuanian head coach promptly called for a timeout to devise a new defensive tactic. Jonas encouraged. Keep playing like this. Come on, guys. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lithuanian center missed a hook shot under the basket. Turning back, the Longwa team initiated their offense. Lithuania altered their double team on Wu Gu, assigning small forward Jonas to guard him. Wu Gu then executed a sudden burst of speed coupled with a crossover dribble, leaving Jonas bewildered, and took a long two-pointer. Swish. It found nothing but net. 49-41. In the ensuing moments, Wu Gu liberated himself completely, sinking a series of challenging shots, amassing an impressive 15 points in a single quarter, delivering a severe lesson to the Lithuanian men's team. Even after Lithuania substituted 5 players, they could not hinder the incendiary performance of Wu Gu. The halftime score stood at Longwa 66, Lithuania 55. As the second half commenced, Lithuania still struggled to find a means to contain Wu Gu, who relentlessly exploited screens and engaged in personal isolation plays, systematically dismantling Lithuania's defense. Although Lithuania managed to hit some difficult three-pointers, they ultimately could not close the gap. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the score read Longwa 85, Lithuania 75. Entering the fourth quarter, Lithuania's Lindis suddenly erupted, hitting all 7 of his attempts for an efficient 15 points, leading Lithuania in a surge of counterattacks. However, Wu Gu countered with frequent long-range strikes, hitting 5 consecutive three-pointers for another 15 points, effectively extinguishing Lithuania's comeback efforts and stabilizing his team's position. Ultimately, faced with dwindling time, the Lithuanian team succumbed to a series of errors. In the final moments, Tai Kong received a long pass from Wu Gu, capitalizing on defensive lapses. Beep. The final buzzer sounded. Longwa men's basketball triumphed over Lithuania 115-100, successfully advancing to the finals. Wu Gu illuminated the court with an impressive tally of 49 points, 8 rebounds, and 15 assists. The crowd rose to their feet in unison. The Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team has once again etched its name in history. Chapter 69, The Bronze Medal Battle. We have triumphed. We have truly achieved it. On the commentary stand, Yang Yi's voice rang out in jubilant exclamations. After a decade of anticipation, the Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team has made it to the finals on the Olympic stage. Yang Jian was choked with emotion. The arduous journey. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. The edge of the sword is honed through grinding. The Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team is truly deserving of their place in the finals. Su Jiqing remarked. The arena erupted as confetti rained down. Perhaps to foreign media, this moment may seem insignificant, but for the Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team, they are already heroes. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The fans at Wuksong Arena were engulfed in a frenzy of celebration. Pure madness. All the players were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Little do they know how much they have sacrificed for this day, the mockery from the media following their warm-up match losses. In the lead-up to the game, the world media questioned their strength. Yet today, they did it. They secured victory against the formidable Lithuanian team. Yao Ming embraced Wu Gu tightly, who was nestled beside him like a bird in its nest. Jianlian expressed his desire for a hug too. Thus, the 3 generations of the Dragon Kingdom's finest players came together in a heartfelt embrace. The protagonist, having traversed through time, passed the torch to Yao Ming, who in turn passed it to Jianlian. Click. The media captured this momentous photograph, a historic milestone. We made it to the finals. Zhang Weiping shouted from the stands, raising his arms in triumph. Veteran players like Hu Weidong and Batter were in tears of joy. Many fans wiped away tears of happiness from their faces. Let us go. The next match will not be easy. The Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team has emerged stronger through these trials and teamwork, surpassing their performance in the group stage. Kobe fixed his gaze on Wu Gu, his eyes ablaze as he spoke. Let us go. I believe victory will still be ours. The little emperor, LeBron James, glanced at Wu Gu and remarked calmly. Truly an astonishing young man. Old K also expressed his admiration. Wu Gu, Wu Gu, Wu Gu. The entire crowd spontaneously organized to chant loudly. Wu Gu, who scored 49 points, 8 rebounds, and 15 assists, undoubtedly became the hero in the hearts of the fans. During the press interview on the court, Wu Gu firmly grasped the departing Yao Ming, embracing the towering figure with joy and exclaiming, "This is the true hero of our Dragon Nation's basketball team. Without Brother Yao, we would not have arrived at this moment." Applause reverberated throughout the arena once more, a tribute to the selfless dedication and relentless efforts of the great Yao. During the match against Lithuania, Jonas refrained from uttering the words, "I believe you no longer need to take the court." At this juncture, a certain player had been rendered utterly incapacitated by Wu Ji's prowess. Onward to the finals. Against the American basketball team. Do not fear the soft. Go, men's basketball team. Let's triumph over the American squad. You are all our heroes. The epitome of individual heroism was on full display through Wu. The next day, countless domestic and international netizens erupted in fervor. Although basketball is a team sport, the pinnacle of individual heroism often captivates the attention of fans most intensely. In the post-match press conference, Lithuania's head coach Antanas Sarika expressed pride in his players, declaring them remarkable, yet undoubtedly acknowledging that the Dragon Nation's basketball team was the superior force. "Congratulations to them," he continued. "I must mention one player. He is truly exceptional, and his performance deserves the ultimate trophy. You all know who I am referring to without me needing to say his name. Lindis, who scored a team-high 28 points for Lithuania, remarked, in the final moments, I did everything I could, but that man stepped up, sinking 5 critical three-pointers over us. We all knew he was going to shoot, yet he still made it. I was truly powerless against that. Congratulations to my opponents, the Dragon Nation's basketball team. They deserve to stand on a grander stage." Lithuanian guard Sarah Validor noted, I was matched up against Will. He is truly outstanding. Finally, coach Antanas Sarika stated, "Although we lost this match, our battle is not over. We will give our all to compete against Argentina for 3rd place." In post-match interviews, Jonas proudly declared, "Coaching 2 great players like Wu Ge and Yao Ming has been the happiest time of my life. They are indeed exceptional. And I also commend our opponents for demonstrating tenacity and fighting spirit." Yao Ming added, "I'm delighted to have won this match. My brother Wu Ge is remarkable, and I am proud of his performance as well as my teammates. Wu Ge, it is a great honor to play alongside such outstanding athletes as Yu and Lian. Victory belongs to us all. Our goal is the championship." After the match, the Dragon Country men's basketball team once again creates a historical topic of discussion, sparking heated conversations across the internet. Fans surrounded the team's bus, passionately cheering in celebration. On August 24th, the first battle to commence was for the bronze medal. At 2:30 p.m., Argentina faced Lithuania. Due to the Dragon Country men's basketball team's advancement to the finals, the championship match was scheduled for the prime time of 8 p.m. Kyoto time. With the sounding of the starting whistle, the match officially began. In the first quarter, Aboto scored the opening basket for Argentina, followed by a response from Lithuania's Siskauskas with a three-pointer, leading to a back-and-forth exchange of scores. As the quarter drew to a close, Nocioni hit a three-pointer, giving Argentina a 3-point lead as they entered the second quarter. Argentina led 23-20 over Lithuania. In the second quarter, Lithuania's outside shooters, Gutierrez and Quinteros, consecutively sank 4 three-pointers, launching a 12-0 run. However, Scola and Ginobili began to find their rhythm, scoring consecutively and leading Argentina on a 10-2 surge to retaliate. Lithuania then fell into a scoring drought, and both teams returned to a level playing field. The score was tied at 48. In the third quarter, Lithuania's shooting remained cold from the perimeter, while the inside game was dominated by Scola, who led Argentina on a 12-2 mini-run. Towards the end of the quarter, Delfino, Nocioni, and Gutierrez collaborated on an 8-0 run, giving Argentina a commanding 26-point lead at 84-58. In the fourth quarter, Lithuania launched a counterattack, with Kaukanas and Machalai Ayus combining for 10 points, narrowing the gap with a 10-2 run. However, Scola, in a frenzy, executed a series of spectacular plays under Lithuania's basket, scoring 8 points effortlessly. In the final moments, the indomitable Ginobili delivered a clutch three-pointer, decisively quelling Lithuania's hopes of a comeback. With the final whistle, the score read Argentina 102, Lithuania 93. Argentina successfully claimed the bronze medal at the Kyoto Olympics. In this match, it seemed as though Lithuania had exhausted their luck in the previous encounter with the Dragon Country, as their three-point shooting continued to falter. Meanwhile, Argentina avenged their earlier loss in the group stage. It must be acknowledged that Argentina's strength is formidable had they not been worn down by Spain. The outcome of their previous match against the United States would have been anyone's guess. As this match concluded, All eyes were set on the highly anticipated gold medal showdown, the Dragon Country versus the United States, which was soon to commence. Chapter 70. The ultimate battle approaches. With just an hour and a half remaining until the Dragon Country faces the United States, basketball enthusiasts from across the nation received a text message. Do you recall the dreams of your childhood? Was it the slam dunk, the three-pointer, or the swift dribble past an opponent? Anticipate the clash at 8 p.m. tonight. The Dragon Nation's basketball team faces off against the American team in a titanic showdown. Only 1 hour remains until the match commences. The Wuksong Arena is already teeming with fervent fans from the Dragon Nation across city squares nationwide. Large screens display teasers for this highly awaited game. The atmosphere is electric, with throngs of people filling the squares. Just 45 minutes to go. The entire arena is transformed into a sea of red, with only a handful of foreigners lost amidst the crowd as the venue ignites with enthusiasm. Numerous celebrities from various fields have come to witness the event. Among them are sports stars such as Li Ning, Lin Dan, Wang Hao, Hu Weidong, Lu Yudong, Jiang Xingquan, Su Jiqing, and Zhang Guoyang. Entertainment icons like Lu Dahua, Jay Chou, Lin Jin, Lu Yifei, and Nicholas Tsai are also present. Today's match is truly a spectacle that commands the attention of the masses. At this moment, the Dragon Nation athletes have arrived at the arena in their team bus. Cheer on. Charge forth. Wu Gu. Take them down. Yao Ming. Let us go. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the spectators outside the arena, the Dragon Nation players enter the venue. Soon after, the American team's bus arrives slowly. Kobe. Kobe. The fans of Kobe erupt in cheers once more as each member of the American team steps into the arena. Pre-match interviews. Dragon Nation team. Jonas. I am thrilled to stand on this final stage. The American team is a formidable opponent, but I have faith in my players that we can defeat them and secure the ultimate victory. Yao Ming, regardless of who my opponent may be. Now that I am on this stage, I want to declare that I am ready. We fight to the last breath. There will be no retreat. We will fight to the death. Wu Gu. As you know, the American team is exceptionally talented. However, it is unfortunate for them that they have encountered me. Today, I am not alone. I carry the hopes and aspirations of 3 billion compatriots behind me. This match shall be ours. Jesus himself cannot impede our victory. American team, Kobe, the Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team reaching the finals proves their formidable strength. We are prepared. Although they possess great capability, we have every reason to claim the ultimate triumph. LeBron, I have been following Wu Gu since the draft. I look forward to playing alongside him one day. But not today. In this match, we have compelling reasons to secure a win. Old K, I never underestimate any opponent, especially not the Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team that has reached the finals. I believe this will be an exhilarating contest, yet I am confident we will emerge victorious. 30 minutes before the match, players entering the arena. In the players' tunnel, all members of the Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team formed a circle, raising their hands to motivate and encourage one another. 1, 2, 3. For the dream we strive for. Charge. Yao Ming exclaimed, as his words echoed. Yao Ming led the charge onto the court. The crowd erupted. The atmosphere was electric with fervent cheers. Following him, Wu Gu sprinted onto the court. Wu Gu. Wu Gu. The audience chanted in unison for this nearly legendary Olympic most valuable player. Soon after, all members of the Dragon Kingdom team, Yi Jinlian, Zhu Fengyu, Sun Yu Lu Wei, Wang Shipeng, Du Feng, Li Nan, Chen Jianghua, and Wang Lei, entered the arena amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the fans. Next came the American basketball team. Kobe, LeBron, Wade, Anthony, Paul, and other players made their entrance from the tunnel. Commentary team, Zhang Jinping, Zhang Weiping. Yu Jia starting lineups. Dragon Kingdom team. Point guard, Wu Gu shooting guard, Sun Yu small forward, Zhu Fengyu power forward, Yi Jinlian center, Yao Ming American team. Point guard, Jason Kidd shooting guard, Kobe Bryant small forward, LeBron James power forward, Carmelo Anthony center, Dwight Howard. Both teams began their warm-up routines. As per their usual practice, the American team showcased their dominance with thunderous dunks. Kobe, Howard, LeBron, and others executed an array of windmill and between-the-legs dunks. On the side of the Dragon Kingdom team, Wu Gu instructed Li Zhilao a Lian to position himself beneath the basket with a basketball in hand. What was his intention? This immediately captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Wu Gu approached the mid-court line and began his run. He then reached a Lian, and with a powerful leap, he took off. In midair, he seized the basketball from a Lian's grasp, turned his back to the hoop, and executed a stunning under-the-leg switch dunk. The ball thundered through the hoop, emitting a sound akin to a pained groan. "Oh my goodness." The foreign journalists on the sidelines were left agape, utterly astonished. "What a play. Woo-go. Incredible." The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Even Kobe shook his head in disbelief. Every shot was simply astonishing. Amidst the roar of admiration, the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. Lien and Howard leaped for the jump ball at midcourt. Bang! Howard tapped the basketball to Kidd, and the game officially began. The American team launched their offense. Kidd dribbled forward, handing the ball to Kobe, who attempted to break through, but Sun Yu firmly positioned himself in front. Kobe had no choice but to pass to Anthony, who was stationed in the paint. Anthony attempted to back down Lien, executing a shoulder fake before turning to shoot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming soared high above Howard to secure the rebound. "What a splendid defensive play," Zhang Jinping praised. Now it was the Dragon Nation's turn to attack. After receiving the ball from Yao Ming, Wuge pushed it across half-court. "Little Kidd, there you are again." Wuge grinned mischievously at Kidd, who had been thoroughly outplayed in the group stage. Kidd felt a tightening in his pants, thinking, "Oh no, that smile again." Without a hint of hesitation, Wuge exploded into a rapid sprint, executing a lightning-fast between-the-legs dribble, followed by a step-back three-pointer that left Kidd helplessly watching the ball soar over his head. Swish. A perfect shot. 3-0. What a play. What beauty. An impeccable start. Sun Jinping shouted excitedly. The rhythm of Wu Ji's dribbling and his final shooting motion were flawlessly synchronized. Perfect. Zhang Heli commended. Wuge. Incredible. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Coach Old K shook his head from the sidelines, surprised that even the team's best defender, Kidd, could not contain this young talent. "Just watching him play excites me." Kidd looked at Wuge with a sense of grievance, like a wounded little victim. Eating, sleeping, and playing basketball. Wuge ignites the first spark for the Dragon Country basketball team. Chapter 71. Showtime. The match continues. The American team initiates their offense. Kidd skillfully dribbles past half court and delivers the ball to the team's cornerstone, Kobe. With a triple threat stance, Kobe swiftly pivots and, with a sudden turn, shakes off Sun Yu's defense, driving towards the basket for a shot. Swish. It ripples through the net. 3-2. Kobe's offensive prowess remains utterly inscrutable. It appears illogical. Yet it finds its mark. A commentary from the great Bryant. The Dragon Country team now takes their turn to attack. Wuge advanced the ball past half court, delivering it to the positioned Yao Ming. The entire team spread out, and the little giant commenced his masterclass against the beast. With a mesmerizing dreamlike footwork, Yao executed a swift turn and a hook shot, leaving Howard as a mere spectator. Swish. 5-2. Splendid. Yao Ming's footwork was exquisite, and his touch was remarkably soft. Zhang Jinping praised. What a play. The crowd erupted in cheers. The American team launched their attack. Kobe, with a penetrating drive, drew in Jillian's defense and passed the ball to the baseline, where Carmelo Anthony awaited. The latter took a three-point shot. Swish. The basketball found its mark. Following his basket, Carmelo showcased his signature celebration, 3 fingers to the head. 5-5. From the outset, it was evident that both sides were evenly matched. Ujia remarked. Indeed, today is destined to be a fierce contest. Zhang Weiping concurred. Turning back, Wuge advances the ball past the halfway line. Big Yao sets a screen. Wuge accelerated with a swift step, effortlessly breaking through beside Yao. Facing Howard, he executed a magician's pass. Yao Ming received the ball seamlessly and executed a thunderous dunk. The rim reverberated with a crisp sound. 7-5. A spectacular dunk. The entire arena erupted in applause. Today, the Chinese men's basketball team exuded an extraordinary spirit. They began by exploiting Yao Ming's dominance in the paint. Yu Jia analyzed. The American team launched their offense. Leveraging his physical prowess, LeBron James maneuvered past Zhu Fangyu and delivered a powerful dunk beneath the basket. 7-7. The score was once again tied. The intensity was palpable. It was incredibly fierce. Coach Tao Wan in the stands remarked as he turned back. Wuge dribbled the ball past the half-court, signaling for the team to spread out, preparing for a one-on-one play. Wuge executed a sudden burst of acceleration followed by a dazzling double crossover, effortlessly leaving Kidd bewildered before him. Thud. Kidd collapsed onto the ground. Wuge approached the free throw line and effortlessly tossed the ball towards the backboard. He then leaped high into the restricted area, catching the basketball for a self-lob dunk, all while Howard looked on in astonishment. Wu seized the soaring basketball in midair and forcefully slammed it into the hoop. B00M. The rim emitted a piercing shriek. 9-7. Upon landing, Wu celebrated with a commanding fist pump. What a dunk! So powerful! The audience rose in unison, cheering with fervor. An exquisite shot. This play vividly showcased Wu's innate athleticism and exceptional body coordination. Yu Jia exclaimed with excitement. The American team launched an offensive. Kobe, with a swift cross-step, deftly maneuvered past Sun Yu, charging into the paint for a soaring dunk. The basketball thundered as it crashed into the hoop. 9-9. Simply remarkable. I have a feeling that today's match will extend to the very last moment. Yu Jia reflected. Turning back, Wu, confronting Kid's defense, promptly called for a screen and executed a mismatched isolation against Howard. Wu incessantly executed rapid cross dribbles beneath his hips, feigning a breakthrough to deceive Howard. He then performed a dazzling retreat, launching an audacious three-pointer without hesitation. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! It found the net with precision. The score stood at 12-9. What a splendid shot from Wu. On the sidelines, Louis Fei fervently cheered. The cameras promptly captured the enchanting figure of this little dragon girl. What a remarkable three-pointer. It was executed with impeccable rationale, Zhang Heli exclaimed with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Old K called for a timeout to strategize their defense, as his previous arrangements failed to effectively contain Wu's prowess. Old K instructed, Kobe, you shall defend Wu. Block him. Jonas rallied the team. Come on, lads. Let's play hard and secure a victory tonight. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed, and both teams re-engaged in an intense offensive battle. This evening, the tactics of the Dragon Country were crystal clear, for players would defend while one would attack. The American team, on the other hand, showcased a multifaceted approach. On the court, Wu executed a step-back three-pointer in the face of Kobe and made the shot. LeBron James delivered a powerful windmill dunk in the paint. Wu deftly maneuvered past the switch defender Howard, driving to the basket and executing a flawless 360-degree layup. Kobe unleashed a three-pointer, effortlessly scoring over Sun Yu. Wu capitalized onto Yao's screen, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Wade executed a mesmerizing Euro step, skillfully finishing with a layup. Wu charged towards the basket, soaring over Wade for a powerful dunk. LeBron James then made a three-point shot from the perimeter. Wu once again scores from beyond the arc. Kobe executes a back-to-the-basket move against Sun Yu, successfully sinking a mid-range jumper. Wu, with his back to Kid, executed a series of shoulder fakes, culminating in an exceptionally challenging turnaround shot that found its mark. The intense exchange of offense on the court left the audience in awe, eliciting gasps of admiration. Wu shouldered the entire burden of the Dragon Nation's men's basketball team, advancing with an array of scoring techniques that left spectators in awe. Neither team was willing to yield to the other. Although both appeared to be scoring, they were equally committed to defensive efforts, entangled in physical confrontations throughout the first half. Kobe, Anthony, James, and Wade showcased their prowess, while Wu responded with a series of remarkable answer balls, executing difficult shots that countered the American team's advances. The strategy for the Dragon Nation's men's basketball team in the first half was singular. Wu, attack with confidence. Our defense stands behind you. As the first half concluded, the Dragon Nation led the American team by a narrow margin of 60-58, entering the second half with a 2-point advantage. Wu has astonishingly scored 38 points, along with 5 assists and 3 rebounds in the first half. Yao Ming contributed 12 points, while Kobe led the American team with an impressive 22 points. LeBron added 18 points, and Anthony scored 12. As the halftime break commences, it is undeniably the most remarkable individual performance I have ever witnessed. Today, the basketball deity dons the number 6 jersey. Zhang Zhengping exclaimed excitedly, incredible. Never before have I seen a player single-handedly challenge the American team until I witnessed Wu. The Argentine coach, a long-standing rival of the American team, also expressed his amazement. Wu, MVP, MVP, MVP. The entire arena erupted in deafening cheers for Wu, the sound reverberating throughout the venue. As the players from the Dragon Nation returned to the locker room amidst the fans' fervent support, the American team members, Howard, LeBron, and Kobe, walked solemnly towards their locker room, the carefree spirit they had earlier now absent. Dear viewers, let us continue to cheer for our men's basketball team. I believe that miracles await us tonight. The outcome remains uncertain, and we are all dark horses. Yu Jia passionately proclaimed from the commentary booth. Today, I, Wu am donning the number 23 jersey. No doubt about it. Amazing. Amazing. Woo God, lead our men's basketball team to victory. The online discussions surged as the newly upgraded server of a certain platform faced overwhelming traffic, once again overwhelmed by Woo Ji's prowess. On the other side of the world, American fans gasped in astonishment. OMG. This number 6, my goodness. Is he even human? Are we about to lose again? SHT. FCK. Number 6. Rose marveled. Woo. I never imagined you had reached such heights. Chapter 72. The Return of the King. I have never felt so close to the championship. Yuji's voice quivered with emotion. Indeed. I hope our men's basketball team continues to exert themselves in the second half and secures this game. Zhang Jinping expressed his hopes. In the respective locker rooms, Dragon Nation. Eunice. Woo. How are you feeling? Wugu sat in his seat, drinking water with great enthusiasm, smiling as he declared. I feel fantastic right now, and I believe this is just the beginning. I have never felt so invigorated. Diao exclaimed. Wugu. You are a true man. Alian added. Wugu. After this match, I shall treat you to Law Fight. The American coach, Lao Ke, urged. Do you still want to win? Increase the intensity. Double team. Suffocate their number 6, and give Wu no chance to shoot. James responded, in the second half, I will guard Wu. James affirmed, yes, coach. I believe we will emerge victorious. Kobe, the Black Mamba, revealed a resolute gaze, stating, Wu is a respectable opponent, but we are formidable as well. And so the second half commenced. The teams switched sides, ready to battle anew. Kobe, Anthony, and James continued their momentum from the first half, launching a barrage of shots from the perimeter, relentlessly attacking the Dragon Country men's basketball team from beyond the arc. As Wugu faced James's defense, he adeptly utilized his footwork and Yao screens, consistently finding open shots and sinking crucial baskets. Although the American men's basketball team displayed remarkable precision, the distribution of ball possession ultimately hindered them. In contrast, the Dragon Nation's offense revolved around Wugu, providing greater continuity, which allowed them to gradually extend their lead. With the clock showing 6 minutes and 20 seconds, the score fluctuated. Dragon Nation 78, America 71. Come on. Increase the intensity. Old K exclaimed, stomping his feet in frustration. Quickly calling a timeout. You must maintain the pressure. Double team him decisively. Do not retreat after a brief engagement. Block his attacks. Continue to restrict him defensively. I refuse to believe he can sustain this performance until the final buzzer. Yuna's encouraged. Excellent. Woo. Keep playing like this. It's quite reasonable. Yuming added. Incredible. My brother. I am proud of you. The Croatian head coach exclaimed. Goodness. Is this the strongest version of Wu we are witnessing? What kind of monster are we facing? A Croatian guard remarked. I am grateful for Wu's mercy. The Lithuanian coach reflected. I once thought Wu had reached his limits. But today's game has proven me utterly mistaken. Ginobili declared. This is the greatest individual performance I have ever witnessed. Wu has already scored 50 points. MVP. 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 At that moment, the roar of the crowd resonated to the heavens, creating a wave of sound that seemed poised to shatter the arena. Meanwhile, the camera panned to Wugu on the bench, attentively absorbing Yuna's strategies, exuding an aura of calm and command. Even in the face of overwhelming opposition, Wugu remained unfazed, as Yujia praised. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, with Dragon Nation on the attack. Wugu advances the ball past half-court. Jianlian sets a pick, allowing Wugu to maneuver around him, confronting Bosch's defense. Wugu initiated a rapid acceleration, deftly maneuvering past Bosch and swiftly descending towards the basket, confronting the towering Howard below. Get down. Howard bellowed as he leaped into the air. The towering Wugu smirked, propelling himself off the ground with both legs, executing a breathtaking mid-air full dunk, evading Howard's block. The rim reverberated with a thunderous impact. The score stood at 80-71, with a 9-point lead. What an exquisite play. A splendid dunk by Wugu. The entire audience erupted in applause. However, in that moment, the crowd noticed Wugu had collapsed beneath the hoop, clutching his right foot. What was happening? Could it be? The collective heart of the spectators plummeted in despair. At that instant, the replay revealed that Wugu had inadvertently stepped on Wade's foot upon landing, resulting in a disturbing 90-degree bend. Oh no, could this be the end? All the fans gasped in horror. Wugu. On the sidelines, Jonas, along with Yu Ming and Yi Jianlian, rushed to the scene in alarm. Wugu forced a smile and said, Brother Yao, today, I may have reached my limit here. De Yao had already burst into tears, exclaiming, Wugu, you have done remarkably well. Leave the rest to us. Wu Gu raised a thumbs up in a gesture of encouragement, only to be carried away by medical personnel from the players' tunnel, as the entire audience stood in a heartfelt farewell. Strangely, Coach Lau Ke felt an inexplicable sense of relief at that moment. It remained uncertain whether Wu Gu would return to the game. And now it was up to the players from Longwu on the court to maintain their advantage. Yu Jia spoke with a heavy heart, expressing hope for Wu Ji's return. Zhang Heli echoed this sentiment with anticipation. Fans in front of televisions and large screens felt a pang of anxiety for Wu Gu's well-being. Yunus substituted Lu Wei into the game, while Coach Lau Ke seized the opportunity to replace Wade with Paul and Boozer. The match resumed. The American team initiated their attack. Paul, utilizing Boozer's screen, penetrated the paint, forcing Yu Ming to provide help defense. With a resounding thud, Paul swiftly passed the ball to Boozer, who was lurking beyond the arc. Boozer launched a three-pointer. Swish. It found the net with precision. The score was now 80-74. The Longwu men's basketball team needed to bolster their defense. They could not allow the American team to score so effortlessly. Zhang Jinping expressed his concern. The Longwu team commenced their attack. Lu Wei dribbled across half-court and delivered the ball to Yao Ming. Faced with Boozer's defense, Yao showcased his dazzling footwork. But Boozer leveraged his bulk to firmly establish his position. Meanwhile, LeBron James was closing in from the baseline. Yao was compelled to pass the ball to Zhu Fengyu on the perimeter. Zhu launched a three-pointer. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Kobe seized the rebound and swiftly advanced to the front court. Evading Sun Yu's pursuit with a graceful spin, he easily maneuvered past him, prompting Yi Jianlian to provide support. In a moment of brilliance, Kobe executed a no-look pass to Chris Bosh, who was poised beyond the three-point line, ready to strike. With unwavering confidence, Bosh released the shot. Swish. It pierced through the net. The score was now 80-77. Following his basket, Bosh roared, "I am the Dragon King." Bosh's exceptional shot drew exuberant cheers from Kobe, LeBron, and their teammates. The American team, with consecutive three-pointers, silenced the arena, which fell into a hushed stillness. In the ensuing 3 minutes, the American team grew bolder. Kobe and Anthony combined for 9 points, propelling their team to a 4-point lead. The Longwu team could only rely on a strong drive from Yao Ming for 2 points, trailing 82-86 with just 1 minute remaining in the third quarter. Is this truly the end? Yu Jia sighed. Yunus sat on the bench, despondently cradling his head. It's over. Wu's absence has had a significant impact on Longwu's team, lamented the coaches from Lithuania, Argentina, and Croatia. Yes, we're assured of victory. The American bench erupted in celebration. Just then, a flurry of applause resonated through the venue as the man, accompanied by staff, made his way back to the players' tunnel once more. What did I witness? Our Wu Gu, he has returned. Yu Jia, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears. Heaven knows how those minutes without Wu Gu passed. MV. Wu Gu. The crowd erupted in jubilation, thunderous applause filling the air. Upon returning to the bench, Wu Gu even brushed off Deji's attire, a detail deftly captured by the cameras. Kobe observed the scene, feeling an uncanny familiarity, albeit that occasion involved the one clad in green, number 34. Chapter 73, a spectacle of unmatched offense. Wu. Yunus joyfully embraced Wu Gu. The hero has returned. This match has truly become captivating. In the stands, Ginobili murmured in agreement. Everyone nodded in consensus. The Chinese national basketball team with and without Wu Gu is akin to two entirely different entities. Yi Jianlian's powerful move under the rim was thwarted by Howard's block. The ball going out of bounds. Beep. Yunus immediately called for a timeout. Yi Jianlian and his teammates, including Yao Ming, joyously embraced Wu Gu upon his return. Yunus, Wu. Are you all right? Wu Gu. I feel fantastic, coach. I've never felt so relaxed before. Yunus, okay. In a moment, you will take the lead in the attack. Essentially, you will set screens for Wu Gu. If one screen doesn't work, then set two. Today, it's imperative that you create opportunities for mismatches and one-on-one situations. All right, coach. The entire team nodded in agreement. Old K, you all need to double-team Wu. Do not allow him any room to shoot. Understood. The members of the American Dream Team all expressed their consent. After the timeout, the game resumes. The Longwu team is on the offense. Wu Gu received the basketball beyond the three-point line. Confronted by his defender, the 183 centimeters tall 58 Luo. He confidently executed a triple threat stance before leaping for a clean pull-up three-pointer. Paul could only desperately attempt to block, colliding directly with Wu Gu. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc swish. It found nothing but net. 85-86. Wu Gu was directly knocked to the ground by Paul, The referee's whistle blew. A splendid 3-1 play. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wu Ji's contribution is immensely significant. He made an impact immediately upon his return, Yu Jiao praised. Old K quickly substituted Darren for Paul, as the 183 centimeters tall Paul was indeed at a disadvantage in terms of height. It can be said that the gamble failed. He initially intended to rely on Paul's speed to contain Wu Gu, but was unexpectedly met with such intensity upon his return. Both Du Feng and others hurriedly rushed forward to assist Wu Gu to his feet. Wu Gu approached the free throw line, and with the referee's signal, he executed a flawless shot. Swish. The additional free throw was successful. The score stood at 86-86, bringing both teams to a deadlock once more. The American team initiated their offense. Darren dribbled past the half-court line, making a forceful drive, while Wu Gu closely shadowed him. Seeing no opportunity, he passed to the baseline to Anthony, who launched a three-pointer. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Anthony bellowed as he went for the rebound. Howard leaped high, poised to seize the ball. Suddenly, a large yellow hand swooped down from above Howard's head, performing a magnificent peach-plucking maneuver, securing the rebound effortlessly. What astonishing vertical leap! Wu Gu. The audience gasped in astonishment. With the basketball in hand, Wu Gu propelled forward into the frontcourt. Only 8 seconds remained. Darren and Wade adhered closely to Wu Gu. Get out of my way. Wu Gu roared, charging into the paint, driving forcefully past Wade and Darren. With one hand gripping the ball, he soared towards the hoop with tremendous force. Boom. The rim emitted a painful screech. Bang. Wade and Darren were sent sprawling away from the basket. Upon landing, Wu Gu cast a sidelong glance at the two, fiercely declaring, "This is my domain." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Ah! Wow! Wu Gu, you are a god. The audience rose in unison, fervently applauding. The cheers reverberated throughout the arena. The Dragon Nation's bench waved towels in jubilation. Meanwhile, on the American bench, Reed and Paul gaped in disbelief, as if they could swallow an egg whole. That was unbelievably fierce. The ancient warrior Guan Yu's solitary charge into battle resonated in the past, just as Wu Ji's singular drive overwhelmed the American men's basketball team. Yu Jia exclaimed in excitement. With Wu Ji's buzzer-beater dunk, the third quarter concluded. The Dragon Nation men's basketball team led 88-86 against the American team. By the end of the third quarter, Wu Gu had amassed an astonishing 58 points, unstoppable. The American broadcast. Today's game was live-streamed across the nation, attracting a significant viewership despite the time difference. As the match took place in the afternoon, the audience numbers rivaled that of the finals, fueled by the star power of Kobe, James, Howard, and Wu Ji's extraordinary display of individual heroism, resonating perfectly with the American aesthetic, reminiscent of a lone hero. In the TNT broadcast room, Barkley exclaimed, "WTF? Is our invincible dream team about to lose?" "Hey," Smith replied, "as long as Kobe and James perform well, there shouldn't be a problem." Though I am a fan of Wu, the American men's team still holds the upper hand. Barkley conceded, indeed, in the crucial fourth quarter. The Dragon Nation starters have logged significant minutes, and their stamina will certainly pose a major challenge. Wuxong Arena. Intermission. On the American bench, Coach K. "Everyone, keep pushing. I believe in your abilities. You are exceptional. It's the final quarter, and we shall surely triumph over them. We possess superior stamina." Kobe and LeBron. "Make sure to penetrate and distribute the ball to orchestrate the team's offense." "Understood, Coach." On the bench, Kobe and LeBron wiped the sweat from their foreheads with towels. On the Dragon Nation bench, Jonas, "Gentlemen, to be leading by 2 points against the American basketball team at this stage fills me with pride, especially you, Wu and Yao. You both are outstanding." "Understood, Coach." The players of Dragon Nation nodded in agreement. Wu Gu. "Everyone, keep pushing forward. During the remaining time, I will take care of the scoring, so you need not feel any pressure. Just focus on creating space and defending." "Yao Ming, pass the ball to me or Wu Gu. As long as the two of us are on the court, feel free to relax and play your game. We've got this. 1, 2, 3, let us go." The team formed a circle, encouraging one another. The fourth quarter of the game resumes. The United States team lineup. Kobe, LeBron, Anthony, Bosh, Howard. The U.S. team has fielded its ultimate lineup, ready to clinch the victory. The Dragon Country team lineup. Wu Gu, Li Nan, Wang Shipeng, Du Feng, De Ji. The main players have almost played the entire third quarter and are taking a short break. Oh, with this lineup, the United States team is aiming to seal the game. The Dragon Country team must swiftly substitute in Yao Ming. Zhang Heli expressed his concern. The United States team launches an offense. LeBron dribbles past half court, with Wang Shipong closely guarding him. However, the disparity in physique is immense. LeBron executes a dribble drive, easily pushing past Wang Shipong, and arrives at the basket for a powerful one-handed slam dunk. The rim resonates with a thunderous sound. 88-88. The Dragon Country team is on the offensive. Wooga dribbles past the halfway line. Deji steps up to set a screen, immediately creating a mismatch to isolate Howard for a one-on-one. Wooga swiftly accelerated, executing a front double crossover that bewildered Howard, before retreating and launching a jump shot. LeBron, mismatched against the towering Yao Ming, advanced to provide defensive support. Wooga delivered a precise pass to the corner for Deji, who, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, swish. It nestled perfectly into the net. 91-88. What an exquisite shot. Deji, with his enduring prowess, remained unyielding in this crucial moment, sinking a three-pointer of immeasurable worth. Zhang Jinping lauded him. At this juncture, it was indeed vital for someone to alleviate Wu Ji's burden. Zhang Heli remarked. In the stands, Scola observed this remarkable three-pointer. Now the American team would hesitate to double-team Wu, for there was someone capable of scoring, and any attempt to trap him would come at a steep price. Back to the court, the American team pressed forward. LeBron James pushed the ball past half-court. Facing Wang Shipong's defense, he took a step back and unleashed a long-range three-pointer. The basketball sailed through the air, swish. Another three-pointer. 91-91. The score was tied once again. This clash was simply exhilarating. All the observing teams couldn't help but exclaim. The Dragon Country team advanced on offense. Wooga advanced past half-court, once again executing a pick-and-roll with Du Feng, isolating himself against Bosch, with a deft crossover dribble followed by a retreat. He elevated for a jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Wooga had executed a splendid answer fall, magnificent. Yu Jia exclaimed with excitement. The score stood at 94-91. Following his three-pointer, Wooga playfully taunted his opponents. Incredible. Wooga. The crowd erupted in fervor once more. Chapter 74. The Crisis of Endurance. Wow. Wu Ji's three-pointer was extraordinary today. Every shot he took seemed to find the net. Yu Jia marveled. At that moment, the camera captured Wooga, exuberantly celebrating his successful shot. So impressive. Wooga, you are truly remarkable. Countless fans in attendance shouted in unison. Back to the game. The American team launched another offensive. LeBron James executed a drive and dished the ball to Bosch at the top of the key. Bosch took a mid-range jumper. Du Feng, determined to thwart the shot, extended his long arms to contest Bosch's attempt, perhaps due to the interference. A loud clang echoed as Bosch's seemingly certain basket veered away from the rim. The rebound soared high, and Wooga seized it. Remarkably, that shot did not go in. Coach K, watching from the sidelines, buried his head in his hands. The entire arena of fans was instantly ignited by that spectacular defensive play. Fast break. Fast break. Wooga. Wooga propelled the ball into the front court, confronted by the dual defense of Anthony and James. He deftly passed to the open Wang Shipong at the baseline. Without hesitation, Wang Shipong unleashed a swift shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. 97-91, a splendid shot. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers for the cold-blooded shooter, Wang Shipong. Coach K, in exasperation, was compelled to call another timeout. Originally, with key players like Yao Ming absent, the team had aimed to widen the score gap, yet they found themselves conceding 2 three-pointers. Wooga was formidable. Not only could he score, but he also attracted double teams, delivering exquisite assists. Unstoppable. Zhang Jinping excitedly analyzed. On the bench, Yao Ming, Jianlian, and other key players rose to celebrate, exchanging high-fives with Wooga and the players on the court. This fleeting lead was crucial, affording Yao and his teammates a rare moment of respite. Upon returning from the timeout, James immediately called for a pick-and-roll with Bosch, driving into the paint before dishing out to Kobe on the perimeter. Kobe launched a three-pointer. Swish. It smoothly found its mark. 97-94. Kobe's challenging shot successfully stabilized the situation for Team USA. The Longwa team launched their offense. Wooga dribbled past the halfway line, confronting James' defense. He called for a screen and once more engaged in a one-on-one against Howard. With a swift step, Wooga executed a quick start, deftly breaching Howard's defense. Upon reaching the basket, he faced Howard's relentless pursuit and, with a sudden halt, released a jump shot. Swish. The basketball ricocheted twice off the rim before gracefully rolling into the net. The score stood at 99-94. Magnificent. The crowd erupted in cheers. The American team launched their offense. Anthony received a pass from LeBron beyond the three-point line and confidently released the shot. Swish. A three-pointer that struck like a thunderbolt. The score was now 99-97. Truly spectacular. This confrontation is destined to be etched in history. From the stands, Gasol of the Spanish team marveled at the unfolding drama. The Dragon Nation initiated their attack. A foul was called on James, resulting in a dead ball, prompting the Dragon Nation to substitute all their main players. Yao Ming set a screen for Wu Gu, who skillfully maneuvered around James' defense. At the baseline, Alien promptly passed the ball to Wu Gu. As Wu Gu found himself with an open shot, he faced the impending defense from the opposing team with ruthless precision, executing a swift three-pointer. Swish. The more critical the moments became, the more resolute Wu Gu appeared. He delivered a decisive blow, 102-97. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. The American team launched their offense. Kobe maneuvered past Sunyu with deft footwork, distributing the ball to Bosch on the perimeter. Bosch unleashed another three-pointer. Swish. He struck back at Wu Gu with a three of his own, 102-100. The American team narrowed the gap to just 2 points. Subsequently, Wu Gu attempted a three-pointer against James's defense, driving into the lane, only to be disrupted, leading to a delicate floater. Clang. It ricocheted off the rim. Howard secured the rebound. The American team initiated a fast break. James caught Howard's long pass, relaying it to Anthony, who then returned it to James for a thunderous dunk. 102-102, with 7 minutes remaining. Once again, the score was tied. Wu Gu, are you all right? At this moment, Yao Ming approached the breathless Wu Gu. Meanwhile, Jonas promptly called for a timeout. There was no other intention but to grant Wu Gu a moment to recuperate. It seemed Wu Ji's stamina was facing a slight challenge, having played a full 30 minutes. He had already amassed an astounding 66 points, rendering him virtually invincible. Yu Jia remarked. Indeed, it should be noted that the highest scorer for the American team, Kobe, had only managed 33 points, making Wu Ji's tally double that of his adversary. Zhang He reasoned. MVP. 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 The crowd erupted in chants, rallying in support of Wu Gu. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the tournament's leading scorer. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Dragon Nation team substituted all their starters. The Dragon Nation team advanced offensively. James declared, Wu, you've reached your limit. Haven't you? You want to score another point in my presence. With that, he stepped forward, closely guarding Wu Gu with unwavering intensity. Is that so, LeBron? Then let us see you try. Wu Gu's expression revealed his unwavering determination. Wu Gu passed the ball to the towering Yao Ming in the paint, while he positioned himself at the right side 45-degree angle. Thud. Thud. Yao Ming engaged in a one-on-one against the formidable Dwight Howard, drawing a double team from LeBron James. Before returning the pass to Wu Gu received a pass from Yao, and James swiftly retreated on defense. Wu Gu executed a deceptive shot fake, gathering the ball and driving towards the paint. In the astonished gaze of James, he launched a floater against the defending Howard. Swish. The floater found its mark. 104-102, a beautifully executed shot, brimming with finesse. Zhang Weiping exclaimed with excitement. The American team initiated their offense. Anthony, with his back to the basket, engaged in a series of shoulder fakes against Zhu Fengyu before rising for a shot. Swish. The turnaround jumper also scored. 104-104, once again tied. Only 5 minutes remained on the clock. Unlike the Dragon Country team, which struggled to score relying solely on Wu Gu, the American team showcased a far more fluid offense, with every player capable of contributing to the scoreboard. This is precisely where the strength of the American men's basketball team lies. Analyzing from the sidelines, the Argentine coach remarked. The Dragon Country team commenced their attack. Wu Gu dribbles the ball past the halfway line, gazing at James, who stands a meter away from him on the three-point line. Wu Gu launched an extraordinary three-pointer from an immense distance at the L0G0. What just transpired? LeBron James exclaimed in disbelief. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Swish. A direct hit. After sinking the basket, Wu Gu gazed confidently at James, declaring with a smile, I just made that shot. You couldn't stop me. What a magnificent play. That was a stunning shot. Yu Jia rose from his seat in excitement. Wow, Wu Gu, you're incredible. The crowd erupted in sheer ecstasy. At this moment, a three-pointer held immense significance. Turning back, the U.S. Team initiated their offense. In an attempt to reclaim his pride, James utilized his physicality to overpower Wu Gu, who was left with no choice but to attempt to steal. Seizing the opportunity, James hurled the ball towards the hoop. Beep. The referee's whistle echoed. Wu Gu committed a foul. LeBron stepped up to the free throw line. Swish. Swish. LeBron made both free throws. The score was 107 to 106. As the American team valiantly caught up once more. Beep. Jonas quickly called for another timeout, allowing Wu Gu a moment to rest, as his stamina had been depleted, relying now on his teammates to secure him some respite. Following the timeout, the game resumed. Lu Wei replaced Wu Gu on the court. The Longwood team initiated their offense. Lu Wei, with composure, dribbled past half-court, executed a pick-and-roll with Yao Ming, passing to him. Yao Ming, drawing a double team. Pass to the corner, where Yi Jianlian awaited. Yi Jianlian launched a three-pointer from an open position. Swish. The open three-pointer found its mark. 110 to 106. Yi Jianlian let out a triumphant roar. Well shot, Yi. Zhang Jinping praised. Old K's expression darkened. The 2 minutes during which Wu Gu rested had been a golden opportunity to regain the lead, yet they conceded a three-pointer instead. Turning back. The American team launched their offense. Kobe received a pass from Paul, who had just substituted in, and without hesitation, launched a three-pointer over Sun Yu. Swish. It found the net with precision, showcasing his killer instinct. 110 to 109, the American team once again narrowed the gap to a single point. Kobe truly has a heart of steel, Zhang Heli exclaimed in disbelief. The hearts of countless fans in the stands were instantly set aflame with suspense. Chapter 75. The decisive moment the Longwood team was on the offensive. Yao Ming, with his back to the basket, executed a dreamlike footwork against the beast. Releasing a soft hook shot. Swish. The basketball cleanly swished through the net, steadying the troops. 112 to 109, a crucial play by Yao Ming that stabilized the situation. However, before Yu Jia could finish his sentence, the American team launched a fast break. Carmelo Anthony, positioned beyond the three-point line, once again took a shot. Swish. It confidently found the basket. 112 to 112, with only 2 minutes remaining, both teams found themselves once again at the same starting line. Wu Gu has been waiting on the sidelines to enter the game. Hurry. Substitute Wu Gu for the foul. Zhang Heli exclaimed excitedly. Coach Zhang, mind your image. Yu Jia quickly reminded. Lu Wei also understood the assignment perfectly, knowing he had successfully fulfilled his task. He delivered a fierce blow to James. Beep. Number 5 of the Dragon Nation, Lu Wei commits a foul. Bravo, Lu Wei. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, expressing their utmost respect for Lu Wei, who had secured precious resting time for Wu Gu in those few minutes. It can be said that while Lu Wei was struggling to advance past half-court, without him, the Dragon Nation might not have even crossed half-court against the relentless pressure of the American team. Resurrect. Lu Wei. The game continues. The American team takes the sideline ball. Kobe receives the pass from James, just beyond the three-point line, executing a classic triple threat move before forcing a three-point fadeaway jumper over Sun Yu. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Swish. A heart-piercing shot. A cold-blooded three-pointer. The score stands at 115 to 112. With only 1 minute and 45 seconds left, the American team leads by 3 points. Oh my goodness. Kobe has sunk a three-pointer. Zhang Heli gasped. Help. The entire crowd covered their faces in disbelief. Undoubtedly, this three-pointer was lethal. Would anyone step up? Yu Jia felt a bit disheartened. They had persevered until the last moment, so close to victory. Could they really falter here? In front of the television, online, fans across the nation could hardly bear to watch. A quick acting remedy was desperately needed. In the TNT broadcast room, haha, Kobe, a hero, Barkley exclaimed. Smith also praised. The Black Mamba has unleashed his deadly fangs once again. Back to the game. The Dragon Nation attacks. Wu Gu advanced the ball past the half-court. While the Yu set a screen to facilitate the play, Wu Gu engaged in a one-on-one duel with Howard, while their teammates stood aside, observing the confrontation between the two. I will certainly defend against you, growled Howard, a two-time Defensive Player of the Year, as he fixed his intense gaze upon Wu Gu. This basket was crucial for the Dragon Country team. The entire audience had risen to their feet, holding their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Wu Gu. It must go in, everyone thought, their focus unwavering. Bam, bam, bam. As Wu Gu faced Howard's defense, he began to dribble, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I will glide past you as effortlessly as crossing a road at dawn. Howard, upon witnessing Wu Ji's dribbling, dared not relent. intensifying his pressure on Wugo. Wugo executed a series of intricate crossovers beneath his legs, deftly manipulating the center of gravity of his opponent, Wahua. With a sudden burst of speed, he feigned a breakthrough to the right, only to swiftly retract the ball and transition to the left. As the basketball danced rapidly between his legs, he unleashed 2 consecutive signature Allen Iverson crossovers, leaving Howard utterly bewildered and off balance. Seizing the moment, Wugo propelled himself upward for a spectacular shot, retreating while launching a three-pointer. Howard hastily regained his balance to contest the shot, however. The ball had already soared from Wu Ji's fingertips. It flew towards the American team's hoop with the precision of a 16x scope 98K sniper rifle. Bang! It swished through the net. The score stood at 115 to 115, with both teams returning to a level playing field, just 1 minute and 24 seconds remaining. The crowd erupted. "I told you, Wu Di is capable. What of the beast? Wu Di just scored right over him. A cold-blooded three-pointer." And Wu Xin's veins run icy. Instantly, the arena was filled with exhilarated fans, raising their arms in celebration. This shot by Wu Gu was pivotal. Hope was rekindled. Yu Jia, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped to his feet. Zhang Heli and Zhang Zhengping also stood up. In this moment, no one could remain seated. Meanwhile, friends who had initially turned off their televisions rushed to switch them back on, eagerly watching the replay of Wu Ji's spectacular basket, exclaiming, "Incredible! Incredible!" On the sidelines, Jonas breathed a sigh of relief at Wu Ji's three-pointer, which carried immense pressure. In the ensuing 2 plays, the American team launched their offense. Kobe dribbled past half-court, executing the same tactic, penetrating and passing the ball to Anthony beyond the arc. The mellow Anthony, with unwavering resolve, faced Zhu Fengyu's relentless defense and unleashed a three-pointer. The basketball soared like a cannonball towards the hoop. Swish! The ball found the net. The score was now 118 to 115, with the American men's basketball team leading by 3 points. Subsequently, the Longwood team initiated their offense, as Wu Gu skillfully maneuvered the ball past half-court. He executed a screen with Yu Ming. With a decisive drive into the lane, both Howard and James were compelled to converge on Wu Gu. Without glancing, he delivered a behind-the-back pass that soared into Yao Ming's awaiting hands beyond the three-point arc facing an open shot. Yao leaped gracefully, releasing a three-pointer with a fluid motion. The basketball ascended slowly into the air. A collective breath was held by the audience as they intently watched the arc of the ball. Swish! The three-pointer was successful. The score stood at 118 to 118. "Oh, Yao Ming is remarkable." The Wuxong arena erupted in a cacophony of fervent cheers. This shot by Yao was pivotal, worth its weight in gold. Zhang Zhengping was also heard praising him. With 34 seconds remaining, the 2 teams were tied yet again, theoretically granting each side a final offensive opportunity. How many points had Wu Gu amassed? Could someone inform me? Let me check. He had already scored 74 points, my goodness. A new Olympic record. He had shattered the historical scoring record. Such offensive prowess is utterly unanswerable, especially that last shot right in Howard's face. Incredible! This is a high-stakes matchup. Quick, fetch my emergency heart medication. This is exhilarating. Wu Ji's performance is a boon for the Knicks. He is nothing short of a superstar. It appears that in the 2008 draft, Wu might be the most dazzling star. A one-man showdown against the Dream Team. Meanwhile, netizens across the nation and the globe were abuzz with discussions, igniting a frenzy online. Beep. Old K called a timeout to devise a strategy for the decisive play. Team USA. Old K instructed, LeBron, when you receive the ball, drive in to draw the double team, then pass to Kobe. Anthony and Bosch. Position yourselves on the wings to create space. Howard, be ready to secure the rebound. Let us go, team. It's our last shot. Stay composed. We can win this. Understood. Coach. Kobe, Anthony, and the other players nodded solemnly in agreement. Jonas rallied the troops. Boys, victory is just 34 seconds away. Hold firm. Let us defend this possession with all we've got. You are all exceptional. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Chapter 76, 0. 9 seconds for a game-winning 3. The contest continued. Time, 34 seconds. Score, 118 to 118. On the court, Team China, Wu Gu, Sun Yu, Zhu Fengyu, Yi Jianlian, Yao Ming. Team USA, Kobe, LeBron, Anthony. Bosch, Howard. The camera focused on Kobe, the NBA player most adept at clutch shots. With a serious demeanor, Kobe scrutinized the court, while LeBron chewed on his mouthguard. Both Yo and Wu took a deep breath. At this juncture, the contest was not merely about skill, but rather a test of willpower. This defensive moment is crucial. Should we successfully thwart this ball, our chances will significantly increase. At this juncture, Zhang Lihe is also analyzing the situation. All the fans, along with those watching on television, are intently focused on the field, scarcely daring to blink. The American team is on the offensive. James receives a sideline pass from Bosch, dribbling forward. Fully aware of Wu Ji's defense, not daring to exhibit even a hint of complacency, Wu Ge maintained a prudent distance from James, adeptly positioning himself to both contest shots and thwart James's drives. As time elapsed, James orchestrated a pick and roll with Howard moving up to set the screen. The seasoned James utilized the cover to surmount the left side. Although Wu Ge was acutely aware of the impending threat behind him, he found himself impeded, allowing James to advance seamlessly towards the paint. Wu Ge swiftly pursued James, knowing that Howard, being far from the restricted area, posed little threat with his mid-range shooting, allowing him to defend without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kobe lay in ambush at the right 45-degree angle, poised for action. Yao Ming advanced to assist in guarding James, while Wu Ge surged in from behind. At that critical moment, only 5 seconds remained. Bang! James executed a cross-court pass. The basketball soared into Kobe's hands. Quick! Close in! Wu Ge called out, and everyone surmised that Kobe was likely to be the final choice for the last shot, prompting Sun Yu to fix his gaze intently upon him. Sun Yu summoned every ounce of strength, extending his arms and leaping to disrupt Kobe's rhythm. As Kobe received the pass from LeBron, a subtle smile graced his lips, followed by a feigned shot that left Sun Yu off balance, allowing him to retreat to the right with a step back. Kobe executed a leaning jump shot. The basketball ascended slowly, tracing an arc through the air, all under the anxious gaze of the crowd. Swish! It found nothing but net. 118 to 121. The American team led by 3 points, with just 11 seconds remaining. Kobe had nailed a buzzer-beating three-pointer. The Wuxong Arena fell into a profound silence following this pivotal shot. My goodness! Kobe! Zhang Healy exclaimed in astonishment. This shot was crucial. It could be said that the defensive setup of the Dragon Nation team was commendable. Yet the execution of that final shot exemplified the pinnacle of individual skill. Wu Ji lamented. However, dear fans, do not lose heart. The Dragon Nation team still has one final offensive opportunity. Zhang Jinping promptly stepped forward to console and rally the supporters of the men's basketball team. Oh, incredible! Kobe! At that moment, every member of the American team leaped in jubilation. Beep! Yunus quickly called a timeout to strategize for the final attack. He devised a three-point play for Wu Ge, and the team fervently encouraged one another, focusing on setting screens to create offensive opportunities for Wu Ge. Old K motivated the American players to defend this crucial play, for the championship was within reach, while also praising Kobe. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. The crowd held its breath, eagerly anticipating this crucial moment as the camera focused on Wu Ge. The Dragon Nation team was on the attack. Only 11 seconds left. Yi Jianlian and Zhu Fengyu set a screen for Wu Ge. Wu Ge dashed out to receive De Yao's serve. James closely adhered to Wu Ge, chuckling, champion. We've secured it. Oh, is that so? Wu Ge, facing James's provocation, chuckled softly before executing a series of crossovers beneath his legs, skillfully shifting James's center of gravity. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. As Wu Ge took advantage of James' unsteady footing, he executed a deft step back and launched a three-point shot. The basketball ascended slowly into the air, carrying the hopes of 1.3 billion people. Anxious fans tightly covered their eyes. Suddenly, with a swish, it pierced through the net, a cold-blooded assassin. The score stood at 121 to 121, a deadlock. Cheers erupted for Wu Ge. Exclamations of admiration resounded throughout the arena. What a remarkable play. Wu Ge had saved the day for the Dragon Nation's basketball team. Heroic. Praised Wu Jia. Wu Ge played brilliantly, exclaimed Zhang Weiping, rising in excitement. With merely 2 seconds remaining, the American team called for their final timeout. Coach K nervously devised the last play. James, lob the ball, Howard, make a back cut, receive the ball, and execute an alley-oop. A classic reminiscent of Courtney Lee's missed game winner in the 2009 finals. Kobe observed Wu Ge intently from the opposite court, recognizing his remarkable composure. Had Kupchak chosen him back then, perhaps a championship would have been closer at hand. Jonas encouraged, guys, stay vigilant. Watch out for Kobe. The game resumed. James inbounded the ball. Kobe attracted a double team beyond the three-point line, while Howard made a swift back cut to the basket. Bam! James lofted the ball high. Howard leaped majestically, facing the Dragon Nation's hoop, and executed a putback. The ball rattled around the rim, rolling twice before finally succumbing to gravity. 121 to 123. The American team regained a 2-point lead. What? Despair swept over the fans. What madness was this? Yu-Jia stood in stunned silence. Time dwindled to 1 seconds. Then to 0. 9 seconds. Great shot, Howard. The American stars approached Howard, patting him on the head. Beep. Jonas immediately called for the last timeout. For the Dragon Nation, keep hope alive, young men. Jonas urged. Yao Ming stepped forward, raising his fist in encouragement. Come on. We haven't lost yet. Jonas instructed. Continue with the screens and picks. Wu Ge, circle out from the right 45-degree angle. Use the screen to shake off the defenders. And position yourself at the left 45-degree angle. Take the shot with conviction. Yao Ming patted Wu Ge on the shoulder. Don't feel pressured. Trust in yourself. Yi Jianlian chimed in. Wu Ge, after the game, I'll treat you to La fight. The American team had only one directive, with Coach K emphasizing, keep an eye on Wu. To all the fans across the nation, 9 seconds. Goodness, how will this unfold? It seems we are destined to lose. Alas, it is over. The commentary booth, a slow-motion replay. That shot was extraordinarily challenging. Ultimately, we managed to contain Kobe remarkably well. Regrettably, Old K executed an unexpected alley-oop at such a critical moment. Yu-Jia, equally incredulous, spoke with a voice tinged with emotion. Keep pushing. The young men from Dragon Nation have performed admirably, battling against the world's top-ranked team from the United States. Zhang Heili hastily emerged to offer encouragement. Zhang Zhengping held tightly onto the two beside him, providing solace. Will a miracle occur? This is the sentiment shared by all. The timeout concludes. The game resumes. The cameras and the gaze of every spectator are fixated solely on Wu Ge. Yao Ming prepares to inbound the ball. Wu Ge positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the right, while James fixated his gaze upon him. In an instant, Wu Ge executed a swift off-ball feint. Skillfully utilizing the screen set by Alien and Sun Yu to maneuver to the left side at a 45-degree angle, Dio promptly passed the ball to Wu Ge, declaring, It's in your hands now, brother. You shall not succeed. Kobe and Howard quickly rushed to provide defensive support, with James closely trailing behind. Yet, they still found themselves a heartbeat too late. Wu Ge received a long pass and leapt into the air without a hint of hesitation. With a breathtakingly distant three-point shot, he released the ball. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 seconds. The basketball soared through the air, and the entire arena held its breath, hearts suspended in time. Members of the U.S. team, including the likes of Kobe, LeBron, and the legendary Old K, widened their eyes, fixated on the trajectory of the ball. It traced a magnificent arc in the air. Swish. A lethal arrow. It found nothing but net. The Dragon Nation team triumphed with a score of 124 to 123 against the U.S. team. As the final whistle blew, the cold-blooded Wu Ge executed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer with just 9 seconds remaining, sealing the fate of the U.S. team. The crowd erupted. It was divine. I felt as though I was witnessing a miracle. Wu Ge is indeed extraordinary. We have emerged victorious. Champions. The moment the basketball slipped through the hoop, the roar of the crowd reached its zenith. Fans from all corners of the nation leaped in celebration upon witnessing that moment. The Dragon Nation team had vanquished the once invincible Dream Team of the United States. Wu Ge delivered an impeccable performance, garnering an astonishing score of 80 points. The highest of the match. This was an unparalleled scoring extravaganza, a game destined to be etched in history. The Longwood team achieved a monumental breakthrough in Olympic men's basketball. Transitioning from 0 to 1. Chapter 77. A nation celebrates across the ocean. In the TNT broadcast room, Barkley exclaimed in disbelief, Did we actually lose? SHD. Smith's jaw dropped in shock as he uttered, Oh my God. We were defeated in 9 seconds. Fans watching the live broadcast across America erupted in exclamations of frustration. At the Wuxong Arena, pandemonium ensued. Wu Ge, who made the decisive shot, stood beside the American team's bench, raising his left hand in celebration towards the crowd. Wu Ge, he did it. He truly did it. In just 9 seconds, Wu Ge secured the championship for Kyoto. Yu-Jia could no longer contain his emotions and leapt from the commentary booth, exclaiming, Well done, Wu Ge. When asked who the hero was, it was unequivocally Wu Ge, who valiantly vanquished the American Dream Team. Zhang Zhengping also erupted in ecstatic shouts, We are champions. We are champions. Zhang Weiping clenched his fists in excitement, cheering aloud. On the court, Wu Ge, you are my hero, exclaimed Yao, rushing over to embrace Wu Ge as he sank the three-pointer. Brother Wu, cried Lian, unable to suppress his joy as he joined the embrace. The three shared a heartfelt moment. Click, click. The cameras on site rapidly captured the moment, flashing their lights at the trio. We truly won. We claimed the championship. Veteran players like De Ji, Li Nan, Lu Wei, and Zhu Fangyu rushed onto the court, shouting, "Don't forget about me." The exhilarated Jonas sprinted onto the floor as well. The giant screen began to replay the spectacular shot repeatedly, in an extraordinary display of athleticism. Wu Ge executed a remarkable extreme run, deftly maneuvering around LeBron James using a screen. Then, amidst the relentless defense from Kobe, Howard, and James, he unleashed an audacious three-point shot from the left 45-degree angle. As the shot clock expired, he sank a devastatingly long-range three-pointer, a true buzzer beater. The American All-Stars, including Kobe, LeBron, Anthony, and Howard, could only watch in disbelief at this remarkable feat despite the presence of the indomitable Black Mamba and the peak performance of the Little Emperor. There was no reversing the countdown to 0. Out of caution, the referees meticulously reviewed the replay, confirming that Wu Ge released the ball before the clock struck 0, validating the game-winning shot. The head referee approached the scorer's table to relay the verdict, ultimately signaling that the basket counted. A wave of excitement swept through the arena as confetti rained down. The replay had already made it abundantly clear. Wu Ge's release was swift and decisive. With the referee's confirmation of the score, the Wuxang Arena erupted into sheer pandemonium as countless fans were moved to tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Envy, envy, envy. The air resonated with thunderous applause. Wu Ge waved his hand, and the atmosphere among the fans intensified with excitement. Kobe, LeBron, and several other players approached the Dragon Nation team to embrace and pay their respects. When it was Wu Ge's turn, Kobe exclaimed, "Congratulations, Wu. I look forward to crossing paths with you in the new season." Wu Ge, I eagerly anticipate our encounter. Kobe, James Wu, upon your return to the United States, do you treat me to a taco? Wu Ge, absolutely. Absolutely. Lau Ke, if given the chance, I would truly love to coach a player like you. Wu Ge, thank you for the compliment. Subsequently, the entire American team left the court in a state of despondency. Bang. Howard shattered an advertisement board in the player tunnel in a fit of frustration. Kobe also exited the arena with gritted teeth, while LeBron returned to the locker room with a sullen expression. Such is the brutality of competition. There are always winners and losers. Victory brings joy, while defeat is inevitably accompanied by a sense of regret and dissatisfaction. We extend our gratitude to both the American and Dragon teams for delivering an extraordinarily thrilling match. Zhang Jinping, with a beaming smile, approached the center of the court and directly inquired of Wu Ge. Firstly, congratulations on winning the gold medal, Wu Ge. What thoughts do you have regarding this match? Wu Ge, I am profoundly grateful for my teammates by my side, including Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Wang Zhizhi, as well as our coach, Coach Yao. They are all remarkable. Without them, our ultimate victory would not have been possible. In conclusion, I wish to dedicate this match to all the basketball enthusiasts across the nation. Thank you for your unwavering support. Subsequently, Zhang Jinping interviewed Yao Ming. Yao, what are your thoughts on our victory in this match? Yao Ming, I am thankful for my brothers, especially Wu Ge. He is truly exceptional. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to the fans nationwide for their support. We have achieved the gold medal. This is my promise. As the interview concluded, everyone returned to the locker room. The fans on site exuberantly raised banners proclaiming we are the champions, their enthusiasm palpable. The entire nation erupted in jubilation. In certain cities, fireworks and firecrackers were set off. Across the land, drums resonated, firecrackers burst, red flags waved, and throngs of people gathered. Even those unfamiliar with basketball or indifferent to it became aware. The Dragon Nation's men's basketball team has claimed victory. Unfortunately for a certain platform, just 2 days later, it faced another collapse, making it nearly ready for a public listing, igniting widespread discussions online. Who can stand tall and brave? Only our General Wu. Scoring 80 points against the Dream Team. A last-second shot with 0.9 seconds on the clock. Wu Ge's release was astonishingly swift. Shocked expressions abound. Wu Ge, I want to have your children. Yao Ming, incredible. The Dragon Nation's men's basketball team has triumphed. The trending topics associated with Wu Ge, Yao Ming, and the Dragon Nation's basketball team have taken over social media. Upon returning to the locker room, The Dragon Nation's players donned their award attire and re-entered the court. MVP, MVP, MVP. Amidst the fervent cheers of 20,000 fans at the Wuksong Arena, Wugu finally emerged from the player tunnel. The crowd rose to their feet, applauding. The sound reverberated to the heavens, echoing throughout the arena. Following this, the award presenters entered the court bearing gold, silver, and bronze medals. The host began to announce the results. First, the bronze medalists, Argentina, took to the podium. Scola and Ginobili stood excitedly on the stage, content with their team's achievement of a bronze medal, even as they have aged 4 years since the Athens Olympics. Next, the silver medalists, the United States team, stepped onto the podium, with Kobe, LeBron, Anthony, and others displaying expressions of discontent as they accepted their silver medals and bouquets. Lastly, let us welcome with the warmest applause our champions, our gold medalists, our heroes, the Dragon Nation team. Bravo! Applause fills the air. Wugu, Diao, and Alian, among others, ascended the steps symbolizing the triumph of Olympic gold medalists. The organizing committee and the delegation presented the gold medals to all the team members, who graciously accepted the flowers. Wugu bit into the gold medal, confirming its authenticity, and adorned with the medal, joyfully waved a bouquet of flowers. Applause erupted as the members of the Dragon Nation team donned their gold medals, and the Wuksong Arena resounded with cheers. With the spring breeze and swift hoofs, one can behold the entirety of Kyoto's blossoms in a single day. The national flag was raised, and the anthem was played. In this moment, the honor belonged to Huaxia, to this tenacious and striving Dragon Nation men's basketball team. Chapter 78. A new journey as the match concluded. The Kyoto Olympics announced the best lineup for men's basketball. Point guard Wugu, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, small forward LeBron James, power forward Luis Scola, and center Yao Ming. On August 24th, the Olympic flame forever resides in our hearts. The grand closing ceremony of the 29th Olympic Games took place at the Bird's Nest. Athletes, coaches, and guests from various nations and regions celebrated together in an atmosphere of unity, joy, and harmony, waving their hands in celebration of the successful conclusion of the Kyoto Olympics. As the Tower of Memories performed and fireworks blossomed in the sky, the Huaxia sports delegation achieved an outstanding record of 52 gold medals and 101 medals overall, securing the top position on the Olympic gold medal table for the first time, marking the best performance in the history of the Huaxia sports delegation at the Olympics. The Huaxia Nation fulfills its century-old dream. The Dragon Nation men's basketball team made history by winning the championship. Thus, the Kyoto Olympics gracefully drew to a close. As the excitement surrounding the Dragon Nation men's basketball team's victory gradually subsided, everyone returned to their original lives. Wugu received invitations from Diao and Alian to visit the vibrant cities of Magic City and Flower City, where he indulged in delightful experiences. Subsequently, he returned to his hometown to spend a few days with his parents, during which he invested in a significant project aimed at the revitalization of local rural development. Showcasing his generosity, ultimately, he embarked on a nationwide meet and greet tour over the course of 7 days, fulfilling the aspirations of fans who yearned for guidance in honing their basketball skills. Wugu diligently practiced his ball handling techniques late into the night, exemplifying his dedication and hard work. In a gesture of gratitude towards his supporters, Wugu released his latest single, Stubborn, during the late hours before his return to America, expressing appreciation for his fans and encouraging them to remain optimistic. The song swiftly ascended the new music charts, captivating listeners with its remarkable melody. Fans enthusiastically voiced their support for Wugu, while fellow celebrities expressed relief that he was solely focused on basketball, fearing for their own careers otherwise. Lu Dehua even invited Wugu for a collaboration during the night. In a whirlwind, Wugu amassed a multitude of new admirers. At the Big Star Airport, the roar of a plane bound for New York filled the air as Wugu, accompanied by his friend, manager, and partner Zheng Qinyu, returned to the bustling city. The Olympic chapter had come to a close on September 10th in the United States. At New York's Kennedy Airport, the thud of a plane arriving from Longhua heralded Wu Ji's return. As the cabin door swung open, he emerged clad in a trendy hip-hop ensemble, with Zheng Qinyu assisting him with the luggage. Suddenly, a barrage of flashing lights overwhelmed Wugu, momentarily blinding him. Ah, Wu, I love you. Wu, welcome back. The Knicks fans at the airport erupted in exuberant cheers. Taken aback, Wugu turned to Zheng Qinyu, bewildered, seeking an explanation. Zheng Qinyu merely shook his head, mirroring Wu Ji's confusion. Wugu was taken aback, astonished that his whereabouts had once again been exposed. At that moment, Knicks general manager Walsh maneuvered through the throng of people and approached him, enveloping Wugo in a warm embrace. "Welcome back, Wu." At this juncture, Wugo suddenly realized that the traitor was none other than this old chap. The crowd spontaneously erupted in chants of MV. 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 "Thank you, everyone. Please make your way home." Wugo gracefully descended from the aircraft, celebrating with a throng of enthusiastic fans, before vanishing from sight at the airport. He boarded Walsh's Rolls-Royce, disappearing into the night at Kennedy Airport. As he sat in the car, Wugo lowered the window, gazing at the fleeting New York skyline. Feeling as though he were ensconced in a dreamlike reverie, he recalled the year 2008, when he was chosen as the third overall pick, claiming the MVP title in the Summer League and securing an Olympic gold medal. Wu, congratulations on leading the Dragon Nation's basketball team to a long-awaited gold medal. Your performance was absolutely phenomenal, scoring an astonishing 80 points in a single game, simply unbelievable, Walsh exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he sat beside Wugo. He then fixed his intense gaze upon the young prodigy before him, marveling at the talent he had selected with the third pick. A rare genius destined to be the finest player of the 2008 class. In his rookie season, he had the audacity to challenge the formidable Dream Team, comprising legends such as King James, Black Mamba Kobe, Dragon King Bosh, Superman Howard, and Flash Wade. This invincible, illustrious lineup had succumbed to a Dragon Nation team featuring merely 2 NBA stars, with Wu Ji's remarkable performance, where he scored nearly the entire game with 80 points. Proving indispensable, one man on a steed, he forged history and claimed the gold medal. What an awe-inspiring achievement. Wugo, feeling the weight of Walsh's gaze, interjected, "Manager. It was merely luck, a stroke of fortune." At that moment, Walsh regained his composure and replied, "You see, I nearly forgot. This is our target list for the free agent market." Wugo looked at Walsh with a questioning expression. Walsh continued, brimming with enthusiasm, "Wu, in light of your extraordinary and exhilarating performance, our owner Dolan has declared that we will make every effort to acquire any player you desire. We intend to establish you as the singular cornerstone of our team, which means you will be the genuine leader of this franchise moving forward." Wugo couldn't help but double-tap the adorable creature before him. Subsequently, he took the list and began to peruse it. Turning to the first page, he found names such as Anthony, Bosh, James, Yao Ming, and Paul, and there it was, Howrant's name among them. Wugo gazed at the names above, pondering to himself that Dolan and Walsh must be out of their minds, coveting the star players from other teams. Shaking his head, Wugo turned to the second page. Stoudemire, Tyson Chandler, Camby, Iverson. Wugo glanced over and thought to himself, this is somewhat acceptable. In the following pages, there were names such as Addis Terrace, Mike Miller, Dunleavy, James Jones, Marion, Josh Smith. As Wugo nodded thoughtfully, he envisioned a lineup that was rather straightforward, akin to the three-point shooting squad that heralded the era of small ball with the Warriors, or reminiscent of the Rockets' formidable death lineup. He aspired to embody the role of a ball-dominant core, much like Harden, while possessing the physicality and passing prowess reminiscent of a more robust Curry or the bearded maestro himself. Subsequently, Wugo engaged in a discussion with Walsh, exchanging thoughts and opinions on the formation of the team. Time swiftly passed, and soon enough, the driver gently halted the vehicle before Wu Ji's apartment. "Wu, let us conclude our conversation for today. Wishing you sweet dreams." Walsh smiled warmly. "Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Manager." Wugo also disembarked with a suitcase in hand, followed closely by Zheng Chenyu. Upon returning to the apartment, both of them collapsed into slumber, striving to adjust to the time difference. Fortunately, the apartment complex boasted ample rooms. Wugo observed the presence of a grown man accompanying her home, feeling an involuntary tension within. Chapter 79. The opening of the Knicks training camp. The following day, Wugo awakened from his slumber, only to discover that he had been invited by the illustrious Liu Tianwang to perform a song. Without hesitation, Wugo sent a message containing the timeless classic, "Oh, my old home, just located in this village. I am a native of this place," directly to Liu Dehua. Presumably, Liu Tianwang, who was preparing new songs for the upcoming New Year's Eve concert, upon seeing this message, had already instructed his assistant to purchase tickets for a flight to New York. After completing his morning routine and dressing smartly, Wugo drove his Panamera at full speed towards Madison Square Garden in New York. With just 2 weeks remaining until the commencement of the new season, Coach D'Antoni had summoned all players for an internal training session, marking his first assessment of the team since stepping in as head coach. Inside the office of the MSG Arena's general manager, Donnie Walsh was scratching his head, lamenting the stark contrast between his lofty ambitions and the harsh realities he faced. After making exploratory calls to star-studded teams, such as the Cavaliers who boasted LeBron James, he received nothing but a curt dismissal. As of now, the free agency market had been largely depleted, leaving only minor prospects or overlooked talents. Walsh meticulously compiled another list, placing it on his desk, intending to discuss it with Wu Gu and coach D'Antoni after today's scrimmage. Inside Madison Square Garden, the rhythmic sounds of a basketball bouncing echoed through the venue, indicating that some players had arrived early to practice. Diligent Wilson Chandler was honing his three-point shooting on the court, clearly determined to achieve greatness as a young star selected by the Knicks in the first round, 23rd overall, in 2007. With the sound of footsteps approaching, the Knicks players entered the arena. At this moment, the roster included Chris Duhon, Nate Robinson, Anthony Roberson SG, Jamal Crawford, Marty Collins, Dan Grunfeld, Fred Jones SF, Quentin Richardson, Danilo Gallinari, Patrick Ewing 2F, Zach Randolph, Malik Rose, Jared Jeffries, Wilson Chandler C, David Lee, Eddie Curry, Jerome James. Having not seen each other for quite some time, the players exchanged warm greetings before immersing themselves in training, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their new coach, D'Antoni. Within the team locker room, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. At this moment, Wu Gu had also changed into his training attire in the locker room when he encountered the head coach, D'Antoni. A smile instantly illuminated D'Antoni's face as he approached with an air of warmth and friendliness. "Wu, welcome back," he exclaimed, before enveloping Wu Gu in a hearty embrace. Wu Gu responded with a smile. "Coach D'Antoni, it is a pleasure to see you." The two then walked towards the gym, exchanging laughter and conversation. "Wu, congratulations on winning the Olympic gold medal. I watched the finals, and your performance was exceptional. My family and I are now your fans. Coach, you flatter me. Honestly, winning the championship was merely a stroke of luck. Hey, David, haven't you trained this summer? You seem a bit out of shape." Randolph chuckled while watching David Lee, who was being pushed back by Randolph's strength. Last season, David Lee, who averaged 8 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 assists, could only shake his head. "This big bear, so strong, isn't that a bit unfair?" Randolph executed a smooth turnaround jump shot, swishing through the hoop. The formidable Zach Randolph, who had averaged 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 0 assists last season, still had his prowess. Suddenly, as everyone was training, the gym doors slowly swung open. Instantly, all the players turned their attention to the entrance. Dressed in training attire and wearing a broad smile, Wu Gu confidently walked in, accompanied by a beaming Coach D'Antoni. Coach. All the players politely greeted him. In their first training session, no arrogant player dared to challenge the coach's authority. Of course, our esteemed veteran, Stephon Marbury, seemed preoccupied and had yet to make his appearance in the gym. D'Antoni surveyed the dedicated players and declared, "Hello everyone. I am your new head coach, D'Antoni. I believe you're all familiar with me, so I want to elaborate further. I hope to collaborate well with all of you this season and work together to reach the playoffs." Applause erupted throughout the gym as D'Antoni's words resonated. Soon, the players began to introduce themselves to one another. When it was Wu Ji's turn, D'Antoni excitedly announced, "Will undoubtedly be our team's primary choice moving forward. This is a decision that I, along with the team management, have thoroughly discussed." The players gazed at Wu Gu with envy, some even expressing admiration. They had all witnessed that fateful game between the Dragon Kingdom and the Dream Team, where Wu Ji's performance led them to a singular conclusion. He was no mere mortal, but a deity capable of the extraordinary, especially his last-second three-pointer that sealed the Dream Team's fate, plunging them into despair. Even the notorious Randolph gazed at Wu Gu with a hint of admiration in his eyes. A college player who, through the mere opportunity presented in the final moments of a game, managed to achieve the remarkable feat of scoring 13 points in just 35 seconds, leading his team to victory. Subsequently, he earned the title of MVP in the Summer League, and ultimately, he showcased his individual heroism to its fullest extent at the Olympics. In the hearts of the onlookers, only Risnirkt resonated, as they introspectively questioned their own ability to fill Wu Ji's shoes. Undoubtedly, none could replicate his championship triumph. Since that fateful match, media outlets such as F0X Sports and VH00 Sports have unequivocally heralded Wu Gu as the most formidable dual-threat guard of the new era. At this moment, Wu Gu listened to D'Antoni's praises and humbly responded, "Ladies and gentlemen, in truth, I am no different from any of you. It was merely a matter of having a better touch that night. Moving forward, let us collaborate and work together more closely. Together, we shall lead this team out of the mire and into the playoffs. With that, he concluded his remarks. Wu Gu raised his right hand as the players spontaneously formed a circle, chanting, "Let us go. Charge into the playoffs." D'Antoni looked on with satisfaction. Increasingly fond of this humble young man, while also feeling a growing confidence in his unexpected appointment as the head coach of the Knicks, a team that had long been absent from the playoffs and languished at the bottom. At that moment, an untimely voice broke in, exclaiming, "Oh, the superstar has arrived. Why wasn't I called for this occasion?" A figure resembling a black egg entered, the one and only Stephon Marbury. In Chapter 80, Increase the Intensity. Marbury pushed open the training facility's door, his gaze fixated on the newly arrived player from the Dragon Kingdom, his expression decidedly unfriendly. "Hey, Stephon." Only Zach Randolph, a fellow rogue, stepped forward to greet him. Marbury responded with a smile, "My good friend, Zach." He then picked up a basketball from the floor and strode directly to Wu Gu, disdain etched across his face. The third overall pick from the Dragon Kingdom. Even though you defeated the Dream Team, this isn't your hometown. No one will give you any leeway here. "Oh, is that so?" Wu Gu regarded the former All-Star with keen interest, calmly replying, "Why say so much? If you're a man, let us resolve this like men." Marbury replied with arrogance, "With this ball in my hands, I cannot be defeated." The crowd instinctively parted to create a space for their duel, while D'Antoni squinted slightly. Observing the confrontation between the two, David Lee approached with concern, asking, "Coach, aren't you going to stop them?" D'Antoni shook his head, his confidence in Wu evident. "I trust Wu. His prowess far exceeds that of the current Marbury." In the center of the court, Marbury jested, "Shouldn't Daddy give the rookie a break?" as he tossed the ball to Wu Gu with a mischievous grin. Wu Gu took the basketball with a faint smile and remarked, "The NBA shows no deference to age or youth. You'd better take this seriously, old-timer." With that, Wu Gu initiated a sudden, powerful leap, effortlessly breaking through Marbury's defense. Marbury quickly pursued him, but Wu Gu executed a deft pullback, leaning back to release a mid-range jump shot. The basketball traced a splendid arc through the air and swoosh. It landed squarely in the net. The score was 1-0. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the spectators. Marbury, with a serious expression, regarded Wu Gu, finally realizing that this individual was indeed a prodigious talent. No wonder he could single-handedly dismantle the American Dream Team. Then came Marbury's offensive attempt. He employed a series of crossovers beneath his legs, trying to shake off Wu Gu. However, Wu Gu firmly maintained his defensive stance. In desperation, Marbury forced a jump shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Such formidable defensive pressure. It felt almost suffocating. Randolph observed Marbury, who was stymied by Wu Ji's defense, and commented on the situation, as someone renowned for his fierce defensive prowess. Randolph understood the caliber of Wu Ji's defense. He was no ordinary player. Crawford chimed in, expressing concern. "Steven is in for a challenge." Wu Gu launches an assault. Wu Gu swiftly executed a triple threat move, confronting Marbury's defense with determination. He leapt into action, releasing a three-point shot with remarkable speed. What? Such a rapid release! Marbury rushed forward, but alas, it was too late. The basketball soared past Marbury's fingertips. Swish! A perfect arrow piercing the heart. The score stood at 3-0. What a spectacular display. Wu. D'Antoni could barely contain his excitement, for the three-point shot held paramount importance in his strategy. Witnessing Wu Ji's exquisite execution of the three-pointer stirred a wave of exhilaration within him. Now, it was Marbury's turn to attack. He attempted to dribble past Wu Gu, yet found no openings. With determination, Marbury bore down on Wu Gu as they approached the basket, launching a delicate floater. Thud! Wu Gu seized the moment and ascended into the air, executing a one-handed grab of his cap. The basketball was securely cradled in his embrace. Goodness! A multitude of players gazed in disbelief at Wu Gu soaring through the sky, rendered motionless. Isn't he nearly grazing the upper rim of the hoop? Such an astounding leap. Truly monstrous. Marbury watched the figure soaring high before him, his mind racing with 1,000 exclamations of disbelief. Wu Gu launched an offensive, having learned from the recent lesson. Marbury closely shadowed Wu Gu, his expression fierce. "Hey, rookie, I've deciphered your moves. From now on, you shall not score a single point on me. If only your skills were as formidable as your bravado." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Gu initiated a sudden burst of speed. Executing a flawless crossover followed by a swift retreat dribble, then pivoting with a behind-the-back maneuver to effortlessly bypass Marbury and approach the basket. He jumped with determination. Showtime. A magnificent 360-degree slam dunk that reverberated through the air. Upon landing, Wu Gu shrugged his shoulders, the score now 4-0. Marbury, overwhelmed by the situation, could only lament as he trudged to the three-point line, cursing under his breath. Marbury launched his attack. With a series of under-the-leg crossovers, he approached the free throw line and, under pressure from Wu Gu, took a contested jumper. Swish. Finally, he managed to score, bringing the tally to 4-1. After the basket, Marbury celebrated with enthusiasm. However, in his moment of excitement, he was blissfully unaware that this would be his last point of the game. Subsequently, Wu Gu stood beyond the three-point arc, executing a series of under-the-leg crossovers before feigning a drive and stepping back to launch a three-pointer. Swish. It was a perfect shot. The score now stood at 6-1. Shortly after, Marbury attempted a layup, only to be met with another emphatic block from Wu Gu. Turning back, the game continued. Wu Gu instantly activated his speed, leaping directly towards Marbury before executing a breathtaking one-armed dunk that seemed to set the court ablaze. The rim let out a deafening screech as Marbury was sent flying out of bounds, a pained expression etched upon his face. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the spectacular dunk, their breaths momentarily caught in their throats, as Wu Gu took a final step back and released a three-pointer. The basketball soared towards the hoop as if equipped with a powerful zoom lens. Swish. It found nothing but net. The score was now 11-1. As the formidable Wu Gu decisively overwhelmed the former All-Star guard, the lone wolf Marbury. I apologize for my earlier actions. You are truly remarkable, Marbury said with a smile as he approached Wu Gu for an embrace. Thank you. I wish you the best of luck. Wu Gu replied with a smile and a nod. The fate of this NBA All-Star later took a tragic turn, ultimately finding a semblance of home in the ancient capital of Longhua. Subsequently, the defeated Marbury left the arena in a state of disarray. During his time with the Knicks, he had faced turmoil following his father's passing, leading to a bitter fallout with his former coach and the team, which resulted in his eventual absence from the league. At the same time, the league was also witnessing the struggles of A, who had led the Denver Nuggets to the first round of the playoffs for 2 consecutive years, and Chauncey Billups, who was deemed not part of the long-term plans by the management due to hindering rookie Kentucky's development in Motor City. The names of these 3 All-Star guards were closely intertwined throughout that summer. Change is vital. Perhaps a trade could serve as a pivotal turning point for all 3. Within the arena, as Marbury departed, the atmosphere once again became lively. All the players eagerly approached Wu Gu for a friendly one-on-one match. The sounds of basketballs bouncing echoed through the venue. An hour later, every player lay sprawled on the floor, gazing in disbelief at Wu Gu, tears streaming down their faces. Unsurprisingly, Wu Gu had conquered the entire team with sheer talent. Once more, a thunderous dunk resonated throughout the court. Wu Gu effortlessly surpassed the final challenger, Crawford, executing a breathtaking aerial fold dunk that reverberated through the rim, thereby concluding this intra-team friendly match. In the realm of the NBA, supremacy belongs solely to the formidable. Words are insufficient. It is through prowess that one conquers their adversary. Wu Ge's rapid breakthroughs, unreasonable three-pointers, forceful dunks, and unanswerable mid-range shots have unequivocally demonstrated that he is the future cornerstone of this team. One's position is never bestowed by others. It is earned through personal endeavor. Soon, the time for a meal arrived. Wu Gu graciously treated the entire team to lunch, leaving everyone once again in awe of his generosity. Wilson Chandler has already begun to call him boss. Chapter 81. Turmoil in the trade market. As the day of training came to a close, night descended upon the city. In the general manager's office, head coach D'Antoni, key player Wu Gu, and general manager Walsh gathered together to discuss enhancements to the team's roster. After briefly perusing the list, Wu Gu closed his eyes to rest. Walsh was the first to speak. Wu, you must have conducted a joint practice today. What are your thoughts on the final recruitment? Upon hearing this, Wu Gu opened his eyes and pondered. Although we are primarily an offensive team, our perimeter defense requires significant improvement. Indeed, Wu Gu is correct. D'Antoni nodded in agreement. The issues within the team have become quite apparent. Perimeter defense is indeed a concern. Subsequently, Wu Gu pointed to a tough player on the list and declared, I want this player. I know he is resilient. Offer him a long-term contract. Jay Tucker? Walsh gazed at the name on the list, perplexed. But he is only 198 centimeters tall. He is too short for the paint and lacks the speed for the perimeter. Wu Gu smiled and said, the manager believes in me. There is absolutely no issue. All right. Walsh replied, Wu, we trust you. I think we should consider signing Tony Allen from the Celtics. Wugo looked at yet another defensive stalwart and responded, sure. I will make an effort. I've heard he has been having some disputes with Ainge over contract renewal lately. Walsh remarked. By the way, Wu, I have heard that the Detroit Pistons and the Denver Nuggets are interested in trading their star guards, Iverson and Billups. Are you interested? Walsh suddenly recalled recent rumors. Perhaps he could assume the role of Paul during his time with the Rockets. Wu mused, acknowledging that Iverson's contract only had a year left, while Marbury had become a liability. Currently, there were no star players available for trade, and since Iverson had coexisted reasonably well with Anthony last season, it indicated that he was no longer so insistent on ball dominance. All right, Mr. Manager, we can give it a try. Wuga nodded with a smile. D'Antoni, having heard all that Wugu wanted to say, nodded back with a satisfied smile, growing increasingly pleased with Wugu. Soon after, the three raised a toast with Walsh's cherished 1982 Lafayette, concluding their meeting joyfully. The evening breeze was slightly cool. At that moment, a Ferrari pulled up in front of Wugu, and Scarlett Johansson, clad in a black deep V gown, rolled down the window. Wu, I heard you're back. Let me give you a ride. This enchanting figure prompted Wugu to get into Black Widow's car. They arrived at a quiet place late at night, where the two engaged in a profound and meaningful academic exchange under the beautiful night sky. October 2nd. Only one day remained until the team's media day. Walsh excitedly called. Wu, our trade has been finalized. We have acquired Iverson. Understood, Mr. Donnie. Wugu replied before hanging up. He then called Iverson. Hey, Alan. Welcome to New York. Iverson was bewildered. New York? Am I not with the Nuggets? Late at night, suddenly, a significant trade announcement surfaced online. Breaking. Iverson, Billups, and Marbury have swapped teams. Is this for real? Netizens began to speculate. Just then, as if to validate the authenticity of the news, W0J commented on Twitter, the Detroit Pistons, Denver Nuggets, and New York Knicks have completed a three-way trade. Detailed reports to follow. Shortly thereafter, an accurate piece of information surfaced online. The Denver Nuggets, New York Knicks, and Detroit Pistons had concluded a three-way trade involving Allen Iverson. The Denver Nuggets exchanged the former MVP, Allen Iverson, for the Pistons' all-star point guard Chauncey Billups, power forward Antonio McDyess, and center Shake Sam. The Pistons acquired Knicks guard Stephon Marbury, the right to swap first-round picks in 2011, protected for the top three, and a second-round pick in 2012 from the Knicks, unprotected. The Knicks welcomed the former MVP, Allen Iverson, into their ranks. This trade was beneficial for all parties involved. The Nuggets were eager to enhance their performance and retain their star player, Carmelo Anthony. The Pistons were keen to nurture their promising young point guard, Rodney Stuckey. Meanwhile, the Pistons management perceived New York City, with its affluent yet naive populace, as a golden opportunity to secure a first-round pick. As for Marbury, with only a year left on his contract, he could either mentor the emerging talent or be released if necessary. The Knicks, on the other hand, sought immediate success. Having finished second to last in the league last season, the internet erupted with astonishment. Woo, is he really taking off? Good heavens. I have been a Knicks fan for years, and I no longer hide it. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Forums across the web exploded with excitement. But that was not the end of it. WOJ broke further news. The Knicks signed Celtics defensive stalwart Tony Allen for 3 years at $9.33 million. They also signed overseas sensation Jay Tucker for 3 years at $6.12 million. Wow, has the Knicks gone mad? Foolish but flush, a veritable transfer station for garbage. It is no wonder. Surely they do not believe that acquiring a single Wu will lead them to a championship. The NBA is not the Olympics. A wave of fervor swept through the internet. Celtics manager Ainge, infuriated, smashed an ashtray in his office. He had been delaying Tony Allen's contract negotiations, hoping to retain the defensive powerhouse at a minimal cost with a 2-year, $4.2 million deal. To his dismay, the Knicks snatched him away. Damn it, Ainge exclaimed. Unable to contain his frustration, this season, my big three will obliterate your Knicks. As for Tucker, few paid him much attention. He was a player discarded by the Raptors after being selected 35th. At that moment, Tucker, who was in Europe hoping to find fortune, received a call. Hey, Jay, would you like to play together? Who are you? I am Wu from the Knicks. All right, I thought you were just Wu's personal bodyguard. Tucker shyly replied. After hanging up, he was overjoyed and immediately boarded a flight to New York. As for Tony Allen, The cunning Ainge has been engaging in a relentless tug-of-war with Allen over the risk of injury, even casting doubt on the possibility of Allen being sidelined for the entire season, thereby deterring other teams. At this juncture, Walsh made a call. "Hey, Tony, are you interested in playing for the Knicks?" "You are? This is Walsh from the Knicks. Our team is quite keen on you, and we would like to offer you a 3-year contract worth $9.33 million. That's fantastic, sir. I accept." Tony Allen, weary of the endless negotiations with Ainge, felt the sincerity of the Knicks and promptly chose to sign. Just when everyone thought this was the conclusion, a significant development emerged. Al Harrington, who had been at odds with the Warriors and had declined to play due to a back injury, was demanding a trade from the team. With the Knicks seeking to bolster their roster, both management teams quickly came to an agreement. Walsh initially discussed the trade with Wu and head coach D'Antoni, and with Harrington willing to support Wu, an agreement was soon reached. Shortly thereafter, WJ once again broke the news on Twitter. Al Harrington was traded from the Warriors to the Knicks in exchange for Jamal Crawford. Both teams received what they needed. The Warriors acquired a player averaging 20 points per game, while the Knicks enhanced their interior and three-point capabilities. With Wu and Iverson on the roster, there was little room for the ball-dominant Crawford. Thus, the reinforcements concluded. The Knicks were set to launch a full-scale assault on the playoffs. Randolph, due to the arrival of the main character, was temporarily not traded to the Clippers. Chapter 82. The preseason approaches October 3rd. NBA Media Day. The much-anticipated 2008 to 2009 season was about to officially commence. Knicks players David Lee, Randolph, and Tucker all donned stylish and trendy outfits as they arrived at the arena. Iverson, after the trade, promptly unveiled his new jersey number 1, signifying a desire for a fresh start. Initially, Wu intended to relinquish his number 3 jersey out of respect for Iverson, but Iverson insisted, "I am here to support you. This team belongs to you. I also wish to change my number and embark on a new chapter in my career. The number 3 jersey will forever remain in Philadelphia." Tucker opted for the number 4 jersey, while Tony Allen chose the number 9, and Al Harrington selected the number 7. As Wu appeared in the arena adorned with a large gold chain, clad in a hip-hop hoodie, denim jeans, and canvas shoes, the team was complete. Subsequently, Wu, Iverson, Randolph, Harrington, and other players donned their Knicks jerseys and made their way to the venue. A resounding cheer erupted throughout the venue. For the Knicks, a veritable cathedral of basketball, now boasted the illustrious duo of Wu and A, thereby attracting a multitude of media friends. As Wu and Iverson positioned themselves for the moment, the sound of shutters clicked in rapid succession. A flurry of journalists promptly activated their cameras, fervently capturing the moment with flashes of light. Soon after, the remaining players joined the ranks of those documenting the spectacle. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, filled with laughter and joy, reflecting a commendable team spirit. Subsequently, the press conference commenced. Wu expressed his determination to lead the team to the playoffs and, if possible, to bring the O'Brien Trophy back to the Knicks. Iverson stated that he would assume a starting position in the new season, forming the most formidable duo alongside Wu, emphasizing that he was there to support Wu, not to vie for power. Randolph remarked on his ambition as a player, expressing confidence in Wu's ability to guide them to victory, noting that he is an Olympic champion. Ellington shared his excitement upon learning of his trade to the Knicks, exclaiming how fortunate he felt to collaborate with Wu and a host of talented players, vowing to contribute to Wu's success in the upcoming season. Tony Allen revealed that he was invited by Wu, recalling a phone call in which Wu expressed his need for him and how wonderful it felt to be affirmed. Tucker declared Wu as his brother, crediting him for his current situation and pledging to prove himself. David Lee emphasized the importance of doing what he can to assist the team. D'Antoni proclaimed Wu as their leader, feeling fortunate to possess a player of his caliber. Meanwhile, Jonas, watching a televised interview, shed tears of appreciation. Simultaneously, various NBA teams held press conferences. The Los Angeles Lakers showcased Kobe and Gasol, with Kobe donning the purple and gold number 24 jersey, smiling as he posed for promotional photos, declaring his intent to bring a championship to Los Angeles this year. Pau Gasol vowed to bounce back, assuring the Celtics that he was not the same player as last season. The Houston Rockets announced their acquisition of Artest from the Kings in exchange for Bobby Jackson, a future first-round draft pick, and another player, forming a formidable trio with McGrady and Yao Ming. During their promotional photo shoot, the trio exuded confidence in their championship aspirations for the new season. McGrady noted that he was already contemplating their next opponent, while Yao expressed his excitement for the new season, highlighting the team's enhanced strength and their singular goal of contending for the championship. The banner read, UMO Lewa, with the couplet, monthly major trades, yearly championships. The Boston Celtics maintained their trio of Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and Kevin Garnett from last season, with the ambition to defend their championship title. The Cleveland Cavaliers, led by the young King LeBron James, set their sights on bringing a championship trophy to the city of Akron this year. The NBA training camp has officially commenced. Teams have begun to resume their training in preparation for the upcoming season. The roster for the Knicks includes G. Wu Gu, Chris Duhon, Nate Robinson, SG, Allen Iverson, Quentin Richardson, Marty Collins, SF, Wilson Chandler, Tony Allen, J. Tucker, F. Zach Randolph, Alabama Harrington, Jared Jeffries, C. David Lee, Eddie Curry, Jerome James. Wu Gu has explicitly designated the position of the primary playmaker within the team. Player A will serve as the starting shooting guard, while Wilson Chandler is appointed as the starting small forward. Zach Randolph takes on the role of the starting power forward, and David Lee is the starting center. Wu Gu, accompanied by his key players, engaged in a fierce confrontation against the substitute team led by Al Harrington and Chris Duhon. The basketball rhythmically danced in Wu Gu's hands, culminating in a classic behind-the-back crossover dribble followed by a swift pull-up shot. The esteemed defensive player, Tony Allen, could only gaze in admiration as Wu Gu soared high. Swish. A perfect shot pierced through the air. The score stands at 88-87. Under the leadership of Wu Gu, the starting lineup triumphed over the bench squad led by Harrington by a narrow margin. On October 8th, the NBA preseason officially commenced. This year's NBA China games featured the Knicks and the Rockets, with both teams set to engage in a remarkable preseason showdown in Kyoto and the Magic City. One must commend Stern for his promotional prowess, skillfully arranging a face-off between the two most popular teams in the country. The Rockets' formidable trio versus the Knicks' dynamic duo. What a captivating narrative. As the teams arrived in the Dragon Country aboard their respective charter flights, the airport became inundated with fans from across the nation. A glance around revealed a multitude of fans from McGrady, Yao Ming, and Wu Gu. Amid the fervent cheers from the welcoming crowd at the airport, the entire Rockets team made their grand entrance through the VIP passageway. McGrady and Yao Ming undoubtedly captured the spotlight, as fans chanted their names in unison. McGrady, you. McGrady, you. The enthusiasm of the Dragon Country fans left the newly joined artist in awe. Shortly thereafter, a plane from New York descended gracefully, bringing forth Knicks players such as Iverson and Harrington, who emerged from the VIP corridor. The fans erupted with excitement upon seeing Iverson in person. Just then, a thunderous cheer erupted. Wu Gu. Wu Gu. As Wu Gu finally appeared at the airport, the venue was instantly enveloped in chaos. Every fan united in a chorus chanting his name, echoing throughout the airport. Cameras clicked furiously as fans scrambled to capture the moment. His popularity is astonishing, exclaimed Tucker, dumbfounded. Even Iverson, witnessing the fervor surpassing his own entrance, shook his head in disbelief. In the Dragon Country, Wu truly stands alone in terms of popularity. The Knicks players nodded in agreement, like a chorus of clappers. Chapter 83. NBA China Games October 9th, Kyoto, New York. Knicks vs. Houston Rockets. Wuxong Sports Center. At this moment, the venue is packed to capacity, with every seat filled. It is said that tickets had been resold at exorbitant prices, making them incredibly difficult to obtain, a testament to the unprecedented excitement surrounding this match. The Dragon Country Derby awaits. The topic has reached its zenith. The starting lineups for both teams are as follows. For the Rockets, Alston, T-Mac, Artist, Scola, and Yao Ming. For the Knicks, Wu Gu, Iverson, Wilson Chandler, Randolph, and David Lee. The commentary team consists of Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia. The game is about to commence, and the players are entering the arena. Everyone rises in unison. Let us welcome the starting lineup of the Houston Rockets. Point guard number 12, Alston. Small forward number 96, the Beast Artist. Power forward number 4, the Diamond Scola. Shooting guard, Tracy McGrady. The crowd erupts in cheers. McGrady gracefully strides onto the court, waving his arms, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Finally, let us welcome the Great Wall of China, the reigning best center in the NBA, number 11, Yao Ming. Yao shyly jogs from the players' tunnel into the arena, waving his hands, then joins his teammates for a high five. Cheers for Yao Ming resound throughout the venue. The audience erupts in applause and shouts of encouragement. The host then transitions. Now, let us welcome the starting players of the Knicks. Shooting guard number 1, the answer, Allen Iverson, raises his hands as he enters. placing his hands to his ears in his signature celebration, leaning in to listen. Hey, hey. The crowd bursts into enthusiastic cheers. Small forward number 21, Wilson Chandler. Power forward number 34, Zach Randolph. Center number 42, David Lee. The host's voice reaches a crescendo. Lastly, let us all rise. Let us welcome our Olympic scoring champion. The MVP of the Olympics and the third overall pick, Wu Ge. MVP, MVP, MVP. The arena resonates with thunderous applause and cheers. Wu Ge made his way onto the court with a spirited dash from the players' tunnel. Wu Ge, Wu Ge, Wu Ge. As he emerged, the atmosphere surged to an exhilarating crescendo, the cheers echoing throughout the arena. Following his legendary performance at the Olympics near his home, Wu Ge's popularity has undeniably reached its zenith. After a 30-minute warm-up preceding the match, the official whistle sounded, signaling the commencement of the game. David Lee and Yao Ming engaged in the jump ball at center court. David Lee leapt high, deftly directing the ball into Wu Ge's hands, marking the official start of the contest. As Wu Ge skillfully dribbled the ball past the halfway line, he found himself confronted by the formidable beast, Arteist. With a fierce demeanor, Arteist declared, "Wu, your opponent today is me. Do not even think about scoring over me." To which Wu Ge responded with a gentlemanly smile, "Oh? The last one who uttered such words has already been carried away." Wu Ge instantly sprang into action, accelerating past a tie on his right. At this moment, Wu Ge's speed was that of peak A, leaving no one able to impede him, especially since the match had only just commenced and his stamina was at its fullest. Scollard hurriedly moved forward to provide support in defense. Wu Ge executed a swift, no-look pass to the open Randolph beneath the basket. With a resounding crash, Randolph unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk, securing the first points for the Knicks. 2-0. Wow, Wu Ge is remarkably quick. That formidable bear is incredibly fierce. The audience erupted with excitement, witnessing an explosive start. Upon returning to the Knicks, Wu Ge played with newfound ease, as his teammates provided ample support, liberating his passing prowess. As praised by Ujia, the Rockets initiated their offense. Alston dribbled past half-court, with Iverson stepping up to defend. Alston, somewhat intimidated by the former MVP, made a long pass to McGrady. Facing the close defense of Wilson Chandler, McGrady executed a hesitation dribble, then advanced to the free throw line, spinning for a jump shot. Swish. It went straight through the net. 2-2. What a shot. Beautiful. McGrady. The crowd cheered fervently for McGrady. His popularity remains high in the Dragon Kingdom. Bolstered by Yao Ming's influence and his own elegant playing style, the Knicks resumed their offense. Wu Ge skillfully dribbled past the half-court, confronted by his opponent, Arteist. Having learned from their previous encounter, Arteist maintained a safe distance from Wu Ge. However, at that moment, David Lee set a screen, allowing Wu Ge to effortlessly bypass Arteist and face the impending defense of Yao Ming. With a resounding thud, he executed a precise bounce pass, enabling David Lee to swiftly cut to the basket and complete a thunderous dunk. The score stood at 4-2. That pass was elusive and remarkable. Wu Ge had evolved once more, Zhang commented, marveling at Wu Ge's imaginative play. The Rockets initiated their offense, with Alston and Yao Ming executing a similar screen, delivering the ball to Yao in the paint. Yao leaped, preparing for a dunk. "Be careful," Scola urgently warned from the side. "What?" Yao, bewildered, thought to himself. "With my towering height, the rim is right before me. Why should I be cautious?" Just then, in the air, dark clouds loomed ominously, threatening to shatter the calm. Snap! Wu Ge leapt high into the air, executing a one-handed block onto Yao's basketball, snatching it effortlessly into his grasp. Fast break has already surged into the front court. Wu Ge executed a precise long pass to the fast-breaking Iverson, who accelerated past Alston with remarkable speed. In a breathtaking moment, he launched the basketball with an extreme pullback. The ball circled the rim twice before swishing through the net. Score, 6-2. Incredible. Wu Ge executed a spectacular block on Yao Ming. He showed no mercy, dismissing his national teammate with such ferocity. Wu Ge's leaping ability is astounding. The crowd erupted into cheers, witnessing the face-off between the two strongest stars of Long Nation. Wu Ge, that was an impressive block. Yao Ming laughed as he looked at Wu Ge. Haha, Wu Ge chuckled in response. "Isn't this just me showing off in front of brother Yao? Much appreciated. Much appreciated." The two shared light-hearted banter. Encountering a fellow countryman on the NBA stage is undeniably exhilarating. Tracy McGrady gazed at the stunning replay, exclaiming, "Youth truly has its advantages." Meanwhile, A approached Wu Go for a high five, praising, "That was a beautiful pass, Wu." At this moment, Iverson felt that such an effortless scoring method was quite delightful. Scoring with ease is indeed satisfying, unlike the laborious effort required on the high planes. For A, while he could still drive to the hoop, it was prudent to conserve energy for the most critical moments, as time is relentless. On the sidelines, Coach D'Antoni watched with excitement. "Wu Gu is undoubtedly the player I need. My small ball strategy will surely lead us to ultimate success." Chapter 84, Preseason Opener against the Rockets. The Rockets initiated their offense. Alston passed the ball into the paint to Yao Ming. Big Yao, with his back to the basket, executed a magnificent isolation against David Lee, leaving Lee disoriented with a series of dazzling footwork. Seizing the moment, Yao delivered a smooth turnaround hook shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop. Score, 6-4. Beautiful Big Yao. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yao's footwork was simply exquisite, and his release was remarkably soft. Praise Zhonghe. The Knicks launched their offense. Wu Gu dribbled the ball past the halfway line, confronted by Arteist's defense. With a swift change of direction and an acceleration, he effortlessly maneuvered past Arteist's guard. Wu Ge's initial step was executed with astonishing speed, leaving Arteist unable to react. Approaching the penalty area, he faced the formidable defense of Scola. Step aside. Wu Gu poised himself, gripping the ball with one hand before leaping high into the air. Over the temporary positioning of Scola, he unleashed a thunderous axe dunk. The basketball was forcefully propelled into the hoop. 8-4. Oh, Wu Gu, with sheer audacity, slammed the ball past Scola's defense. Yu Jiao erupted in excitement. The level of his body extension was indeed perfect. Zhang Weiping expressed his astonishment. Wu Gu soared over Scola. What an impressive feat. The crowd of fans erupted into a fervent cheer. The atmosphere was ignited by this spectacular dunk. The Rockets launched their offensive. Arteist, pressed by Iverson's defense, had no choice but to pass the ball again. At that moment, Wu Gu, having anticipated Alston's intentions, swiftly cut in from the weak side, intercepting the ball with ease. Arteist pursued him relentlessly from behind. "You flee, I chase." Yet, Wu Gu, in full sprint, was unstoppable as he approached the free throw line, confronting the Rockets' hoop and the presence of McGrady. McGrady, too, assumed a defensive stance. Wu Gu launched the ball towards the backboard with remarkable force. Bang! The basketball ricocheted high into the air. With an agility akin to that of a spring, Wu Gu leapt upwards, effortlessly seizing the rebounding ball. Boom! He decisively slammed it into the hoop with both hands, overpowering McGrady in the process. McGrady was sent sprawling. The score stood at 10-4. With an indomitable spirit, Wu Gu not only faced McGrady, but executed McGrady's signature self-lob and dunk. Yu Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Clap. Clap, clap. Wu Gu performed a self-lob dunk, eclipsing McGrady. Incredible. The arena erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. After landing, Wu Gu hurried to assist McGrady to his feet. McGrady, shaking his head, stood up, reminiscing about the joyous moments of his youth. The Rockets commenced their offense. McGrady skillfully dribbled past half-court, confronting Chandler's defense. With a swift and pronounced change of direction, he evaded Chandler, advancing into the paint against David Lee. He soared into the air. Boom. A singular, powerful one-handed slam dunk echoed through the arena. The basketball was emphatically thrust into the hoop, and upon landing, McGrady cast a disdainful glance, as if declaring that he too possessed the ability to dunk. The score now read 10-6. Iverson swiftly approached the basket to help David Lee up, shaking his head and commenting, "This guy is still the same." Oh, McGrady. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch with this breathtaking dunk. The Rockets pressed forward in their offensive pursuit. Wu Gu advanced the ball past the halfway line, deftly delivering it to the mismatched A. Iverson, exploiting the mismatch, faced off against Scola. In an instant, Iverson sprang into action, his flair undiminished by the passage of time, executing his signature front crossover, effortlessly maneuvering past Scola. As Arteist approached from the wing to provide help defense, Iverson made a swift cross-court pass to the waiting Wu Gu on the perimeter. As Wu Gu faced the unoccupied hoop, he leaped effortlessly, executing a flawless three-point jump shot. The basketball soared gracefully through the air. Swish. It found its mark. A pristine netting. The score now stood at 13-6. What a magnificent shot. The crowd at Wuksong Arena erupted in cheers for Wu Gu. Following a splendid assist, Wu Gu approached A and exchanged a high five. Allen Iverson praised, "Wu, your shot was exquisite." As the game progressed, Both teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of offensive plays. Being merely a preseason exhibition, the match was largely devoid of defensive strategies. Boom. With a thunderous dunk beneath the basket, Yao Ming propelled the New York Knicks ahead, 68-67, over the Houston Rockets. Both teams were equally matched as they entered the second half. During the halftime intermission, Wu Ge and Yao Ming conversed briefly in the player tunnel, during which Wu inquired about Yao's physical condition. "I have fully recovered," Yao declared emphatically. Leaping lightly to demonstrate his complete recuperation, Wu Ge exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful. Brother Yu, I shall not hold back in the second half. Nor shall I." The two exchanged smiles before retreating to their respective locker rooms for a brief respite. Amidst the relaxed atmosphere pervading the arena, the lengthy halftime interval swiftly passed. The second half of the match commenced, with both teams fielding their star players. The Knicks substituted Allen for Chandler, while the rest remained unchanged. Wu Ge and Big U expressed their desire to play longer to reciprocate the fervent support of the fans present. The Rockets seized possession. McGrady initiated an offensive play, confronting the formidable defender Tony Allen. With a signature step-back move, he leaped high into the air and released a three-point shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop. 68-70. With this remarkable three-pointer by McGrady, the Rockets took the lead for the first time. The Knicks began their offensive maneuver. Wu Ge advanced past the halfway line, and Allen stepped in to set a screen. Wu Ge then proceeded to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with McGrady. The fans in the arena rose to their feet in a surge of excitement, eager to witness the long-anticipated face-off between the two star players. McGrady opened his arms wide, lowering his center of gravity, his eyes clouded with a hint of drowsiness, yet fixed intently on Wu Ge before him, wary of underestimating the hottest newcomer in the league. Bam! 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 As Wu Ge faced McGrady's defense, he began to execute a between-the-legs crossover dribble, keenly observing McGrady's movements. Whoosh! Wu Ge suddenly accelerated forward, darting towards the right side of McGrady. McGrady swiftly kept pace, but at that moment, Wu Ge executed a sharp pullback, swiftly transferring the ball to his left hand, followed by a deft behind-the-back dribble and a pivot. His signature move, the butterfly through the flowers, showcased a mesmerizing blend of speed and finesse. With an intricate rhythm and flamboyant ball handling, with a swift turn, Wu Ge effortlessly bypassed McGrady, advancing towards the basket, where he faced the formidable defensive Yao Ming. In a breathtaking display, he executed a 360-degree spin midair before releasing the ball. It struck the rim. It struck again. The basketball danced on the edge before finally succumbing to gravity and rolling into the hoop. The score is now 70-70. Oh, Wu Ge. Wu Ge. My admiration for you knows no bounds. The atmosphere in the arena erupted in sheer exuberance. What an exhilarating showdown. That basket was nothing short of magnificent. Yu Jia exclaimed with fervor. The Rockets launched their offensive. McGrady responded with an equally impressive turnaround jumper, leveling the score. Given that the preseason is a time for players to find their rhythm, both teams engaged in a thrilling exchange of offensive prowess. Wu Ge consecutively sank 3 three-pointers, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Meanwhile, McGrady responded with a series of answer falls, executing jump shots beyond the arc with remarkable precision. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 92-88, with the Knicks holding a 4-point lead as they entered the final quarter. Both teams opted to substitute in their reserves, with Duhong and Harrington evidently outperforming Brooks and Uncle Mu in their inside-outside combination, with Duhong and Harrington flourishing both inside and out. The score gap began to widen. Harrington, exploiting the Rockets' interior defense, scored 12 points in a single quarter, leaving spectators in awe of the Knicks' formidable prowess this season. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 126-115, securing their first victory of the preseason, thanks to their exceptional bench depth. Wu Ge delivered an impressive performance, amassing 31 points, 6 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. Allen Iverson contributed with 21 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists, while Yao Ming recorded 20 points, 10 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block. Tracy McGrady added 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Chapter 85. The 2008-2009 season officially commences. Following the conclusion of the first game, Yao Ming and Wu Ge dined at a hotel, sharing a delightful reunion as they reminisced about their cherished memories with the national team. Yao expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Wu Ge. This is my proudest achievement." As they prepared for their second encounter, which would shift to the bustling city of Shanghai, Wu Ge later visited Mimi's home late at night, immersing himself in a moment of tenderness, while also offering her guidance on musical pronunciation techniques. The online discourse regarding the inaugural preseason game was fervent, with fans eagerly anticipating the new season for the Rockets. The strength of the Big Three remained formidable, and the New York Knicks displayed a balanced roster, both starters and substitutes. Wu Ge's performance was consistently stable, maintaining the form showcased during the Olympics. East AI, West Co, North Carolina, South McGrady, and now Hua Xiao Wu Ge, heralding the emergence of the most formidable shooting guard of the new generation. Enthusiasm for the new season, the Rockets, Yao Ming, and Wu Ge was palpable. Though merely a preseason exhibition, it was evident that Wu Ge was beginning to embrace a leadership role, with his teammates placing their trust in him. On October 10th, the second match of the Huaguo series commenced in Shanghai, featuring the New York Knicks against the Houston Rockets. As the first quarter began, Wu Ge adjusted his offensive approach, shifting from facilitating assists to scoring, netting 9 points and leading the Knicks to a 12-3 advantage. McGrady responded with a series of mid-range shots. The Knicks concluded the first quarter ahead, 36-32. In the second quarter, both teams fielded their substitutes. Brooks found his rhythm with consecutive layups, spearheading a 9-2 surge for the Rockets, which allowed them to reclaim the lead. Just before halftime, Harrington sank a three-pointer, keeping the score close. The halftime score stood at Knicks 55, Rockets 63. The third quarter commenced with Iverson executing a series of crossovers, driving past Alston to score 12 points, leveling the score for his team. As the third quarter drew to a close, McGrady connected on a deep three-pointer, granting the Rockets a 3-point lead entering the final quarter, with the score at Knicks 89, Rockets 92. As the fourth quarter unfolded, both teams brought their substitutes back onto the court. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a fierce exchange of baskets ensued. In the final 5 seconds, a crucial rebound by J. Tucker allowed the Knicks to narrowly secure victory over the Rockets by a mere 2 points. Final score: New York Knicks 119, Houston Rockets 117. Wu Ge played only 25 minutes, making 10 out of 15 shots, scoring 23 points with 3 rebounds and 7 assists. Yao Ming contributed 19 points and 11 rebounds. The highest scorer of the game, Tracy McGrady, tallied 35 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. Allen Iverson added 31 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists. The showdown between the Eastern Iverson and Southern McGrady thrilled the entire audience, who exclaimed, "The taste of youth, this ticket was worth it." Fans continuously chanted their names, reluctant to leave long after the game ended. With the conclusion of the 2 China games, Yao Ming, Wu Ge, and their respective teams made a brief stop before flying back to the U.S. to prepare for the upcoming preseason. Time flew by, and the preseason games were in full swing. Ultimately, the Knicks achieved an impressive 4-1 record, marking a perfect start. The team's performance on the court sparked excitement and anticipation for the new season. Mike D'Antoni's run-and-gun system and small ball strategy seamlessly integrated into the team, with Wu Ge serving as the catalyst. Across the 5 preseason games, Wu Ge averaged 24, 2 points, 7, 8 rebounds, and 11, 5 assists, flawlessly fulfilling his role as the team's cornerstone. With Wu Ge orchestrating the offense, the Knicks underwent a remarkable transformation, revitalizing a team that had finished second to last the previous season. Knicks fans erupted in jubilation. After so many years, a new superhero had emerged to rescue this once struggling franchise from the depths of despair. The order for Wu Ge's No. 3 jersey has already been scheduled for January of next year. According to statistics from an unnamed website, Wu Ge's jersey sales are rapidly approaching those of NBA superstars such as Kobe, LeBron, and Howard, who rank among the top 5. This has certainly garnered the attention of the executives at Hook headquarters. In the latest edition of the ESPN Team Power Rankings, the Knicks have impressively secured the 8th position, marking a significant qualitative leap. Walsh's name is already being associated with the title of Best General Manager for the 2008-2009 season, a notion that was previously unfathomable. In the ESPN Player Rankings, Wu Ge has ascended from over 200 to the top 30, demonstrating remarkable progress. In the clutch points list of the top 100 players for the new season, Wu Ge ranks an astonishing 20th, leaving many in awe. Undoubtedly, leading the national team to victory against the Dream Team in the Olympics has significantly boosted Wu Ge's reputation, establishing him as one of the strongest rookies to date. Furthermore, the immense market potential in China plays a substantial role in this phenomenon, suggesting a degree of hype surrounding his rise, as well as implications of the league's star-making tendencies. NBA Commissioner David Stern has already reaped the rewards of Yao Ming's popularity, and now, with the emergence of such an explosive and visually captivating guard, it is only natural for the league to vigorously promote and attract more Chinese fans to the NBA, who would turn down the prospect of increased revenue. With only 4 days remaining until the commencement of the regular season on October 24th, excitement is palpable. Wu Ge participated in an exclusive interview with a domestic media outlet. Su Jiqin, what are your thoughts on being ranked in the top 30 by renowned lists such as ESN? Wu Ge remarked, discussing strategy on paper often proves superficial. He emphasized that any form of ranking is ultimately insubstantial. It is only through diligent self-improvement and tangible achievements that one can substantiate their worth and earn respect. Su Jiqin inquired, what are your expectations for the upcoming season? Wu Ge, strive to elevate one's own abilities and lead the Knicks into the playoffs, and if possible, to the grand stage of the finals. Su Jiqin, do you have any words for the domestic fans? Wu Ge, I am immensely grateful for the unwavering support from all of you. Remaining true to my original intentions, I shall continue to strive and unveil a better version of myself. As the interview concluded, Wu Ge, Su Jiqin, and the staff present took a commemorative photograph together. Su Jiqin remarked that this exclusive documentary would premiere this Friday at 5:30 p.m. on the Sports Channel as the inaugural episode of the NBA's Unique Perspective segment. On October 28th, the regular season opener of the 2008 to 2009 NBA season commenced as scheduled. The 3 teams participating in the opening match were the Cavaliers and the Celtics. LeBron James led his team in a challenge against the formidable trio of the Celtics, yet ultimately found himself isolated, unable to overcome the collective strength of his opponents. With Paul Pierce sinking another 3-pointer, the Cavaliers succumbed to defeat, ending the game at 86-89. In the matchup between the Bucks and the Bulls, the 2008 first overall pick, Derrick Rose, spearheaded the challenge against Michael Rhett's Bucks. The Bulls, playing on their home court, triumphed with Rose delivering an impressive performance of 22 points, 3 rebounds, and 9 assists, culminating in a 115-105 victory over the Bucks. In the contest between the Trail Blazers and the Lakers, Los Angeles successfully bolstered their roster over the summer, enhancing their perimeter defense. The Yellow Mamba, Roy, faced off against the Black Mamba, Kobe. With a robust depth in their lineup, the Lakers achieved a commanding victory, defeating the Trail Blazers by 20 points. With a final score of 97-77. Following the game, the Cavaliers issued a challenge to the Celtics, declaring, "Revenge is upon us." On October 29th, the much-anticipated debut of Wu Ge in the regular season was imminent. The New York Knicks prepared to face the Miami Heat in the 86th chapter of the Hope of the Stars. The second day of the NBA season officially commenced, with each team eagerly returning to the court after a lengthy offseason. The match between the New York Knicks and the Miami Heat was highly publicized, promising a thrilling showdown between the 2nd overall pick and the 3rd overall pick, featuring the genius forward Beasley against the Olympic champion guard Wu Ge. Wu Ge's debut in the NBA regular season was nothing short of spectacular, featuring a direct showdown with the illustrious Dwayne Wade, the Flash, alongside the former MVP, Allen Iverson. This match was indeed a feast for the eyes. As the clock struck 7, the iconic Madison Square Garden in New York was teeming with fans. Countless Knicks supporters had already secured their tickets to rally behind their beloved team. Despite the Knicks' perennial struggles with the worst records, their market support remains unparalleled, and their fans are as passionate as ever. The Knicks may have tormented their followers time and again, yet the loyalty of these fans mirrors that of a first love. The game was broadcast live across the nation, featuring the familiar duo of Charles Barkley and Stephen A. Smith as commentators. CTV5 also joined in the simultaneous broadcast of this highly anticipated match. Inside the MSG Arena, a constellation of stars from various fields had gathered. NBA legends such as Patrick Ewing, Willis Reed, Clyde Drexler, and the iconic Bill Russell mingled with Hollywood luminaries like Taylor Swift, Scarlett Johansson, Robert Downey Jr., Vin Diesel, Dwayne Johnson, and Emma Watson, the child star from Harry Potter. The Knicks mascot, Spike Lee, added to the festive atmosphere, while a plethora of sports celebrities filled the venue, creating a carnival-like ambience. Just the sight of these stars made the ticket price worthwhile. As the match was about to commence, the arena lights began to flicker and dance. The announcer prepared for the grand entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise our hands in welcome for the starting players of both teams. First, he introduced the starting lineup of the Miami Heat. Point guard 15, Mario Chalmers. Small forward, Sean Marion. Power forward 40, Udonis Haslem. the heart of the team, center, Joel Anthony, and shooting guard 3, Dwayne Wade. Wade, puffing his cheeks, sprinted out from the player tunnel, exchanging high fives with his teammates. This season was poised to be Wade's most formidable yet, supported by his exceptional teammates, as he aimed for another championship title. With a swift change in tone, the announcer continued, "Now, let us welcome the starting players of the Knicks." Shooting guard 1, Allen Iverson, burst onto the scene, waving his arms and performing his signature celebration. Eagerly listening to the crowd chant, "A, A, A." The fervent cheers of the fans erupted within the arena. Small forward number 21, Wilson Chandler, power forward number 34, Zach Randolph, and center number 42, David Lee, were suddenly met with a profound silence that enveloped the entire venue. At last, let us all rise. The host's voice shifted, invoking a powerful resonance that stirred the passion of every spectator in attendance. Culminating in an exuberant call for the name of Wu Go, let us welcome our pre-Olympic scoring champion, the Olympic MVP, Summer League MVP, and the third overall pick, Wu. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd as all attendees stood in unison, eager to witness the debut of this prodigious guard in a regular season home game. Applause erupted continuously throughout the arena. Wu Go, Wu Go, Wu Go. The chorus of fans chanting Wu Ji's name reverberated through the stadium, echoing around the venue like a celestial symphony. A constellation of stars encircled him. Wu Go emerged from the players' tunnel with a radiant smile, enthusiastically waving his hands in response to the fervent cheers of the crowd. He then made his way onto the field, exchanging high fives with his teammates, including player A. Standing before him, the smile of Wu Go is akin to a gentle spring breeze, leaving some young women in the arena utterly spellbound. He is simply stunning. Taylor Swift's cheeks flushed with warmth. In a fleeting moment, it was rumored that season tickets in New York had doubled, purchased predominantly by affluent women of the city. "Oh my God, Walsh, this is truly unbelievable." Sitting courtside, Walsh and Garland engaged in a satisfied discussion about Wu Ji's entry, surrounded by a constellation of stars. Marveling inwardly, it was worth it. Garland was equally pleased, since the introduction of A, the team's luxury tax had reached alarming heights, yet with results in hand. Such expenditures were of no concern. Wealth affords one the luxury of indulgence. At the TNT broadcasting desk, Barkley and Smith commenced their usual antics. Barkley, flying pig. "Which team do you predict will emerge victorious tonight?" Smith, "It's hard to say. The match between Wade and Wu Go, two of the greatest shooting guards of the new millennium, is certainly highly anticipated. The depth of both teams' rosters is also unpredictable." Barkley, "Shall we place a wager tonight?" "I'm leaning towards the Heat." Smith, "The Heat? Then I must undoubtedly support the Knicks." Ultimately, the two agreed that the loser would have to kiss a pig's rear end live in the studio. In the Dragon Nation, the studio buzzed with excitement. Zhang Healy remarked, "Let us look forward to our Dragon Nation player Wu Ji's debut at the Knicks home court, anticipating a spectacular performance from him." Su Jiqing added, "Both teams have made significant moves this season, the duel between A and Wade, alongside the selection of two superstars, promises an abundance of highlights for this match." Yu Jia summarized, "Let us hope that Wu Go achieves an excellent result in his first official game in the NBA." Back to the game. The players of both teams began their warm-ups on the court. The large screen displayed the starting lineups: New York Knicks, Wu Go, A, Chandler, Randolph, David Lee; Miami Heat, Chalmers, Wade, Marion, Haslam, Joel Anthony. With the referee's whistle, warm-ups concluded. David Lee and Joel Anthony prepared for the jump ball at center court. The referee tossed the ball into the air. David Lee exerted all his strength, directing the ball into his team's territory. Wu Go has seized the soaring basketball, and the match has officially commenced. Wu Go pushed the ball past the halfway line as David Lee stepped forward to set a screen. Wu Go swiftly broke through, maneuvering around the defense of the former player from Moscow when Joel Anthony came up to provide assistance. Boom. Wu Go executed a precise through-the-legs pass to the descending David Lee. B00M. David Lee, towering over the slightly shorter Haslam, delivered a powerful dunk, effortlessly securing the first points for the Knicks. 2-0. What a splendid assist. The audience was captivated, witnessing their team secure 2 points with such ease. The Knicks' initial offense breached the Heat's defense, indicating that the screen and roll between Wu Go and David Lee would continue to perplex the Heat's head coach throughout the match. Smith remarked with a smile. Barkley, however, countered, "This is merely the beginning. The game has only just commenced." Chapter 87. A clash of titans turning back to the Heat's offense. Chalmers, feeling the aggressive defense from Iverson, hesitated to stop the ball, and quickly passed it to the frontcourt leader, Wade. Wilson Chandler assumed the primary defensive role against Wade. Wade, utilizing his deceptive triple threat position, maneuvered past Chandler, penetrating towards the basket and executing a layup over David Lee. Swish. The ball found the net. 2-2. The Heat's first defensive attempt was successful, and it appeared that this would be a thrilling contest. Barkley exclaimed with excitement. Smith begrudgingly acknowledged, after the Olympic experience, Wade has indeed evolved. Following the score, Chandler took the initiative to accept responsibility. That was my oversight. Don't feel pressured. Just focus on containing him. Wooga stepped forward to offer reassurance to the sophomore rookie. The Knicks were back on offense. Wooga dribbled past the halfway line, confronting Marion, who had switched to defend him. Perhaps because Wu had cleanly bypassed Chalmers on the first play, the Heat adjusted their defensive assignments. Do you really think this can stop me? Wooga smiled as he locked eyes with the Matrix Marion. Well, we have to try, Marion retorted with a deadpan stare. Poised and ready, Wooga raised his hand, signaling his teammates to spread the floor. A murmur of excitement rippled through the arena. Was Wu about to take on the challenge solo? Wooga executed a rapid crossover dribble beneath his legs, confounding Marion's defense, before abruptly launching into a swift drive to the left. How astonishingly fast! Marion stared in disbelief as Wooga vanished before his eyes. Wooga entered the restricted area, facing the imposing center of the Heat. With a deft Euro step, he effortlessly released a layup. Swish! It found nothing but net. 4-2. Upon landing, Wooga shrugged his shoulders, signaling that it was a piece of cake. Haha, what a splendid shot. The entire arena erupted with excitement as fans witnessed Wooga breezily break through the defense to score. Iverson, fixated on Wooga's basket, praised. Truly a man akin to the wind, reminiscent of my own youthful days. Wade, however, fixed his gaze intently on Wooga, vowing to avenge the embarrassment of the Olympics. The Knicks players, having scored, swiftly retreated on defense. This basket must be defended. The Heat launched their offense. Chalmers advanced the ball past half-court. Wale stepped forward to apply pressure. Wade aimed to receive the ball, but Chandler, bolstering the defense, denied Wade any easy opportunity, engaging in a fierce and relentless pursuit. Chalmers felt a flicker of panic. The intensity of the defense had suddenly surged. At that moment, Marion broke free into open space, prompting Chalmers to hurl the ball as if it were a grenade. Chalmers felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders. Just then, crack! A loud noise erupted as Wooga, having anticipated the pass, darted in and intercepted the ball. Fast break with a thunderous roar. Wooga swiftly galloped towards the front court of the Heat. As he arrived, both he and the ball were perfectly in sync. Wooga executed a long pass to the front court, finding Iverson, who faced an open basket. With effortless grace, he made a layup, securing 2 points. The score stood at 6-2. Wade, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed at the ease with which the points were scored. Well done, praised Smith from the commentary booth, admiring the seamless connection between Wu and Iverson. Barkley, too, conceded that interception was indeed exquisite, and the pass even more so. With Wooga orchestrating the play, the Knicks' offense flourished. Following his successful shot, Iverson returned to high-five Wooga, marking the first time Iverson experienced the delightful sensation of benefiting from a skilled point guard. The Heat initiated their offense, with Wade receiving the ball in the backcourt and skillfully advancing past half-court. It seems Wade is serious now. Barkley chuckled from the commentary, anticipating the action. Chandler applied all his effort to closely guard Wade. With a slight huff, Wade executed a quick dribble and changed direction, darting toward the basket with incredible speed. Randolph was no David Lee. He closely matched Wade, delivering a robust physical challenge. Wade, facing adversity, released a difficult floater. Swish. Wade scored 2 points, bringing the score to 6-4. Relying solely on Wade for the Heat's offense will prove to be quite challenging, Barkley analyzed. Turning back, the Knicks prepared for their next offensive play. Wooga dribbles the ball past the halfway line, while Randolph steps up to set a screen. Wooga swiftly maneuvered past Marion's defense, while Haslam hurried to provide support. Bang! Crash! Wooga executed a feigned move before driving fiercely towards the basket of the Miami Heat. Confronted by the Heat center, Anthony, he bellowed, "Get out of my way." With a powerful thrust from his legs, he soared into the air. What? Anthony stood in stunned disbelief. He had never encountered such a formidable rookie before. Was he truly attempting to perform an alley-oop dunk? As Wooga confronted Anthony before him, he seized the ball with one hand and executed a powerful one-armed dunk. The rim emitted a thunderous shriek. Thud! Joel Anthony was left staggering, collapsing to the ground. "Oh my God, how could Wu Gu have dunked over the Heat center?" Barkley exclaimed in disbelief. "Wu, incredible!" Smith transformed into an enthusiastic admirer. On the sidelines, the New York mascot Spike Lee danced joyfully while holding a soda. "What a play! What a dunk!" The crowd erupted, leaping to their feet in exhilaration, cheering with uncontained joy. The Knicks bench was equally animated, players standing and waving their towels in celebration of this spectacular score. On the court, Iverson, Randolph, and others were stunned by Wu Ge's remarkable dunk, rushing over to congratulate him in excitement. Soon after, the Heat initiated their offense, perhaps still reeling from the impact of Wu Ge's dunk. Marion received a pass from Wade and attempted a three-pointer. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Rebound. Randolph soared through the air, seizing the rebound above Haslam's head. Wu Gu has swiftly advanced to the front court, while Randolph delivers a long pass. Wu Gu received the basketball, swiftly launched into action, maneuvering past Wade to reach the basket, executing an aerial extreme pull-up. Swish. Another successful shot. The crowd erupted. Unstoppable. Wu Gu. In the CTV5 studio, Yu Jiao proudly extolled his prowess. Indeed, Wu Ge's dominance is unparalleled. Zhang Healy commended, sensing the shift in momentum. The Miami Heat's head coach urgently called for a timeout. Upon resuming play, the Heat substituted Chalmers for Mo Williams in an attempt to bolster their defense. Yet, ultimately, it proved to be a mere drop in the ocean. Wu Gu is indeed the nemesis of Chalmers. During their university days, Chalmers delivered a decisive blow, securing the NCAA championship, his very first title. Following that, the two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth, with the scores rising alternately. 5, 4, 3, bang, bang. Wu Gu relentlessly executed crossovers beneath his legs while facing Chalmers. In the final second, Wu Gu unleashed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, piercing through Chalmers with precision. Swish. It was a heart-stopping shot. The Knicks led the Heat 43-38. In an exhilarating display, Wu achieved 16 points, leading his team with a 5-point advantage over the Miami Heat as they entered the second quarter. On the opposing side, Wade contributed 13 points, igniting a thrilling exchange between the two teams. During the intermission, it became evident that under Wu's guidance, the Knicks showcased a seamless offensive performance, as noted by A. Smith. The Heat, having undergone significant changes since last season, are poised to emerge as formidable contenders this season, as analyzed by Barkley. In the live broadcast from the homeland, commentators praised Wu's personal offensive skills and team awareness, noting that he had already scored 16 points in the first quarter, suggesting he might achieve a career high in this match. As Su Jiqing remarked, Zhang Healy expressed pride in having a player like Wu, emphasizing his distinction as a representative of the Dragon Nation. On domestic fan forums, excitement erupted over Wu's 16 points in the first quarter, with astonishment at his NBA debut, which set a personal record for points in a single quarter. Amidst the joyful cheers of Knicks fans, the second quarter commenced. The Knicks introduced a small ball lineup featuring G. Chris Duhon, SG Tony Allen, SF Quentin Richardson, PFJ Tucker, and CC Harrington. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat brought forth G. Quinn, SG James Jones, SF second overall Beasley, F. Moon, and the 211cm center McGlure. Barkley humorously remarked on the Knicks' decision to deploy the 198cm Tucker as a forward, to which A. Smith playfully reminded him of his own height, eliciting laughter from the audience. Curiosity arose regarding the Knicks' 3-year contract with a player who had played only 17 games for the Raptors before being released. The crowd's astonishment was soon reignited by the next play. Wu Gu rose from the sidelines, offering encouragement to the fierce defensive player. The Miami Heat initiated their offense. Quinn dribbled past the half-court line, passing the ball to Beasley. Beasley faced J. Tucker's relentless defense, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster, making the situation exceedingly difficult. In this era, the NBA still embraced physical confrontation, unlike the future where a mere touch could send players tumbling. "You shall not score easily over me." Tucker's expression conveyed an almost comical intensity, as if he were ready to strip down to ensure his dominance over Dandon. The esteemed prodigy, Beasley, the second overall pick, harbored resentment as he watched his contemporaneous Wu Gu shine while coming off the bench. His eyes were solely fixated on the hoop. Bang, bang. Beasley, with tenacity, dribbled the basketball, attempting to penetrate the paint for a layup. Tucker's defense was impenetrable. The outcome was all too predictable. Clang. Beasley's layup ricocheted off the rim. Bouncing out, Tucker soared once more, seizing the defensive rebound. Subsequently, the Knicks launched their attack. Harrington, confronted by the Heat's fragile interior, executed a back-to-the-basket move. Spinning and releasing a jump shot. Swish. It found the bottom of the net. 45-38. The Heat advanced again. Beasley, undeterred, attempted to face up against Tucker once more. "Let me show you a thing or two," Beasley declared fiercely. Smith remarked. It appears Beasley feels quite humiliated being thwarted by a second-round pick, destined for overseas play. As Smith's words lingered in the air, Beasley crossed over, striving to breach Tucker's close defense. "Come on then, softy." Tucker stood his ground, using his body to counter Beasley. Boom, boom, unable to maneuver past. Beasley was forced to take a contested jumper near the free throw line. Clang. The basketball once again bounced off the rim, collected by Harrington. What a splendid defensive play. The crowd erupted, ignited by Tucker's fervor, showering him with applause. Coach D'Antoni nodded in approval, finally comprehending why Wugu insisted on a player he himself deemed too short for the paint and too slow for the perimeter. Heat head coach Spoelstra shook his head at Beasley on the court. How did this mindset previously dominate Durant? He hardly appears to be of the same caliber. The team's general manager, Pat Riley, subtly shook his head, pondering if he had overlooked a near Jordan-like talent for the sake of an imbecile. Wade observed Beasley on the court with a complex expression. The game continued. Duhong advanced the ball past half-court, delivering it to Harrington, who positioned himself for a back-to-the-basket play against the Heat center. In response, the Heat employed a double-team strategy on Harrington, inadvertently leaving Tucker wide open in the corner. With a precise moment in mind, Harrington passed the ball to the lurking Tucker, who effortlessly launched a three-pointer. Swish. It found the net with unwavering accuracy. The score stood at 48-38. A splendid shot. The crowd erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Heat coach Spoelstra quickly called for a timeout. Upon resuming play, Biyombo faced Tucker and could only miss fire on the basket. On the other hand, the Knicks, led by their second unit's captain Harrington, continued to score, further widening the gap. With 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second quarter, Harrington single-handedly amassed 8 points and 5 rebounds, ruthlessly exposing the Heat's frail interior defense. The Knicks led 58-42, a commanding 16-point advantage. Spoelstra promptly brought in starters Wade and Marion, hoping to prevent Biyombo from spiraling further downward. Otherwise, the match would descend into garbage time. The Knicks opted to substitute Wugu and Iverson while maintaining the rest of their lineup. The Heat initiated their offense. Tony Allen closely guarded Wade, refusing to grant him an inch. Wade, feeling the pressure, muttered in frustration, "First it was Chandler, now it's Tony Allen. Are they planning to send in Tucker next?" Despite his grievances, Wade remained composed, utilizing a screen from Haslam to create space, and launched a three-pointer. The ball soared through the air. Swish. It swished through the net. The score was now 58-45, providing a much-needed lifeline for the Heat. The Knicks prepared for their offensive push. Wugu dribbles the ball past half-court. Marion and the Heat's sideline players swiftly converge to double-team. Goodness. Barkley is astonished. Are they really double-teaming a rookie who has just played his first game? Yet, what unfolds next is even more astonishing. Whoosh. Before the double-team could fully materialize, Wugu swiftly initiated a decisive step, elegantly maneuvering like a butterfly through flowers, slipping effortlessly between the two defenders. Having cleanly evaded the double-team, he found himself face-to-face with the Heat stalwart, Haslam, guarding the basket. With a fierce roar, Wuji's eyes glinted with ferocity. In a swift motion, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring through the air, and with a single hand, seized the ball. With a thunderous impact, he executed a powerful slam akin to a war axe. Wugu executed a magnificent slam dunk over Haslam, contorting the rim into a heart shape. Duong. It was not until Wugu released the hoop and descended that it reverted to its original form. OMG G0D. Barkley erupted into an exuberant roar. This was nothing short of phenomenal. Smith's eyes widened in disbelief. What a spectacular dunk. The entire arena rose to their feet, applauding, singing, and dancing with uncontainable excitement. Haslam appeared utterly dazed. In the ensuing moments, spurred by Wu Ge's extraordinary dunk, the Knicks' morale soared, and their offense flourished in a dazzling display that was simply unstoppable. Wugu and Harrington consecutively sank three-pointers. Even Allen, who was not particularly known for his shooting prowess, managed to score from beyond the arc. During the remaining moments of the second quarter, the Knicks executed an astonishing 9 attempts, with 8 successful conversions from three-point range, as if the basket were an open invitation. Despite Wade's formidable individual skills allowing him to connect with a long-range shot over Tony Allen, it proved to be merely a drop in the ocean amidst the Knicks' flourishing offense. As the first half concluded, the Knicks led the Heat with a score of 84-56, leaving the Heat trailing by a staggering 28 points, marking an unprecedented deficit at halftime. This effectively signaled the onset of garbage time. Chapter 89, the debut that shocked the league. The intermission swiftly came to an end, and the second half commenced. The starters from both teams were substituted out after merely 2 minutes on the court, giving way to a cadre of substitutes and even bench warmers, eager to score and regain their rhythm in the game. Interestingly, Wu-Gu sat on the bench, while the sword-bearing guard, Tucker, directly massaged Wu-Ji's shoulders. On the court, it was merely garbage time, with the dazzling second overall pick, Beasley, commanding attention. This scene was captured by numerous reporters. As the final buzzer sounded, the New York Knicks triumphed over the Miami Heat with a score of 135-98. Wu-Gu showcased an extraordinary performance, contributing a remarkable 31 points, alongside 5 rebounds, 9 assists, and 1 steal in merely 22 minutes of play, leading his team to a resounding 37-point victory over the visiting Miami Heat. Allen Iverson recorded 19 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal, while Dwayne Wade of the Heat tallied 27 points, 3 rebounds, and 6 assists. The Knicks have officially announced their resurgence to the league, declaring that this season, they will be a formidable force, signaling the revival of a once great basketball sanctuary. In this contest, Wu-Gu solidified his leadership role through his remarkable ability to guide the team. The crowd fervently chanted his name, Wu, 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 relishing in the moment, reluctant to disperse. Post-game, players exchanged embraces, and Wu-Gu graciously gifted a pair of his sneakers to a supporter from the Dragon Nation. He then retreated to the locker room to bask in the glory of victory. A strong beginning is of paramount importance. Inside the locker room, Iverson, as the elder statesman, rallied the team, forming a circle and encouraging them not to become complacent from a single victory. With 82 games in the regular season, the journey is long, and they must take it one step at a time. In the post-game interview, in the Heat section, a reporter inquired about the loss. Coach Spoelstra remarked, "My players performed admirably. The Knicks were on fire, particularly their star player, Wu-Gu. I was unable to find a way to contain him. He is truly exceptional." When asked about Wu's 30-point performance by halftime, Wade expressed regret, stating, "It's a shame. We had the opportunity to acquire him, but now he stands against us. And he's outstanding." Spoelstra added, "This is just one game. We have 81 more to play, and we must address the issues revealed in this match." In the Knicks section, a reporter asked Coach D'Antoni about the team's performance. He responded, "The team executed our pre-game strategy remarkably well." When questioned about Wu-Gu, D'Antoni said, "His performance excites me. He is one of the finest players on this planet, and it is an honor to coach him." Finally, a reporter turned to Wu-Gu, asking him for his thoughts on the victory. "Wu-Gu, the triumph of the team brings me immense joy to play alongside such an exceptional group. Each member fulfills their role admirably, and I am fortunate to have remarkable teammates." Reporter, "What are your expectations for the Knicks this season?" Wu-Gu, "If my previous goal was to reach the playoffs, then my current objective is to lead this team in securing the O'Brien Cup for New York." The reporters in the audience gasped in astonishment. Wu-Ji's debut in the NBA was nothing short of sensational, leading his team to an astonishing 84 points by halftime. It was a display that left spectators in awe. It is noteworthy that back in 2008, championships were secured through defense, with teams rarely surpassing the century mark in scoring. This context underscores the magnitude of the surprise this game delivered. Wu-Gu, the new king of the Knicks, the basketball deity of the Knicks. Please bring that coveted trophy to Madison Square. A whirlwind of small ball play is about to sweep through the NBA. Esteemed sports journalists from F0X Sports, VJ00 Sports, and others have extensively covered the Knicks' triumph over the Heat. Wu-Ji's astounding performance of over 30 points in a single half has left many in sheer astonishment. Although he had previously scored an impressive 80 points in an Olympic match, the NBA is undeniably a different arena. Few anticipated that Wu-Gu would seamlessly adapt to the demands of the NBA, rendering spectators utterly speechless. In a single match, Wu-Gu captivated the discerning fans of the Knicks, leaving no doubt that he is precisely the player they have long yearned for. On domestic platforms, one can observe the fervor surrounding him. Wu-Gu, the foremost figure in the NBA. And shockingly, the mightiest player in the league is indeed Wu-Gu. The plethora of reports has elevated Wu-Gu to dizzying heights. Yet one cannot help but ponder that should he falter in his next performance, a deluge of scorn and skepticism would inevitably follow. With every accolade comes a counterpoint, renowned American basketball analyst remarks. Who among us does not indulge in dumplings during the new year? I wager this match will mark the zenith of Wuji's brilliance. Bill Simmons asserts. I am certain that we will soon encounter the rookie wall. Once rival teams thoroughly analyze his play style, he will undoubtedly become a target, and in that moment, he will fade into the crowd. Yet, the onslaught of criticism from these pundits is met with fierce defense from Knicks supporters. For Wugu is indeed a hero of their own team. The discourse surrounding Wugu has surged, dominating trending topics across various online platforms. On October 30th, as dawn breaks, Wugu awoke from his slumber, standing before the glass, gazing at the magnificent skyline of New York City, a breathtaking panorama before him. At that moment, a soft, delicate sigh emanated from the bed. It was none other than Scarlett Johansson, draped in sheer fabric, her flawless figure revealed in all its glory. Ahem. Wugu cleared his throat a couple of times. He had practiced ball control late into the night and had caught a slight chill. The NBA schedule remains exceedingly demanding, as he must embark on a journey to Philadelphia tonight for an away game. On a rare day of respite, Wugu took the opportunity to indulge in a brief moment of relaxation. He logged onto the forum to peruse the comments made by his detractors. As a magnanimous player, Wugu spent the night fervently engaging with the online critics using a secondary account. The clattering of the keyboard, however, was so pronounced that it roused the enchanting beauty resting in bed. Wugu, embodying the essence of a devoted and nurturing gentleman, promptly rose to the occasion, dedicating 2 hours to meticulously prepare a breakfast of remarkable nutritional value for the enchanting Miss Scarlett. As the aircraft ascended with a thunderous roar, the Knicks players embarked on their journey to challenge the Philadelphia 76ers, with Iverson facing his former team. Even before the game commenced, the anticipation was palpable. Chapter 90, AI confronts his old employer. With the Knicks plane finally touching down, a group of dapper gentlemen emerged, each carrying their respective luggage as they exited the terminal. A chorus of Iverson's fans, brandishing support banners and wearing his jersey, gathered at the airport to greet him. The moment Iverson disembarked, he exchanged warm greetings with his admirers. Subsequently, the entire team boarded a bus, making their way to the hotel where they would be staying. Wugu was in his hotel room, scrolling through his phone, admiring the charming young ladies on NS. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the door. Who is it? Wugu called out as he opened the door to find us standing there, accompanied by a host of players including Tucker, Harrington, Allen, and David Lee. Wu. Shall we go have some fun? I suggested. Naturally, Iverson was well acquainted with Philadelphia. Actually, I'm not that kind of person, Wugu shyly replied. At the largest bar in Philadelphia, a group of tall, robust individuals confidently made their way to the dance floor, where they began to sing and dance with exuberance. Let us get this party started. Tonight, the bill is on young Master AI, Harrington shouted as he snatched the DJ's microphone. The atmosphere instantly erupted into a frenzy. Wugu, resembling a melancholic prince, sat elegantly in the booth, showcasing an array of fruits that captivated numerous young admirers who approached him for conversation. The atmosphere was filled with joy, fostering camaraderie among everyone present. The team-building event proved to be extraordinarily successful. Harmony is the essence of survival. If one fails to cultivate good relationships with teammates, the NBA is not merely a battleground, but also a realm of social intricacies. On October 31st, at approximately 7 p.m., the Knicks faced off against the Philadelphia 75ers at the Wells Fargo Center, which boasts a capacity exceeding 10,000. The arena was bustling with fans who arrived early, eager to witness the return of the prodigal son of Philadelphia, making this encounter a true basketball feast for the local supporters. The basketball ambience in Philadelphia is commendable. Yet the fans are known for their stringent expectations towards the players. For instance, the previously criticized Westbrook of esports found himself under scrutiny. The 75ers concluded the previous season ranked 7th in the Eastern Conference. Under the guidance of their new leader, Andre Iguodala, they have established themselves as a disciplined and formidable unit. While lacking standout superstars, the roster includes capable role players such as Iguodala, Cedric Ceballos, Andre Miller, Lou Williams, and Spates. Overall, this team is characterized by its ability to maintain a stable baseline, albeit with limited potential for greatness. Unlike the Heat, the 75ers represented the Knicks' first playoff challenge of the new season, making this matchup crucial for assessing the team's caliber. In a pre-game interview at the Philadelphia 75ers press room, a reporter inquired, Iguodala, what are your thoughts on tonight's game? Iguodala responded, the Knicks are somewhat different this season. I watched their first game, but unfortunately for them, they will be facing us tonight. We are a playoff team from last season. The reporter continued, What is your perspective on Wu, who scored 31 points by halftime to lead his team to victory? Iguodala replied, "Wow, Wu's performance in the last game was truly impressive. However, in this match, I will personally defend him and ensure he understands whose home court this is." In the Knicks press room, a reporter approached Wu, asking, "Hello, Wu. Iguodala has stated his intention to lock you down tonight. What are your thoughts on that?" Wu go, "I find this exhilarating. I eagerly anticipate how he will attempt to confine me. By the way, I shall secure 30 points against him tonight." The 75 reporters present were instantly thrown into a frenzy. Could this rookie truly be so audacious? After completing the pre-match interviews, both teams' players entered the arena to warm up. The head coach of the 75 stood at the sidelines, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Go, the young lad who appeared rather unremarkable. The large screen displayed the starting lineups. New York Knicks, Wu Go, A. Chandler, Randolph, David Lee. Philadelphia 75, Lewis Williams, Willie Green, Iguodala, Elton Brand, Samuel DeLambert. TNT commentators, Reggie Miller, Barkley, Drexler. Amid the anticipation of the fans, the match officially commenced. The interior defense of the 75 was manned by the seasoned Captain Brand and the Haitian center DeLambert, forming an imposing duo in the paint. It appeared that the coach of the 75 had meticulously analyzed the previous Knicks game footage and devised a targeted defense, arriving well prepared. During the Knicks' first offensive play, Wugu executed a crossover, deftly evading Iguodala's defense and penetrating the lane, only to be met by the two towering defenders. Bam! As Wugu struck the ground, he delivered the ball to Randolph in the paint. The formidable Randolph showed no mercy to the 75 heirs. To face his aggression was to pay a price. The rim echoed with a cacophony as he thunderously dunked. In response to the 75 heirs' double-team strategy, Wugu transformed into a maestro, orchestrating a symphony of exquisite passes. Iverson, Randolph, and David Lee feasted on the opportunities, their mouths watering with delight. Within a mere 5 minutes of the game, Wugu had already dished out 5 assists, accumulating a selfless stat line of 0 points, 5 assists, and 1 steal. Under Wuji's deft guidance, the Knicks led the 75 heirs 18-12. Observing Wugu effortlessly dismantling his team's defense, the 75 heirs head coach hastily called for a timeout. It appeared that Wuji's passing had unraveled the 75 heirs' double-team strategy, necessitating a tactical shift. Today, the Knicks' other players were in splendid form. Barkley remarked, "Indeed, if they continue to enjoy such open shooting opportunities, it would not bode well for the 75 heirs' defensive strategy." Reggie Miller analyzed. As the timeout concluded, Wugu once again dribbled the ball past half court, with Iguodala closely shadowing him. "You need to bolster your defense," Wugu remarked with a grin, observing the sweat glistening on Iguodala's brow. Enough chatter, Iguodala thought, steadfastly maintaining his focus on Wugu, his mind racing. He's too fast. Truly too fast. Thump, thump. The basketball rhythmically bounced beneath Wuji's legs. Swish. Wugu suddenly executed a swift scissors kick once more, catching no one by surprise as Iguodala was effortlessly bypassed yet again. The interior defense of the 75-man squad dared not double-team Wugu any longer, opting instead to await his approach within the paint. Iguodala hastily pursued him. Wugu swiftly maneuvered past Iguodala with a deft crossover, then executed a swift hesitation dribble that sent Iguodala stumbling off balance, crashing unceremoniously to the hardwood. Wugu executed a long two-point jump shot. Swish. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before finding its mark. The score stood at Knicks 20. 76ers 12. Splendid. The Knicks players eagerly approached Wugu, exchanging high fives in celebration. The bench players waved their towels in excitement. Oh my. Iguodala has been shaken off his feet. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Philadelphia fans felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the younger A, evoking nostalgic expressions. Though the number 3 on the court was no longer present. In Chapter 91, the daunting choice lay before the 76ers head coach. Represented by 2 bottles of poison, a decision had to be made. Commentator Drexler analyzed the situation. Turning back, Iguodala faced Wilson Chandler's forceful layup attempt. Clang. Knicks center David Lee secured the rebound and passed it to Wugu, who initiated a quick sprint, drawing the attention of 76ers defender Williams. Bam! A long pass found A, who had already sprinted to the basket. Facing an open lane. Boom. A executed a fast break one-handed dunk with precision. What a play. A's fans in attendance rose to their feet, applauding this son of Philadelphia. Undoubtedly, Wugu intended to assist A, allowing him to showcase his talents. Who dares to claim has aged? As long as he desires, he remains the answer. Beep. Within a mere 2 minutes, the 76ers head coach called for another timeout. The 76ers had become overly fixated on Wu-Gu, consequently falling into the Knicks' rhythm. Reggie Miller analyzed. Indeed, Wu-Gu is truly an exceptional player. Even in my era, he was a formidable presence. Drexler praised. Now, the 76ers coach must implement changes. Otherwise, the game will inevitably slip into the Knicks' tempo. Barkley shared his insights. Inside the arena. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere enveloping the 76ers, the Knicks players appeared remarkably relaxed. Upon resuming play, the 76ers made adjustments, substituting Brand for the youthful Sadie Osman to bolster their offensive firepower. The 76ers launched an attack. Newly entered Osman made an immediate impact with a drive, successfully executing a layup. This provided a slight reprieve from their earlier struggles. After the basket, Osman raised his arms in fervent celebration, expressing the pent-up frustration of the match. Applause erupted sporadically from the 76ers fans, who were relieved to see their team finally score. The Knicks were now on the offensive. Wu-Gu advanced past the halfway line, keenly observing the unfolding situation on the court. Andre Iguodala, despite facing repeated defeats, remained undeterred, closely guarding Wu-Gu with unwavering determination. Here I come. Wu-Gu gazed at Iguodala before him, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke, with the words barely escaping his mouth. He executed a sudden crossover dribble, accelerating past Iguodala with the swiftness of a gust of wind. In disbelief, Iguodala watched as Wu-Gu vanished from his sight once more, exclaiming in frustration. Meanwhile, Daryl Morey stood foolishly in the paint, grinning widely at the approaching Wu-Gu, determined to show this young player that the 76ers possessed formidable strength as well. How laughable. Wu-Gu gazed at Delembert attempting to block his shot before him, the corners of his lips curling slightly. A tiger that doesn't show its might is mistaken for a sickly cat, he mused with a quiet chuckle. As Wu-Gu approached Daleem Porter, he executed a sudden break, his feet firmly pressing against the ground, producing a harmonious sound of friction between his shoes and the surface. Then, with a powerful leap, Wu-Gu soared into the air. In that moment, he grasped the basketball with one arm, embodying the posture of an archer drawing his bow. Daleem Porter also leapt high, attempting to block Wu-Ji's dunk. Bang! Their bodies collided. Daleem Porter was forcefully deflected away. Boom! Wu-Gu ascended with remarkable prowess, executing a thunderous slam dunk with one arm that resonated throughout the arena. B00M. The rim emitted a mournful groan as it succumbed to Wu-Ji's powerful strike. With a jarring impact, Daleem Porter was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly overwhelmed. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had glimpsed the divine. Oh my! Wu-Gu has just dunked over the towering 211 centimeters Daleem Porter. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence, left speechless by the sheer force of Wu-Ji's emphatic dunk. Andre Iguodala, witnessing the agonizing sight of Porter on the floor, stood in astonishment. Mouth agape, this guy is simply a demon. The Knicks bench erupted in excitement, all rising to their feet in sheer exhilaration at the display of raw power. As the game progressed, both teams exchanged offensive blows, with time slipping away rapidly. The first quarter concluded with the Knicks leading 39-23 against the Philadelphia 76ers. Wu-Gu had already amassed an impressive tally of 12 points and 7 assists, propelling his team to a 16-point lead as they entered the second quarter. During the intermission, the 76ers appeared deflated, akin to wilted vegetables, utterly demoralized by Wu-Gu's performance. It's simply terrifying, Reggie Miller exclaimed from the commentary booth, visibly astounded. Indeed, it seems nearly impossible to contain him. Clyde Drexler concurred. Upon returning from the timeout, both teams fielded their bench players. The 76ers substitutes lacked the necessary impact against the Knicks' second unit. On the court, Harrington began to dominate, effortlessly scoring at will over the 76ers. His array of turnaround jump shots seemed unstoppable. Harrington netted 7 consecutive points, forcing the 76ers coach to reinsert Porter and other starters in a desperate bid to contain him. Meanwhile, the Knicks' primary players observed from the sidelines, enjoying the spectacle. Swoosh! Knicks small forward Quentin Richardson received a pass from Harrington and executed a forceful jump shot from beyond the arc, an arrow piercing through the heart of the defense. The score swelled to 53-30 in favor of the Knicks, with just 3 minutes remaining. The lead had ballooned to 23 points. Heavens! How can we possibly compete against what feels like 2 starting lineups? Lamented the 76ers fans, clutching their heads in despair, their cries echoing in the arena. The 76ers launched their attack. Beep. Captain Brand attempted a jump shot, only to be fiercely pulled down by Tucker. As Wugo and his key players took to the court, they prepared to seize control of the match. Clang. Brand's first free throw went awry. Swish. Brand's second free throw found its mark. 53-31. Turning back, the well-rested Wugo unleashed a long-range three-pointer from beyond the arc. Swish. An arrow piercing the heart. 56-31. Once again quelling the 76ers' momentum for a comeback. Such ferocity left the fans in stunned silence. For the 76ers, Iguodala fixated on Tony Allen, forcing a shot that clanged off the rim. Randolph passed the ball to Wugo. Wugo skillfully maneuvered the ball past the halfway line and launched a stunning three-pointer. Swish. It found the net with precision. A strike to the heart. The score stood at 59-31. The crowd erupted in cheers for Wugo. As Philadelphia 76ers fans shifted their allegiance, the expressions of disdain on the faces of Andre Iguodala and his fellow 76ers players were palpable. Moments later, Allen Iverson's three-pointer just before halftime sealed the fate of the match. The Knicks led 65-36 against the Philadelphia 76ers. As the halftime break commenced, the Knicks were on fire. The second half swiftly descended into garbage time, with both teams' substitutes showcasing their prowess in a back-and-forth display. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the game, the New York Knicks triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers with a resounding score of 120-98. Another commanding victory by 22 points. Wugo delivered an impressive performance, amassing 31 points, 12 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals. Allen Iverson contributed 22 points, 6 assists, 1 rebound, and 1 steal, while Andre Iguodala scored 17 points and grabbed 4 rebounds. Cedric Ceballos added 11 points and 5 rebounds. The disparity among the star players was evident. The Knicks' prowess was undeniable as they achieved yet another significant victory. Fans online expressed their excitement. Chapter 92. The Bucks Attack. October 31st. Other teams' results for the day. Bulls 82-95 Celtics, Nuggets 111-103 Clippers, Magic 83-85 Grizzlies, Kings 72-102 Heat. Spurs 94-101 Trail Blazers, Warriors 102-111 Raptors. The Knicks commenced the season with 2 consecutive victories, both by margins exceeding 20 points, capturing the attention of the entire league. This group of rebellious players, under the guidance of Wugo, has been molded into a cohesive unit, each fulfilling their roles with clarity and maximizing the team's potential. Numerous NBA stars remarked that the Knicks are on the verge of a resurgence. Renowned NBA legend Clyde Drexler even asserted that Wugo is undoubtedly a transformative player akin to Michael Jordan. Lakers legend Magic Johnson praised Wugo and his team, predicting they will pioneer a new style of play. According to statistics from ESPN, in just 2 games, the Knicks have attempted the highest number of three-pointers in the league. A remarkable feat in an era dominated by mid-range shooting. FW Sports News. Breaking. Timberwolves general manager, NBA 75 legend Mike Hale, faces potential dismissal. Rumors suggest that Timberwolves owner Glenn Taylor is contemplating firing Hale, a situation that would be unacceptable for any team that misses out on a talent like Wugo. On November 1st, after a brief stay in Philadelphia to experience the local culture, the Knicks boarded a flight back to New York's Madison Square Garden to prepare for their upcoming clash with the Bucks. In the training room, head coach Mike D'Antoni entered, commending the team's performance over the past 2 games and particularly praising Wugo and Harrington for their substantial contributions on both ends of the court. Following a brief training session and a review of game footage from the Bucks, he outlined some strategies before granting the team a day off. "Oh yeah," exclaimed Knicks prankster Potato Robinson as he bolted outside. The players dispersed eagerly, relishing the opportunity to spend time with their families. At the arena's entrance, Agent Zhang Xinyu was already waiting in a Lamborghini for Wugo's arrival. "Hey, Wugo, over here." As Wugo emerged, Zhang Xinyu swiftly waved his hand. With a resounding roar, the Lamborghini sped towards the city center. "Mr. Wu, recently 2 sneaker companies have reached out to me, eager to sign you. Oh, one is Hook, and the other is Adidas. However, their offers were rather modest. So I declined. All right, please keep an eye out for me." The scenery outside the window flashed by. After a while, "Mr. Wu, wake up, we have arrived." Wugo stirred from his slumber. The NBA schedule is far from the leisurely affair one might envision, with 82 games, extensive travel, and rigorous trainings. Even our Iron Man Wugo finds it somewhat tedious. Sometimes, endurance is indeed a form of physical talent. For instance, the preseason is fierce, while the regular season demands a polished appearance, akin to a refined gentleman, adorned with the latest gear. The most formidable rookie in the NBA? 2 regular season games igniting the league. The savior of New York. Major media outlets such as ESPN, the New York Times, Fox Sports, and Yahoo Sports have heralded Wu Ji's performances in these 2 games with great fanfare. On various social platforms like Twitter and Weibo, Wu Ge has garnered a multitude of fans. Enthusiastic supporters have compiled highlights of his spectacular dunks, dubbing him the greatest dunker of the 21st century. Rumor has it that the NBA's official slam dunk contest committee has already extended an invitation for Wu Ge to participate in this year's All-Star Dunk Contest. Undoubtedly, Wu Ge has become a sensation, truly a household name both domestically and internationally. On November 2nd, around 6 p.m., Madison Square Garden buzzed with energy as the New York Knicks faced off against the Milwaukee Bucks. The streets were abuzz with a steady stream of traffic, filled with exuberant fans, many of whom were devoted supporters of the Knicks, eagerly flocking towards the arena, clad in Wu Ji's number 3 jersey. These fans painted a vibrant and striking picture against the urban backdrop. The city's passion for basketball is unequivocal, placing it among the forefront of basketball enthusiasm. Inside the arena, it resembled a vast sea of white, with the stands predominantly filled with white jerseys, interspersed with only a few green ones. Outside, fervent Knicks fans expressed their unwavering support for Wu, proclaiming, "You know I am a fan of Wu. Today, I am here to cheer for him. Wu, I love you." As the Bucks and Knicks players began their warm-ups on the court, the atmosphere was electric. As Wu Ge approached the three-point line, he made a swift dash towards the free throw line, leaping into the air with a powerful push from the ground. In midair, he executed an under-the-leg switch and delivered a thunderous dunk, causing the rim to bend dramatically. It was only upon his descent that the hoop regained its original shape, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps from the audience. Andrew Bogut of the Bucks glared menacingly at the soaring Wu Ge, determined to prove that he would not touch down gracefully. The Bucks, known for their gritty play, embodied a certain culture of toughness. As the game was about to commence, the large screen displayed the starting lineups: Knicks, Wu Ge, A. Chandler, Randolph, David Lee; Bucks, Ramon Sessions, Michael Redd, Richard Jefferson, Villanueva, Bogut. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the match officially began. Players positioned themselves for the jump ball, while Bogut kept a keen eye on Wu Ge. Resolved to teach the rising star a lesson today, the referee tossed the ball into the air. With a resounding thud, David Lee showcased his exceptional reflexes, tapping the ball to A, who then passed it to Wu Ge. Wu Ge advanced the ball past half court and, from the top of the arc, called for a screen. David Lee hurriedly approached, ready to set the pick for Wu Ge, creating an opportunity for a score. Swish. As Wu Ge skillfully utilized a screen, he swiftly maneuvered to the right side, compelling Bogut to provide defensive cover against him. Bam! Without looking at his teammates, Wu Ge delivered a precise pass to the unmarked David Lee. B00M. David Lee effortlessly executed a thunderous dunk. What an impressive play! The crowd erupted in cheers, witnessing a spectacular opening dunk. Bogut's expression darkened, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. The Bucks launched their offensive. Turning back, Reed made a swift move with the ball, pushing past A to penetrate the paint and released a jump shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop. One-armed Reed still possessed some skill. In the past, when E. Jianlian played for the Bucks, fans often mocked Reed for his unwillingness to pass. The game began with both sides tied at 2-2. Defend. Defend. The fans in the stands rallied to cheer for A. Chapter 93. The Misfortunes of Bogut. The Knicks initiated their attack. As Wu Ge confronted Reed's defense, he executed a sudden acceleration, effortlessly breaching Reed's line and penetrating into the paint. A's defender, Sessions, was compelled to assist in the defense. Bang! Wu Ge executed a deft behind-the-back pass, delivering the ball to the open A on the perimeter. Swish. Allen Iverson confidently sank the three-pointer, responding with vigor. The score stands at 5-2. The Bucks are on the offensive. Richard Jefferson attempts a shot from beyond the arc, clang. The basketball ricochets off the rim, failing to find its mark. Randolph, like a ravenous predator, seized the rebound directly over Bogut, startling the latter with his ferocity. A and Wu Ge swiftly launched a fast break. Wu Ge received a pass from Randolph and swiftly surged towards the Bucks basket. Reed, retreating in defense, was suddenly struck by an ominous thought as he watched the advancing Wu Ge. In an instant, Wu Ge had reached the paint, confronting Reed directly before him. Without hesitation, Wu Ge leaped powerfully into the air, seizing the ball with one hand. and unleashed a thunderous dunk. The basketball was forcefully slammed through the hoop, causing the rim to emit a painful groan in response. The score was now 7-2. What a remarkable play. Wuji's explosive dunk electrified the entire Knicks team. Upon landing, Wuga brazenly celebrated with a baby rock gesture, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm to a fever pitch. Reed, momentarily stunned by the dunk, seemed to relive the moment as if it were unfolding in slow motion, reminiscent of scenes from the Olympic arena. Eventually, it was Jefferson and Sessions, along with several teammates, who helped Reed regain his composure. As they returned to the front court, the Bucks initiated their offense. Richard Jefferson utilized a screen to penetrate the paint and executed a successful dunk, stabilizing the situation for the Bucks. The score now stood at 7-4 as the Knicks prepared for their next offensive move. Wuga broke through Reed, and while facing the double team from Villanueva, he passed the ball to Randolph. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Bogut, filled with excitement, prepared to seize this seemingly guaranteed rebound. Suddenly, a large yellow hand appeared in midair. Wuga surged in from beyond the three-point line, leaping high over Bogut, seizing the basketball with one hand and forcefully slamming it through the hoop. B00M. The rim emitted a piercing cry once more. Thud. Bogut found himself eclipsed beneath Wuga. What a play, Wu. I adore you. The spectators were utterly astonished by Wu Ji's sudden eruption. It was simply overwhelming. The score stood at 9-4 in favor of the Bucks. Villanueva swiftly executed a surprise attack, scoring 2 points with a horseback archery maneuver. Turn around. Wuga stood beyond the three-point line, facing Reed, and executed a swift three-point shot. Swish. The basketball traced a beautiful arc before diving into the net. The score was 12-4. Wow. Wu's three-pointer, absolutely remarkable. Today, as TNT commentator, the esteemed New York legend Ewing exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, Reed's physique was unable to contain Wu. Another commentator, Albert, remarked. The game continued. Reed and Bogut executed a pick and roll, and as soon as Bogut received the ball, he aimed for a slam dunk. In a flash, it happened. Bang. Wuga once again emerged from the side, executing a spectacular aerial interception, capturing Bogut's basketball with finesse. Thud. Bogut found himself humiliated, collapsing beneath Wuji's prowess. Swiftly initiated a fast break. Boom. Wuga, the quarterback, delivered a long pass. The ball arrived precisely as he did. Player A executed an aerial maneuver, folding his waist midair, and released the ball. Swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop. The score stood at 14-4, with Wuga decisively overpowering the Bucks. The Bucks head coach called for a timeout. Following the brief respite, both teams returned to the court, and under Wuji's leadership, the Knicks unleashed a barrage of offensive prowess, with A and Randolph frequently capitalizing on opportunities. Meanwhile, the Bucks saw Villanueva suddenly erupt, scoring 12 points through a combination of drives and shots, keeping the score close. At the end of the first quarter, the Knicks led the Bucks 39-34, maintaining a 5-point advantage as they entered the second quarter. During the intermission, the second quarter commenced. The Knicks introduced a small ball lineup featuring pure substitutes: G. Duhon, S. G. Allen, S. F. Richardson, F. Tucker, and C. Harrington. The Bucks countered with S. G. Reed leading the charge, joined by G. Bell, S. F. Batum, F. Villanueva, and C. Gedzurich. The Bucks initiated the offense. Reed, facing Tony Allen's relentless defense, launched a three-pointer. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Swish. The fierce Tucker secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to Richardson, who executed a Euro step and scored. 41-34. Villanueva then stepped up again, challenging Tucker's tenacious defense with a bold three-point attempt. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. 41-37. Villanueva was on fire tonight, as the TNT commentator exclaimed in astonishment. Subsequently, both teams exchanged baskets. Harrington skillfully toyed with the Bucks substitute C. Gadzurich, utilizing various footwork to execute jump shots and hooks, amassing 7 points within 4 minutes to maintain the lead. The Bucks' Reed, suddenly in the zone, found his rhythm, driving to the basket and hitting mid-range shots, scoring 10 points to keep the score tight. With 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, the Knicks substituted in Wuga, A, Chandler, Randolph, and Harrington. The Bucks also reintroduced their starting lineup. Reed and Villanueva remained on the court, indicating that the Bucks coach was intent on maximizing their contributions. Given the team's lack of depth and the constraints of a small market, the Knicks enjoyed a more profound roster advantage. The Knicks continued their offensive assault. Wuga executed a pick-and-roll with Harrington, while Bogut found himself positioned before Wuga. With a light-hearted derision, Bogut remarked. You are slower than a frail grandmother by the roadside. Wooga chuckled, his gaze fixed on Bogut, feeling a wave of disdain for the man, whom he deemed repugnant. Bogut, alongside Pachulia, represented two of the most lackluster players of the ensuing era. Thud, thud. The basketball danced beneath Wugu's legs. Swish. Wugu suddenly initiated a swift descent, executing a signature A-move crossover, followed by a deft pullback. With a thud, Bogut found himself disoriented. Losing his balance and collapsing to the floor. Stay down on the court, Wugu murmured, before gliding through the air towards the Bucks basket. Approaching the paint, Villanueva performed an aerial reverse layup, his body soaring over the rim, releasing the ball. Swish. The basketball danced on the rim for a moment before gracefully settling into the net. What a remarkable play. The crowd erupted, rising to their feet in exuberant celebration. Dancing with glee at this spectacular score, the large screen replayed the moment repeatedly, showcasing Wu Ji's exceptional change of pace, impressive hang time, and delicate touch. Magnificent. The top spot on the highlight reel was already secured. At the TNT commentary booth, Ewing shouted in elation. Thrilled to see a Knicks player finally leading the team to glory. Today, the Australian #1 pick, Bogut, had been thoroughly reduced to Wu's plaything, exclaimed the renowned TNT commentator Albert, his face a mask of astonishment. As the game progressed, Wugu unleashed a series of explosive breakthroughs, launching three-pointers with ferocity, relentlessly dismantling the Bucks' defense both inside and out. The Bucks, however, clung to survival through the scorching performances of Villanueva and Reed. Wugu scored a remarkable 15 points in the first quarter, concluding the half with 23 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals, leading his team to a 58-48 advantage over the Milwaukee Bucks at halftime. The first half came to a close with the New York Knicks ahead of the Milwaukee Bucks by 10 points. Had it not been for Villanueva's sudden surge, netting 19 points in the first half, and Reed's resurgence in the second quarter with 12 points, the game might have descended into garbage time. Let us anticipate the clash between the two teams in the second half, as TNT commentator Albert expressed with enthusiasm. Chapter 94, a last-minute victory against the Bucks. Securing a third consecutive win, the halftime score stood at 58-48, with the Knicks leading by 10 points. The intermission swiftly passed, and amidst the joyous cheers of Knicks fans, the second half commenced. The Bucks, capitalizing on Reed's exceptional form, quickly sank a three-pointer, narrowing the score to 58-51, bringing it within single digits once more. As the Knicks launched their offense, the Bucks adjusted their defensive strategy, assigning the more adept Richard Jefferson to guard Wugu, aiming to curtail his impact. Bang, bang. Wugu dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line, waiting for the opportune moment. Whoosh. Wugu suddenly exploded with a lightning-quick crossover, charging past Jefferson's right side in long strides toward the paint. Shit. Reed had no choice but to abandon Chandler in front of him and scramble to cover Wugu. Bogut seized the moment, viciously leaving David Lee behind to pounce on Wugu. A relentless chase unfolded. There would be no escape. Damn it. Get out of my way. Confronted by 3 adversaries encircling him from all sides, Wu Ji's expression turned icy. With a fierce roar, he soared into the air in an instant. The arrow is drawn, and it must be released. Wugu raised the ball with both hands, executing a deft fold of his waist and abdomen in midair, evading the block from Reed on his right. With Bogut before him, he switched the ball to his right hand, gripping it with singular determination, like thunder shattering the darkness. He forcefully drove the ball into the hoop. B00M. The basketball rim trembled violently, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the slam dunk. Thud. At the moment Wugu executed his slam dunk, Bogut was subjected to an unparalleled force, hurtling directly towards the basketball hoop and crashing heavily to the ground. A pained groan escaped Bogut's lips as the arena's large screen began to replay Wu Ji's spectacular dunk in a continuous loop. Goodness. Wu has jumped over 3 defenders. His mid-air abdominal folding maneuver was nothing short of breathtaking. The entire crowd rose to their feet, showering the court with fervent applause. I now have reason to suspect that Wu might be an extraterrestrial. His prowess is astounding. TNT commentator Albert expressed his disbelief, remarking that such a powerful dunk was reminiscent of the 1990s, marveling that Wu had rekindled the essence of that era. Ewing, recalling his playing days, wore a nostalgic expression. The Bucks head coach swiftly called a timeout, as Bogut lay motionless on the floor. Medical personnel rushed in, providing an initial diagnosis of a fractured calf. Soon after, Bogut was carried off on a stretcher, prompting another wave of cheers from the audience. Could my eyes deceive me? who has indeed shattered the opposing center's bone. The spectators gasped in disbelief, covering their mouths in shock as they watched Bogut being taken away in agony. Reed shuddered, relieved that it was not him who had been under the hoop at that moment. The weight of all injuries fell squarely on Bogut's shoulders. As the game resumed, Jefferson faced Chandler's defense and executed a breakaway dunk with finesse. Wu Ge, responding to Jefferson's offensive display, utilized his rhythm to sink a step-back three-pointer. The two teams exchanged vigorous attacks, delivering an exhilarating offensive showdown for the fans. With 3 minutes remaining in the game, Wu Ge exited the court. Passing the offensive baton to A, confronted by Reed's defense, A performed a classic crossover, penetrating to the basket for a layup. Swish. The basketball rolled smoothly through the hoop. The Bucks were on the offensive with a score of 78-70. Villanueva hit a three-pointer over Randolph, narrowing the gap to 78-73. Turning back, Randolph attempted a back-to-the-basket move against Villanueva but missed the hook shot. Reed launched a fast break three-pointer. Swish. A perfect shot. The score stood at 78-76. After Wu Ge's exit from the game, in a mere 2 minutes, the Bucks managed to narrow the gap to just 2 points. Instantly, the Knicks fans, previously relaxed, were suddenly on the edge of their seats. What once seemed like a foregone conclusion was now fraught with suspense. Beep. On the sidelines, D'Antoni swiftly rose to call a timeout. Upon resuming, the game continued. Player A received the ball, Randolph moved in for a screen, and they executed a one-on-one against Villanueva, performing a dazzling crossover to swiftly bypass him and launch a delicate floater into the basket for a decisive 2 points. The score stood at 80-76 as the Bucks prepared for their final offensive play. Reed received the ball, driving towards the lane before passing it out to Jefferson on the perimeter. With a swift motion, Jefferson sank a crucial three-pointer. The score now read 80-79 as the third quarter concluded, with both teams locked in a tight contest. With the Bucks' unexpected resurgence, the game was once again shrouded in uncertainty. As the final quarter commenced, the Knicks introduced Wu Ge, alongside Tony Allen, Richardson, Tucker, and Harrington into their lineup, while the Bucks continued to rely heavily on their starters. Wu Ge, possessing the ball near the free-throw line, turned his back to Jefferson for a one-on-one play. After a brief 3-minute respite, Wu Ge's stamina had somewhat replenished. He executed a series of shoulder fakes, and over Jefferson, he unleashed a graceful fadeaway jump shot. Swish. The basketball spun elegantly in the air before settling securely into the net. 82-79. Splendid. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for Wu Ge, who had just delivered a stabilizing shot. Ewing also breathed a sigh of relief. The Bucks initiated their offense. Jefferson, facing Richardson's staunch defense, performed a series of deceptive dribbles, penetrating to the basket. Confronted by Tucker, he executed a deft reverse layup. 82-81. Today's contest was nothing short of exhilarating. TNT commentator Albert marveled. The two teams then engaged in an offensive showdown, with Wu Ge relentlessly driving to the basket and sinking mid-range shots, amassing 12 consecutive points, while also assisting Harrington and Tucker for thunderous dunks. The Bucks, however, rallied with the combined efforts of Reed, Jefferson, and Villanueva, who collectively scored 15 points to maintain their standing. With just 1 minute left in the game, the score was tied at 103-103. The Bucks head coach called for a timeout. Unlike the Knicks players, the Bucks starters had logged nearly 45 minutes of play, leaving them utterly exhausted. During the timeout, both coaches meticulously drew up strategies on their boards. The Knicks' tactical centerpiece was undoubtedly the unflappable Wu Ge, while the Bucks aimed to position the ball in the capable hands of Reed, who had been shining brightly throughout the evening, for the final offensive thrust. As the Bucks resumed their offense, Reed found himself tightly guarded by Tony Allen, with no room to shoot after an elaborate dribble. He was compelled to pass the ball to Villanueva beneath the basket, who, under the pressure of the 24-second shot clock, hurriedly released a shot. Swish. Miraculously, the basketball rolled into the hoop. 103-105. The Bucks led for the first time in the entire game by 2 points. The Knicks prepared for their offense. Wu Ge advanced past half-court, confronting Jefferson's defense, and called for a screen. He engaged in a one-on-one duel with Villanueva, with a series of deceptive crossovers. He skillfully shifted Villanueva's center of gravity. Suddenly, Villanueva stumbled and fell to the ground. An incredulous roar erupted from the crowd. Clap. Wu Ge executed a deceptive move, retreating to launch a three-point shot. The basketball traced a beautiful parabolic arc through the air, soaring directly into the net. Swish. 106-105. Wu made a decisive three-pointer, securing his victory with a remarkable total of 41 points, a new personal best. What an exceptional play. Wu. I am utterly enamored with your talent. That shot was exquisite, Wu. This is how you dominate the game. The crowd was electrified by Wu Ge's stunning and audacious three-pointer. Only 16 seconds remain. Reed of the Bucks swiftly advanced the ball past half-court and executed a layup right at the basket. The score is now 106-107. With just 5 seconds left, Reed has already amassed 36 points in this match, directly challenging Wu. In these final moments, the Knicks have chosen not to call a timeout. Wu received the serve and swiftly charged towards the Bucks' front court. No chance of scoring. Jefferson and Reed surrounded him in a formidable double team. Wu stood just outside the three-point line, facing two defenders, leapt into the air, and released the shot with impeccable fluidity. Swish. The ball found its mark as the clock ticked down, sealing a dramatic victory. The New York Knicks triumphed over the Milwaukee Bucks, 109-107. Chapter 95. Earning the title of Player of the Week. As the game clock hit 0, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, followed by an explosive eruption. The audience, as if awakened from a dream, leapt to their feet, cheering fervently for this magnificent game-winning shot. Madison Square Garden transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Oh my, Wu, you have vanquished the Bucks. Wu, you are our hero. The commentators in the stands unleashed a deafening roar. The atmosphere was electric. Mike D'Antoni and the entire team rushed onto the court to embrace Wu. What a fundamental play, simply extraordinary. Standing beside the crowd, Wu pointed towards the arena's ceiling, reveling in victory. Incredible that such a shot could go in. Reed approached Jefferson, patting him on the shoulder, marveling at this astonishing feat. Players from both teams exchanged gestures of goodwill. Throughout the match, Wu played for 38 minutes, achieving an impressive stat line of 47 points, 8 rebounds, and 12 assists, just shy of a triple-double. Contributed 22 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. For the Bucks, Jefferson scored 22 points with 7 rebounds, and 34 contributed 5 assists and 2 rebounds, while Villanueva added 26 points and 13 rebounds. The trio combined for a remarkable 81 points, paying homage to Kobe. Any other team, faced with the Bucks' scorching performance and relentless pressure on their key players, would have succumbed. Yet, they were up against the unstoppable Wu. A reporter approached Wu for an interview. Reporter, congratulations, Wu, on your near triple-double with 47 points in this game. Wu, thank you. Reporter, having shattered the career scoring record and delivered a decisive victory against the Bucks, do you have anything to say? Wu, in my perspective, I am indifferent to the number of points I score. What truly matters to me is the triumph of the team. This victory belongs to the collective, and I merely contributed by sinking that wretched ball with the assistance of my teammates. Upon returning to the locker room, Wu was once again greeted by the exuberant celebration of his teammates as champagne and beer were sprayed all around, leaving him refreshingly drenched. The following day, Wu achieved a remarkable near triple-double, delivering a stunning game-winning shot against the Bucks. Wu or Jordan. The news of Wu's stunning victory over the Bucks has made headlines. An overwhelming wave of reports about Wu has surged, with some American media even designating him as the most formidable shooting guard in the NBA of the new century. Various basketball stars have shared their thoughts. Kobe stated, "You know, Wu simply hasn't faced me yet. I would certainly show him a thing or two." LeBron remarked, "My good brother, Wu, if given the chance, I would love to bring my talent to New York." While the words may have been spoken casually, they were received with earnest intent. Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert promptly reached out to LeBron to inquire about the young King's well-being in Cleveland. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Wu received a message from Louis Fei, who had just arrived in the United States. Subsequently, Wu accompanied Louis Fei to a cinema in New York to watch a film, followed by a delightful dinner. As night descended, the evening unfolded beautifully. Wu adeptly instructed Louis Fei on the nuances of acting within the confines of their home, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably captivating. On November 3rd, the NBA officially announced the Players of the Week. In the Eastern Conference, it was Wu, while the Western Conference accolade went to Chris Paul. Last week, Wu averaged an impressive 35, 3 points, 6, 3 rebounds, and 8 assists, leading his team to a 3-game winning streak, truly deserving of the recognition. Meanwhile, Paul, the B-King, achieved an average of 21, 7 points, 4, 3 rebounds, and 12 assists, guiding the Hornets to an undefeated record of 3-0, perhaps due to his astonishing assist tally. On November 5th, the New York Knicks faced off against the Charlotte Bobcats. Under the steady leadership of Rasheed Wallace, the Bobcats consistently demonstrated resilience, remaining a perennial underdog in the league. As a team often seen as a benchmark for the stronger squads while offering a warm welcome to the weaker ones, the Bobcats were not devoid of merits. Madison Square Garden buzzed with fans, all eager to support their home team as the game commenced. The starting lineups were as follows: Knicks, Wu-Gu, A. Chandler, Randolph, David Lee, Bobcats, Raymond Felton, Jason Richardson, Gerald Wallace, Jared Dudley, Emeka Okafor. The first quarter saw A in exceptional form, frequently hitting from beyond the arc and leading the Knicks to a 38-33 lead over the Bobcats, entering the second quarter with a 5-point advantage. In the second quarter, Rasheed Wallace found his rhythm, scoring consistently in the paint, while Jason Richardson complemented him with shots from the perimeter, enabling the Bobcats to edge ahead of the Knicks by a single point, with the score at New York Knicks 55, Charlotte Bobcats 56. By halftime, Wu-Gu's performance was somewhat subdued, accumulating merely 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists, perhaps a testament to his recent exertion, echoing the old adage that only worn-out oxen toil the fields. As the third quarter commenced, Richardson continued his stellar play, netting 16 points in the quarter and guiding the Bobcats to a 78-74 lead over the Knicks, entering the final quarter with a 4-point margin. Conversely, the Knicks remained close, relying on the scorching performance of A to keep the scoreline tight. The fourth quarter quickly unfolded, with 8 minutes remaining. A resounding dunk by Harrington brought the score to 86-88, with the Knicks trailing by just 2 points. At this moment, Wu-Gu re-entered the fray. The Bobcats launched an offensive. Richardson, feeling exceptionally informed tonight, had already scored 23 points and felt as invincible as Jordan. "You cannot defend against me," he proclaimed, looking down upon Wu-Gu, who was attempting to guard him. "Enough chatter. Just come at me." Wu-Gu, with a look of weariness, thought about the skewers he was eager to enjoy after this game. Bang, bang. Richardson began to dribble, then executed a swift change of direction, driving towards the basket. Ready to slam dunk. Foolishness. Wu-Gu closely followed Richardson, who truly seemed to consider himself invisible. Just as the moment unfolded, a deafening crash echoed through the air. Wu-Gu executed a breathtaking aerial maneuver, effortlessly sending Richardson crashing to the ground, before swiftly advancing the ball past the halfway line. Rasheed Wallace stood resolutely in the paint, eyeing Wu-Gu with an icy glare, and declared, "This is my territory. You shall not." Before he could finish his sentence, Wu-Gu deftly maneuvered on his windfire wheels, executing a behind-the-back dribble to effortlessly evade the defender before approaching the basket to confront Rasheed Wallace. "Stand aside." Wu-Gu's gaze was as frigid as ice, fixating on Wallace with an intensity that seemed almost predatory. Rasheed Wallace, feeling the weight of Wu-Gu's chilling stare, instinctively recoiled, steeling himself as he leaped to attempt to block. The sound of sneakers scraping against the court echoed as Wu-Gu propelled himself upward, executing a one-handed grab of the ball, and with formidable force, he slammed it down over Wallace. The rim reverberated with a resounding clang. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Wu-Gu, along with both Wallace and the basketball, thunderously dunked into the hoop. Splash. Another one down. Who's next? As Wu-Gu landed, he let out a powerful roar, his arms tightly clenched. What a splendid play. The arena erupted in cheers. With this remarkable goal, Wu-Gu unleashed his full potential, scoring 19 points in a single quarter, leading the Knicks to a triumphant 103-95 victory over the Bobcats. Post-match, Wallace remarked, "In that moment, it felt as though I could see my relatives watching from heaven." In this game, Wu-Gu amassed 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 10 assists, while Iverson contributed 36 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds. For the Bobcats, Wallace scored 21 points with 9 rebounds, and Richardson added 28 points with 4 rebounds. The Knicks celebrated their 4th consecutive victory, proving to be an unstoppable force. However, some critics suggested that the Knicks were merely reaping the benefits of an easy early schedule, having faced teams positioned lower in the rankings. The truth will eventually be revealed. Chapter 96. The arrival of 58 on November 7th. As the Knicks opened their season with a remarkable 4-game winning streak, they firmly established themselves in first place in the Eastern Conference. Last season's champions, the Celtics, also maintained an undefeated record, securing second place with 3 victories. The Cavaliers, led by the young Emperor, stood at third with a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. In the Western Conference, the Los Angeles Lakers, under Kobe's leadership, began with a flawless 4-0 record, placing them at the top. The Hornets, guided by the talented Chris Paul, followed closely in second with a 3-0 record. The seasoned Spurs, with their formidable duo, held a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, placing them third due to their defeat against the Lakers. Surprisingly, the newly formed duo of Melo and Billups on the Nuggets claimed the 4th spot, while the Rockets, featuring the trio of Yao Ming, McGrady, and Artest, occupied 5th place. The Hornets, under the leadership of Chris Paul, were currently on a remarkable rise, bolstered by quality interior players like Tyson Chandler and West. In anticipation of this match, both Wu and Paul had been named the Players of the Week, ensuring a highly anticipated showdown. The media widely favored the Hornets to secure victory as the Knicks emerged as the most formidable team in the league, though the strength of Paul's Hornets should not be underestimated. Furthermore, this match was set to take place on the Hornets' home court. The league's supernova and assist leader were ready to shine. The impending clash between Wu and Paul has already garnered widespread attention even before the match has commenced, leaving everyone eager to discern who will emerge victorious. The New York Knicks are set to face the challenge posed by the New Orleans Hornets. In the pre-game interview stage, Hornets, Paul boldly stated, "The Knicks have only triumphed over mediocre teams. Today, I shall impart a lesson to Wu." Reporter, Chris, "Is that for real?" Paul, "My team boasts the boxing champion and West. You should be well aware of our strength." Reporter, "Impressive. We are counting on you." C3. Knicks. Reporter, "Paul has asserted that he intends to bring some intensity your way. Wu, what is your perspective on this?" Wu, "That is simply marvelous. I recall sinking a 3-pointer over him during the Olympics. That sensation, you know." Reporter, "Good heavens, I eagerly anticipate your match." New Orleans Arena. The players enter the court from the tunnel and commence their warm-up. "Hey, Wu, this is the guy. I shall ensure he gets a taste of discipline." Wu, "No worries, no worries. Today, I shall let him witness why the flowers are so resplendent." At this moment, the naive Paul is still engaged in shooting practice on his side of the court, oblivious to the impending calamity of the century. The grand screen displayed the starting lineups. New York Knicks, Wu, A. Chandler, Randolph, David Lee, Charlotte Hornets, Chris Paul, James Posey, Peja Stojakovic, David West, Tyson Chandler. Today, CTV5 also broadcasts this match. The commentators are Yu Jia and Yang Yi. In the pregame analysis, Yang Yi expressed profound respect and admiration for Grandpa 58. Startled, Yu Jia quickly corrected him, as Wu is now an idol for the youth of Longwa basketball, enjoying popularity rivaling that of the great Yao Ming. A slip of the tongue could land one in the proverbial small darkroom. Peja Stojakovic of the Hornets is a 3-time All-Star, and David West is equally formidable, being a skilled power forward. The formidable Tyson Chandler needs no further introduction, thus Paul possesses a measure of confidence. Of course, the Knicks lineup is no less daunting, comprising a veritable assembly of tough players. With a sharp whistle from the referee, David Lee and Tyson Chandler leap for the ball at midcourt. The match officially commences. The champion effortlessly springs to seize the basketball, directing it into Paul's hands. Paul pushes the ball across half-court, with Chandler stepping up to set a screen. Utilizing the cover, Paul drives towards the right, drawing in David Lee's double team. Boom. Paul executes a bounce pass to the champion. Smack. At that moment, Wu discerns Paul's intention, darting out from the side with a ghostly hand, intercepting the basketball. Fast break. Wu swiftly seized the ball and charged towards the heart of the Hornets' territory. Had already taken the lead, sprinting ahead, while Wilson Chandler positioned himself on the right. A rapid 3-pronged offensive. Wu, with the ball in hand, confronted James Posey before him, swiftly executing a sharp change of direction to propel himself towards the basket. Peja rushed in to provide assistance on defense. Bang. Wu executed a no-look pass with remarkable precision, directing the basketball to the perimeter where A found himself in a prime position for a 3-point shot. Swish. The ball pierced the net like an arrow, bringing the score to 3-0. What a fantastic play. Let us keep it going, Yu Jia exclaimed with excitement. In contrast, Yang Yi wore a somber expression, his heart heavy as his grandfather was intercepted, casting a shadow of sorrow upon him. The Hornets launched their offensive. Paul, having learned from his previous mistake, dribbled past the half-court with caution. Confronted by AS defense, he executed a pick-and-roll with Tyson Chandler, subsequently passing to the formidable heavyweight as he descended towards the basket. This time, Paul was prudent, ensuring he retained possession. The heavyweight received the ball and, with unerring aim, soared towards the open hoop for a thunderous dunk. The score now stood at 3-2. Paul, in front of Wugu, celebrated with a wave, seemingly proclaiming, "This is the strength of a champion." Yangi praised, "An exquisite pass." St. Paul. The Knicks prepared for their offensive play. Wugu pushed the ball past the half-court, and player A immediately set a screen, effectively switching Paul into Wuji's path. "Your wife is tougher than you." Wugu smiled as he fixed his gaze on Paul and slowly spoke. "What did you say?" Paul glared furiously. Whoosh. Wugu, with a single step beyond the three-point line, executed a vertical jump shot with remarkable precision. The basketball, akin to a device equipped with an 8-fold magnification lens, plunged effortlessly into the net. The score is now 6-2. What a splendid shot. A approached, exchanging a high five, having long harbored disdain for this newcomer to the league, who exuded an air of arrogance. Turning back, Paul advanced the ball past half-court, poised to respond in kind, orchestrating the movements from a high position. Suddenly, Wugu advanced to double-team Paul alongside A. Bang. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Paul had no choice but to pass the ball. Chandler surged forward, snatched the basketball, and executed a fast break, culminating in a thunderous dunk. 8-2 SHD. Paul's expression darkened, his already somber demeanor deepening into a scowl. The Hornets regained possession. Infuriated, Paul crossed half-court, determined to take on his opponent one-on-one, while Wugu seamlessly switched defensive roles with A. Bang. Bang. Regardless of Paul's feints, Wugu remained steadfast, unwavering before him. "Goodness. We successfully defended against Paul," the commentator exclaimed in astonishment. As the shot clock dwindled to 24 seconds, Paul attempted a desperate step-back three-pointer. Clang. As expected, it resulted in an unfortunate miss. However, Tyson Chandler seized the offensive rebound, scoring a putback, grudgingly salvaging some pride for Paul. 8-4. The boxer approached Paul, eager to celebrate, only to be brusquely brushed aside by Paul, as if to say, "You snatched that rebound without acknowledging me." The Knicks initiated their offense. Wugu maneuvered the ball past the halfway line, once more engaging in a one-on-one against Paul. Bang. Bang. The basketball bounced rhythmically beneath Wuji's hips. Whoosh. Suddenly, with a swift drop step, Wugu launched forward, leaving Paul with no choice but to follow, attempting to disrupt Wugu with minor tactics. Begone. Wugu would not be deterred. In one powerful stride, he barreled into the paint. Rising high, he executed a magnificent dunk over Paul. Boom. The ball was forcefully driven into the hoop. 10-4. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Number 3 of the Hornets committed a blocking foul, resulting in a 2-1 situation. Chapter 97. The Tragedy of 59. A foul? Paul, filled with indignation, scrambled to his feet and approached the referee, insisting, "Did you not see? He clearly collided with me, infringing upon my cylinder." Faced with Paul's incessant complaints, the referee, at last, could no longer contain his frustration and issued Paul a technical foul. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Ultimately, it was David West who intervened, escorting Paul away, bringing an end to the dispute. With Paul receiving an additional technical foul, the Knicks were awarded free throws. First, player A stepped up to execute the technical free throw. Whoosh. A flawless shot. Following this, Wugu also approached the line for his 2-1 free throw. Whoosh. Another successful attempt. "Oh my God, Chris, this is truly not a prudent decision. You must remain composed," remarked the Hornets commentator. Possession belonged to the Knicks. Wugu observes the dynamics of the court from beyond the three-point line as Randolph approaches to set a screen. Wugu forcefully maneuvered past Paul, advancing into the penalty area. David West arrived to assist in defense. Bang. Wugu executed a flamboyant pass to the perimeter, leading to a screen-and-roll opportunity for Randolph. Confronted with an open shot, Randolph delivered a poised mid-range jumper. Swish. The basketball gracefully found its way into the net. The score now stood at 14-4. In just one possession, the Hornets had relinquished 6 points, compounding their woes. The coach of the Hornets promptly called a timeout to curtail the Knicks' offensive momentum. During the intermission, the Hornets coach fervently articulated his tactical guidance, urging both enhanced offense and defense. Meanwhile, Knicks head coach D'Antoni observed with an air of ease, appreciating the presence of Wugu. Upon resuming play, Paul, utilizing a screen beyond the arc, sank a pivotal three-pointer to stabilize the situation. The Hornets finally regained their footing after a sluggish start, with Paul, West, and Tyson Chandler collaboratively amassing 18 points to steady the course. On the other hand, under Wuji's deft orchestration, the Knicks maintained a methodical approach, with A. Randolph and David Lee continuously contributing to the score, collectively achieving 15 points in succession. Wu impressively scored 8 points while delivering a remarkable 7 assists, the highest in the game. The first quarter has concluded with the New York Knicks leading the New Orleans Pelicans 39-34. As the intermission commences, the second quarter is set to begin shortly. The Knicks have substituted in their bench players, while the Pelicans hastily follow suit, with Peja taking the helm. The Knicks continue to maintain a steady performance as Harden relentlessly penetrates the Pelicans' defense, scoring 6 consecutive points, prompting the Pelicans coach to bring in Chandler to counter Harden's offensive prowess. With 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Knicks lead the Pelicans 49-42. Wu and A entered the court, replacing Du Hong and Richardson. The Hornets also brought in the starting duo of Paul and West. With possession of the ball, Paul advanced past the half-court line and passed to West on the perimeter. West took a mid-range shot. Swish. It found the net for 2 points. The score now stands at 49 for the Knicks and 44 for the Hornets. What a splendid play. The home crowd erupted with fervent cheers, and just as everyone believed the Hornets were poised to close the gap, a calamity began to unfold at that very moment. The Knicks initiated their offense. Wu propelled the ball past the halfway line, a keen eye observing the defense ahead. Suddenly, he leaped and executed a flawless jump shot from beyond the three-point arc. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. A perfect shot. The score stood at 52-44. Turning around, David West attempted a shot, only to be thwarted by Randolph's interference. Tucker seized the offensive rebound and swiftly passed it to the fast-breaking Wu. Wu arrived beyond the three-point line, leaping gracefully into the air, and released the shot. The movement flowed seamlessly. Swish. Once more, he found the mark. The score stood at 55-44. Oh no. Where's the defense? The fans in attendance erupted in vehement discontent towards their own team. Beep. The Hornets head coach swiftly called a timeout, attempting to cool down Wu's shooting rhythm. However, upon returning from the break, Peja committed a turnover on the sideline, and the ball was intercepted by Tony Allen. Wu received a pass from Allen and advanced into the Hornets' front court. Confronted by Paul's defense, he accelerated relentlessly towards the interior of the paint. With a fierce determination, he barreled past Paul, executing a forceful layup. The sound of collision and the swish of the net resonated simultaneously. Paul was sent crashing to the floor while Wu successfully netted the basketball. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul on number 3, granting the Knicks a free throw. A remarkable 2-1 play ensued. Who can elucidate how one might defend against such a maneuver? The commentator, struck with astonishment, clasped his head in disbelief. The crowd erupted into a chorus of boos. Wu confidently approached the free throw line and took his shot. Swish. The basketball effortlessly swished through the net. The score stood at 58-44, completing a 2-1 play. Paul, unwilling to accept the situation, rose from the floor and approached the referee, gesturing animatedly about Wu's alleged offensive foul. The referee simply pointed to his eyes, indicating that he was not blind. The Hornets initiated their offense. Chris Paul, undeterred, launched a forceful three-pointer in Wu's direction. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Player A secured the rebound and passed it to Wu. As Wu stepped beyond the three-point line, he launched the ball with precision. Swish. Once again, it found the net. 61-44. MV. With this remarkable shot, the New Orleans fans turned their allegiance in an instant. My goodness. What an astonishing scoring ability. In just 3 minutes, Wu sank 3 three-pointers and executed a 2-1 play. The sky is the limit for him. The commentator, utterly astounded, was left speechless. Beep. The Hornets head coach promptly called for a timeout, yet it proved futile. Back to the game. The Hornets fell into a scoring drought, managing only 2 points from West for the next few minutes. Meanwhile, the Knicks were solely reliant on Wu's offensive prowess as the others transformed into mere spectators. In the second quarter, Wu exploded for 33 points, leading the Knicks to a staggering 78-46 advantage over the Hornets. A remarkable 32-point lead as they entered the second half. The halftime break swiftly passed. With a 32-point deficit, the home crowd unleashed a chorus of boos directed at their star player, Paul. Chris, step it up. Chris, if you can't compete with Wu, perhaps it's best to refrain from making bold statements. You've only succeeded in inciting his wrath. Look at the massacre unfolding. Indeed, Chris, perhaps it's time to admit your errors to Wu. Paul faced unprecedented ridicule from the fans, setting the stage for his eventual departure from the Hornets. In the CTV5 broadcast studio, Yang Yi's face darkened with despair. His beloved St. Paul was on the verge of being laid to rest. Conversely, Yu Jia wore a triumphant smile, exclaiming, "Wu Gu, splendid performance. Shoot with ferocity." The second half of the game commenced. Wu Gu propelled the ball into the front court and, facing Chris Paul, unleashed a swift three-point shot. Swish. A piercing arrow. Refreshingly exhilarating. The score stood at 81-46 in favor of the Hornets. Chris Paul responded with a mid-range jumper, securing 2 points, bringing the score to 81-48. However, the jubilation was short-lived as Wu Gu swiftly passed to the perimeter to A, who also launched a three-pointer. Swish. Another three. In this pressure-free game, everyone found their rhythm. The Knicks then continued their solo performance, mercilessly adding salt to the Hornets' wounds. As the third quarter concluded, the Knicks led 109-58 against the Hornets. The match had devolved into mere garbage time. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams substituted in their bench players. The diminutive Nate Robinson erupted, showcasing an array of three-pointers, dunks, and layups, seemingly channeling Michael Jordan. He scored 19 points in the quarter, completely dominating the Hornets' reserves. With a whistle from the referee, the game came to a close. The final score read Knicks 132, Hornets 73. A devastating defeat of 59 points had transpired. The Hornets, who had finished second in the Western Conference last season, were evidently grappling with significant issues this season. And this game mirrored the struggles of the Hornets from the 2008-2009 season. Chapter 98, The Bloodbath of the Hornets, a shock to the league. With the final whistle echoing, it was a sweet sound to the ears of the Hornets players, as this one-sided massacre finally came to an end. The 59-point margin set a record for the ninth-largest deficit in NBA history. Undoubtedly, Chris Paul and the Hornets shall forever be etched in the annals of NBA disgrace. Wu Gu delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 53 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, thus achieving a remarkable triple-double that shattered numerous NBA records. Wu Ji's name has become synonymous with certain ancient behemoths. At the post-game press conference, reporter, "What are your thoughts on tonight's game and Wu Gu?" Hornets head coach responded bluntly, "I have nothing to say about this game. As for Wu, he will become a legend." Reporter, "You lost by 59 points. How do you feel about that?" Paul, "We were completely off our rhythm tonight. We need to regroup and adjust our form." Reporter, "Your team dominated the Hornets tonight. What are your thoughts?" D'Antoni, "I am immensely proud of my team." And Wu, "I am proud of him." Reporter, "Wu, tonight you delivered a massive triple-double with 53 points and led your team to a 59-point victory over Paul's